Chapter 2001. A true combat skills master, even within a simple furniture store, can become the furniture city war god. Freedom extreme intent. It was effortlessly natural, returned to its original state. His moves were combat skills. Levi spent a long time pondering how to fully integrate and master the combat techniques he had learned. Finally, the extreme Dao strategy came into being. The proficiency panel shimmered into existence. Levi reviewed the entry for the extreme Dao strategy. It stood at level 7. With 1 out of 50,000 experience points. Its special effects included the 10 absolute extremes and the 10 evil martial arts. The 10 absolute extremes designated him as a weapon master, proficient in a variety of melee weapon combat techniques, as well as unarmed combat skills. To him, grass, wood, bamboo, and stone, everything could become a weapon to slay his enemies. Limitless transformations all led to the extreme Dao. The 10 evil martial arts made his martial techniques, instinctive movements akin to those of ferocious beasts. His physical reflexes were faster than his consciousness itself. His strikes were swift, precise, and unpredictable. When entering the 10 evil martial arts state, he could freely switch his combat styles, activating different martial forms. He could currently access the Heavenly Badger Path, the Sky Pang Dao, the Sky Lion Path, the Heavenly Cold Path, and the Sky Dragon Path. He considered the paths as they appeared in his mind. The Heavenly Badger Path offered sweeping slashes, bold and unstoppable, while his presence guaranteed invincibility. The Sky Pang Dao provided peerless movement and peculiar strikes, leading to ultimate ferocity. The Sky Lion Path allowed him to devour the heavens and earth with unmatched dominance and an overwhelming aura. The Heavenly Cold Path chilled to the bone, freezing all beings and locking everything in ice. The Sky Dragon Path stood as the path of ultimate strength, with no weaknesses, being the most comprehensive of all. After pushing the Whale Emperor Power Book to its maximum, it could also integrate into the 10 evil martial arts, forming the Sky Whale Path. This path was unparalleled in strength, possessing the power to shatter all techniques. The 10 here was symbolic, encompassing endless variations of martial techniques. In the future, as he learned new techniques, everything could be integrated into it, creating entirely new martial forms. The extreme Dao strategy was not fixed. With further understanding of combat skills, he could create more techniques, unlocking additional special effects. At this point, his path of combat skills had been simplified and unified. No matter how many skills he learned in the future, they could all be integrated into the extreme Dao strategy. They would ultimately form a complete and systematic methodology for combat skills. Master one technique, master all techniques. This decade-long retreat had surely caused his rank on the demon-slaying list to drop again. He pulled up the leaderboard to check his status. As expected, his ranking had slipped to the 150th position. Elena had actually climbed to 99th place, with 1.9 million points. The invasion of the ancient dragon continent by demon lords had been relentless over these years. As for monsters in the top 10 like the Destruction Realm Thunder, Light Divine Sword, and Hand of Fire God, their points had already broken into the tens of millions. The top rank even neared 20 million. It was completely insane. The powerful beings of the wizard world had clearly been suppressing their bloodlust for far too long. This blood battle against the demons had fully unleashed their thirst for slaughter. Moreover, with rare oddities like Radiant Sun and Bright Moon available for exchange, everyone was fighting as if in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Levi lived like an old recluse, shutting himself away for cultivation. He had not paid attention to the affairs of the ancient dragon continent in a long while. Currently, the ancient dragon continent's collective strength already sat at the highest level among top-tier organizations. Just their level 7 guardians numbered 3. These were the Ghostbone Dragon, the Giant Elephant King, and the Snow Mountain Dragon King. Coupled with 100 Flowers and Levi's own presence, the demons knew this was a hard nut to crack. Over the years, they had become increasingly aggressive toward the ancient dragon continent. There had been over 100 invasions, large and small. After each demon-slaughtering battle, the organization always dispatched teams to spray purification elixir to prevent excessive contamination by demonic aura. Demon corpses were piled up in the fungal botanical garden. Those fungi were used to absorb the demonic aura from the bodies. Levi glanced at the newspapers from these years. His brows furrowed. The Endless Sea Legal Gazette reported that recently, the Snow Lotus Witch from the Witch's family encountered an assassination attempt by assassins from the Council of 10,000 Clans during a demon hunt. Gravely injured, she managed to escape. The Witch's family spokesperson had issued a severe condemnation. As expected, the Council of 10,000 Clans was stirring up trouble again. The blood war had spread the forces of the Wizard Council too thin, leaving no time to deal with these petty clowns. It was truly adding insult to injury. Levi sighed helplessly. This calamity of the Great Planar Convergence far exceeded the previous ones. Hopefully, those reincarnated legendary wizards would emerge soon. The Witch's family was really unlucky. The Snow Lotus Witch was just about to achieve 6th circle perfection, and now this misfortune had occurred, leading to a complete lack of successors. Aside from the Snow Lotus Witch, there were some promising witch children of the elements, but none had advanced to the primordial soul stage yet. In the 6 pagodas of the Endless Sea, they were gradually falling behind. With the Council of 10,000 Clans making a comeback, he had better be more cautious during future Holy Infant missions. After all, his very existence drew provocation. Concluding his retreat for now, Levi headed to Little Cold Mountain. The ice crystal snow pear trees he had planted over a decade ago had finished blooming, and the crystalline honey snow ice pears had begun to grow. In about 30 more years, they should fully mature. There were 98 in total. He would use some to accelerate spell cultivation. He would let 100 flowers and his 3 avatars consume the rest, giving extra to the Holy Infant. He would set aside 10. Some were for Triss to repay her kindness, and a few were for the Tower of Dawn to inspire its members. The honey snow ice pear was definitely not for sale. Levi did not need the money. It was strictly for internal use. Meanwhile, the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant had entered another deep slumber. Levi estimated that after its next shedding, it should advance to level 6 late stage. Chapter 2002. The crystal core of the 7th level is truly priceless. Little Cold Mountain has expanded considerably since the last time. Mana's advancement to the 6th level late stage has caused the entire Ancient Banyan Fairyland to expand in size. Even the secondary plane, the Ice Sea Secret Realm, has seen some expansion. Nowadays, the Ancient Banyan Fairyland is no longer an embryonic plane, but a true small-scale plane. Compared to the ancient dragon continent, however, it remains much smaller. After all, its existence has been far too short. Within the Ice Sea Secret Realm, the Snow Elf clan is flourishing and growing. Patches of gardens designated for cultivating frost medicine grass have been cleared and prepared. These gardens are jointly tended to by the Tower of Dawn and the Snow Elves. In the seawater, transcendent creatures released by the giant beast Paradise are frolicking. Levi murmured, "Not bad. It won't be long before we turn the Ice Sea Secret Realm into a botanical garden." Every top-tier wizard organization possesses many specialized secret realms for cultivating medicinal herbs and mining resources. These realms are the foundations of their strength. Levi headed to Skyfire Fortress. A group of dragons lay scattered across their respective territories, sleeping. They convulsed and growled, as though lost in a digital dream. Clearly, these creatures were at war within the Nightmare World. Levi entered the Nightmare World. In the Black Dragon territory, a massive black dragon loomed, its shadow blotting out the sun as it patrolled its domain. Only 21 years remained until the Millennial Locust Plague. Even Levi, amidst his busy schedule, had to check on the preparations. Counting Black Dragon territory and Dreadtree territory, he held 17 territories under his command. With the sub-dragons and transcendent creatures inhabiting the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, as well as the 6th-level nightmare creatures that had naturally arisen within his territories over the years, he could perfectly allocate 1 creature per territory to maintain order. The once sheltered Triangle Head and Electric Saw Head had now advanced to become 6th-level Nightmare Lords. The King of Thousand Eyes, with the help of Golden Fertilizer, had also mostly recovered its strength, returning to the 6th-level late stage. In the chaotic wilderness, the blood-sucking Demon Dragon, Black Lotus Beast, Snake King Dragon, and 3-eyed Shrimp, known as the 4 Dragons, were battling a wandering Nightmare Lord. This Nightmare Lord bore a mosquito-like appearance and emitted a constant buzzing sound. Levi mused. That is the Mosquito Beast Lord. Mosquito beasts were a relatively common type of nightmare creature in the nightmare world. Their power varied wildly. The weak ones did not even reach the 1st level, but the strong had the potential to become nightmare monarchs. The infamous Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, for example, was originally a mosquito beast. Additionally, the true body of the Blood Rain Overlord was also a mosquito beast. A significant number of living beings across the multidimensional plane deeply feared and loathed mosquitoes for the suffering they caused. Among the 4 dragons, the strongest was the Snake King Dragon, which had reached the 6th level late stage. The other 3 dragons were only at the 6th level middle stage, and many had just barely advanced. This Mosquito Beast Lord, however, exuded an aura at the 6th level peak, not far from reaching the 7th level. Levi took a step forward, ripples spreading across the fabric of space, and disappeared. The Mosquito Beast Lord exuded terrifying might, rivers of blood swirling around it fiercely, while its sound wave attacks annoyed the blood-sucking demon dragon and the others. Suddenly, Levi appeared on the Mosquito Beast Lord's back with a calm expression. 10 evil martial arts, heavenly cold path. He nonchalantly thrust out a palm strike. From his palm, frost chi spiraled and surged outward. In an instant, billions of ice crystal particles coalesced, forming an azure crystalline structure with a 5-kilometer diameter. The Mosquito Beast Lord felt an unstoppable force of frost enveloping it. Its movements and consciousness slowed. Its body stiffened, and the rivers of blood froze solid. Immobilized, it stared in terror at the black armored swordsman standing with hands behind his back. Black Dragon Lord, spare me. I serve the Blood Rain Overlord. Levi frowned. Continue. For some time now, Levi had been wary of the Blood Rain Overlord. Since this creature was also a mosquito beast, it was highly likely to be one of the Blood Rain Overlord's subordinates. The Mosquito Beast Lord recounted everything without leaving out any details. Levi fell into deep thought. It turned out that this creature truly was under the Blood Rain Overlord's command. After the last Overlord-level war, the Tyrant of Horror had retreated and vanished with injuries. The Blood Rain Overlord had gained a significant opportunity from the Tyrant of Horror at that time, one likely related to its ascension to monarch. Subsequently, it went into seclusion, ignoring worldly affairs. The Blood Rain Overlord had 8 trusted great lords with 8th-level strength under its command, collectively known as the Blood Rain 8 Kings. Without the Blood Rain Overlord's suppression, these great lords' ambitions steadily grew. While devouring the territories of the Tyrant of Horror's subordinates, discord arose between the Black Death King and Yellow Fever King among the 8 kings due to disputes over spoils, leading to a ferocious war between them. Eventually, the conflict embroiled the Cholera King, Smallpox King, Dengue King, and other kings as well. This ultimately spiraled into the current state, where the 8 kings were completely mired in infighting, with smoke and chaos engulfing the Blood Rain realm. Blood Rain City turned a blind eye to all of it. A widespread rumor circulated that the Blood Rain Overlord had failed its ascension to the 10th level. Otherwise, the Blood Rain Overlord would have intervened to put a stop to it. Being a mosquito beast itself, it believed that the Blood Rain Overlord was unlikely to have perished. As such, it sought to avoid siding with the rebellious 8 kings, desiring only to protect itself. However, the 8 kings were intent on dragging more lords into their conflict. Thus, the Mosquito Beast Lord was stripped of its territory and hunted, fleeing all the way to the remote wilderness. It had come to the godforsaken Black Dragon territory, intending to seize a domain, but the 4 dragons discovered and besieged it instead. And so, this was where things stood. Levi sighed inwardly. We have just barely weathered the War of the Twin Cities, and now we have the 8 kings' turmoil. This nightmare world never knows peace. Then again, with the strength level of these great lords, it is true they would not be too troubled by the impending Millennial Locust Plague. Chapter 2003. Levi gazed at the mosquito beast. What is your true name? The creature shifted, its wings buzzing. Lord, my true name is Mose. Levi unleashed his level 7 aura. I originally intended to kill you, but you seem honest enough. I could spare you. You need only acknowledge me as your lord. Mose bowed low, mandibles clicking. Lord, I was already thinking of doing so. The 8 kings are truly foolhardy. Once the Blood Rain Overlord breaks through his seclusion, he will surely settle accounts with them. Levi gestured, sending the mosquito beast to Triss to assist her with her tasks. The blood-sucking demon dragon bowed, scales scraping against the stone floor. As expected of Lord Dragon King, a level 6 peak being, capable of destruction at the flick of a finger. Levi surveyed the perimeter. From now on, reinforce our vigilance. Though remote, this area might still be affected by the 8 kings' strife. Furthermore, the Millennium Locust Plague is now only 21 years away. When the time comes, another tide of bloodshed and chaos will arise. The Black Lotus Beast curled its petals, bowing deeply. Understood. With us here, the territory will surely remain unharmed. In the Black Dragon territory, Greed, Lust, Sloth, and Mosquito Beast, the 4 protectors, stood guard over the 4 corners. The wizard tower loomed high above. Triss was out collecting nightmare creature materials. After a fiery rendezvous at the Tower of Summer Flowers with 100 flowers, Levi resumed his seclusion. In these years, he had acquired several new primordial soul spells. Next, he planned to push through cultivating all 27 witch marks in one effort. Across the Midland continent, inside the Fire Dragon shop, Alexandra materialized, her face brimming with excitement. Master, the evil spirit armor you consigned for sale has auctioned for 5 billion. Elsie arranged the ledger on the desk. Indeed, in these chaotic times, such armor naturally sees its value skyrocketing. If only it suited our sect, we would surely have purchased it ourselves. The Holy Infant looked up from his work. You are not far off from becoming 6th Circle artifact makers yourselves. Just strive for some additional time, and you will be able to forge wizard tools perfectly tailored to yourselves. No matter how fine someone else's refinement, it cannot compare. Alexandra and Elsie had been studying weapon making under him for nearly 3 centuries. Alexandra spoke, her tone earnest. The 7th level demon slaying list. Most of the top 100 belong to officials or top wizard organizations. Master, when will we begin our hunts? There is no rush for now. Strength is the true king. The blood battles still have a long way to go. Elsie nodded. Master is right. I glanced through the rankings of the top 100, and practically all of them are 6th Circle perfect wizards. Given Alexandra and my current strength, even if we make the cut early on, it would be difficult to maintain our position. Moreover, those in the military specialize in demon hunting. For us civilians, attaining a high rank will not be easy. As the 3 conversed, Gondalf strolled in, beaming. Not long ago, he had ascended to become a 6th Circle perfect wizard, significantly bolstering his power. Most importantly, after centuries of effort, he had also risen to become a 6th Circle alchemist. Now, equipped with a skill of his own, he was a man riding high on dual blessings. Naturally, his mood was excellent. Ace, traces of the level 7 flame demon have been discovered. Prepare for action. The Holy Infant perked up. Ladies, please tend to Fire Dragon shop. Alexandra gave a reassuring nod. Rest assured, Master, you be careful as well. Hunting level 7 demons is no task for us. We would not want to hold you back. Elsie added her farewell. We wish you triumph. After this battle, you 3 heroes of Gondo City should make it into the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list. After securing Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant headed to the weapon refinement room. 2 streams of light darted into a storage space. They were his newly refined bag of gluttony and purple holy crucible. After infusing them with fury liver and heart of jealousy, the 2 top-grade wizard tools had significantly increased their power. Even against a level 7 flame demon, they should be able to trap it for a time. First, an actual battle test would verify their effectiveness before sending them to his main body. Meanwhile, inside the Daybreak Tower, Victor opened his eyes. 9 witch marks. Still 6 more to go. To ascend to the next ring, I will need much more time. Cultivation is truly arduous. Having only practiced for 150 years, Victor sighed. 6 circle senior ranks, 6 perfect ranks, and 9 marks were already the minimum requirement for ascending to the 7th circle. The mere thought of his main body needing to brand 27 which marks filled him with despair. Victor, let us go. Gondef and the Holy Infant emerged from the shadows of the doorway. Victor polished his star sword, plucking it gently. The metal vibrated, emitting a shrill, piercing hum. Its killing intent burst forth. He exhaled deeply. Let us move. May our hunt be thrilling. Across the godforsaken continent, the Wizard Council implemented the Fixing the Heaven plan. This desolate land, long abandoned, saw some improvement. But with the onset of the Abyss blood battle, the Fixing the Heaven plan was forced to halt once more. The flame demon tyrant Kossa's 7th Legion, under the command of several level 8 demons, began a massive invasion of the godforsaken continent, including the mountain giant wizard group. Over a dozen wizard battle groups descended upon the land. Gondef obtained intel on the flame demons via Soraya. The frontline stronghold loomed ahead. In the distance, war raged endlessly, demon flames soaring high. Clearly, a fierce battle was underway. Within the mountain giant wizard group temporary barracks, inside the wizard tower, Soraya returned from the battlefield, her expression slightly pale. Gondef, are you certain about hunting the level 7 flame demon? Gondef spoke with resolve. The demon's assault grows stronger by the day. As members of the wizard world, it is our duty to contribute our part. Hunting demons is an unequivocal obligation. Soraya glanced at Ace and Victor. You two have decided as well. Ace and Victor nodded, their expressions set in stone. Chapter 2004. Soraya said, all right, we have learned that at the 8th construction site of the Heaven Mending Plan, a level 7 flame demon is leading an army invasion. Currently, the various battle groups on the godforsaken continent are tied up by the demon army and cannot spare duplications. Only a small battle group stationed at the site is resisting. Please go and provide support. Gondef replied. Do not worry, leave this mission to us. You stay safe at the front line too. Soraya waved her hand. Go quickly. Gondef and his companions immediately rushed to the 8th construction site. Soraya watched with a heavy expression as they disappeared. I hope you can live up to your word. At the 8th construction site, 2 parties engaged in a fierce battle. On one side stood the wizard battle group, and on the other loomed the overwhelmingly strong demon army. Gondef felt the shockwaves transmitted from the war. Victor, I will take on the frontal fight alongside Master Fire Dragon. You are responsible for delivering a killing blow. Victor nodded. You two be cautious, safety first. Gondef and the Holy Infant exchanged glances, their figures flickering as they vanished. The echoes of slaughter and spell explosions were relentless. Every now and then, meteoric streams of magic radiance lit up the sky. The wizard battle group retreated step by step under the pressure of the sudden demon army attack. A towering flame demon, 1,000 meters tall, stood high against the heavens. With every gesture, magma flowed, and heavenly fire descended. Ha ha ha, perish. To die under the flames of the great lord of flame demon, Ragnar, is your honor. The flame demon's arrogance soared to the heavens, releasing the aura of a level 7 early stage force that shook the sky. The strongest among the wizard battle group were merely a handful of 6th circle wizards. They relied on their combat array to barely hold on while fighting and retreating, awaiting reinforcements. Warband wizards died, reduced to ashes under the flames. Compared to the demon side, the battle group was vastly inferior in terms of lord numbers and ash demons. The sole advantage was their training, cooperation, and combat array. Demons often started fighting among themselves mid-battle. Yet, the absolute numbers rendered all of this insignificant. Ragnar slaughtered madly, striking the combat array with great force. Several wizards spat blood and grew mentally exhausted. Too weak. Pathetically weak. Battle Group Commander Nerod spoke calmly. The combat array is about to collapse. I will try to buy some time. Everyone, use whatever means you can and prepare to escape. Nerod was a 6th circle perfect wizard, and with his hidden cards, he felt capable of stalling that level 7 flame demon for a while. After the battle group evacuated, he would attempt his own escape. The 8th construction site would have to be abandoned. There was no other option. The demon army's invasion of the godforsaken continent was too aggressive this time. While the Congress had dispatched over a dozen battle groups, they would not make an impact anytime soon. Fortunately, non-official wizard elites had been arriving gradually, holding off the first wave of attacks. Upon hearing that the commander planned to risk his life against a level 7 demon, the warband wizards who had worked alongside him for a long time changed their expressions. But as soldiers, their prime duty was obedience. Staying behind would only lead to greater casualties. Thus, everyone prepared themselves mentally for the sacrifice. Breath of destruction. Ragnar roared, unleashing a terrifying flow of flames that swept across the combat array. Crack. Amid spreading cracks, the combat array crumbled to pieces. Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella. From within the battle group, a crimson-haired wizard draped in fiery robes appeared, his clothing fluttering. Holding an ancient burning sky umbrella in his hands, he stood unmoved under the torrent of flames. The Holy Infant spoke softly. Commander Nerod, lead the battle group to deal with the other demons. Leave this level 7 flame demon to me. Nerod's face paled with shock before lighting up with joy. Thank you, Master Fire Dragon, for your support. It seemed like a civilian wizard had arrived. But Master, this is a level 7 flame demon. Are you sure you are confident enough to handle it? He hesitated. Ragnar, seeing his breath of destruction blocked by a 6th circle wizard, was infuriated. What insect dares challenge me? Die. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the high heavens, accompanied by laughter. Ha ha ha, damned flame beast, it is you who will perish today. Radiant King shocking god palm. Within the cloud layer cloaked in demonic aura, an ancient god atop a white elephant descended in awe-inspiring fashion. The ancient god assumed the thousand hand of Avalokitesvara stance, as the white elephant trumpeted. Millions of ancient god runes interlaced with heavenly dragon runes formed a colossal palm, spanning a 1,000-meter diameter, and blotting out the sun. Rumble. After achieving sixth circle perfection, Gondopha's Radiant King martial way had grown even more formidable. With the might of a single strike, heaven and earth shook. Under the awe-inspiring palm, the vast body of the level 7 flame demon was driven underground amidst roaring dust and collapsing mountains. Gondoph gripped the Sun King's sword, aiming its blade at the massive pit. Sun King's cannon. Boom. An incandescent burst of white light pierced layers of shadowed clouds, scattering the demonic aura across the cosmos. Within the explosion of white light at the pit's center came Ragnar's agonized screams. Countless low-level demons around Ragnar vaporized instantly, unable to even let out a single cry. Nerod's eyes widened with astonishment. Is Lord Gondoph also here? Could it be that the Gondor City 3 heroes have all emerged? Steadying his thoughts, he exclaimed excitedly. Thank you all. Everyone, recover quickly and prepare to engage the demon army. Gondoph gazed numbly at the pit below. This sword is ridiculously powerful. If it did not take so long to charge, I would fire it 10 more times and silence the whole battlefield. Suddenly, a furious whir echoed. I will tear you all apart. A flame demon emerged at lightning speed. Half its flesh melted away, its appearance gruesome and horrifying. Chapter 2005. Ragnar wielded the flaming whip, lashing toward Gandalf in the sky. Radiant King world-suppressing fist. Gandalf unleashed a punch. The thousand hands behind him formed a wall of fist winds. Crack. The wall shattered. The demon-suppressing Ming King and Gandalf both recoiled violently. Just one exchange, and the Radiant King wizard form visibly faded. The power of a level 7 being was truly terrifying. At the same moment, the Holy Infant unleashed an ultimate move. 7 ice phoenixes and 9 red flame fire dragons roared, surging forward like an unstoppable army. A purple sun rose over the battlefield, enveloping Ragnar. Victor, strike now. The Holy Infant sent a mental command to his ally. In the distance, across the wilderness, demons roared as they charged toward Victor from all sides. His expression remained unchanged. He spoke calmly. Gold Star Tebe, a platinum white star, 1,000 meters in diameter, burst across the sky with a thunderous roar. The low-level demons were instantly shredded by the sword energy within the star, vanishing without a trace. Go. The star sword emerged from the Gold Star Tebe, carrying the power of the metal elements from a 20-mile radius. A billion streams of elemental sword energy shot forth instantly. One by one, the phantom shadows of distant sword sages followed, heading out to battle. On the battlefield, Ragnar was now besieged by both the demon-suppressing Ming King and the purple extreme holy dragon. Ice flames ravaged his body, rendering him stiff. Even the flame demon fire could no longer flow properly. His furious roars echoed across the battlefield, spreading for hundreds of miles around, where no one dared to approach. Nerod watched the battlefield, wondering if they could truly hunt a level 7 demon. Even if Ragnar was outmatched, surely he could escape. As expected, Ragnar sensed he was no match for the combined might of the Holy Infant and Gandalf. He thought of retreating. Those two were simply monstrous. His pride, the level 7 flame demon fire, could not even penetrate their layered armor. These are supposedly 6th circle wizards. The depth of the wizard world is unfathomable. Magma spewed violently from within Ragnar, and fiery storms billowed forth, blasting apart the purple extreme holy dragon and the demon-suppressing Ming King. I will still, he started, but before he could finish, a streak of starlight flashed. Ragnar's rigid, magma-encrusted head was abruptly pierced through. Sword energy rampaged, slicing in interwoven arcs. The headless flame demon's body was hurled backward by sheer force. Immediately afterward, phantom sword sages entered his corpse, and cracks spread across the surface of his body. With a sharp buzzing sound, thousands of streams of sword energy burst outward, shattering Ragnar's body in a colossal explosion. A level 7 demon soul emerged, trembling as it looked around in terror. Another one. What kind of power is this? Seeing this, the Holy Infant quickly threw out the purple holy crucible and the bag of gluttony. A powerful suction dragged the demon soul into the purple holy crucible. Jealous poison water filled the vessel, pulling the soul into a nightmare. Enveloped in confusion, the soul was tossed into the bag of gluttony, where endless flames mingled with the sound of exploding fat, consuming it completely. Before long, the demon soul evaporated, its dazed remnants heading toward the underworld. A crystal core emitting scorching heat floated in the air. Amidst the scattered chunks of flesh and shattered remains, a faintly trembling heart of magma could be seen. The Holy Infant collected both. It is done. Let us clean up the battlefield and earn some extra war merit while we are at it. Nerod's heart quivered in awe. The Dawn Divine Sword was here as well. With the Gondor 3 heroes united, what is there to fear from a level 7 demon? The upcoming 7th level demon slaying list will truly be a contest of titans. With the death of the level 7 demon lord, the aftermath was a one-sided slaughter. Ordinary level 6 demons were no match for the Holy Infant and his allies. As for the low-level demons, a single primordial soul spell could obliterate hordes of them. In the end, the demon army scattered in panic, utterly crushed. They did not pursue the fleeing remnants. For safety, the Holy Infant and his team stopped in time. Nerod and the Warband wizards narrowly escaped with their lives. Thank you, all three of you. I will report the details of this battle to the Congress. There should be additional war merit rewards. Gandalf replied. Slaying demons is the duty of all. No need to be so formal. We must head to other battlefields to provide support. You should also retreat and regroup with the main forces. Elsewhere, Soraya prepared herself, looking toward the distant battlefield. She refrained from dwelling on Gandalf's situation. Then, her communication device transmitted a message. It is a success. Thank you, Gandalf. Her anxious heart finally calmed. What was I even worrying about? That old fellow, how could he possibly be in trouble? I had better focus on dealing with the enemy in front of me. Before long, the names of 3 individuals suddenly appeared within the top 100 of the 7th level demon slaying list. Fire Dragon Master Ace, rank 91, 1.01 million points. Demon Suppressing Ming King Gandalf, rank 93, 940,000 points. Dawn Divine Sword Victor, rank 97, 900,000 points. The competition within the 7th level demon slaying list was second only to the 6th level. To make it into the top 100 was a mark of the greatest talents among primordial soul wizards. For years, the Gondor City 3 heroes had been relatively unknown, but after their joint takedown of the level 7 flame demon, they skyrocketed to prominence. They divided the credit for the flame demon's death, along with the kills of other demons, plus the extra war merit granted by the Congress. They immediately surpassed even those still in seclusion. Gandalf's mighty palm, Victor's unparalleled sword, and Ace's purple sun left a profound impression on countless witnesses. After this battle, the rankings for the Holy Infants and Gandalf's wizard forms and soul artifacts advanced considerably, nearing the top 500. Demon Suppressing Ming King at 530th, Purple Extreme Holy Dragon at 535th. Above them, the rankings mostly belonged to the wizard forms of 7 Circle Wizards. Chapter 2006. The 100 Flowers and 1,000 Trees, which had just advanced to the 7 Circle rank, ranked only 478th. Meanwhile, Triss, who had been living in seclusion in the Nightmare World, and had virtually no record of combat achievements, saw her wizard form, Medicine Girl, rank an even lower 489th place. The lady did not care about rankings, having long since become indifferent to them. After this battle, the Gondor City 3 greats wisely withdrew, and hurried back to the Midland continent. Drawing from the repeated experiences of the Holy Infant being targeted by the Council of 10,000 clans, they understood that staying on the godforsaken continent meant inviting trouble from those schemers, who would inevitably come looking for a fight. They needed to lay low for a while, wait for the storm to pass, and then act again. The chaotic clashes between wizards and demons intensified by the day on the godforsaken continent. In such murky waters, there were always those tempted to fish for profit amid the chaos. In the land of darkness beyond the continent, a lone airship flew silently and concealed within the vast void. A figure dressed in purple stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back. This was Tygo, a level 7 member of the Amethyst race. Over these years, the Amethyst faction, led by Tygo, had created endless trouble for the wizard world. He had personally killed numerous 6th Circle wizards. Of course, the Amethyst race had also suffered significant losses. The Gondor 3 greats, those troublemakers, alone had taken the lives of several members of the Amethyst race. Projections of the Snake Envoy and Emperor Dagon surfaced in the air. Tygo, traces of Fire Dragon Ace, and others have been discovered on the godforsaken continent, the Snake Envoy reported. Tygo turned to the projections. I have already heard. I am heading to the Forsaken Land, planning to remain hidden and act only when the opportunity arises. The Snake Envoy nodded. The Black Dragon Pirate Group is now part of the Council of 10,000 Clans. They have taken advantage of the chaos to also hide themselves on the godforsaken continent. When the time comes, you can coordinate with them. Emperor Dagon leaned forward. Tygo, if you manage to capture Ace alive and deliver him to me, I can transfer ownership of a small mining plane to you. This emperor still coveted the Holy Infant's weapon-making skills. Tygo sneered coldly. My fists are merciless, and my blade is blind. I fear one punch from me will kill him outright. Unlike those weaklings, like that level 7 flame demon. As a member of the Amethyst race, his pride remained unwavering. Emperor Dagon's expression darkened. Do your best. I need this man. As silence loomed over the plane teetering on the brink of death, the Snake Envoy spoke calmly. Let us not forget, we are now fighting on the same front. For survival and dignity, we must give it our all, no matter the cost, even if it requires sacrificing our lives. On the ancient dragon continent, within the outer sea region, a black-robed figure silently appeared. His face was hidden beneath a hood, and his gaze, deep as a black hole, seemed to devour all light in its path. He gazed calmly at the distant horizon, lost in thought. Black Sun Adam, you actually dare to show yourself in the human realm. A figure robed in blue emerged from the ocean waters. His face was sharp, a middle-aged male wizard emanating the majestic aura of a grand wizard. The waters for thousands of miles trembled as though boiling, pulsating at his mere thought. With a single notion, he could cover the sea and overturn the heavens. Despite having his identity exposed, Black Sun Adam remained unperturbed. He smiled, his voice smooth. Sea-covering wizard Madia, you truly live up to being the prized disciple of the Black Abyss Walker. And congratulations on quietly advancing to Grand Wizard. Relax, my friend. I am merely passing through the human realm. No need for such animosity. Besides, you are not my match. The sea-covering wizard sneered, his eyes narrowing. You should know, the 100-beast berserk witch, whom you manipulated, has already been slain. Black Sun Adam sighed. Of course I know. Poor Caesar, a pitiful creature whose entire life was under someone else's control. Thousands of miles of seawater surged upward, pouring toward Black Sun Adam. He remained unhurried and composed as he snapped his fingers. Solar eclipse. In an instant, the world plunged into darkness. All light vanished. A sinister black sun descended upon the ocean. Seawater transformed into black flames, turning the scene into an infernal sea of ink that illuminated the sky dome. Goodbye, Madia. You are as impatient as ever, a faint voice echoed. The darkness receded like a tidal wave, leaving a massive vacuum spanning 1,000 miles in the ocean. The black flames slowly extinguished, and the seawater gradually flowed back into place. Gazing at the sky dome, the sea-covering wizard furrowed his brows. Black Sun Adam has returned to this world, and he has set his sights on Levi. I must inform my master of this immediately. He cast a glance at the ancient dragon continent behind him, sighed softly, and vanished. Time flew like an arrow, and years passed like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had flown by. The year 250 of Nora's calendar marked the 38th year of the blood battle. The abyssal onslaughts came in relentless waves, growing larger like inexorable tides. The godforsaken land had become the main battlefield of the first phase of the war. The Abyss sought to seize the relatively weakly defended godforsaken land, intending to use it as a bridgehead for their assault on the wizard world. Endless demon armies flooded this already scarred and battered land. Once serene caverns had now become the demons' natural nests. The council continuously dispatched reinforcements to the godforsaken land. Countless independent demon-hunting wizards and teams also flocked to this perilous yet opportunity-filled region. Among them emerged waves of exceptional demon hunters, striking fear into demons' hearts and making them flee on sight. There were also terrifying demons entrenched in various regions, slaying countless brave souls who attempted to challenge them. The battlefield was a relentless meat grinder, where demonic blood and wizard blood spilled across skies and land alike. In this brutal war, the mechanical creations of the council made their debut. The Demon Extermination Shuttle, Mechanical Battle Group, and Heavenly Element Divine Cannon, these advanced inventions, jointly developed by Herman and the council, dazzled on the battlefield. Powered by intellectual property royalties and council funding, the Tower of Dawn thrived immensely. More demon extermination shuttles and extreme battle armors started rolling out across major organizations on the ancient dragon continent. To Herman, war represented the greatest opportunity. The old school of alchemy underwent rapid transformation, evolving into the more advanced mechanical school. The Fire Dragon Knight and the Dark Queen also rose to fame during these 20 years, becoming renowned as the ancient dragon duos. The former was granted the title 10,000 Demon Slash by the council, ranking 49th on the leaderboard. The latter, undeterred by her gender, held the 56th spot. Not long after, the two suddenly went silent. People noticed their leaderboard scores had not changed for a long time. Until one day, the names of the Fire Dragon Knight and the Dark Queen appeared on the 7th level demon slaying list. Only then did everyone realize that they had ascended to new heights. A year later, in the year 251st of Nora's calendar, Levi emerged from a long retreat. This time, he had primarily focused on cultivating spells. Through tireless diligence, both Dry Hand and Water Ghost Hand had reached their maximum limits. Additionally, over the past 20 years, he had learned 8 new primordial soul spells, though none had reached perfection, leveling instead at around the 14th tier. After scanning through messages, he found updates from organizational leaders that the materials required for the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique had been prepared. However, this year was clearly not the time for advancement. The Millennial Locust Plague had begun. Chapter 2007. The Emperor's Palace hummed with quiet purpose. Leaders from major organizations, including the Tower of Dawn and the Dusk Holy Temple, sat around the massive round table. Those in charge of various battle groups without current missions joined them. Levi surveyed the room, his voice steady. The Millennium Locust Plague of the Nightmare World is about to begin. Aside from countless ordinary famine worms, this plague will give rise to famine raiders. These creatures possess strength comparable to primordial soul wizards, ranging from level 6 to level 8. We must not take this lightly. Aside from the essential personnel needed to guard the ancient dragon continent, each organization must dispatch troops to suppress the insect calamity in the Nightmare World. The Blood Knight nodded. At the Dusk Holy Temple headquarters, aside from the 4 main battle groups responsible for maintaining order on the continent, which are the Fire Dragon, Steel Dragon, Silver Dragon, and Snow Dragon groups, all others can head to the Nightmare World. If it is only for a year, that should not pose much of an issue. Moreover, during this period, we can still return to the real world if any matters of greater importance arise on the ancient dragon continent, which naturally takes priority. The Black Knight added that as for the branch divisions, aside from leaving personnel to guard their sites, they too can enter the Nightmare World. Next, all organizational leaders discussed their respective situations. Levi, who had spent decades in seclusion, assessed the current state of affairs. He thought first of the 18 Twilight Cavalry. Among the old generation of knights, the Blood Knight, Ash Knight, and Divine Light Knight had reached level 6 early on. They now stood at the middle stage of level 6. Golden Lion, Saint Ape, Goddess Knight, and Black Knight remained at the early stage. Since Elsa attained level 6 promotion, decades had passed. Among the middle generation knights, the Silver Dragon Knight had successfully advanced to level 6 without relying on any of Levi's life-saving rare treasures. Dark Moon, 100 Flowers, 1000 Illusions, and Steel Dragon remained at peak level 5. 100 Flowers needed no elaboration. Her numerous roles occupied her time, and she was currently pushing hard toward a breakthrough in Realm. The other 3 middle-generation knights continued to refine their combat techniques, divine weapons, and advancement materials. It would take them some time before reaching level 6. Thus far, the knights advancing to level 6, aside from Goddess Knight Elsa, had experienced relatively smooth journeys. Among the newer generation of knights, the Fire Dragon Knight stood out unmistakably. He was a true anomaly, a monstrous talent capable of surpassing even the wizard world's apex prodigies. Although he joined relatively late, he ascended rapidly, leaving the rest of his generation a full cycle behind. He even surpassed the middle generation knights. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he overtook the old generation and became the leading figure of the future 18 Twilight Cavalry. Levi held the Fire Dragon Knight in high regard. He treated him as the flagship knight and cultivated him accordingly. After the blood battle began, the Fire Dragon Knight established the knight's reputation in the wizard world. This aided both recruitment efforts for the Dusk Holy Temple and increased the Congress's attention on knights. Knights, long lagging behind, were still viewed by some of the wizard world's antiquated elders even today as mere upstarts, despite their resurgence. Such ingrained stereotypes would require time to dismantle. Aside from the Fire Dragon Knight, the Jade Elephant Knight and Snow Dragon Knight both stood at peak level 5. The Jade Elephant Knight's meteoric rise stemmed not only from his decent talent, but also from fortunate timing. Levi happened to bring back the level 7 Giant Elephant King. Using such high-level secret medicine for cultivation at lower realms provided an overwhelming advantage. Take the Sea Demon Knight Order, for example, whose members all started their cultivation using level 6 secret medicine. With high-intensity training and a sole focus on knighthood, they quickly reached level 5. As the saying goes, a favorable wind aids my ascent to the heavens, which also applied to the Snow Dragon Knight. His compatibility with the Snow Mountain Dragon King's bloodline essence was unparalleled. Other knights, even if they stockpiled a wealth of contributions, currently lacked access to such high-level secret medicine. The Feather Knight, Pheasant Knight, and Halberd Knight all stood at the late stage of level 5. This constituted a relatively precarious situation. Within the Dusk Holy Temple, geniuses sporadically emerged. These individuals might later surpass them, relegating them to obscurity. Still, even if relegated, their battle group allocations would not be revoked. Extensive teamwork made frequent changes impractical. Moreover, while they might temporarily be surpassed, all possessed the potential to eventually reach level 6. Their capacities were not negligible. New members joining the 18 Twilight Cavalry could form their own battle groups. These were different times. The Tower of Dawn had gained wealth, and the cost of extreme battle armor had significantly decreased compared to before. Establishing new battle groups was now merely a matter of time. On the side of the ancient Dragon Empire, following the Feather King's advancement to level 6, the Wing King and Lord King achieved level 6 successively. In addition to the 3 kings, 2 ancient kings attempted to advance to level 6. One failed, and not even a rare treasure could save their life. The other succeeded, but did not achieve perfection. Levi realized that even for ancient saint-level prodigies of the ancient Dragon Empire's bygone era, level 6 advancement entailed substantial risk. In truth, the same applied to the Dusk Holy Temple. Although the current members of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, who advanced, appeared to have had relatively smooth journeys, this impression stemmed from survivorship bias. They already stood at the pinnacle, excelling in talent, mental fortitude, perseverance, technique, and luck. As more knights attempted advancement in the future, failures and deaths would inevitably increase. These were the objective laws governing organizational development, and no one could evade them. That said, unless one was like Levi, who created his own breathing technique, level 6 advancement for knights was actually less challenging than for wizards. The battle group led by Algerta, the barbarian ancestor, had also produced numerous level 5 experts. Chapter 2008. In the early days, people like Tiger were already at the peak of level 5, but whether they could advance to level 6 remained unknown. The cultivation of the giant breathing technique by those two-headed beings under the roar of the giant soldiers has shown positive results. They are naturally powerful transcendent races, with rich frost giant bloodlines flowing within them. Whether it is their knight talent or wizarding talent, both are excellent. Commander Bizeta fully utilized their strengths. Those who enjoy spellcasting were directed to the Tower of Dawn for further studies, while those skilled in combat techniques were sent to the Dusk Holy Temple for training. Additionally, those with chi-sect talents could even become giant chi-sect practitioners. It was entirely feasible. On the ancient dragon continent, regardless of your race, as long as you demonstrated sufficient talent, you could choose an extraordinary path that suited you. As for the Doomsday Valkyrie and Song of the Sirens, they have also developed beyond Levi's expectations over the years. The Tower of Dawn, in particular, is flourishing. Aya, whom Levi brought out from the ancient tower over 400 years ago, has now become the star of tomorrow in the wizarding world. The Shadow Queen, who has attained perfection in 9 talents, like Levi, is a one-person army. She commands the Shadow Army with unmatched efficiency in slaying demons. She performs even better than the Fire Dragon Knight. This gave Levi a sense of accomplishment in nurturing talent. As for Sorit, he is now a senior 6th ring wizard, living in seclusion in the tower, while teaching students and nurturing many excellent seedlings. One of his students, Sta, whom Levi brought out 300 years ago, is now a 5th circle perfection wizard, currently refining the 9 talents. Because of his talent as the Thunder Wizard, Sta has gradually emerged in blood battles, making remarkable achievements. On the 6th level demon slaying list, he is now ranked within the top 1,000. These individuals are regarded by the council as potential candidates for achieving the 6th ring in the future. Whether they can reach that level still depends on their fortune. Toby, at 180 years old, a rare child of the fire element and a bearer of Earth's special talent, descends from the lineage of the fire god's hammer. Under the guidance of the Holy Infant, he has already become a senior 4th ring wizard, and even a 4th circle weapons craftsman. Though his advancement speed does not match that of Simon, the dual fire talent master of the past, Levi finds this pace healthier. In the future, steady advancement to the 6th ring will suffice. If that happens, the Holy Infant can essentially step back entirely. Occasionally putting some top-grade wizard tools, refined by himself up for auction would suffice to maintain popularity. Beyond that, he would not need to worry much. These geniuses are but a microcosm of the Tower of Dawn. In truth, over its 400-year history, this organization has produced numerous talents. But whether they can successfully reach the finish line remains uncertain for everyone. Lastly, the Panda Clan and the Chi Sect, though cultivating with a relaxed attitude, are developing anything but passively. First is Saint Emperor Joe, who had been stuck at the 6th level middle stage for a long time. Then, during a teaching session, he unexpectedly had a moment of enlightenment. At that time, the skies were adorned with celestial flowers, the earth surged with green lotuses, and azure dragons circled overhead. A grand anomaly appeared. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, he directly broke through 2 minor stages in a row, reaching the level 6 peak realm. The Chi Sect practitioners present were dumbfounded, and the event even alerted the Chi Sect Research Institute under the Wizard Council. Wizard cultivation has always been step by step, with no concept of breaking through multiple minor stages at once. The sense of shock was immense. After various interviews and studies, the council members could not derive any substantial conclusions and eventually left disappointed. Saint Emperor Joe himself could not explain it, merely remarking, "When the spirit is attuned, enlightenment comes naturally." After this event, the number of people signing up for the Chi Sect's heart inquiry test rose sharply. Out of the applicants, one true talent emerged. It turned out to be Link, who possesses a golden spear iron heart. This is one of the strongest talents in the giant Chi Sect. Link subsequently joined the Golden Stone Chi Sect and embarked on a dual cultivation path, combining Chi Sect and secret sword flow wizard disciplines. However, most of his time was spent on the front lines of the blood battle battlefield, honing his skills through practical combat and slaughter. This caused his points to surge ahead. Like the Fire Dragon Knight of the past, Link is now ranked among the top 50 on the demon slaying list, becoming a rising star. Beyond that, the 4 sons of Chi Sect, and Chen, Li, and Hong, had long advanced to level 6. Some who had experienced more enlightenment have already reached the 6th level middle stage. They have returned to their respective Chi Sect mountain gates to become figures guarding their territories. Observing the talents and flourishing development of the ancient dragon continent nowadays, Levi, as the Supreme Elder, has finally felt at ease. All he can do is continue charging toward higher realms, constantly raising the organization's ceiling. Several days later, after intense preparations, the personnel began entering the nightmare world, heading toward various territories to defend them. Since Levi's capacity to bring people in was limited, priority was given to selecting powerful individuals. The Dusk Holy Temple, Tower of Dawn, Ancient Dragon Empire, and other major organizations each retained at least 2 level 6 experts for defense. Guardians like the Ghost Bone Dragon, the Giant Elephant King, and the Snow Mountain Dragon King, all level 7, stayed on the continent to guard against level 7 demons. In addition, the entire Dragon Palace and undead creatures adept at combat were also sent in. As for the Shell Demons and Snow Elves, they continued to hold their respective posts. Levi, 100 Flowers, and Triss would all reside in the nightmare world over the coming year. The Gondor City 3 Greats were also invited to join in the insect extermination operations. Nightmare World, Chaotic Wilderness. In the peculiar grasslands, a bug-like monster with a dry and sallow human face and beast-like features crept out slowly, measuring about 1 meter in length. Chapter 2009. Sounds of rustling came from underground. Within the soil layers, it was as if countless ants were crawling. Before long, layers upon layers of pitch black, monstrous insects began emerging on the earth. Some were small, about the size of wild dogs, while others were as massive as giant elephants. Some were even over 100 meters in length. Their bodies were covered in durable heavy armor, gleaming with a metallic sheen, with 6 legs like sharp blades. Every one of them, without exception, was a 6th level famine worm. They belonged to the special soldier species known as the Famine Raiders. Each one was an extremely troublesome nightmare lord, with bodies forged of iron armor, impervious to blades and bullets, and blade-like legs capable of slicing through anything. In fact, even the weaker famine worms were immensely dangerous. Their mouthparts could chew through anything, even 6th circle defensive fields. Their flapping wings could create terrifying negative energy storms. On this day, throughout the nightmare world, after hibernating for 1,000 years, countless famine worms broke out of their shells. They gathered together, forming black mist, their noise resonating for hundreds, even thousands of miles, like thunderclaps. Whether it be the territory of nightmare monarchs or nightmare lords, they were equally unmerciful. Outside the Black Dragon territory, this was Levi's stronghold. It was guarded personally by him. Additionally, a phantom apostle group led by the Thousand Illusion Knight was stationed here to alternate shifts with him. Then there was the nightmare creature army native to the Black Dragon territory. Levi relied on his own strength to defend the Black Dragon territory. Levi had deployed the forces of the ancient dragon continent to other territories. Both Hundred Flowers and Triss had also gone to Seven Sin City, ensuring that each territory had at least 2 6th-level guardians, so as not to lose any ground. Yet, due to the 1,000-year Locust Plague, Levi prepared to lose some territories. As long as losses were not excessive, everything could be regained once the plague ended. Buzz buzz buzz. From the distant horizon, 10,000 planes streaked by, their engines roaring. The Thousand Illusion Knight tensed as she gazed at the silent figure standing there. She knew the commander was powerful, but facing such an intense locust swarm alone was unimaginable. Soon, countless locusts swept down and blanketed the skies. A black energy storm dyed the skies within a range of hundreds of miles completely black. Levi spoke. Thousand Illusion Knight, you and the battle group are responsible for cleaning up the locusts I miss. The Thousand Illusion Knight replied. Understood, Commander, take care. Levi's figure vanished. The storm formed by countless locusts swept toward him. Shadow Dragon Group, attack. At his command, shadows behind Levi erupted. 3,000 soldiers from the Black Shadow Army surged forth like tidal waves. Among them, the Shadow Centipede hundreds of meters long, and the arrogant Golden Brain were the most striking. Thousands upon thousands of spells and spell-like abilities lit up the sky like fireworks. In an instant, tens of thousands of locusts were annihilated, nightmare crystals falling like raindrops. Levi gripped the Crimson Dragon Slash tightly, stepped forward, and arrived before a famine raider that was recklessly slaughtering shadows. This raider exuded an aura not inferior to a 6th-level early-stage powerhouse. Behind Levi, an invisible dragon-like aura surged, solidifying into substance as if it were an emperor's cloak. Sky Dragon Path. Among the 10 evil martial arts, the Sky Dragon Path was the most versatile. One sword fell. The raider was severed in two, its vitality extinguished. This also meant that Levi's shadow army would gain an additional rank 5 elite. Leon, collect the raider's corpse, Levi ordered. The raider's armor was naturally 6th-level biological metal, perfect for forging divine weapons, extreme battle armor, and the demon extermination shuttle. Thus, the Locust Plague, while dangerous, was also an opportunity. Among the locust swarms, there were plenty of raiders like this. Leon carried a woven bag crafted from spider webs, activating the auto pickup function. Following Levi closely, he collected spoils of war. Occasionally, he snagged some locust true souls to be canned as reserve food. But his tastes had grown picky. Other than 6th-level ones, he ignored the rest. According to Leon, these lower-level food items were no longer nutritious for him. Eating too many just took up space in his stomach. Over the following hours, Levi charged through the locust swarm 7 times in succession. One raider after another fell under his sword, whether they were 6th-level early stage, late stage, or even peak tier. To Levi now, they required at most 1 or 2 swings of his sword to be dealt with. He and the Shadow Dragon group successfully stalled the locust army spanning hundreds of miles. Watching from afar, the Thousand Illusion Knight opened her small mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. Incredible. Members of the Phantom Apostle group were even more stunned. With a thought, 3,000 shadow soldiers followed him. Any 6th-level enemy fell within a single sword stroke. Though they had imagined such strength in their minds before, seeing it in person was entirely different. And so, taking advantage of this locust plague, Levi used live combat to enhance his proficiency in the extreme Dao strategy. The results were far superior to regular training. Although Levi's current extreme Dao strategy was at level 7, only requiring tens of thousands of proficiency points. This was because the proficiency panel had been calibrated during the fusion. The current level 7 actually corresponded to his 7th level realm. Acquiring 1 proficiency point now was vastly more challenging compared to the past breathing techniques at level 7. On the ground, the pile of locust corpses continued to grow larger and larger. Chapter 2010. In other directions, hordes of locusts continued to arrive. However, Levi had the Shadow Dragon group, along with the Phantom Apostle group, and the nightmare creatures in his territory, and so far, they had successfully held their ground. After months of battle, his shadow army had suffered considerable losses. But at the same time, new locust shadows joined their ranks. Just among the plunder level 5 shadows, 4 new ones had been added. For now, at least, neither the Black Dragon territory nor the other territories had seen the emergence of a level 7 plunder. This gave Levi a brief moment of relief, as the level 6 plunders were not too difficult to handle. When he grew weary, he let the giant Well King take his place, alternating strategies, taking turns. He had lost count of how many locusts he had slain. It felt as though the locust armies were endless, infinite, and impossible to eradicate. Meanwhile, in the nightmare world, territories across the dreamscape were being consumed by the locust swarms, which blotted out the skies. More and more nightmare lords were becoming wandering lords. Those who attempted to fight to the death alongside their territories were relentlessly bitten apart by countless locusts. The mother flesh trees within the territories collapsed and vanished in the face of the insect plague. Thus, new unclaimed lands began to form. The mother flesh trees were destroyed, though their roots remained, leaving the possibility of sprouting anew in the future. 7 Sin City. 100 Flowers crushed the plunder before her effortlessly, in her wizard form. Can Levi really endure this for an entire year? 100 Flowers asked. Even after just a few months of slaughter, 100 Flowers was already mentally fatigued. She found herself mechanically spellcasting, numb to the action. Triss too had the same feeling. She was slightly concerned about Levi's mental state. Black Dragon Territory. After finishing his rest, Levi instinctively summoned Crimson Dragon Slash, only to find the sword blade dulled. Expressionless, he returned the divine weapon to his body to be nurtured. Kill, Levi shouted. He was a machine of senseless slaughter. Heavenly Badger Path, he grunted. He seemed to embody the spirit of the heavenly badger, as the sun, moon, and stars, man's 3 vital forces, converged within him. With every punch, countless locusts were shattered midair into fragments. If he unleashed the Red Emperor domain, or employed large-scale primordial soul spells, the killing efficiency would skyrocket. But in doing so, the materials from the middle and low-level locusts would all be reduced to ashes, a complete waste. Every bit counts, and Levi felt capable of sustaining himself for now. Of course, if his territory ever faced a life and death crisis, he would not hesitate to deploy such power. Time swiftly passed. Half a year had gone by. The locust plague was finally nearing its end. Surviving just a few more months would mean victory. During this time, the ancient dragon continent had seen only occasional demon incursions, but nothing significant. During his rest intervals, Levi would scrutinize the outside world. Suddenly, he received a transmission. His expression subtly changed. Over in Dreadtree territory, a level 7 plunder had emerged. The stationed Blood Apostle group, along with the level 6 Blood Knights and Bloodsucking Demon Dragon, had been entirely annihilated. Levi could only sigh. Currently, he could only set resurrection points in the Black Dragon territory. By the time he led the Blood Knights back to Dreadtree territory, it was too late. The locusts devoured at an astonishing speed. Thus, Levi decided to let the Blood Knights return to the physical world for recovery and stationed them to protect the Black Dragon territory instead. Fate had dealt him a bad hand. A level 7 plunder had appeared. If it had shown up near 7 Sin City, it would have been manageable, as 100 Flowers and Triss could have provided support. This is the level 7 plunder's trajectory, Levi muttered. Its next stop is the Black Dragon territory. If I can weather this storm, the locust plague should be over. Levi used this opportunity to quickly recalibrate himself. A few days later, a black storm, stronger than any before, approached from afar. At the center of this storm was a massive locust, with a wingspan of 1,000 meters, exuding overwhelming pressure as it closed in. What a monstrous beast. A level 7 middle stage threat, Levi noted. Levi's eyes narrowed in alarm. The level 7 plunder's head was adorned with thousands upon thousands of gaunt human faces. Hunger, hunger, hunger. The entity emitted an eerie, chilling voice, gazing at the Black Dragon territory with greedy, ravenous eyes. Levi stood tall in the void, the shadow dragon group materializing behind him. The scarred giant Whale King silently rose to its feet as well. 1,000 Illusion Knights, Blood Knights, focus on clearing the stragglers, Levi commanded. Against a level 7 middle stage plunderer, Levi had to exercise utmost caution. The shadow dragon group roared into the locust swarm. The giant Whale King, wielding its bone knife, brandished its brilliant blade fearlessly. Levi set his sights resolutely and appeared above the level 7 plunderer in a flash. Underhook earth-shattering fist. The Doomsday fist struck downward. The plunderer's steel wings folded inwards, slashing toward Levi, rending the void wherever they passed. Bang! Levi was sent flying into the sky dome, hit as if by a thunderous impact. The plunder did not walk away unscathed either, crashing heavily to the ground and crushing a batch of locusts beneath its body. A dented fist mark marred its steel wings, but it was hardly affected. Such formidable defense. It is stronger even than Andreas. It was the first time Levi encountered a foe that his underhook fist could not severely injure. He did not feel fear, but sheer exhilaration. This plunderer's steel armor. How many wizard tools or battle armors could be refined from it? Priceless. This fight was not simply about winning. He had to ensure minimal damage. With this resolve, Levi summoned the 9-headed Emperor Dragon and his Emperor allies. The Emperor Dragon called forth 4 level 6 late-stage spiritual weapons, activating his innate spell before engaging the plunder head-on. The Emperor, gripping the Emperor's sword, joined Levi in pinpointing an opening and attacking. A surge of terrifying chaos sword energy streaked toward the plunderer's head. The plunderer's blade-like limbs swung violently, shredding the sword energy to pieces. Before long, even the 4 spiritual weapons that had previously been unbeatable were torn apart like paper. Chapter 2011. There was no choice. Levi's wizard realm was vastly inferior compared to that of the plunderer. This opponent was even harder to deal with than the Snow Mountain Dragon King. The Emperor, wielding the Chaos Shield, and the Emperor Dragon Path, managed to pin down the ferocious plunderer. Levi seized this opportunity to charge up the Doomsday Fist again. He channeled the Sky Peng Dao, his figure soared like a rock, riding the wind, ascending 90,000 miles into the heavens, vanishing from sight. In the void, Levi activated the Red Emperor domain, the Strength Rune, Holy Image Law, the Falling Star Ring, and other enhancements. A low hum vibrated through the air. When he reappeared, Levi had already blinked to the plunderer's armored yet relatively vulnerable abdomen. The upper hook sky-splitting fist impacted with bone-shattering force. Levi unleashed a punch. The force of his energy created white waves like a raging river, 1,000 troops galloping in unison. On his gauntlet, 2 wind element energy cores instantly dimmed. The impact boomed, a heaven-shaking punch. It tore open the plunderer's belly, propelling its massive form into the high heavens with Levi's strike. The chi radiating from his blow ripped through the crimson-black firmament of the nightmare world. But it was not over yet. Levi swiftly installed 2 new wind element energy cores. As if embodying the sky rock once more, he vanished again before the plunderer's eyes. The plunder had not yet reacted when Levi reappeared above it. The heaven and earth destruction fist, the ultimate profound meaning of the Iron Fist clan, was unleashed by Levi. The 4 artificial wind element energy cores disintegrated in an instant, reduced to dust. Surging, overwhelming power infused his gauntlet. Levi descended from the heavens, his fist crushing down on the plunderer's head. The plunderer raised its forelimbs to block. With a sharp crack, the pair of forelimbs were utterly shattered and fell away. Moments later, the countless gaunt faces on its body were obliterated like dead leaves swept away by a roaring tempest. The plunderer's body plummeted like a cannonball to the earth, the resulting shockwave lifting dust clouds that covered a 100-mile radius and surged into the sky. Levi immediately followed, pummeling the plunderer's head with a barrage of ferocious punches, much like a legendary warrior slaying a tiger. Viscous fluid splattered as the plunderer's imposing presence weakened with each blow. Even headless, its body struggled to lift Levi mid-air. The Emperor's longsword descended. It struck down the creature, slamming it into the ground. The Emperor Dragon unfurled its wings, pressing the monstrosity into the earth. Thus, the brutal beatdown began. Nobody could say how much time had passed. The plunderer's lethal aura finally dissipated completely. Only a powerful true soul emerged, and Leon had to expend considerable effort to capture it. Not bad. Another level 6 mid-stage shadow, Levi muttered, panting as he watched the Shadow Army slaughter their foes on a massive scale. If it were not for the Shadow Dragon talents, no matter how strong he was, he would never dare hold a territory on his own. The feeling of being a one-man army was intoxicating. After gathering the spoils of war, Levi continued his killing spree. The terrifying shockwaves of his battles could be felt by distant battle groups, leaving countless onlookers in awe. One punch to obliterate a level 7 mid-stage. Is this the commander? The Thousand Illusion Knight murmured, watching the carnage. The plunderer's blade forelimbs, capable of slicing through a 6th circle wizard in a single strike, had been broken by the commander's fists. The commander keeps advancing so far on the path of knights. We, as his subordinates, must work harder to catch up with his shadow. After witnessing the commander's battles over the past year, the Thousand Illusion Knight felt enlightened. She believed that she could reach level 6 within a century. And so, 3 more months passed. One day, beyond the territory, the remaining swarms of locusts suddenly dropped dead from the skies. The 1-year period has passed. All the locusts will perish like ephemeral mayflies, reduced to dust. What extraordinary creatures, a distant wizard remarked, looking up at the sky. Even the level 6 plunder had died in an instant. It was hard to imagine a level 6 being with only a year-long lifespan. This locust plague is likely tied to the nightmare world's self-regulating mechanisms. All things in the world required balance. Just as the abyss harbored a powerful will that Levi could not yet comprehend, the nightmare world was no different. These wills could be the will of the world itself, or that of other mighty beings, or perhaps both. In any case, to sustain its balance or drive its evolution, the abyss waged ceaseless wars beyond its borders. The nightmare world was no different. For someone like me, at level 7, these matters are too far away to grasp. Having survived the locust plague, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. A full year of relentless, high-intensity battles was a true test of his willpower. In Seven Sin City, the pale-faced flower knight gazed at everyone else, equally exhausted but smiling in relief. It is over. We have won. Ha ha ha. Victory is ours. The millennia-long locust plague was nothing after all, Flower Knight declared, standing to face the gathered survivors. Everyone, take turns resting and recovering, then quickly gather the spoils and account for both gains and losses. For these foreign avatars descending upon this world, death was not the end. But for the native nightmare creatures born in the territories, there was no coming back from death. After this battle, everyone would undergo a major metamorphosis. In terms of combat experience, techniques, and tempered willpower, they would make great strides. This would be of immense benefit for the blood battles to come. Time flew by. A month later, on the ancient dragon continent, at a conference summing up the locust plague, Levi listened to everyone's reports with a satisfied expression. Aside from the Dreadtree territory, the other 16 territories had survived unscathed. Although the Dreadtree territory could be rebuilt in the future, it would require a long time. In this battle, 1/3 of the nightmare creatures within the territories had been lost. It was an inevitability. The forces of the foreigners alone could never have eradicated the entire locust horde. Chapter 2012. The main force relied upon the local nightmare creature cannon fodder. Fortunately, they upgraded quickly. These losses would likely recover after a century of rest and rejuvenation. Moreover, the level 6 nightmare lords remained safe and sound. In this battle, 2 level 7 raiders were hunted. Aside from the one Levi killed, Triss dispatched another. As for level 6 raiders, 27 were killed in 1 year. This terrifying number equaled the count of primordial souls in a top wizard organization. This was just a Millennial Locust Plague. Thinking of the once in 10,000-year Locust Plague made Levi's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he had a millennium to prepare, so there was no hurry. As for level 6 and below, ordinary locusts were far more numerous. Nightmare crystals piled up like mountains. Biological materials filled the warehouses of major organizations. Levi had the Holy Infant take away the materials from the level 7 locust. Levi stood before his troops. Everyone has worked hard this year. After this battle, everyone can receive rewards from the organization. Those with excellent performance will receive even greater prizes. Rewards and punishments had to be clear. One should not be stingy when generosity was needed. The commander's generosity. The commander's might. The Knights of the Dusk Holy Temple shouted the words first. Then, more and more people called out loudly, celebrating the victory of the grand operation. After the awards ceremony, each battle group plunged back into blood battles, fighting against the demons invading the continent. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon territory, in the chaotic wilderness, underground, new mother flesh tree seedlings began to sprout. Triss hovered in the air, watching the seedlings stretch endlessly in the distance, filled with vigorous life. She muttered to herself, "It is death, but also rebirth." Apparently, the death of these locusts brought new life to the nightmare world. It was a complex, subtle internal cycle within a world. In the near future, the Black Dragon territory and other territories will continue to expand. After the 10,000-year Locust Plague, there could be a connection forming one vast territory. She knew many great lords possessed single, vast territories, rather than fragmented ones like the Black Dragon territory. The nightmare world is indeed fascinating. For years past, it was the year 256 of Nora, the 44th year of the Blood Battle. On the ancient Dragon continent, the Intis mountain range rose high. The Dragon God Temple stood there, inhabited by the Wind Spirit clan. On the plaza outside the temple stood a statue of a black armored swordsman. Warriors of the Wind Spirit clan patrolled high in the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying element tide formed in the distant mountains. Fearsome dragon phantoms rose one after another. A black armored swordsman let out a long shout, charging into the sky to tear the giant dragons apart with his bare hands. The battle shook the heavens and earth. This is the Dragon God Lord undergoing tribulation. The ancient prophecy tells me the Dragon God Lord will surely overcome this disaster. The clan leader spoke earnestly. Sure enough, shortly after, the black armored swordsman passed the tribulation and disappeared. The clan leader is mighty, truly worthy of being our Wind Spirit clan's chief wise man. The Dragon God's might. Inside the Emperor's palace, Levi, 680 years old, opened his proficiency panel. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique, 19th rank, 1 out of 10 million. Special effect, Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical Level, Level 7 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Golden Dragon Frenzy. Blood Source Armor, Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon, Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, Level 7. Bloodline Divine Patterns, 0 out of 66. Sure enough, the mythical breathing method requires 66 bloodline divine patterns. Levi introspected. The Golden Divine Palace began to slowly disintegrate. Within one tiny cell, aside from the Power Divine Palace, another palace of control began to emerge. The Golden Brilliance True Form, clad in a golden imperial robe, sat high on the throne with an obscured face. The fusion of breathing techniques might combine the 6 divine palaces, integrating them into a flawless hexagonal divine palace. Such a perfect palace requires a nearly equal number of dimensional bricks in each dimension. Achieving this required completing the physical divine palace transformation. Moreover, no significant quality difference should exist between the 6-dimensional breathing techniques. Presently, Levi still had many legendary level breathing techniques to evolve. My current Golden Brilliance Dragon defense should not be inferior to that of the level 7 middle stage raiders. The raiders' defense left a profound impression on Levi. The Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, one attacks and one defends, are the 2 most crucial attributes among the 6 dimensions. With these 2 stepping into level 7, my strength will further advance. Currently, Levi felt eager to go to the godforsaken continent to hunt demons. However, as he prepared to advance to the 7 circle stage, he had to temporarily shelve this desire. In the previous closed-door cultivation session, he practiced 8 primordial soul spells. Among them was the poisonous faction spell 5 corrosions, which caused enemies' internal organs to deteriorate and decay after casting. Additionally, the remaining 7 spells came from the 7 elementalist schools, some dual faction, and some single section. Geothermal skill, Heavenly Fire Burning City, Hidden in the Morning Breeze, Sea King's Wrath, Harvest's Golden Hound, Frost Maid, and Thunder 9 flashes included attack spells, summoning spells, and escape spells. For instance, Thunder 9 flashes allowed one to transform into thunder and travel across the void 9 times consecutively, each time crossing 500 miles. These spells were mainly to gather 27 witch marks. Levi carefully selected them for their excellent grade and potential use, spending a significant amount of money on them. Next, he only needed to cultivate them to perfection to advance to the 7 circle stage. This closed-door cultivation served solely to practice spells for the final push. Time flew by. Years passed quickly. Within the ancient Banyan Fairyland, honey snow ice pears matured. Levi took some for his spell practice. He distributed the rest to his 3 avatars, 100 flowers, Triss, and others. They served as payment for Triss's refining of the flame demon potion. Triss did not disappoint, successfully refining it in one attempt. Levi's breakthrough potion was settled. The effect of the honey snow ice pear was undeniable. After consuming it, Levi felt his thoughts become sharper, and his understanding of spells grew deeper. His cultivation speed increased significantly, and his proficiency in spells rose rapidly. Thus, 20 years had passed since Levi began his closed-door cultivation. It was the year 276 of Nora, the 64th year since the start of the blood battle. This year, Dragon King Levi reached 700 years old. Within the ancient Banyan Fairyland, he opened his somewhat weathered eyes. On the proficiency panel, all 27 primordial soul spells were perfected. His wizard forms unfolded, showcasing brilliantly varied witch marks, a testament to Levi's centuries of effort. He consumed the flame demon potion, and seized the opportunity to begin another closed period. No hesitation reflected in his eyes, because he felt confident of total success. 700 years of life, and finally, he entered the 7-circle stage. Chapter 2013. 6 years later, Nora year 282. There are 100 years left until the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opens. Godforsaken continent. The sky here remains shrouded in a faint haze. The demonic aura swirls around. The lower one descends, the denser it becomes, eventually turning into demonic fog that blankets much of the continent. Demonic creatures, black beasts, and demons occupy the natural caves as their nests. Corpses of wizards and alien races litter the ground. The cruelty of war lies bare. This marks the 70th year since the start of the blood battle. Following the 8th Legion led by the flame demon tyrant, Causas, his elite 3rd Legion, the Burning Expedition, also descends upon this land. The Burning Expeditionary Army consists of the finest warriors under the Flame Demon Tyrant's command. Among them are hundreds of demon lords of various sizes and ranks. The pressure on the Wizard Council continues to mount. The Burning Expeditionary Army predominantly consists of flame demons. The flame demon fire rampages across the lands, causing crustal shifts and magma eruptions, turning the godforsaken continent into a purgatory on Earth. To counter these numerous flame demons, the Bright Faction, Ocean Faction, and Frost official battle groups have joined forces, while numerous demon-hunting wizards from the populace flock here. The protracted battles show no signs of ending. On a battlefield engulfed in raging flames, a level 7 early-stage flame demon lord, wielding a greatsword forged from flame demon fire, roars and swings the blade fiercely. Blades of fire stretch tens of miles, shredding the world into fragments. Hovering beside it, 2 6th-circle perfection-level auras clash amid the clouds. A towering ancient god, standing 500 meters tall, rides a white elephant with 1,000 hands shielding the sky, appearing like a celestial Buddha in the heavens. Radiant King world-suppressing fist. Rumble. Waves of fist wind, forming walls of cyan energy, press toward the flame demon from all directions. Within his wizard form, Gondaf stands majestic, his body covered with 7 million shimmering ancient god runes, resembling dense scales that inspire an unparalleled sense of security. After 300 years of cultivation, the 1,000-handed ancient god body refining technique nears the 7th circle milestone. When his ancient god runes break through 10 million, the moment of advancement will arrive. Among the gaps in the ancient god runes, radiant heavenly dragon runes imbued with the aura of wind shine. With them, each of Gondafa's movements carries dragons' roars, elephants trumpeting, and the rumble of tigers and leopards. As the dense fist wind shatters the magma armor protecting the surface of the level 7 flame demon layer by layer, the flame demon's strength remains endless, and it quickly reforms new armor. Die. The world-destroying flame sword slashes toward the ancient god. Thousands of arms shield his chest, and the radiant King Vajra bracelet shines brightly. Metals clash, and the demon-suppressing Ming King flies backward. The flame demon advances with relentless aggression, striking at the demon-suppressing Ming King. In that split second, an inconspicuous snowball falls upon the flame demon's head and explodes with a loud bang. Freeze. A surge of frost power erupts instantly, cooling and solidifying even the magma on the ground. Falling snow and ice encase the flame demon's body beneath a thick layer of frost. In an instant, it stands completely frozen. Roar. Amid the dragon's roar, the holy infant descends from the sky, his purple hair flowing as he rides atop the purple extreme holy dragon, his purple wizard robe billowing. The majestic purple divine dragon, stretching nearly 1,000 meters, appears extraordinary, with 9 faintly shimmering witch marks on its forehead in shades of red and blue. He stands upright on the holy dragon's head, with a weak, floating little snowball on his shoulder. It is his companion spirit, the Snow King. Over the years, as his cultivation advances, and he consumes the Frost King's finger, the power of the Snow King surges. A full-strength strike can even momentarily immobilize a level 7 flame demon. After years of seclusion for cultivation, the holy infant has reached the qualifications for advancing to the 7-circle witch mark stage. But it is not enough. His goal is 15 marks. While the Snow King momentarily seals the flame demon, a Purgatory 9 dragon flash spins above the holy infant's head, radiating brilliance. He waves the Frost Sky 7 feather fan lightly. The 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes paint the sky in crimson and azure hues. A sinister purple sun emerges in the heavens, enveloping the level 7 flame demon in its light, devouring it. Rumble. A terrifying, explosive shockwave surges out. In the distance, a meteor streaks across the sky dome. In the blink of an eye, it reaches the battlefield. The star sword plunges into the sinister purple sun, as unmatched gold element sword chi detonates. The rampant sword chi shatters the void, splintering space like a cracked mirror, chaotic currents swirling everywhere. Radiant King shocking God palm. The clouds above disperse as divine energy surges. An unfathomable ancient god's thousand arms descend, ancient god runes flowing, coalescing into a massive, sky-veiling hand. Rumble. Beneath the sinister purple sun, the level 7 flame demon emerges. Its figure visibly shrinks, exposing its bloody magma bones. The massive, sky-veiling hand collides violently with the flame demon. The flame demon's body tears apart inch by inch, bursting into countless waves of scorching demonic aura, forming a fiery storm. Wearing a suit of golden armor, the sword spirit lets out a crisp cry. With her right arm raised and her longsword pointing to the sky, billions of gold element sword chi converge, forming a massive greatsword nearly 3,000 meters long that pierces the heavens and earth. Crack! With an astonishing strike, the flame demon splits in two amidst its enraged roars. As the demon's soul attempts to escape, the bag of gluttony devours it. The horrific flames of wrath begin refining it. Shortly after, the demon's soul fades into the void, heading toward the underworld. The holy infant collects the flame demon materials and speaks. One more down, just two more should suffice. After decades of dormancy, the Gondor 3 heroes re-emerge, searching for opportunities to hunt demons. With clear goals, they only target high-level challenges. They focus on hunting level 7 early-stage flame demons. At the sight of a level 7 mid-stage demon, they retreat without hesitation. Gondor lets out a breath of relief. Chapter 2014. Holy Infant shouted, "Let us go." Suddenly, a ray of purple light pierced the void, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. The shockwave lifted the crust and surged into the high skies. Within a radius of 100 miles, mountaintops crumbled and disintegrated. Amidst the swirling dust, a towering, burly figure cloaked in purple scale armor emerged. He was a member of the Amethyst race. He grinned broadly and called out, "Long time no see, geniuses." Holy Infant's expression darkened. "It is the Ancient. Retreat." Boom. As soon as the words fell, two gleaming purple fists materialized out of the void and exploded behind Holy Infant. The snow iron dragon armor materialized automatically as danger loomed. The purple extreme Holy Dragon coiled layer upon layer, shielding Holy Infant in its center. Crash. The Holy Dragon Witch phase dissolved swiftly under the force of the fist wind. Crack. The fists collided with the snow iron dragon armor, created from the strongest scales of the level 7 subdragon clan, and level 6 peak purple crystal. This top-grade wizard tool cracked wide open. The immense aftershock blasted Holy Infant away, scattering him into the skies as ice and fire elements. Gondor stared. The Ancient has reached level 7 middle stage. The snow iron dragon armor shattered under the single punch. Gondor's ancient god rune blazed with radiant light. The demon-suppressing Ming King swooped in fiercely. Radiant King Dragon Elephant Seal. Gondor merged with the white elephant, clad in silver elephant armor, his arm adorned with the clinking Radiant King Vajra bracelet. Veins bulged, sheer power erupted, and Gondor unleashed his most powerful punch yet towards the Ancient. Radiant King Martial Way, third technique. Radiant King Dragon Elephant Seal. Rumbling bangs filled the air. A majestic phantom of a 10-winged heavenly dragon and a towering sky-supporting elephant god appeared. One dragon, one elephant. Both were symbols of power. Ordinary seven-circle wizards would not dare to confront this punch head-on. But the Ancient did not dodge or evade. He casually retaliated with a punch that blasted the dragon and elephant phantom into nothingness. The Ancient snorted coldly. With merely level 6 cultivation, you could deliver such a punch. Remarkable. Truly, you cannot be left alive. The Ancient vanished. When he reappeared, he was already before the demon-suppressing Ming King. He thrust out a palm. Holy Extreme, destroying realm. Boom. Purple light waves surged, instantly obliterating the demon-suppressing Ming King. Gondor groaned in pain and used the flash technique. A flash greatsword appeared in his hand, its brilliant glow illuminating heaven and earth, veiling perception. Sun King's Cannon. The Sun King's sword materialized, its tip releasing a streak of white light. The energy blast struck the charging Ancient, blasting him away. The Ancient laughed, scratching an itch. "Are you?" Holy skill, 9-star continuous fire. In an instant, the Ancient unleashed 9 bursts of fist wind. These attacks disappeared into the void. Soon after, 9 massive purple stars emerged atop the sky dome, each with a diameter of 10 miles. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, purple fist winds cascaded from the heavens. Holy Infant decisively threw out a stack of red dragon talismans, 49 in total. Explode. With a single thought, 49 ferocious crimson dragons coiled the 100-mile radius and detonated explosively. The fierce shockwaves and fist winds cancelled each other out. The blasts even enveloped the Ancient, the high temperatures wreaking havoc. His originally resilient body, capable of enduring 7-circle spells without harm, withered drastically. He resembled a melting wax figure, reduced to a puddle of purple ooze. Holy Infant flicked his sleeves, the extreme firewheel shimmering, and vanished into the void. Retreat. Gondor quickly followed, disappearing as well. In the distance, Lord Victor gestured, his sword light returning to his side. The Council of 10,000 Clans is making a comeback. We must act with greater caution from now on. In this era of blood battle, most enforcers responsible for maintaining order have been dispatched to the front lines. This undoubtedly gives the Council of 10,000 Clans an opportune advantage. Abyss Demons, Council of 10,000 Clans. Under the double siege, this is the darkest of times. On the battlefield, the Ancient had already fully recovered. The terrifying Supreme Divine Talisman explosions earlier, if faced by ordinary 7-circle wizards, would either kill or severely injure them. However, his high magic resistance coupled with an invincible body resulted only in superficial wounds. He gazed calmly at the vanished Holy Infant and Gonduf. To think they could wound me. The Ancient was not discouraged. He had a feeling that the Gondor City Three Greats would undoubtedly return to the godforsaken continent. He would have another opportunity. Having witnessed their methods firsthand, next time, he would not make the same mistake. Midland Continent, Gondor City. Holy Infant returned to the Fire Dragon shop. He turned to Gonduf. Report this matter to Soraya. Inform the Congress that the Ancient has shown up in the godforsaken continent. Let the Congress prepare. The godforsaken continent already hides countless members of the Council of 10,000 Clans in its shadows. Gonduf nodded. Understood. I will inform Soraya. If not for your talismans in this battle, it would have been perilous. Holy Infant said, there are still 2 level 7 flame demons remaining. We will look for other opportunities later. You and I are still far from reaching 7 circles. No need to hurry for now. The next potion should go to Victor. Lord Victor nodded. Having engraved 12 witch marks already, he was only 3 marks away from full perfection and advancing to 7 circles. A few days later, the level 7 demon slaying list updated. Initially relegated out of the top 100, the Gondor City Three Greats reclaimed their positions due to the points earned from slaying this level 7 demon. Fire Dragon Ace ranked 89, Lord Victor 92, Gonduf 94. Their accumulated war merit had reached roughly 2 million. Over the years, besides hunting level 7 flame demons, they occasionally exterminated demons invading mortal lands in Midland, or collaborated with official forces to execute missions, amassing additional war merit. With 5 million war merit, they could exchange for 1 randomized Morningstar level oddity. The 3 eagerly looked forward to it. Chapter 2015. The cavern, once belonging to the Black Dragon Empire, now housed the base of the Burning Expedition Army. Magma and sulfur seethed underground, setting the tone for this place. Nova, the army commander of the Burning Expedition Army, a flame demon lord with peak level 8 power, slumbered upon its throne. The demon stood 3,000 meters high, clutching a flaming scepter and draped in molten armor. It opened its copper bell-like eyes, and its violent aura caused the lava sea to surge wildly. A streak of pitch-black lightning crashed down ahead, transforming into a black demon dragon, with a wingspan exceeding 1,000 meters. A level 7 intermediate flame demon lord dismounted from the demon dragon's head. The flame demon lord bowed. Lord Nova, the one who killed Diego, has been found. It happens to be the same 3 human wizards who slew Ragnar years ago. They are renowned prodigies of the wizard world, all possessing 6th circle perfection cultivation, and are called the Gondor 3 heroes. Nova's voice buzzed. Shimiu, since the culprits have been identified, you already know what must be done next. Shimiu stood at attention. I understand. I have already dispatched mind flayers to Gondor City to gather intelligence. When those 3 dare to show themselves, I will reduce them to ash with fire and lightning. Nova nodded. Go. This blood battle, the Wizard Council seemed to have mastered a method to detect energy fluctuations above level 9. Whether it was the Abyss Well or the stealthy appearance of level 9 demons, the Council could accurately pinpoint their locations and summon grand wizards in an instant to strike. Killing a few prodigies would not be such a hassle otherwise. The greatest threat still lay in the legendary Dragon Flame Sorcerer. Despite being situated in the Central Realm, this legendary wizard could, through legendary means, unleash terrifying dragon flame magic across all of Nora's territory. In truth, Nova's actual power was not just level 8 peak. It was level 9. It had forcibly suppressed its strength with secret techniques to hide within the godforsaken continent, making it easier to command the Burning Expedition Army. Shimiu was itself a level 7 intermediate flame demon that had tamed a level 7 early-stage Black Flash Demon Dragon in the Abyss as its mount. The Black Flash Demon Dragon was a warped product of the Black Flash Dragon. The Black Flash Dragon was a subdragon species descended from the pure-blooded dragon clan's Black Annihilation Dragon. This was a dragon clan born with innate mastery of exotic thunder. Upon undergoing demonization, the Black Flash Dragon grew even stronger. With Shimiu alongside its mount, striking down those so-called Gondor 3 heroes should pose no difficulty. To Nova, the Gondor 3 heroes were merely a trivial distraction. Its true adversary remained the Wizard Council's ace battle group stationed on the godforsaken continent, the Deep Blue Expedition Army. The leader of the expeditionary forces was an 8th circle perfect wizard, who had participated in the 5-sector expedition. This army had been established in tribute to the legendary wizard known as the Deep Blue Sage. Its members were all veterans from that historic 5-sector expedition. From commanders to warband wizards, every one of them was battle-hardened. The Burning Expedition Army had suffered multiple humiliating defeats at their hands on the battlefield. Sworn opposites. One day, Nova swore it would burn that ace battle group to nothingness. Ancient One, you failed. The Snake Envoy did not look surprised. The Ancient One lay lazily across the wilderness and chuckled. Indeed. The Snake Envoy sighed. I told you to cooperate with the cave wizard. But alas, you did not listen. Sheer brute strength alone is no match for Fire Dragon Ace. The Ancient One shrugged. The brute strength simply was not strong enough. Our amethyst race will not cooperate with wizards, even cave wizards. Emperor Pangong snapped angrily. Absurd. The council of 10,000 clans requires teamwork. Otherwise, how can we stand against the wizards? Your actions have tipped them off. And now Fire Dragon Ace is probably hiding like a coward in Gondor City, avoiding any risks. The Ancient One leaned back. I do not think so. Those three always appear with the objective of hunting level 7 flame demons, not other level 7 demons. I suspect they need materials from level 7 flame demons as advancement ingredients. As long as we monitor the movements of level 7 flame demons on the godforsaken continent, we will encounter them sooner or later. Next time, Ace will meet his end. The projection of the snake envoy dimmed until it spoke no more and vanished. In the desolate deep space, the snake envoy gazed ahead at the increasingly radiant light point of Nora and the collapsing crystal wall of the world behind it. As expected, relying on others is futile. For what it is worth, all past grudges and regrets, I, the ancient serpent, will burn my life to the bitter end. 3 years later, the year 285 of Nora, the 73rd year of the blood battle, Nightmare World. The 1,000-year Locust Plague had passed over 30 years ago. Black Dragon Territory. Inside the towering spire, Triss gazed out at the chaotic wilderness. The newly sprouted mother flesh tree flourished. The 4th circle breakthrough potion for the Nightmare series is ready. The war merits accumulated over these years can be exchanged for a Morningstar level oddity. Throughout the blood battle, though she appeared to stay in place, her efficiency in earning war merit surpassed many who fought on the front lines. She exited the Nightmare World and awakened in Triss's cabin at the witch's family base. Suddenly, the magic tree shook violently, and the colossal form of fairy banyan dragon Lady Izera emerged, coiling around the trunk. She spoke coldly. An enemy approaches. Looking upward, an ancient city inexplicably mirrored itself across the skies. An endless ocean engulfed the witch's family headquarters. Within a 1,000-mile radius, all was consumed by seawater. Chapter 2016. The old witch's expression was grim. The momentum of her 8-circle perfection cultivation pierced the heavens. She raised her voice. Master of the immersed ancient castle, are you planning to exploit this situation and ignite a new war between the dark and righteous wizards? A wizard in a black robe, tall and commanding, with his hands behind his back, emerged within the ancient city. He smiled. Old witch, long time no see. Rest assured, destroying a minor group like the witch's family will not be enough to spark a war between us. As he spoke, billions of tons of seawater poured down like an overturned vessel. Reefs, coral, sea beasts, sea monsters, and all sorts of objects cascaded from the skies. A vast expanse of ocean, likely spanning 1,000 miles in diameter, stretched across heaven and earth. Its spectacle was unmatched. The scale of the assault overwhelmed Triss. The immersed ancient castle itself is an extraordinarily powerful war treasure. The rumors are true. Such might has already reached the level of a grand wizard. The immortal banyan dragon roared. Prepare to die. The magic tree behind it began to sprout countless shadowy branches and leaves. It blotted out the sun like a canopy, shielding the witch's family. A thunderous boom shook the foundations. The earth-shaking energy clash startled the figures within one wizard tower after another. A blue staff appeared in the old witch's hand. It was clearly another powerful exotic treasure. A vast blue light barrier expanded, deflecting the attack from the immersed ancient castle. Triss brandished the demon dragon whip. She unleashed the momentum of a senior 7th ring wizard. The whip transformed into a nightmare black dragon, which lunged toward the ancient city. The soaking city lord sneered. With a wave of his large hand, a massive black palm, spanning 100 miles in diameter, descended to grab Triss. He possessed 8-circle perfection cultivation, just like the old witch. A casual strike from him made Triss's face pale. The demon dragon whip reached its limit. The nightmare black dragon roared, only for the massive palm to smash it to pieces in the next instant. The demon dragon whip always belonged to the immersed ancient castle. Today, I shall reclaim it with interest. Triss gasped as the demon dragon whip flew out of her grasp. The soaking city lord smirked. He easily dispelled her restriction on the whip. With a swift motion, he lashed back at her. A black dragon, stretching hundreds of miles, roared into being. See this. This is the true power of the demon dragon whip. At the critical moment, a towering and solemn figure clad in a black robe appeared behind Triss. It was the Black Abyss Walker. He sighed. So, immersed ancient castle is intent on breaking ties with the wizard world. The soaking city lord felt a flicker of panic, though his face remained composed. The wizard council has no authority to represent the wizard world. With the tides shifting, and this ramshackle colossal ship approaching its end, I have no desire to be buried with it. A mere projection. I fear it not. The ancient city rumbled, pouring out even more seawater in torrents, vast and overwhelming as 10,000 stampeding horses. Blade of Fury. A massive greatsword wreathed in black gas emerged behind the Black Abyss Walker. The greatsword turned into a streak of light, cleaving through the blockade of the ancient city and slashing toward the city lord. Sun Wheel. Within the ancient city, a new presence with the momentum of the 9th circle emerged. A hooded figure with an indistinct face appeared. Behind him spun a black sun, 1,000 miles in diameter. Primordial soul wizard form, eternal darkness Sunday. Who would have thought, Black Abyss, you have chosen to tread the 7 sins road. That blade of fury is impressive. The Black Abyss Walker's expression subtly shifted. Black Sun Adam, what are you planning? Behind Adam, the colossal Black Sun erupted with an inky solar wind, engulfing the blade of fury. He chuckled. Until we meet again, all of you. Believe me, one day, above Nora's highest heavens, there will rise a black sun that never sets. He had only ascended the ninth circle a few centuries prior. Despite his extraordinary talent, how could he possibly rival the Black Abyss Walker? An explosion rocked the sky. The black sun gradually shrank, collapsing into a black hole that swallowed the immersed ancient castle and everything around it. The black hole condensed into a single black point and finally disappeared. My demon dragon whip. Triss stared at her now empty right hand as though awakening from a dream. The old witch quickly offered her thanks. Thank you, Senior Black Abyss, for your intervention. This immersed ancient castle has truly gone mad. Triss lowered her gaze. Could it be that the immersed ancient castle did all this just to reclaim the whip? All this chaos for a level 8 exotic treasure? The Black Abyss Walker shook his head. From now on, be careful. Some opportunists might believe that during this blood battle, the wizard world will not survive, and might defect to the Council of 10,000 Clans. Several days later, news of the top wizard organization, the Witch's Family, being brutally attacked by the immersed ancient castle spread across all major schools. An uproar followed. The dark and righteous wizards had their clashes from time to time, of course. But during a blood battle, when unity was essential, initiating internal conflict was tantamount to outright opposing Nora. Countless wizards voiced their strong condemnation. The Wizard Council dispatched forces to investigate and hunt down both the immersed ancient castle and the Black Sun Steeple. As the immersed ancient castle severed its ties with the wizard world, an invisible force began to spread throughout the wizard world. Some sought to incite fear, dividing the remaining vital forces. A year later, Nora year 286. Blood Battle year 74. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Black Soul Demon Tower loomed above the graveyard of the dead. With Levi's growing strength, the expanse of the graveyard of the dead and the power of death energy continued to expand. Miasmic fog thickened, and ghostly energy swirled in the demon tower. On one level was the dwelling of the vengeful spirit girl. An intense energy storm gathered within the inner heaven and earth of the Black Soul Demon Tower, enveloping the vengeful spirit girl. From within the storm, a jet black, skeletal finger emerged and pointed toward her. Cradling a doll in her arms, the vengeful spirit girl let out an eerie giggle, tore off one of the doll's fingers, swallowed it, and began chanting an unsettling incantation. Chapter 2017. In the next moment, that withered finger shattered inch by inch, turning into flying ash. A surge of level 6 energy burst forth, as the vengeful spirit girl broke through. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, beside the small stone pond, within a 30-mile radius, the elemental power of earth, fire, wind, and water surged like countless rivers converging, forming a massive tide of elemental energy that engulfed Levi. Within his mind, the 6-layered divine ring tower began to grow incessantly, countless intricate runes becoming its bricks, stacking higher and higher. Eventually, the 6-layered tower grew into a 7-layered tower. Inside the tower, Levi's primordial soul, unadorned, coiled within. The soul resident, Jin, watched the scene. His master's entire being flickered like neon lights, oscillating between brightness and darkness, between reality and illusion, as waves of majestic spiritual force swept outward. Jin absorbed this energy. His smooth fur ignited with golden flame particles, dazzling and splendid. Moreover, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Moments later, warm streams of spirit force surged into Levi's mind from the void, his spiritual force growing in tides. Several days later, Levi opened his eyes, and an aura of the 7 rings spread forth. He raised his hand, and within a 30-mile radius, the elemental power churned like boiling water. Interesting, he whispered. Although my spiritual force is still far from reaching the level of a senior 7-ring wizard, the range of elemental power I can command is already comparable. He placed his hand upon the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force measured 8,029 out of 13,029. His spell power sat at 8,029,000. Under normal circumstances, a 7-ring wizard's spiritual force range is from 7,000 to 12,000. At 9,000 spiritual force, one attains the level of a senior 7-ring wizard. At 11,000 spiritual force, one reaches 7-ring perfection. At 12,000 spiritual force, the maximum threshold is reached, qualifying for advancement to 8 rings. Levi's current spiritual force still falls short, by around 1,000 to qualify as a senior 7-ring wizard, but he already possesses the elemental power command range of 1. He speculated that this was likely the result of the infinite primordial soul beginning to exert its power. From now on, within the same realm, the range of elemental power he could control would likely surpass others. This meant that his spells would also be more potent. Undoubtedly, this was an exhilarating revelation. As expected, the infinite primordial soul is truly an endgame profession. After 7 rings, each point of spiritual force equates to 1,000 spell power. The spell power within my body is several times greater than that of my 6th circle perfection days, making it even easier and more effortless to cast 6th circle primordial soul spells. Primordial soul spells cannot progress simultaneously with innate spells and realm advancements. However, after reaching 7 rings, they remain usable. With higher realms, casting lower-level primordial soul spells results in improvements across casting speed and spell potency to varying degrees. Although they do not achieve the instantaneous casting of innate spells, they are not far off. Most 7-ring ordinary wizards still primarily rely on innate spells and 6th circle primordial soul spells in combat. After all, the acquisition and learning difficulty of 7-ring spells sharply increase. With a single thought, Levi's primordial soul projected itself into the outside world. In the heavens and earth, 9 color anomalies materialized. A 9-headed emperor dragon soared across the sky, its head-to-tail length measuring 1,000 meters, its wingspan a full 2,000 meters. Big is strong, and big is mighty. Such an enormous wizard form brought a visual impact far beyond the petty forms of ordinary wizards. On the training grounds, the 9-headed emperor dragon opened its mouth and spewed forth a fire dragon tribulation. With an explosive roar, searing heat waves swept forth, evaporating everything in their path. After advancing to 7 rings, the spell potency of the Crimson Dragon Scourge is no longer inferior to that of the Six Suns Continuous Explosion. However, the Six Suns Continuous Explosion is merely a 6th circle spell. It is time to study the advanced 7-ring variants. Following the 6 Suns Continuous Explosion was the 7 Suns Falling Domain, then the 8-direction Fierce Sun, and finally the 9 Suns Suspended in the Sky. Levi had long since acquired the spell model for the 7 Suns Falling Domain. These sequential spells were the easiest to purchase. Its creator, the Emin Grand Counselor, actively encouraged the spread of this magic. After all, no successors could surpass him in this particular path. With a single thought, for when spirit weapons emanating level 6 peak aura took the form of divine eagles and soared in the sky. Assemble, Levi commanded. The 4 wind spirit weapons fused 2 by 2, forming 2 spirit weapons emanating level 7 early stage aura. Levi mused. For now, with my ordinary 7-ring strength, I still cannot awaken 4 spirit weapons at level 7 early stage. It seems I will need to reach senior 7-ring status. But 2 are more than sufficient. They completely overpower wizards in my realm. He conducted further experiments on other innate spells, finding their potency enhanced to 7-ring levels. As he advanced through minor realms, the power of these spells continued to improve. He tested his common spell, the Thunder Dragon skill, and its potency had significantly increased compared to the 6th circle period. The follow-up spell to this was the Thunder Beast technique, but Levi had yet to obtain its spell model. Nevertheless, acquiring it would not be difficult. Wealth makes one mighty, and activating the power of money would suffice. Additionally, with Levi's wizard cultivation now raised to 7 rings, the strength of the Emperor's essence rose proportionately. This elevated Levi's power to an unimaginable degree. Should he encounter that level 7 middle stage plunder again, he could annihilate it without resorting to the heaven and earth destruction fist. A squeaking sound echoed in his mind. Jin had undergone a dramatic transformation, sprouting wings and fur that shimmered like fiery flames, extraordinarily magnificent. Chapter 2018. Levi looked down at the small creature near his feet. He smiled gently. Hope you, little fellow, can be more useful in finding treasures in the future. Levi consolidated his 7-ring realm and stepped into the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Inside the Black Soul Demon Tower, a strange-looking little girl clutched a doll in her hands. She spoke timidly. Master. Her voice was crisp and strangely sickeningly sweet. Levi grinned. After reaching level 6, you can finally speak. Not bad. You are slightly better than that Scythe Demon Spirit. The Scythe Demon Spirit died long ago during a catastrophe, while attempting to ascend to level 6. No matter the race, advancing to level 6 requires facing calamities. The heavens are fair. The original triad of spirits from the Book of the Undead produced 2 level 6 entities, including Swordsman Jerry and the Vengeful Spirit Girl. That was already impressive. Levi asked about her current level in curse techniques. The Vengeful Spirit Girl spoke in a fierce yet coquettish tone. Master, as long as I obtain a trace of a life form's unique essence, I can curse them to death. Unique essence consists of nothing but the soul, body, and spiritual force. Those are the qualities unique to each individual. No 2 beings in this world are exactly the same. The heart of Skynet recognizes wizards' identities through their spiritual force imprint. Levi asked if she could handle level 6 targets. The Vengeful Spirit Girl shifted the doll in her arms. I can try, but success is not guaranteed. Once my power reaches a higher level, perhaps the likelihood will increase. Levi nodded. Not bad. Keep working hard. I may need your assistance in the future. Curse techniques and prediction skills both fall under the astrology category. They are rare and challenging spells to learn. Even the simplest spell, Destiny Coin, had taken Levi a long time to master despite his speed. That was enough to illustrate their difficulty. Levi valued the Vengeful Spirit Girl's potential for growth. The Vengeful Spirit Girl felt her master's recognition and clutched her doll tightly, her legs swinging shyly. All right, master. I will keep working hard. Levi glanced at the other undead inside the demon tower. Swordsman Jerry, the Snowflake Warrior, and Bone Dragon Sing Song remained absent. They were currently patrolling the ancient dragon continent with the undead army, hunting demons. The Snowflake Warrior had already reached level 5 peak state. With its talent, ascending to level 6 remained just a step away, requiring only a suitable opportunity. Swordsman Jerry, the Snowflake Warrior, and the Black Knight Little Black were collectively known as Levi's undead 3 swordsmen. Levi believed these 3 must have been extraordinary individuals in their previous lives. Even in death as undead, they still retained a powerful gift for sword skill within the mysterious flow of fate. Regardless of who they were in their previous lives, they had entirely new lives now. After a decade of secluded cultivation, Levi had reached the age of 710. Unknowingly, he was close to being a millennium-aged monster. At Little Cold Mountain, Levi went to harvest the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus to prepare for refining the soul-suppressing potion, the Heaven Crystal Dragon, and had already reached level 6 late stage. Levi nodded. Not bad. Next, aim for level 7. Under general standards, the gap between the late stage and the peak is not significant. The early stage matches ordinary wizards, the middle stage corresponds to senior wizards, and late stage and peak levels combined align with perfection for wizards. Once a creature reaches late stage, level 7 is not too far off. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana and Martha played chess. Martha had benefited from Mana's radiant energy, reaching level 6 middle stage. For someone like her who ruled over realms, cultivation remained completely casual. Advancement held little meaning since her fate was tied to the plane. In the banyan tree's canopy lay the green fire crow's nest. The creature lay there, eyes shut tight, wings flailing as if dreaming. The creature was rampaging in the nightmare world. The green fire crow had also restored its full strength to level 6 middle stage. Its future held stronger milestones. Mana chuckled as she moved a piece. Looks like you have broken through. Congratulations on entering the Seven Ring realm. Levi replied. Thanks. Has anything happened recently in the Fairyland? Mana spoke while considering her next move. All is well. Oh, by the way, over at Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunder Rock has also advanced to level 6. I have sent it to the Tower of Dawn. Levi nodded silently. Understood. During his secluded cultivation period, everyone else had worked diligently. The Thunder Rock was a thunder elemental spirit he had brought from the dark ancient tower years ago. In 500 years, with the help of consuming elemental cores, it also successfully reached level 6. Levi felt gratified by these advancements. Now Phoenix could have an elder companion. At the seashore, Levi's companion creature Akun led a group of sea beasts in a joyous swim. The Leviathan's jubilant whale song resonated through the sky. Leviathan is already level 4, quite remarkable. Levi sighed like a proud father. He understood the sentiment of the rise of one lifting all around. If not for his assistance, Leviathan, though blessed with a longer lifespan than humans, would likely have died of old age by now. Gustav and the Crimson Netherworld Sparrow were among the elders who had reached level 5. Levi could only aid them so far. Upon hearing of Levi's advancement to 7 Ring, 100 Flowers ended her seclusion to come and congratulate him. Perceiving Levi's spiritual force, vaster than her own, she marveled at the strength of the infinite primordial soul method. By the way, during your seclusion, your ranking on the demon slaying list dropped to the 170th position. I have climbed to the 82nd spot myself. Levi inspected the rankings. He had accumulated 500,000 points, still trailing many 6th circle wizards in the 7th level demon slaying list. His 3 avatars each exceeded 2 million points, stabilizing their spots within the competitive top 100. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, the leader, Destruction Realm Thunder, stood at a staggering 30 million points, followed by Light Divine Sword at 28 million points, and the Hand of Fire God with 25 million points. Such terror. The blood battle lasted only 70 years, yet millions of points accumulated. Levi estimated that these individuals had utilized their army affiliations to gain points for slaying low-level demons, rather than exclusively hunting 7th-level demons. As for the top 10 of the 9th-level demon slaying list, it remained a clash of titans. Levi noticed the Molten Gold Wizard King appeared among them, ranked 23rd with over 20 million points. The leaderboard was populated by high-ranking organizational leaders from regional schools. Levi spoke to 100 Flowers. Once I stabilize my realm, the two of us should start aiming for the rankings. Getting into the top 10 should suffice. He needed to obtain the oddity, Hand of the Winter Emperor sooner, rather than later. As for the random oddities, he felt no rush. Every participant secured at least one chance at the end. After exchanging oddities, it would be rewarding to swap for rare treasures, cultivation resources, or wizard knowledge. A few days later, Levi's inner circle threw a small celebration for his recent breakthrough. Triss came to the ancient dragon continent to congratulate Levi. Congratulations. From now on, we are equals. You have finally caught up to me. Triss's expression showed a mix of emotions. She had witnessed firsthand Levi's rise from a third circle wizard to his current triumph. There was even a sense of pride, proof her judgment of character had been sound. Levi replied, "Ha ha ha, Madam is already in the senior realm. There is still quite a gap between us. By the way, I heard recently the immersed ancient castle attacked the witch's family. Seeing you safe puts my heart at ease." Triss sighed. "Do not even mention it. My demon dragon whip, which I finally mastered using, got snatched by the Soaking City Lord." Levi clenched his fist, his expression darkening. How dare they rob Madame Triss of her treasure? The Soaking City Lord was hereby added to his list of targets for special attention. Months ago, the Red Whale ancestor witch from immersed ancient castle had sought to assassinate him, a debt he had not settled. From now on, all grievances, both old and new, would be avenged together. Chapter 2019. Triss watched Levi's grim expression. She said, "It is nothing. It is just a level 8 exotic treasure. It does not affect me much." 100 Flowers scoffed. "Damn it. Do not worry, sister. Sooner or later, Levi will help you get it back. If 1,000 years is not enough, then 2,000 years. Just trust Levi. Levi remained silent. Triss could not help but burst into laughter. She said, 2,000 years. Unless I find some life-prolonging potions, I will not even live that long without advancing to the 8th circle. Elena spoke with confidence. Do not talk like that. You are only 1,300 years old. One way or another, you will surely advance to the 8th circle. By that time, make ample preparations. Better yet, follow my example, and try to brand more witch marks before advancing. We are not just aiming for the 8th circle. We are aiming to become grand wizards. Elena's greatest strength was her confidence. Triss deeply admired this. Elena certainly had the foundation to back her confidence. Even with multiple responsibilities, she had managed to advance to the 7th circle quickly, which was her source of pride. Levi said, Miss, do not worry. Once I have fully mastered my 7th circle weapon making skills, I will craft a top-grade 7th circle magical artifact for you. It will not be inferior to the Demon Dragon Whip. A level 8 exotic treasure cannot unleash its full power in the hands of a 7th circle wizard. In practical terms, it might even be less effective than a 7th circle magical artifact. Triss smiled. Your thoughtfulness already makes me happy. Let us stop discussing this. It is all history now. Once I save up enough war merit, I will go to the merit shop and exchange for an even better treasure. Losing a level 8 exotic treasure definitely hurt. But the Soaking City Lord possessed 8th circle perfect cultivation, coupled with a mighty war treasure. Moreover, he colluded with Black Sun, a grand wizard of great infamy, and had betrayed the wizard world to likely join the council of 10,000 clans. Recovering the Demon Dragon Whip would be no easy task. Even if Levi attained the strength of a grand wizard, or even a legendary wizard in the future, whether she would still be alive was an open question. Nonetheless, seeing Levi and Elena care so deeply for her, Triss felt warmth in her heart. She said, by the way, I recently spent 5 million war merit to exchange for a Morningstar level artifact. My luck was bad. I ended up randomly with the Burning Faction's Heart of Flame King. If you or your friends ever come across an artifact of the Ocean Faction, do not forget to introduce me. I would prefer not to trade with strangers to avoid unnecessary complications. Levi's mind stirred. Heart of Flame King. This artifact is from the same set as the Holy Infant's Flame King's arm. After thinking it over, he said, Miss, you should hold on to this artifact for now. Master Fire Dragon needs it. I will ask him to find an Ocean Faction Morningstar artifact and trade it directly with you. Triss replied, that sounds good. I think Master Fire Dragon will soon save up the 5 million points required too. Meanwhile, Levi, the Lord of Ancient Dragon Continent, only with 50,000 points, ha ha ha. Levi chuckled. I have been too busy before. Now I can commit more effort to contributing to the wizard world. He had learned so many spells from the Bright Faction specifically for the blood battle. Now it was time to put them to use. Anya, Triss's doting son, also came to congratulate Levi. He had been a 6th circle wizard for over 250 years. He was now a veteran wizard. His progress along the mechanical pathway had been smooth sailing. The Tower Master took time out of his busy schedule to toast with his wife. After advancing through the mechanical pathway, his level of power could no longer be gauged by conventional realms. If he commanded his army of mechanical creatures, no one below the 7th circle could contend against him. Levi expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Tower Master for the efforts he had undertaken over the years. Fellow members of the Grey Tower also came with complex emotions to offer their respects. The aged and weary Miss Marlene said, remarkable, truly remarkable. 7th circle wizard. Back when we were in the Outer Sea region, such a thought would have been inconceivable. Winnie said with a bitter smile, true enough. I got so giddy after advancing to official wizard back in the day. At the time, even 3rd circle wizards felt godlike to me. Levi laughed boisterously. Onward and upward. Everything will get better. Though he said this, he could not suppress the pang of sadness in his heart. Miss Marlene was close to her millennial end. Getting her to advance to the 5th circle had been his utmost effort. The 6th circle was beyond his ability to help. Miss Marlene did not possess exceptional talent, nor the extraordinary luck of a child of destiny. She was merely an ordinary figure in the wizard world. Had she not encountered Levi, she likely would not have reached the 5th circle. But to Levi, Miss Marlene held a uniquely special place. Memories of the past flooded his mind. He turned silently into an inaudible sigh. After the banquet ended, Levi brought a sky-level artifact he had obtained earlier and went to Miss Marlene's residence. The elder gazed at the stars as she sensed his arrival, smiling serenely. You are here. Levi said, I have a sky-level artifact here. Miss Marlene shook her head. It is useless. I know my own limits. Even a Morningstar-level artifact cannot uplift me. Do not waste such a fine item on me. Keep it for the tower's geniuses. And do not go to such great lengths to seek out life-prolonging potions, heavenly materials, or earthly treasures at my expense. It would be meaningless. Levi, I have no regrets for having come this far in my cultivation. For the remainder of my days, teaching and nurturing students in peace, this is fulfillment enough for me at this stage. Levi sighed. The path of cultivation, it is always like this. Chapter 2020. Marlene offered a soft smile. She leaned back, her gaze distant. Indeed, for you, as old acquaintances pass away, and new ones come into your life, isn't that a form of loneliness as well? Levi nodded. Teacher, I won't disturb you anymore. Get some rest early. Marlene stiffened, her eyes widening at the word teacher. Then, she softened, her expression relaxing into a warm, crinkling smile. You should also balance work and rest, little Levi. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Marlene continued to carry books and teach the newcomers about pharmacy amidst the chaos of war. Returning to the Tower of Summer Flowers, 100 Flowers caught the heavy weight in Levi's posture. She reached out, placing a gentle hand on his arm. You have already done your best. Levi exhaled, the sound shuddering in the quiet room. I understand. For most short-lived species, cultivation is a race against death, until one day, they accept reality. But, I believe I will outpace death and leave it far behind. You must join me as well. 100 Flowers went still, her gaze locking with his. Then, a soft, relieved smile graced her features. Of course I will do my best, though catching up to your pace won't be easy. Although Levi had advanced to the 7th-circle rank, he was not in a rush to slay demons. His current priority was to stabilize his realm, and then to master 7 Suns, Falling Domain, and Microlysis Technique. 7 Suns Falling Domain was relatively easier, especially with 6 Suns Continuous Explosion as its prerequisite spell foundation. Microlysis Technique, however, presented a difficulty level far higher than the previous Destiny coin. Levi estimated that if he could push this spell to its limit before achieving 7 rings perfection, it would be quite impressive. At the same time, he began directing his subordinates to find other 7-circle spells for him, including Thunder Beast Technique, Path of Knights. The Brilliant Golden Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon had already reached level 7, so Levi proceeded with regular cultivation. With the Black Lotus Beast, Snake King Dragon, and Four-Eyed Shrimp Dragon providing level 6 secret medicines, it was still sufficient to sustain the breathing technique. However, the speed was slower compared to his level 6 period. This was inevitable, as his progress had been too rapid. Finding dragons of equivalent rank for each level was incomparably difficult. In fact, even having so many sub-dragon species in the Ancient Banyan Fairyland was an extraordinary occurrence. Moreover, the Sky Dragon and Scarlet Dragon were nearing the level 6 limit. Thanks to obtaining the bloodline crystal of the wind-shaped dragon, Levi aimed to evolve the Sky Dragon once more. Based on the experience with the Brilliant Golden Dragon, it would most likely advance to mythical rank. As for the Scarlet Dragon, since negative energy-related dragons were relatively rare, the organization had been busy for so long yet had not found suitable bloodline essence. Bloodline crystals were unreliable for now. Thus, advancement remained the priority. The Death Ember Dragon still had some distance from its limit. It was already mythical rank, and Levi had no plans for another evolution at the moment. He believed that as his realm progressed further, finding stronger dragons would become easier. At that time, another evolution would not be too late. As for the Ash Dragon kept in the Fairyland, Levi had completely given up on it. It had been stuck at the late stage of level 5 for so long. This was after consuming dragon scale fruits. One had to understand that it was born at level 5. The growth of pure blood dragons was truly too slow. It could be said that the balance enforced by the multidimensional plane was basically, open one door and close another for you. Therefore, Levi decided not to bully the youngsters. However, he still occasionally drew some Ash Dragon bloodline essence. By pairing it with the essence of the Black Lotus Beast and refining it into secret medicine, the effects were still quite impressive. Levi contemplated his next steps after level 7, which involved searching for new advanced fire element dragons. Exclusively relying on the Black Lotus Beast for resources was somewhat hindering its growth. Both the Death Ember Dragon and Crimson Emperor Dragon required its bloodline essence. The ideal scenario, similar to the Sky Dragon, would be having 2 lightning-affiliated sub-dragons alternating resources. This would minimize the impact on those dragons. As for the Nightmare Dragon, it had just reached late-stage level 6. Since its breathing technique provided more support rather than direct enhancement, its realm was not particularly critical. Levi was quite at ease about this. Regarding combat techniques, the cultivation of extreme Dao strategy would not be accomplished overnight. Later, when Levi engaged in blood battles with demons as opponents, practicing it could yield twice the result with half the effort. Whale Emperor Powerbook had also been cultivated to level 7, granting a strength boost of 280%. Once perfected, it could be integrated into the 10 evil martial arts. Only after mastering Whale Emperor Powerbook would Levi consider seeking new combat techniques to further refine the Extreme Dao strategy. The current Extreme Dao strategy was merely a blueprint, still far from Levi's envisioned supreme realm. Next was Primordial Spirit, a secret technique integrating spirit and flesh, which was currently at the 9th rank peak realm. Now that Levi's wizard spiritual force had advanced to 7th circle, he could attempt to break through its limit and see what transformations could occur. In the future, merging the Path of Knights and Path of Wizards would likely hinge on the Primordial Spirit path. Lastly, there was the rune language. The Lover's Rune was not far from level 11. At that point, the luck boost would likely reach 100%. The Moon Rune had already reached level 8, providing a lifespan boost of 70%. Levi, now a 7-circle wizard, was guaranteed to live at least 3,000 years by wizard calculations. Adding the enhancement from the Night Path, even without doubling it, assuming his base lifespan was 5,000 years, with the Moon Rune's enhancement, it would be extended to 8,500 years. By this calculation, even a Grand Wizard's lifespan would not surpass mine. Chapter 2021. Levi shook his head. His intuition insisted that if practitioners from 2 professions were involved, lifespans could not simply be stacked together. That would be unreasonable. The longevity bloodline in his body provided a significant enhancement. However, it was impossible for his knight lifespan and his wizard lifespan to simply add together into a total sum. According to current research by the Dusk Holy Temple, within the same realm, knights generally had slightly longer lifespans than wizards, though only marginally. Given Levi's current progression, he did not need to worry about lifespan issues before ascending to legendary status. 5 years passed in a flash. Nora, year 290. Dragon Kingly, now 715 years old. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, he opened his eyes and attuned himself to the changes in his spiritual force. His spiritual force measured 8,066 out of 13,029. In 5 years, his spiritual force increased by 37 points. Without consuming meditation potions, simply relying on arduous cultivation, he gained roughly 7 points annually through meditation alone. After advancing to the 7th-circle wizard realm, the difficulty of enhancing spiritual force had increased once more. This was Levi. For an average 7th-circle wizard, meditating without potions and grinding, achieving even half of those results would be commendable. Pushing their spiritual force to the maximum might take close to 2 millennia. After the 7th circle, yet another batch of primordial soul wizards were eliminated. Those who ascended to the 8th circle and became leaders of top-level wizard organizations were truly rare existences. Only supreme talents, provided they had abundant resources, could maintain a fast progression pace and continue striving for the 8th circle wizard realm. Once at the 8th circle, the difficulty surged further. Ascending to the 9th circle was no longer about talent alone. It required being favored by fortune, assistance from influential benefactors, or extraordinary luck. Reflecting on his cultivation journey thus far, Levi realized that to go further on the path of wizard cultivation, no single factor could achieve it. It required excelling in all aspects. Many things remained beyond his control, but effort was not. Grinding was the divine weapon that everyone could wield. If supplemented continuously with meditation supplementary potions, maintaining an annual spiritual force increase of around 10 points should be achievable. Adding soul stones, oddities, soul artifact fragments, and other external factors, reaching the spiritual force maximum within 400 years was not difficult. But considering that he also needed to imprint 27 witch marks, achieving the 8th circle realm within approximately 500 years would be a victory. By then, he would only be over 1,200 years old, making him one of the youngest in the 8th circle wizard ranks. If anyone ascended faster, they had to either possess the bloodline of a frost giant ancestor, like the Frost Witch, or be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. Other so-called top-tier geniuses would, barring miraculous opportunities, likely be unable to achieve this. Levi noticed that his progression curve had accelerated compared to others in the later stages of his journey. Before the primordial soul stage, his progression speed was excellent. However, compared to many top-tier geniuses, it was far from extraordinary, because he had been accumulating resources and multitasking in his cultivation. After reaching the primordial soul stage, the infinite primordial soul technique, combined with the explosive payoff from his earlier groundwork and the emergence of the 3 avatars, allowed him to streamline his efforts. This caused his cultivation speed to far outpace those top-tier geniuses. The Snow Lotus Witch, a second-generation top-tier genius born to primordial soul wizards, still had not reached 6th circle perfection. Among the top-tier geniuses from the Ancient Tower cohort, only a handful, like the Sky Dragon Wizard, had achieved perfection. For them to even contemplate reaching the 7th circle would require at least another 2 centuries. He must not grow complacent. His current achievements were predominantly due to his cheat, while personal effort and character had played relatively minor, non-decisive roles. Levi began extracting the potion materials he had accumulated over the years and started refining them. After numerous failures, he finally succeeded in refining the materials for the 7-circle meditation potion. His pharmaceutical skills also advanced to the 7-circle level. As the leader of multiple organizations, Levi did not need to worry about acquiring meditation supplementary potion materials. With so many people assisting in collection, he had an uninterrupted supply to sustain himself through cultivation to the 7-ring limit. He always maintained a cash flow of around 1 billion gold coins in his personal accounts. That said, he rarely used his own funds. The numerous organizations he had painstakingly established over the years were specifically created for today's publicly funded cultivation. He only took a small portion for himself, with the majority serving as operational funds for the organizations. In the coming period, Levi focused on refining meditation supplementary potions to improve his pharmaceutical skills. 2 years later, after he had honed his 7-circle pharmaceutical skills to a satisfactory level and improved his success rate, he finally began attempting to refine the soul-suppressing potion. The materials for the soul-suppressing potion were exceedingly precious, not something that could easily be purchased on the open market. After years of preparation through his organizations, Levi managed to gather enough materials to refine only dozens of doses. Once the petals of the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus were harvested, it would take another century for the flower to bloom again. As such, the refinement of this potion could not withstand too many failures. Time passed swiftly, and another 3 years slipped by. Levi had been in the 7-circle wizard realm for a decade. During these 10 years, he remained secluded, focusing on solidifying his realm and honing his pharmaceutical skills, refraining from participating in blood battles. Fortunately, for someone like him, a leader of a transcendent organization, the Wizard Council did not impose mandatory demon hunting targets. As long as his subordinate organizations contributed adequately, it was sufficient. If Levi were a nomadic wizard, as a seven-circle wizard, who had participated in 83 years of blood battles, and amassed only 500,000 points, he undoubtedly would have received warnings from the Wizard Council. Chapter 2022. The blood battle is a war concerning the survival of civilization. Although it seems there is no need for conscription, in reality, everyone is a soldier. The Wizard Council, through the heart of Skynet, sees clearly who is slacking and who is hardworking. If anyone tries to escape, they are directly taken away and forcibly drafted. In these years, Levi's pharmacy proficiency has been rising rapidly. Refining meditation supplementary potions has a success rate of 3/4, and the soul-suppressing potion is at 2/3. He estimates that by the time the 3 avatars need a breakthrough potion, he will not have to trouble Madame Triss. He can refine the Flame Demon potion for them himself. However, at this stage, even Lord Victor is still some way off from promotion. The likes of the Holy Infant and Gondoff might need over 100 years. Levi calculates that the next opening of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm is not too far away. He can enter it once more to search for Demon Dragon Grass. If he can find a level 7 Thunder Element Demon Dragon, it would be perfect for refining a bloodline crystal. After 10 years of cultivation, his Sky Dragon breathing technique has reached its maximum. Besides this, over the 10 years, the 7 Suns Falling Domain spell, based on 6 Suns Continuous Explosion, has been cultivated to level 15, becoming Levi's first 7-circle elemental soul magic. It engraves the first 7-circle witch mark. It is worth mentioning that the witch mark of the previous 6 Suns Continuous Explosion still remains. As for the microlysis technique, it is still some way from entry level, and Levi has no choice but to proceed slowly. This ultimate space-related killer move is naturally hard to master. Now that the realm is stabilized and the 7-circle spell is mastered, it is time to start climbing the rankings. If this continues, I will become the last on the 7-circle wizards list. Levi opened the leaderboards. He found himself dropping to the 198th place. Looking at the current participants, excluding those in retreat, or with special circumstances, there are only a little over 257 circle wizards. 100 Flowers has been steadily rising up to the 80th place after hunting many level 6 demons in the ancient dragon continent, with 3.4 million points. The top 3 Liver Emperors have over 30 million points each, which is simply ridiculous. During my retreat, the 3 avatars were attacked by the Amethyst race of ancient times, which needs to be settled. The race is likely hiding on the godforsaken continent. The godforsaken continent, as the main battlefield of the blood battle, is a mix of fish dragons. Levi believes that with the headstrong nature of the Amethyst race, they would likely try to ambush the Holy Infant and others. Having dealt with the Amethyst race many times, Levi understands them better than anyone. If he finds an opportunity, he must crush the ancients thoroughly. However, the opponent is a mid-stage level 7 Amethyst race, which should be beatable, but to capture them, thorough preparation is required. 2 years later, Nora year 297, Blood Battle year 85. Midland Continent, Gondo City, Dawn Tower. With 14 witch marks, just the final one is left for victory. Victor put away the spell model crystal ball, wearing a pleased expression. Tower Master, Link has come again, his subordinate reported. Victor smiled. Looks like he has reached 6 circles, not bad. At the tower's base, Link emitted a sharp 6-circle aura, with 8 secret swords rotating clockwise like clock hands behind him. A boundless murderous aura wrapped around him, showing he emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. Lord Victor, I wish to challenge you once more. Gratitude filled Link's heart as he reached 6 circles before Victor advanced to 7 circles. The odds of winning this battle were low, but simply dueling Victor sufficed. Victor applauded. Good, good. A quarter hour later, Link sighed slightly, looking at the 13 secret swords of the 5th circle surrounding him. I lost again. Thank you for your guidance, and I wish you a successful advancement in advance. Victor stood with his hands behind his back, exuding a grandmaster demeanor of the energy sect, and encouraged, to hold out for so long under my offensive is enough. How is your progress in the path of the energy sect? Link replied, I am still at innate conviction chi currently, but I feel I have touched the threshold of the heaven-man connection. Victor praised, not bad, keep working hard. As expected of the owner of Golden Spear Iron Heart, this kind of talent indeed far surpasses regular practitioners of the energy sect. Link departed, continuing towards the godforsaken continent, determined to become the brightest new star. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant woke from seclusion. Still 5 witch marks to go. Alexandra's hearty laughter echoed. Haha, master, I did it. I am a 6-circle artifact maker now. The Holy Infant heard this, and joy lit up his face. In the weapon refinement room, Alexandra was drenched in fragrant sweat, her face somewhat pale. In her refining furnace, a basic 6-circle standard secret sword floated, emitting a blazing aura. Not bad. Next you can take the 6-circle artifact maker exam, and after getting the certificate, practice some more. Once you can produce top quality items, you can sell them in the shop. Alexandra nodded. Hee, it is not easy. Finally, I do not have to rely on others. Upon hearing Alexandra crafted a 6-circle magical artifact, Elsie, Bronze Beard, and Iron Teeth hurried over. Congratulations. Elsie directly hugged Alexandra. After following the master in diligent cultivation for centuries, it finally bore fruit. Alexandra said, "You should work hard too, Elsie." Across from the Fire Dragon shop, there was an unremarkable wizard tool shop called Guillermo's Accessories Store, only selling wizard rings, necklaces, and the like. Chapter 2023. An elderly wizard with snow-white hair sat in deep meditation. A shadowy silhouette materialized, the form of a black armored swordsman appearing before him. Guillermo bowed, his voice low. "Master." The swordsman watched him. "It seems you have been doing well in the abyss, already at the level 6 middle stage." Guillermo nodded. "Yes, but without your guidance, I would not have achieved this today." The swordsman studied him. "Did the Burning Expedition Army send you to spy on Ace and the others?" "Yes, master. I have been mingling in the wizard world for a while now, developing a better understanding of it. That is why our Mind Flayers clan leader recommended me to a flame demon lord, who appointed me as an undercover operative." The swordsman offered a thin smile. "Very good." Guillermo continued, his tone clinical. "That flame demon wants me to report the movements of Ace and the others in real time. If they head to the godforsaken continent, I am to notify him immediately." "What is the strength of this flame demon lord?" "Level 7 middle stage, but he is also accompanied by an abyss demon dragon at the 7th level. Apparently, that dragon once served as the 2nd layer lord, before being subdued by Shimu." Levi felt a spark of interest. "Do you have detailed intel on this dragon?" "I do not know its exact name, but I suspect it is of the lightning element. However, its thunder seems to fall into the category of exotic thunder, somewhat akin to the thunder dragon spell you cast, master." Levi laughed. "Good, this intel is invaluable. Take these level 6 abyss crystal cores to refine and enhance your strength. The sooner you infiltrate the higher tiers, the better. As for Shimu, tell him the Gondor 3 heroes will next head to the godforsaken continent. Let him take action." "Thank you, master." Levi had not expected the experience of Guillermo in the wizard world to be so highly regarded in the abyss. The next move belonged to Maria. A few days later, under instructions from Levi, the Gondor 3 heroes boarded the Phantom 60, heading for the godforsaken continent. Devil's Denmark Shimu napped soundly in a pool of magma before abruptly opening his eyes. The Gondor 3 heroes have arrived on the godforsaken continent. Guillermo's efficiency is impressive. Being an undercover operative is truly the specialty of Mind Flayers. You cannot help but admire them. At the shore, the thunderous snoring of the dark demon dragon disrupted the surroundings. Shimu stood. "Black Flash, wake up. The hunt begins." The demon dragon opened its eyes, a crimson tongue licking its lips. "Master, the flavor of wizard prodigies should be exquisite, right?" Shimu chuckled. "Naturally. Ragnar and Diego, those dimwits, have shamed us flame demons. Allow me to show the wizard world what a real flame demon looks like." Deep Blue Expedition Army Headquarters. The 8th Circle Wizard Sergei handed a report to the blue-haired girl. "Miss Lucy, here is the latest battle report." Lucy read through it, her expression calm. "Have the first battle group temporarily retreat. Soon, the demons are highly likely to dispatch a large force for encirclement." Sergei hesitated. "Miss, the first battle group currently holds the advantage. Are you sure we need to do this?" Lucy's deep gaze locked onto Sergei. "Sergei, a soldier's foremost duty is to follow orders. Just carry out what I have instructed." Colliding with her gaze, Sergei, despite being an 8th Circle wizard himself, felt a wave of invisible pressure. "Understood, miss." Though it defied logic, he chose to trust her. Since the Deep Blue Expedition Army landed on the godforsaken continent, the previously unstoppable momentum of the Burning Expedition Army had been sharply curtailed. Sergei suspected Lucy had access to some form of powerful astrological foreknowledge, but whether such spells would prove effective on a battlefield of civilization war spanning 2 races remained uncertain. After all, the demons surely possessed corresponding anti-astrology methods as well. Lucy gazed into the distance, her thoughts echoing silently. Levi has arrived too. May his battle go smoothly. Mountain Giant Wizard Corps Headquarters. Gandalf's voice rang out from afar as he stepped into view, accompanied by Victor and Ace. "Soraya, I have come to visit you." Soraya looked up from her work. "You are supposed to stay in Gondor City to complete your 7-ring promotion. Why are you here again?" Gandalf smiled. "The mere thought of you shedding blood fighting demons on the front lines breaks my heart. So, I am here to help ease your worries." Soraya scoffed. "Oh, you silver-tongued old rascal. You are just out for level 7 flame demon materials, are you not?" Gandalf replied solemnly. "Correct. Are there any leads on level 7 early-stage flame demons? The 3 of us can help you take them down." Soraya furrowed her brows. "You are all reckless. Did you forget the ancient ambush last time, when you hunted that level 7 flame demon? How can you be so sure the ancient forces would not show up again? The Council of 10,000 Clans has already corrupted the Black Dragon pirate group and infiltrated our ranks. Can you not consider your own safety for once? If it were not for Master Fire Dragon, you would have ended up as minced meat last time, and you." She sighed heavily, her tone exasperated, as if scolding him out of frustration. Gandalf chuckled awkwardly. "It is fine. This time, we are prepared. Just help me out, would you?" Soraya rubbed her temples, shaking her head. Then she sighed. "Forget it. Do whatever you want. If you die, it will not matter to me in the least." Gandalf grinned cheekily. "Oh, sharp tongue, soft heart, ha." Soraya's voice chilled. "Get lost." Armed with the intel, Gandalf dragged Victor and Ace along, disappearing in a flash. Chapter 2024. Do not worry, my life, Gondifa's life is as tough as iron. You should take care of yourself on the front lines. In the wilderness, at the entrance of a cave, the Dragon Knight Wizard group poised for action. Yabek spoke, his gaze fixed on the abyss ahead. According to current intelligence, there seems to be a level 7 demon lurking in this cave. For this mission to eradicate it, we must be cautious and aim for minimal losses, while slaying the level 7 demon. Though many years had passed, Yabek remained in the 6th Circle Perfection realm, yet to advance to the 7th. Suddenly in the sky, a white-robed figure descended from the heavens. It was Gondif. He smiled. Captain Yabek, leave this place to us. You can go support other battlefields. Ace nodded, his expression serious. Indeed. Yabek remained contemplative. Fighting a level 7 demon with the strength of the Dragon Knight Wizard group would inevitably come at a cost. Previously, they were dispatched due to a shortage of manpower. Since Gondif and Ace, top-level geniuses, wished to take on the task, he had no objections. You two take care. Everyone, follow me. The Dragon Knight Wizard group departed in grandiose fashion. Gondif looked at the cave entrance. Let me test the depth of this cave. He leaped into the skies, his body surging with energy. As millions of ancient god runes glittered, his muscles bulging. Gondif descended rapidly, delivering a heavy punch to the cave entrance. A tremendous shockwave erupted, forming a straight line that plunged underground, obliterating all obstacles along the way into dust. After an indeterminate amount of time, a roar faintly echoed from below. Who dares disturb the slumber of Baal Flame King? You are courting death. A torrent of magma shot upwards, soaring into the sky, dyeing it crimson. A level 7 early-stage flame demon, its aura slightly stronger than Ragnar's, stood atop the magma. According to Soraya's intelligence, this creature had previously devoured an entire wizard battle group, and was a key target of the Wizard Council. Having experienced hunting flame demons twice before, Gondif and Holy Infant had no reason to panic. Gondif engaged the flame demon head-on, drawing its attention, utilizing the demon-suppressing Ming King wizard form to entangle it. The two colossal beings clashed in the sky, with Gondif at a disadvantage. However, supported by the Radiant King armor, Snow Iron Dragon armor, and other top-grade wizard tools, along with the companion Spirit White Elephant, he managed to hold his ground for a while. Holy Infant seized the moment, throwing the Crimson Dragon Ring to bind the flame demon. Then, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella and Frost Sky 7 Feather Fan fused, forming a violet sun that enveloped the flame demon. After a terrifying explosion, even with its immense strength, the flame demon suffered significant injuries. Gondif wielded the Sun King's sword, unleashing streams of laser cannon fire. Holy light illuminated the skies as the flame demon's blood-flesh demon body melted like snow, racked with agonizing pain. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lord Victor's long-prepared star sword arrived in a flash, carrying endless sword chi. The sword spirit unleashed a heaven-piercing sword chi, delivering the finishing blow. No, no. Baal Flame King's anguished screams echoed across the world, followed by the collapse of its mountainous form, shattering the earth. Gondif and Holy Infant were drenched in sweat, gasping for air, having clearly expended significant energy. Fighting above their rank naturally demanded their utmost effort. It was like a sprint, exploding with all their potential in an instant. In the next moment, in the heavens, black thunderlight suddenly streaked through. A black lightning net, vast and overwhelming, descended, enveloping Holy Infant and Gondif entirely. Kh, sacrificing that dimwit Baal to eliminate the wizard world's two top geniuses, worth it. The sky erupted thunderously. Shimu made a grand entrance. It radiated the terrifying aura of a level 7 middle stage expert, riding a dark demon dragon with a wingspan of 1,000 meters. Within the black lightning net, the top-grade wizard tools surrounding Gondif and Holy Infant began to glow, shielding them from the corrosive black oblivion thunder. Ace exclaimed in shock. Such a powerful demon dragon. It feels even stronger than the flame demon. Gondif pounded his fist against the lightning net, attempting to break free. Shimu sneered coldly. You think defeating a few disgraced level 7 flame demons makes you invincible. Today marks the end of you two so-called geniuses. Shimu knew that Lord Victor was out of reach. The man had never shown himself, and was now most likely an opportunistic coward who had abandoned his teammates and fled. These secret sword flow wizards were always so cunning. The lightning net compressed further, shrinking Holy Infant and Gondifa's maneuvering space. In Shimu's palm, flame demon fire coalesced into a menacing spear. Die. The spear pierced through the void, its path igniting space itself, melting it like wax candles. A cataclysmic explosion sent white gas waves mixed with fire rippling outward. Shimu's sinister laughter rang out. He was sure that such an attack was beyond the defense capabilities of even top-level geniuses. They were likely dead and gone. In the next moment, Shimu's eyes narrowed in disbelief, staring at the magma-filled pit at the center of the explosion. Within it, a burly figure clad in black armor lifted his right hand. Endless golden light condensed into a shield, protecting Ace and Gondif within. The shield shattered, disintegrating into ashes after enduring the terrifying strike, reaching its limit. Shimu's face changed. Who are you? Damn it, could this be a trap? A hidden level 7 expert nearby. Guillermo. Shimu understood. The situation was clearly Guillermo's undercover identity being exposed. The enemy used the opportunity to deploy a master fighter to ambush him. Guillermo was most likely doomed. Behind, Gondif and Holy Infant had already torn apart the black lightning net, standing behind Levi, ready for battle. Shimu sneered coldly. A mere level 7 early stage. No matter who you are, before me, you are nothing but ash. His figure shot forward, a flaming spear materializing in his hand once more. This time, it was not an illusion. It was a genuine level 7 magic artifact. Magic artifacts were rare in the abyss. Demons relied on their robust bodies and spell abilities, rarely crafting weapons. Level 7 magic artifacts were even rarer. Shimu's formidable strength was undeniable. Levi raised the Crimson Dragon Slash in his hand, stepping forward. Sky Lion Path. Lion King battle technique. Golden mane, like flowing golden hair, fluttered behind Levi. He radiated the aura of the king of all beasts, dispelling the oppressive haze of the sky dome. With an ultimate sword strike, Levi collided with the flaming spear. After an earth-shaking explosion, Shimu faltered from the impact, retreating violently. He steadied himself, watching Levi take only a slight step back, his expression twitching. Humph, brute force. Shimu was unconvinced, gripping his spear once more, summoning volcanoes in the void to crush Levi. Levi charged into the midst of them, unleashing a barrage of thundering impacts. Feeling an increasingly intense danger perception, Levi silently thought to himself, as I expected, the threat here is not limited to Shimu. Chapter 2025. I opened the sky with my right fist, incarnating as a dragon. All around the battlefield, a powerful purple figure hid within, none other than the ancient entity. Its eyes gleamed with satisfaction as it muttered to itself. As I expected, I knew it. The Gondor City's 3 heroes would come to hunt the flame demon. It appeared these 3 managed to kill the level 7 early-stage flame demon, but were ambushed by the level 7 mid-stage flame demon. After the level 7 mid-stage flame demon appeared, it had no idea that someone of significant standing waited in ambush on the battlefield. Levi from the Twilight Knights. Suspected to be the Golden Dominator, this individual was on the organization's killing list. However, Levi often resided on the ancient dragon continent under the protection of powerful figures, narrowly escaping many trials. Who would have thought that today he would appear on the godforsaken continent? Truly, heaven favors me. Ha ha ha. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Behind the sparrow, there is still the falcon. And the falcon, which believes itself to control everything, is unaware of the hunter hiding with a bow drawn and arrow ready. The ancient entity believed itself to be this hunter. No need to rush. I will wait until their battle reaches its climax, when they are too occupied to react, and then strike decisively. 3 kills with 1 blow. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Triss gazed at the towering ancient banyan tree before her, and the golden-haired young girl, Mana. Beside her, Elena watched Triss with a face full of amusement. Triss broke the silence. Actually, even though you did not say it outright, I have already guessed. That 3-headed dragon abomination might be Levi. While dragon abominations are powerful, it is rare for this race to produce a true peerless genius. But now that I have personally stepped into the ancient Banyan Fairyland and confirmed it, I must admit it is still quite shocking. Elena leaned against the tree, her eyes bright as she responded. What can we do? After all, Levi caused a lot of trouble using the alias 3-headed dragon abomination within the ancient tower, antagonizing many top organizations in the wizard world. While competition is normal in the ancient tower itself, you know how petty top-level organization members can be. So, sister, do not spread word of this. It would only bring unnecessary trouble to Levi. Triss nodded, her expression grave. I understand, do not worry. Times are different now. Even if his identity as the dragon abomination is exposed, those top wizard organizations would not dare act recklessly against Levi. Many of them know that Levi is under the protection of the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch. Who would be foolish enough to provoke someone chosen by a legendary wizard? Not to mention, Levi's current status and standing are intertwined with pivotal transcendent organizations, like the Dusk Holy Temple and the Tower of Dawn, both of which are key forces against the demons. His weight in the Supreme Council surpasses even some of the old veterans from top wizard organizations. Upon hearing this, Elena smiled. That is certainly true. Let us be prepared, in case Levi needs our help. Triss straightened her robes. All right. This time, I borrowed a level 8 exotic treasure from the witch's family specifically for this. It has been a long time since I have been in a battle. My hands are itching. Are you sure we will not have to intervene against this level 7 mid-stage flame demon? Elena gestured to the horizon. No need, trust Levi. Before he ascended to the 7-circle rank, he was already able to kill a level 7 mid-stage famine raider. Now that he has ascended to 7-circle, I can hardly imagine the extent of his power. Comparatively, the level 7 mid-stage amethyst race individuals that might be lurking nearby are the real concern. Triss's expression grew solemn. Indeed, the amethyst race is truly troublesome. But as long as we can successfully navigate this major interdimensional convergence, the amethyst plane will no longer pose a threat. When that moment comes, wizards from across the wizard world will flock to the new world to compete for the purple crystal mines. The Wizard Council has long desired to subjugate the amethyst race, but the strength of the amethyst saint rivals even the present strongest figure of the council, the blazing sun god wizard. On the amethyst plane, with the infusion of world will, the amethyst saint becomes invincible. Several gods of the astral world have fallen beneath that ancient monster's hand. To launch a great expedition would be momentous, but the gains would not justify the losses. Mana glanced enviously at Triss and Elena. Sigh, being human truly seems wonderful. Levi is certainly fortunate. She could only lament being a mere tree, a piece of wood. Elsewhere, the giant whale king, poised and ready, waited in silence. On the battlefield, the purple divine dragon wove through flames and frost, while the demon-suppressing Ming King unleashed his fury, fists dancing wildly. The black flash dragon, who had roamed the abyss for so many years, had never imagined a day when it would be entangled by two level 6 opponents. Its dragon wings stirred ferociously, scattering countless black electric snakes that rampaged viciously. Arcs of electricity tore through the void, spreading across the wizard tool armors of Holy Infant and Gonduf, clinging stubbornly like maggots feasting on a corpse. Gonduf shouted, "Ming King Dragon Elephant Seal." The demon-suppressing Ming King struck out with a resounding palm, sending forth a phantom dragon and an elephant. Rumble. The black flash dragon's body flew backward, crashing into the earth. Shock filled its heart. Such immense strength. A glaring palm imprint marred its chest, exposing blood and flesh, throbbing with excruciating pain. Even the strongest blow from Gonduf was beyond the defensive field of a 7-circle ordinary wizard to withstand. The black flash dragon had underestimated its opponents, caught off guard and taken the hit. Black thunder trickled outward, starting the recovery of its body. Bang! A crimson streak of light shot toward the black flash dragon's chest. It was the Holy Infant, seizing the opportunity to strike with the red infant sword. Clang! Amidst the clash of metal, black dragon claws gripped the red infant sword tightly with sharp nails. The black flash dragon sneered. Tisk tisk tisk, how overconfident. Endless black thunder surged forth, swallowing the red infant sword. To the naked eye, the talismans on the surface of the top-grade wizard tool began to dim one by one. Chapter 2026. Boom. The Holy Infant issued a command. The stored elemental sword energy of fire shot forth, transforming into a colossal, fiery red flood dragon hundreds of meters long, bearing its fangs and claws. Rumble. A deafening explosion shattered the black flash dragon's claw, causing blood to gush out. The red infant sword let out a mournful wail as it returned to the Holy Infant's side. The black flash dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a jet-black lightning breath that struck the Holy Infant. Around the Holy Infant, the snow iron dragon armor materialized, blocking this fatal attack. However, after numerous battles with level 7 opponents, the wear and tear on this top-grade wizard tool were escalating rapidly. Thankfully, the Holy Infant was wealthy. Any other wizard would have been heartbroken. Just repairing a top-grade wizard tool like this would cost a fortune. At this moment, Gonduf seized the opportunity to charge forward. The radiant King Vajra bracelet shone brightly, and the Sun King's sword came slashing down, with unstoppable force. Although its stored Sun King's cannon ammunition had been depleted, the sword itself was still an exceptional weapon for dealing with demon dragons. After being enchanted with holy light, the dragon's flesh and blood sizzled and emitted oily smoke. Bang! With one strike, the giant demon dragon collapsed to the ground, letting out howls of agony. Together, the Holy Infant and Gonduf managed to hold their ground against this unusual powerhouse at the early stage of level 7. Any demon capable of acting as an Abyss Layer Lord was among the elite at its level. Meanwhile, in the distance, Victor had finished recuperating. He exhaled deeply. One more strike. Behind him, the Tebe Golden Star Wizard form emerged, stretching 1,000 meters wide, bridging heaven and earth. The Star Sword began building power again, stirring the golden elemental energies within a 50-mile radius into a frenzy. Once the power was fully charged, Victor pointed his finger forward. Go. Swish. The Star Sword transformed into a stream of light and vanished. The Black Flash Dragon was still entangled in battle with the Holy Infant and Gonduf. Suddenly, its instincts screamed of danger. From around its body, a pitch-black thunderbolt surged forth, forming an armored shell. Humph, I long suspected that someone specialized in long-range ambushes. Do you think I would be unprepared? Clang. A grating slicing sound echoed. For the first time, the Star Sword encountered such formidable resistance. Victor's veins bulged, his face turning pale. Break. Scry it. The tip of the Star Sword erupted with billions of micro-sword chi beams, surging forward like a drill. SCHLK. Under the Black Flash Dragon's stunned gaze, its treasured thunder armor was pierced through. The sword chi entered its body, violently ripping through its flesh and causing it to scream hysterically in pain. Elsewhere, facing Levi in a furious battle, Shimu's expression changed. What? Even Black Flash cannot hold off the Gondor 3 heroes. Black Flash's strength was far superior to the 3 flame demons encountered earlier. Shimu had analyzed the capabilities of the Gondor 3 heroes and believed Black Flash was strong enough to at least dominate 2 of them. But he underestimated the overwhelming power of Gonduf and his companions. When they hunted the flame demons earlier, the Gondor 3 heroes had not even shown their full strength. Now, with each of them bursting with power, even Black Flash was being suppressed. However, Shimu himself was in no position to help, akin to a clay idol crossing a river, barely able to fend for himself. The black-armored swordsman he faced was too ferocious. After a brief exchange, Shimu felt that in terms of sheer strength, he, a dignified mid-stage level 7 flame demon, was utterly outclassed. It was well known that flame demons boasted impressive strength attributes, ranking high among demons, second only to those specifically bred and specialized for pure physical strength. With the Sky Lion path activated, Levi resembled a golden-maned lion king, his long hair flowing as every sword strike radiated sheer, unyielding dominance. Shimu frantically used his magic tool spear to block, while the flame demon fire around him burned fiercely, transforming into countless fire element demonic creatures that launched relentless, inescapable attacks to surround Levi. Yet Levi, enveloped in golden gravity, moved with fluid grace. With ease, he transformed the energy into armor, shields, and enormous golden hands that shattered each attack one by one. With his advancement to level 7, Levi's mastery over golden gravity had reached perfection, wielding it as effortlessly as an extension of his own body. Most attacks could be deflected with little more than a flick of his power. Shimu's face darkened, and he roared fiercely. In the name of the demon, flame prison descends. Twisting his spear to deflect Levi's attack, Shimu stabbed it forcefully into the earth. Rumble. Beneath the godforsaken continent, the geothermal magma lying beneath hundreds of miles of rock began to boil and surge upward. This was the innate ability of flame demons, each one a god of magma, commanding underground fire to incinerate all. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous dormant and active volcanoes erupted simultaneously. Hundreds of magma rivers snaked out like a web, weaving across the heavens and trapping Levi completely. Taste the wrath of the flame demon. Boom. The infinite magma enveloped Levi, accompanied by relentless pounding explosions. As the magma cooled, it formed a massive asteroid 3 kilometers in diameter. Shimu let out a maniacal laugh, his spear emitting a ghostly glow. Explode. The terrifying blast wave spread in all directions, shaking distant mountain peaks, even 100 miles away. At the explosion's heart, nothing remained save devastation. Levi's golden light shattered, his flesh torn and battered. His skeleton, faintly golden in color, was exposed, with some parts scorched black like charcoal. He appeared utterly horrifying. Ha ha ha, so you are nothing after all. Shimu regained his confidence. He manipulated the flames, ready to strike the seemingly exhausted Levi once more. Outside the battlefield, Taiga shook his head regretfully. Who would have thought? Levi is finished already. He cannot even defeat a level 7 flame demon. I am so disappointed. I thought today would witness an earth-shattering battle. Alas, since this is the case, I will seize this perfect opportunity to eliminate my greatest foe, Levi. Afterward, I will deal with Ace and the others. And Shimu. I will kill him too. What trash dares to act so arrogantly? We of the Amethyst race are the true strongest tribe. Chapter 2027. The ancient calculated the timing as perfect. Its form flickered, stepped into the void, and vanished from sight. On the battlefield, half of Levi's face hung in ribbons, his eyeball swinging loosely, barely attached. He roared, I cannot lose. Levi exerted every ounce of strength, activating the heavenly badger path. A phantom of the war badger manifested behind him, indifferent to life and death, coiled and ready to strike. To any observer, Levi cast aside all concern for his survival, charging ferociously at Shimu like a moth into a flame. Shimu sneered, slashing his burning claws through the air. A dying struggle, nothing more than impotent rage. Flame demon fire scorched Levi's flesh, eliciting a continuous wail. Shimu stepped forward, voice cold. Your willpower is decent, but against absolute strength, it is all illusion. What use is brute force? In the void, the ancient emerged with a cold expression, its right hand clenched into a fist, appearing silently behind Levi. Space shattered like a mirror as a spiked purple fist blasted toward the wizard. Boom. The terrifying force exploded. Blood and flesh burst like fireworks across the sky, and Levi's presence vanished completely. The ancient stood with hands behind its back, muttering to itself with arrogance. With such a frail body, it is no wonder he could not even defeat the flame demon. On the other side, Shimu stared at its prey, nearly captured, now blasted apart by a single punch. Its face froze for a moment, then it snapped back to reality, baring its fangs. Who are you? The ancient lunged. The one who will kill you. Boom. The ancient launched a fierce punch toward Shimu. A purple fist of wind burst forth like a cannonball, while Shimu raised his spear with both arms to block. Crack. A fracture appeared on the level 7 spear. Shimu's face changed drastically. The shockwaves of immense force radiated outward, hitting the demon as if it had been struck by heavy artillery. The 1,000-meter-tall true body of the flame demon flew backward, crashing into the mountains. With one strike, the outcome was clear. The ancient sneered. Trash. Shimu roared, disregarding its mission. Waving the spear, it charged at the ancient. It was a demon, a creature synonymous with chaos, and the temper of a flame demon was notoriously explosive. To be provoked like this was a humiliation intolerable for Shimu. The ancient laughed wildly at the sky. Very well, in that case, I will play with you first. As a member of the Amethyst race, one must always possess the attitude of being number one in the world. Whether facing gods or demons, they would never retreat, even unto death. In some ways, they were best suited to cultivate the warlord catalog. Thus, two unrelated level 7 middle-stage powerhouses inexplicably began to fight in the wilderness. In the distance, the Holy Infant and Gondorf watched, utterly confused. The Holy Infant transmitted a message to his counterpart. Wait a minute, our plan was not like this, was it? Gondorf replied. Indeed, the plan was that the ancient might ambush us. We were supposed to hold off the dragon abomination, and he would pretend to struggle against Shimu to lure the ancient out. Then he would deal with the ancient, and Triss and Elena would handle Shimu. At this moment, Levi's voice entered the mind of his duplicate. In that case, let them fight first. We will act according to circumstances. In the void, Levi used a hermit rune to hide. He had taken the ancient's full force punch. He believed that, given his strength, he could have resisted it head-on. However, with a quick wit, he went with the flow and pretended to die from the impact, using the Death Ember Divine Palace to quietly resurrect. After the rebirth, his attributes enhanced, and he felt even more powerful. The ancient perceived his aura dissipating, assuming it had finished off the exhausted Levi. However, Levi had not expected that the two single-minded races, the Amethyst race and the demon, would start fighting each other. He initially thought the ancient would find the holy infant and Gondaf to settle scores. The battle between the ancient and Shimu continued. Meanwhile, the Black Flash Dragon stood on the brink of collapse. Under the continuous assault of the three avatars, the once dominant dragon abomination tried to flee. In the next moment, a crimson flame longsword cleaved through the void. Crack! The massive head of the dragon abomination crashed down. Its iron-like scales were forcibly cut apart. A dragon soul emerged, caught effortlessly by Leon, and taken away smoothly. Leon packed the dragon abomination's body into a container. Levi had no intention to enslave this dragon abomination. First, there was no space left in the crimson enslavement. Second, the dragon abomination had been a lord of the abyss layer, possibly linked to the abyss will. Most importantly, Levi urgently needed its bloodline crystal to enable the sky dragon to evolve. On the other side, Shimu, engaged in intense battle with the ancient, suddenly sensed that his mount, the Black Flash Dragon, had died violently. His expression changed as he shook off the rage. Damn it, retreat first. Shimu admitted he was no match for the Amethyst race. The battle had not lasted long, yet most of his bones were already fractured. The once solid magma armor had long crumbled, and even his beloved spear stood on the verge of breaking. The monster before him, bare-handed, suppressed him completely without needing any spell abilities. Shimu detonated the underground magma, causing a terrifying explosion to sweep away the ancient. Its form flickered, intending to escape into the void. A peculiar Colosseum shadow enveloped all directions. Two stunning figures appeared, each with distinct grace. They were Triss and Elena. Above Elena's head hovered the rare treasure struggle of the trapped beast. In Triss's palm lay a rare vine-like treasure, emitting a fragrant aura. Chapter 2028. Sharp hooks stood upright on the surface of the vines. This was a level 8 treasure, the green vine dance. Elena spoke. You still have an affection for whips. Triss replied. Not really, it is just the only one left that I could borrow. On Triss's long, slender, and perfectly rounded thighs, a ribbon as thin as a cicada's wing was still wrapped. She gently pulled down the black ribbon, letting it circle around her body. This was her sole artifact, the Black Secret. Behind Elena, a beautiful wizard tower appeared, intertwined with countless flowers and vines, almost like something out of a fairy tale. Shimu's expression shifted. Damn it. The development of the battlefield up until now had completely caught him off guard. Crack, crack, crack. Triss swung the green vine whip. Green light swept across like a storm. Shimu's fists collided with the whip, leaving deep marks that seemed to penetrate flesh and bone. Let us be destroyed together. Realizing his grim fate, Shimu transformed his body into a colossal and chaotic inferno, his flame demon true body rising endlessly, towering as high as the heavens. A spear of flame slashed forth, unleashing an apocalyptic attack. Behind Elena, the wizard tower erupted in brilliance, forming a massive barrier made of blooming flowers that imprisoned the entire area. Vines shot out like long snakes, aiming to kill Shimu. The innate spells cast by the two women bombarded him in relentless waves. The 100 flowers and 1,000 trees domain, and the medicine girl witch form appeared simultaneously. Even a lion fights with all its might when hunting a rabbit. Facing a level 7 middle stage demon, caution was essential. Meanwhile, the ancient turned, sensing something amiss. Levi, who had just died, reappeared within the void. Heavenly cold path. Levi's entire body became covered in frost. His formerly golden hair now turned into flowing silver locks. Snowflakes scattered through the heavens, filling the world with an oppressive stillness. He slashed his sword once, forming a colossal frost barrier spanning 20 miles that encased the battlefield, blocking the ancient's path of escape. Simultaneously, as 9-colored divine light illuminated the skies, the majestic 9-headed emperor dragon descended from the clouds with unstoppable might. The ice dragon head unleashed its innate spell, the ice dragon prison. The dual domains of frost entrapped the ancient within a glacial abyss. Excellent. Although I do not know what secret technique you used to trick me earlier, it does not matter. I will simply kill you again. The ancient roared furiously. Sacred skill, sinking earth. With a tremendous stomp, the continent itself quaked. Caves collapsed beneath cascading rock layers. A colossal force pressed downward onto Levi, pinning him to the ground until his legs sank into the earth, as if he bore the weight of the sky dome itself. Red Emperor Domain. Around Levi, crimson energy surged like roaring rivers, flooding outward without end. In an instant, a 30-mile radius was completely engulfed within the Red Emperor Domain. During the previous battle against Shimu, Levi had withheld his full might intentionally, preparing for the potential arrival of the ancient. Now, he could finally unleash the pent-up fury that had nowhere else to go. After years of seclusion, his dormant lust for battle had been reignited entirely. Transformed into a being of blazing red flames, Levi shattered the invisible shackles weighing upon him with a single punch. Meanwhile, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon summoned 2 spiritual weapons, an Earth Spirit Soldier and a Fire Spirit Soldier, transforming into a giant elephant and a colossal dragon. The ancient's face showed a flicker of concern. Level 7 early stage summoning creatures, both at once. Boom, boom. The giant elephant hauled a mountain and hurled it toward the ancient. The fire dragon spewed flames, incinerating everything ahead. Under the combined assault of earth and fire, the ancient found itself with no way to dodge. Its arms swirled like shadows, smashing against the flames, delivering a punch to the giant elephant. Boom! The giant elephant was instantly severed in half and sent flying. But in less than a moment, it regenerated back to its full form. Though the spirit soldiers possessed average strength, they were impervious to death. As long as Levi had sufficient spell power, he could sustain them indefinitely. The ancient faced the gravity of the situation. By this time, Levi's golden glowing fist had already smashed toward him. Face me in a fist fight? Courting death. The ancient erupted in radiant amethyst light, unleashing the sacred skill, Star Crasher. Rumble. In the thunderous collision, both Levi and the ancient staggered backward. The ancient stared in disbelief at its cracked right arm. How is this possible? No race can rival the physical body of the amethyst race, not even the dragon clan. Once, a mythical level giant dragon had tried to challenge the authority of an amethyst saint, but was smashed apart by the saint's sheer force. Among the Panplane dragon clan, the only one barely capable of resisting an attack from the amethyst saints was the dragon abomination Venerable. Again, Levi stepped forward, launching himself into the air. Buzz. The collision of fists resembled the impact of planets, stirring immense waves through the void. Meanwhile, the giant elephant and fire dragon assaulted once more, submerging the ancient in their relentless attack. Sacred skill, Moonfall. Despite being surrounded by 3 level 7 experts, the ancient refused to run. In the dictionary of the amethyst race, the words retreat did not exist. Its hands tore through the void with immense strength, as if even the dark moon above could be dragged down. A massive violet lunar shadow descended abruptly. Boom! The giant elephant and fire dragon were struck by the crushing force, disintegrating back into earth elements and fire elements before reassembling in the distance. Amid the explosion, Levi shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, activating the heavenly Peng path, a rock's phantom emerging behind him as he soared high, reaching the ancient within moments. Levi switched to the heavenly badger path. Uncontainable fury. The crimson dragon materialized, enveloped by the essence of humanity, and the might of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming into the ultimate strike. The sweeping sword chi clashed against the ancient's guarding arms. Crack! With a resounding blast, the violet arms fell to the ground. Violet light shimmered, restoring the severed limbs. The ancient laughed and said, "Undying body? I have one too." Boom! Yet amidst his laughter, a muffled groan erupted abruptly from him. Chapter 2029. A towering giant whale's silhouette slammed into Ancient's back. Ancient's form was uncontrollably flung toward Levi. This time, Levi did not use a sword. His right hand clenched into a fist, radiating the brilliance of the Doomsday Fist. Boom! Upper hook sky-splitting fist. Levi's punch viciously struck Ancient's lower jawbone, accompanied by the sound of purple crystal shattering. Ancient shot straight into the heavens like a rocket. Its supposedly indestructible Vajra-like skull had already shattered more than half. Nightmare domain. Gray mist swept across heaven and earth as Levi focused his intent. In the sky dome, a pitch-black nightmare Levi incarnation swiftly manifested. His hands clenched tightly, then suddenly shot downward, unleashing a thunderous punch. Although it possessed only half the strength of Levi, it remained more than enough. Ancient was blasted back once again, like a balloon. Before Ancient could react, a phantom shaped like the Thunder Emperor, wielding the Emperor's sword, appeared and slashed horizontally. Ancient's torso was sliced in half by Chaos Sword energy. It quickly regenerated, attempting to reverse its deteriorating state. Then, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon spread its wings, spanning 2,000 meters, with all 9 heads roaring in unison. Brilliant, dazzling innate spells illuminated each other, surging forth like tidal waves. The Amethyst race possessed strong magic resistance, but little could be done when faced with simultaneous, innate spell releases. Water Dragon, Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon, and Fire Dragon all struck at once. Under such a storm-like barrage, Ancient's towering body was utterly shattered, leaving no chance to retaliate. The enemy was not only powerful but also numerous. In reality, it was just Levi alone, as the corpse demons and spiritual weapons were merely tools of his design. Ancient's eyes burned with fierce purple flames as he steeled himself. At this moment, the only path left is to fight to the death. Only then can we avoid becoming the laughingstock of those outsiders from the Council of 10,000 Clans and preserve the honor of the Amethyst race. With the strength of my single self, I can slay the 3 top-tier geniuses here today, even if it means dying. What is there to fear? The Amethyst Saint will be proud of me. Accompanied by the piercing cry of a crane, Ancient transformed into 10,000 streaks of amethyst light, soaring skyward. At that moment, Ancient became light. For the Amethyst race, Holy Spirit, Light Crane. The amethyst light instantaneously pierced through Levi's Ice Dragon prison and Frostblade realm, tearing apart the sky of the forsaken land of the god. On the crystal wall, a pitch-black fissure surfaced. A purple crane, trailing a long amethyst tail flame, descended from the heavens. Its eyes glimmered with an indifferent light, its body cloaked in purple radiant feathers. Kill! The light crane spread its wings, which also spanned 2,000 meters wide. With one move, White Crane kick, it sent the 9-headed Emperor Dragon flying. With another, White Crane spreads its wings, it shredded the incoming giant elephant and fire dragon. Dying beneath my Light Crane Holy Spirit, you can rest satisfied. The Light Crane transformed into a stream of brilliance, its wings spinning like the cosmos's most elegant blade edge. An entire section of land was forcibly split apart, scattered away, and it blasted the giant Whale King away. Golden Dominator. In this place, only you are worthy to be my opponent, Ancient. Levi's expression grew solemn. The Amethyst race was already known as the zenith of average individual combat power across the Pan-Plane all clans. Those who could merge with the Holy Spirit and go even further were the paragons among them. Calling them top-tier geniuses was not an exaggeration. No wonder Ancient was so recklessly confident, even after just advancing to level 7 middle stage. On the other side, Triss and Elena, who were already nearing the end of their battle against Shimu, paled. With this kind of aura, I fear it could take out that flame demon in a single strike. Can Levi withstand it? No problem, right? Let us finish this demon quickly and go support Levi. Shimu roared furiously. Nonsense. How could a single strike kill me? Not only did you ambush me, but now you insult me as well. The Tower of Summer Flowers crashed down from the heavens, smashing Shimu deep into the ground. Noisy. Hurry up and die. The Holy Infant, Gondef, and Lord Victor's 3 avatars, upon witnessing Ancient's overwhelming power, each unleashed their own abilities. Levi bellowed for them to stand back and form a raid formation. The current strength of Ancient was no longer something the 3 avatars could actively engage in. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon and Thunder Emperor stood to Levi's left and right as protectors. Innate spells and Chaos Sword energy paved the path. Levi's right arm clenched into a fist as he entered the Sky Dragon path state. The dragon flames and strength from the Red Emperor domain surged into the Doomsday Fist. Inside his body, the Holy Image Law rang with the cry of elephants. His form began to swell. The Whale Emperor Power Book pushed to the absolute limit. The falling star ring clanged as Levi's momentum continuously accumulated. On a microscopic level, inside Levi, countless billions of power divine palaces roared, condensing into 2 crimson red Emperor divine runes. Countless red Emperor true forms rose, all punching in unison. Equally innumerable palaces of control trembled and transformed into 1 golden brilliance divine rune. The golden brilliance true forms fired off 10,000 streams of dazzling golden light. Red flames and golden light coiled together, morphing Levi's right arm into a claw, as thick as a giant dragon's limb. At this moment, he incarnated as the Dragon Emperor of the mortal realm, his right fist opening the heavens, transforming him into a dragon. When the dragon fist was unleashed, the explosive force of billions ignited, like countless armies charging forward, vast and unstoppable. Heaven and earth destruction fist. Boom, boom, boom. Red flames, golden light, and amethyst light clashed and entangled. Within a range of hundreds of miles, the collision formed a zone of light pollution unbearable for mortal eyes. Under this ultimate exchange of power, everything lost meaning, becoming sheer abstraction and raw force. Irregular rock formations burst apart piece by piece and were annihilated. Chapter 2030. One towering peak after another was obliterated in an instant, reduced to dust. Within the blast radius, the wind disaster stratum in the heavens and earth formed a vacuum zone stretching dozens of miles. A massive breach appeared in Nora's crystal wall, slowly knitting itself back together. At the breach, a blue-haired figure, visible only to those with extraordinary sight, quietly observed what lay below. It was Lucy. She had been here for a long time, yet neither the Amethyst race nor Levi had noticed her presence even now. Not a bad punch, it carries the essence of Roger's old platinum fist. Lucy's form faded. She knew the battle was over. Sometimes, even an overwhelmingly powerful foe requires nothing more than a single serious punch. The wind disaster surged back into the vacuum zone, and the world returned to its prior state. But there was no restoring the vast crater on the godforsaken continent, deep, radiating outward nearly 100 miles. The edges of the crater were relatively intact, but the deeper one ventured toward its center, the worse the devastation became. At its core, it was already a sky chasm. Within the sky chasm, Levi panted heavily. He gazed at his smoldering doomsday fist and, once his breathing steadied, blew the embers out. His body, hair, and even the fine hairs on his skin radiated scalding steam uncontrollably, distorting the void around him. Before him, countless fragments of glowing violet feathers floated in the air. The head of a crane-like figure was clasped in Levi's palm. Taigu was on the brink of death, its lifeless lids drooping. I have lost. Hard as it is to believe, I truly have lost. You are strong, stronger than I imagined. I admit my inferiority, but we of the Amethyst race will never surrender. Even if it shatters every bone in our bodies, we will drag as many wizards as we can into hell with us before we die. Because you wizards, you belong to the multidimensional plane, and all races in the universe, the greatest calamity. Levi cast his gaze toward Taigu. Finished talking? Taigu sneered. Kill me, then. The crane's beak shattered under Levi's fist, embedding itself backward to obliterate Taigu's skull. From the shattered form, a single violet true soul fled. Taigu looked at Levi one last time. It thought of its next life. If it could somehow become a wizard, it did not seem like such a bad fate. Alas, there would be no next life. Leon appeared, using all his strength. Phew, what a chore. Once I consume this, I should have enough energy for my next slumber. Leon wrapped around Taigu, mumbling all the while. Levi watched as Leon claimed Taigu's true soul. Wizards are the calamity of the multidimensional plane? What does that have to do with me? With a wave of his hand, all the violet light fragments converged and fused into a single, radiant, violet amethyst. The amethyst was over 3 meters in diameter, semi-transparent, as though it contained a boundless, infinite power within. A mid-level 7 amethyst, a true priceless treasure. With this, I can significantly enhance both myself and the wizard tools of my 3 avatars. For a refiner, not even a Morningstar level oddity could compare to this piece of amethyst. On another battlefield, Shimu also met a grievance-filled end. Triss's green whip decapitated it, and though its demon soul tried to escape for a desperate counterattack, the floral witch tower swatted it into oblivion. Leon then claimed Shimu's soul. Triss rolled up Shimu's remains and handed them to Levi. I assume you will be needing this? Levi nodded. Thank you, ma'am. With this, the main ingredients for the breakthrough potions of his 3 avatars were now complete. Only the demon dragon grass remained, which would require entering the dragon ruin's mysterious realm to find. If the potion refinement failed, he would have to hunt down another flame demon. That was not a significant concern, as the current main force on the godforsaken continent consisted of the flame demon army. Elena flew over to Levi and, unable to contain herself, hugged him tightly, exclaiming with excitement, "You are incredible." Levi removed Shimu's heart and crystal core from the remains, then handed both the body and loot to Triss. Ma'am, I only need the flame demon potion materials. Please, keep the rest. Sorry to trouble you again. Triss considered this for a moment, then smiled. All right, I will take it. Don't worry, it is just a fair trade. I had planned to finish off Shimu quickly and come help you afterward, but I did not expect you to deal with your enemies first. Levi burst into hearty laughter. The amethyst race? Just paper tigers. For that one punch earlier, he had stacked every possible strength buff. He had also consumed 2 wind element and 2 frost element artificial energy gemstones, and used the heaven and earth destruction fist for a saturating strike. If that was not enough to slay a mid-level 7 amethyst race member, Levi might as well give up his cultivation. Triss's expression grew complicated. In her mind, the image of Levi delivering that legendary punch was etched deeply, impossible to shake off. In that moment, she seemed to see the cocky, unyielding spirit of the 3-headed dragon abomination from the ancient tower reincarnated. Ultimately, she sighed inwardly, lamenting the passage of time. Witnessing the rise of a monster, from weakness to unassailable might, was an experience unimaginable to most. Triss was grateful she was Levi's friend rather than his foe. Several days later, on a distant battlefield, Laplace led a Dragon Knight Wizard battle group in a siege against 2 12-armed snake demons. One was early level 7, the other mid-level 7. The towering snake demons wielded 12 arms brandishing swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, their aura overpowering and vast. But under the relentless onslaught of the battle group and Laplace, the snake demons were steadily forced into submission, particularly the early level 7 snake demon, which was covered in wounds and on the verge of collapse. Just as they were about to subdue it, the desperate early level 7 snake demon suddenly spat out a bead radiating an ominous aura of destruction. At the same time, the mid-level 7 snake demon began to go berserk, weakening the containment of the combat array. Reinforce the seals. Prepare defenses. Laplace's voice was icy as he began preparing a primordial soul spell to deal a fatal blow to the snake demons. The battle group wizards perspired heavily as they poured every ounce of strength into their assault on the snake demons. Ha ha ha. Let us perish together. The snake demon lord's expression turned maniacal as its form rapidly collapsed, pouring its entire essence into the bead. At the critical moment, a streak of starlight came barreling through the skies. In its wake, the 9 heavens layers were tinted with molten gold. The golden silhouette of a knight emerged, channeling a vast torrent of power of golden element, and unleashing a sky-bridging galaxy sword chi. Like Chen Xiang cleaving the mountain to save his mother, the immense snake demon body was severed in 2, crashing to the ground amid a storm of dust and debris. A cluster of starlight condensed into a tiny sword, circled once, and vanished in an instant. The early level 7 snake demon was dead. Laplace stood frozen. Victor, is he nearby as well? But now was not the time to dwell on this. He seized the opportunity to focus all firepower on the mid-level 7 snake demon. Not long after, it too met its demise. 2 level 7 demons were vanquished. Laplace commanded, Yabek, take your team and clear the battlefield. Root out any remaining forces from the cave. He sat to the side to rest, opening his communication device to check his messages. Mr. Laplace, that sword from my friend Victor can be credited to your battle group. No need to thank me. By the way, thank your cousin for me and let her know I am fine. Gondef. Laplace chuckled bitterly. So that is why Victor suddenly intervened. Just as he put down his communication device, another message materialized. Oh, one more thing. Could you ask Soraya not to block me? Thanks. Gondef. Chapter 2031. Evolution. Sky King, Master of Wind and Thunder. In the wilderness, Lord Victor raised his hand, and the star sword flew into his mind. Gondef broke the silence with a nod of gratitude. Thank you, Gondef said. Victor offered a casual dismissal. You are welcome. Ace joined the conversation as the trio prepared to depart. Now that the flame demon materials are all collected, we must focus all efforts on reaching the 7 Circle. The 3 boarded the Phantom 60 and quickly headed back to the Midland continent. Deep within the godforsaken continent, in a damp cave, a commander bather in liquid fire opened his eyes. Lord Nova, we just received intelligence. Shimu is dead. Nova, who was bathing in magma, let out a sound like grinding metal, his eyes blazing with fury. What? Shimu is dead? Was he not up against a few 6 Circle wizards? Moreover, he had an early-stage level 7 black flash dragon with him. With such a lineup, how did he lose? The demon reporting the news trembled. This, I do not know. In any case, Shimu's abyss soul has been extinguished. The Gondor 3 heroes, their strength seems far more fearsome than we expected. Nova buzzed with irritation. Forget it. Stop bothering me with such trivial matters. Continue to monitor the Gondor 3 heroes. Offer a reward, 1 level 8 abyss core. Whoever kills them can claim the prize from me. Additionally, issue a separate reward for the Deep Blue Expedition Army's commander Lucy. Anyone who kills her will receive a level 9 abyss heart. The demon gasped. Abyss heart. A level 8 abyss core was rare, but within understandable limits. However, a level 9 abyss heart was a treasure beyond the imagination of any demon. Refining it could grant even the lowest tier demon an opportunity to ascend rapidly, becoming a demon lord. More importantly, refining the abyss heart would draw the attention of the abyss will. From then on, one's true soul would gain shelter from the abyss will. Even if killed, one could be reborn within the abyss without falling under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Of course, with a level 9 abyss heart, memory retention during rebirth was not guaranteed, and one might turn into a new entity. However, if luck prevailed and past wisdom awakened, one might regain memories of a previous life. As for the level 10 abyss heart, that was the supreme relic coveted by every abyss lord. Consuming it would bestow favor from the abyss will, akin to those powerful low-tier abyss lords treated as its chosen ones. Beyond gaining long lifespans, even in death, one could be reborn, free from the underworld's grasp. They reached the state of undying and immortal, the true terror of the abyss. Of course, both level 9 and level 10 abyss hearts were extremely rare treasures. Their origins and formation processes were known only to the powerful low-tier abyss lords, who controlled their distribution. Only a select few lucky adventurers within the abyss managed to find an abyss heart, bypassing this monopoly. Using an abyss heart as a bounty for Lucy demonstrated her remarkable significance. Great rewards bring forth brave warriors. Nova believed that relying on the absolute power of the abyss, it would only be a matter of time before they took down that woman. Back on the Midland continent, in Gondor City, Guillermo's accessory shop sat quietly. The white-haired wizard stared calmly at the fire dragon shop across the street. A voice resonated in his mind, informing him that Shimu was dead. Guillermo's expression shifted as he processed the news. What? Shimu is dead? Was he not tasked with handling the Gondor 3 heroes? The voice in his mind returned. The Gondor 3 heroes are far more formidable than they appear. Stay vigilant. Has your identity been compromised? Guillermo lowered his head, feigning interest in his wares. I do not think so. Everything is fine for now. Sir, perhaps you could relocate me elsewhere. The voice was cold and dismissive. Continue monitoring them. Commander Nova has already issued bounties. If they leave Gondor City, inform me immediately. Guillermo sighed to himself. Understood. I cannot believe someone as strong as Shimu got killed by the Gondor 3 heroes. It is truly unbelievable. Deep in space, before a crumbling world, the Komodo snake opened its eyes. Projections of Emperor Dagon and the nightmare black dragon wizard appeared in the void before him. Emperor Dagon spoke coldly. Ha! So the Ancient One has perished at last. Serves them right. Useless fool. If only they had cooperated with the nightmare black dragon wizard, this would not have been the outcome. These Amethyst race members are truly arrogant. If they are so great, why do they not just obliterate the Wizard Council? They strut around, looking down on everyone. The Dwarf King was fuming, unable to hold back his frustration. The Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard offered his own assessment. The Gondor 3 heroes indeed live up to their reputation. It is no wonder they have brought you so many defeats. The Snake Envoy spoke indifferently. Today's outcome, I already foresaw it. The organization has doubled the bounty on the Gondor 3 heroes again. It is enough to tempt some level 8 powerhouses. Based on what I know, Blood Vortex Venerable has already taken action. Emperor Dagon growled. Blood Vortex Venerable? I have dealt with him before. He seems to be one of the generals under some sovereign. His true form is a kind of powerful aberrant insect, specializing in the path of duplication. If he deploys his duplications, there is a chance he could capture the Gondor 3 heroes. Emperor Dagon, relentless in his pursuit of the Holy Infant, remained steadfast. He turned his thoughts to striking a deal with Blood Vortex Venerable. On the other side, the Nightmare Black Dragon Wizard was lost in thought. His hatred for the Wizard Council was stronger than even his animosity towards demons. The organization's bounty for the Gondor 3 heroes tempted him as well. However, he knew the Gondor 3 heroes must have the protection of a lord from the wizard world. At that moment, he could not make up his mind. If he acted, failure would not be an option, or he would plunge into everlasting ruin. On the ancient dragon continent, Levi and Elena returned triumphant, while Triss returned to the witch's family to restore the rare treasure. Chapter 2032. Going to war with Levi this time brought in a significant harvest. The level 7 magic artifact is valuable, even if wizards cannot wield it directly. Without a heart or crystal core, the corpse of the flame demon body remains immensely useful. Shimu was a mid-stage level 7 flame demon, a high-priority target on the Congress bounty list and a key figure in the Burning Expedition Army. His value far exceeds the level 7 early-stage flame demon previously hunted by the Holy Infant and others. Triss received 1.5 million war merit points, and Elena received 1.2 million. Triss felt a swell of satisfaction. Her previous disappointment at losing the demon dragon whip swept away. Although Levi did not directly kill Shimu, he gained 500,000 war merit points. Combined with the 400,000 for killing the dragon, he earned close to 1 million war merit points in total. Inside the Tower of Summer Flowers, Elena smiled. She tapped a display of her records. I am almost at 5 million war merit points. I can exchange them for a Morningstar level oddity. Levi looked up from his own ledger. I wish you success in randomly getting a water element oddity. How many war merit points do you have now? Elena asked. Levi checked his account. Still 500,000. I learned from Gondaf that after killing the Ancient, you can choose a Morningstar level oddity directly from the Congress, plus an additional Etherstone reward, so I am not in a hurry. You hurry and gather 5 million war merit points. Exchange for one. If you cannot use it, give it to me, and I will exchange it for one that can be used. For Levi, as long as it was Morningstar level, any faction served the same purpose. Elena beamed. She kissed Levi. Thank you. Levi and Elena rested for several days. The summer flowers swayed, and the spring light seemed endless. For Levi, this battle provided 3 major gains. First, he obtained 2 Flame Demon Hearts and Flame Demon Crystal Cores. Second, he claimed the corpse of a level 7 early-stage dragon abomination. Third, he acquired a level 7 mid-stage amethyst. This kind of material has accompanied Levi through long years. The amethyst race truly deserves to be called his good brothers. Combined with the previous hunts, Levi now possessed the main ingredient for 3 doses of Flame Demon Potion. He still lacked 2 units of Demon Dragon Grass Powder, but he only needed to acquire 1 Demon Dragon Grass from the next Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. It was the year 297 of Nora. Levi calculated that only 20 years remained until the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. By then, he could enter the 7th floor, where a chance to obtain a Morningstar level oddity might exist. Beyond the 3 major gains, many valuable materials remained within the Dragon Abomination and the Ancient. Notably, several rare minerals the Ancient had not yet digested brought Levi a small profit. One day, Levi placed the corpse of the Dragon Abomination on the ground. It still exuded a terrifying demonic aura despite being dead. This sub-dragon type seems to be a Black Flash Dragon, a subspecies of the Black Annihilation Dragon, Levi noted. I have some affinity with this Black Annihilation Dragon. It naturally possesses the exotic thunder known as Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. The Black Oblivion Thunder I obtained in the Ancient Tower is exactly a lower version of the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. This Black Flash Dragon had seemingly awakened the ability of Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. That power made it far surpass an ordinary level 7 early-stage creature, causing the 3 avatars to struggle for a long time. Levi ultimately resolved the threat. Levi recalled he still possessed an exotic flame called Dark Death Flame. He rarely used it. Now that the Seven Suns Falling Domain served as his main burning faction spell during the 7 Rings stage, perhaps the time had come to bring back the Dark Death Flame. An exotic flame should not be left in the corner to collect dust. The Black Flash Dragon's dragon scales, dragon skin, dragon bones, and dragon eyes were all top-quality materials. They could be used for weapon refinement and for creating artificial energy cores for the Doomsday Fist. The ultimate secret technique, the Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist, was powerful, but drained too much energy. Each use exhausted 4 artificial energy cores. If used too frequently, even the natural Earth element core might not withstand the strain. Fortunately, Levi previously obtained the corpse of a wind-shaped dragon and the Snow Mountain Dragon King to sustain his consumption. Now, with another Thunder Attribute Dragon Clan specimen, he had no need to worry about the energy demands of the Doomsday Fist in the short term. 6 months later, Levi had fully extracted the bloodline crystal of the Black Flash Dragon. A fist-sized black and red crystal rested in his hand. He peered into the crystal, spotting traces of demonic aura. I will need to purify the demonic aura before using it. A month later, Levi prepared all the auxiliary materials for this Sky Dragon Evolution Potion with a solemn face. With the addition of these 2 legendary bloodline factors, the Wind Illusion Dragon and the Black Annihilation Dragon, I hope this evolution will not disappoint me. Levi sent the secret medicine into his body and began the blood refinement process. Time flew like an arrow, and the years sped by. 3 years later, it was the year 300 of Nora, the 88th year since the beginning of the blood battle. After the battle with Shimu, the Gondar City 3 Greats never returned to the godforsaken continent. They focused entirely on closed-door meditation and spell research. Their previous kill of the Dragon Abomination earned them another batch of war merit points. On the 7th level demon slaying list, Ace had climbed to the 80th place with 3.3 million points, Gondaf to the 83rd with 3.27 million points, and Lord Victor to the 84th place with 3.14 million points. This ranking remained quite high in the fiercely competitive 6th Circle Wizard group, especially considering the number of participants far exceeded that of 7 Circle Wizards. Chapter 2033. Overall, since the 3 heroes rarely take the initiative to challenge demons for the rankings, their positions are not very high. But by relying on their hunts of level 7 demons, engaging in high-tier battles, they maintain steady progress within the top 100. The trio joined forces 4 consecutive times to slay high-ranking level 7 abyssal entities, which has become a celebrated tale in the wizard world. If it happened just once, one might attribute it to luck. But achieving this 4 times in a row is indisputably a testament to their power. This indicates that these 3 prodigies, working together, are already unstoppable below level 7 mid-stage, truly deserving of the name Gondar City 3 Heroes. Publications like the Middle-earth Rule of Law newspaper, Blood Battle Daily, and even the influential Soren Daily have all reported on the Gondar 3 Heroes. Among them, the magical forms, and soul artifact rankings of Holy Infant and Gandalf have steadily advanced, reaching toward the top 500, surpassing many average-performing 7-circle wizards. As for Victor, up until now, he has not revealed his magical form in public nor aimed for rankings. With the fame of his Dawn Divine Sword, he does not need the exposure from such lists. Taking advantage of this publicity, Fire Dragon Shop, Gandalf Pharmacy, and Dawn Tower have been appearing more and more prominently. Fire Dragon Artifact has undoubtedly become one of Gondor City's top industries, benefiting many wizards across the Midland continent. During wartime, the rate of damage to non-consumable items, like wizard tools, far exceeds that of peaceful eras. As a result, demon hunting wizards, especially in Gondor City, increasingly visit Fire Dragon Shop. Although Fire Dragon Shop's wizard tools are slightly more expensive, their durability and performance on the battlefield easily surpass those of cheaper alternatives, truly living up to the saying you get what you pay for. This is something that can save lives on the perilous blood battlefield. When faced with such stakes, wizards' choices are self-evident. Fire Dragon Shop has flourished, yet its commitment to producing top-quality items has never wavered. It refuses to compromise quality by expanding production recklessly, even amidst surging demand. After all, its secret competitors are waiting for an opportunity to topple Fire Dragon Shop from its pedestal. At times like this, caution is imperative. Any product with quality flaws would rather be hidden away than sold. If reparable, it is repaired. If irreparable, it is promptly fed to Levi's Sword of Victory. Supported by their respective industries, the three avatars can consistently channel resources to their original selves, while also meeting their own cultivation needs. Additionally, their employees earn substantial income for their own cultivation. Take Fire Dragon Shop as an example. Anyone capable of crafting wizard tools that qualify as top quality or above is included in the year-end performance review, earning substantial bonuses on top of their base salary. Dwarvish artisans Copperbeard and Iron Teeth are beneficiaries of this system, leveraging their crafting skills to earn enough to break through to 6th ring senior status. While not overwhelmingly wealthy, they can comfortably afford meditation supplementary potions for cultivation. Moreover, Fire Dragon Shop has signed a collaboration agreement with Gandalf Pharmacy, offering small discounts on wizard tools and potions purchased by their respective employees, reducing cultivation costs further. Overall, while ensuring the organization earns profits, there is also an emphasis on giving employees a sense of belonging, akin to Levi's past Fat Domlay philosophy. This word of mouth spreads quickly, attracting talented weapon craftsmen, pharmacists, and various job seekers from far and wide to apply nearly every day. However, only the most outstanding candidates have a chance to be included. It was also this year. Toby, at the age of 230, achieved perfection in 6 talents, and exceeded the general spiritual force limit by 20 points, successfully crystallizing and stepping into the 5th circle wizard realm. He became the shop's outstanding 5th circle weapon craftsman, with a rate of top-quality tools surpassing many veteran 5th circle craftsmen. In gratitude for the past generosity of the fire god's hammer, Holy Infant naturally does not hold back, paying close attention to nurturing Toby to reach the 6th circle realm as soon as possible to ease his burden. Both Alexandra and Elsie have also been diligently cultivating these past years, striving for the 6th circle perfection realm. Currently, their rankings on the demon slaying list are just outside the top 200. They are quite philosophical about this, reasoning that as long as they survive, slow and steady progress will eventually secure enough war merit to redeem Morningstar artifacts, or even Bright Moon artifacts. As for the sun refining artifact, that is clearly reserved for a select few, and satisfaction is key. Meanwhile, a rising star has emerged on the 7th level demon slaying list. Demon Tier's Divine Sword Link. This child of the metal element has been active in demon hunting across the godforsaken continent, wielding his signature 8 stars demon slaying sword formation to slaughter countless demons, becoming a prime target for the Burning Expedition Army's reward system. During this time, demons have repeatedly attempted to hunt Link, but he has miraculously escaped death every time, evidently due to his extraordinary fortune. Though he ascended to the 6th circle wizard realm relatively late, he has already slain 5 level 6 demons consecutively, with astonishing battle achievements. Among these, 2 were level 6 mid-stage demons. Demon Tier's Divine Sword is widely regarded as one of the rare secret sword flow prodigies who have risen after the era of Dawn Divine Sword, rapidly growing through slaughter. In truth, his success is deeply tied to his Golden Spear Iron Heart talent, an extraordinary chi sect talent that thrives on proving one's path through battle. In the Golden Spear Iron Horse, an iron-boned sword heart is forged. This enabled Link to accumulate 2,300,000 points, and rise to rank 150 on the demon slaying list. As things stand, entering the top 100 is only a matter of time. Chapter 2034. After all, most high-ranked 6th circle wizards only occasionally participate in demon slaying. He, however, resides directly on the god-forsaken continent, rushing toward danger wherever it arises. Ordinary people would not dare to imitate such behavior. Meanwhile, the twin stars of knights and wizards on the ancient dragon continent, the Fire Dragon Knight and the Shadow Queen, also achieved excellent battle merits, securing spots within the top 300 of the demon slaying list. It was not that their strength was inferior to Link, they simply were not as relentless. After all, their primary duty was to protect the ancient dragon continent. On this day, the coastline of the ancient dragon continent saw another 6th-level mid-stage bottom-dwelling fish demon lead an army of aquatic demons in a surprise attack. A brilliant star ring descended from the sky. It imprisoned the invaders and landed atop the wizard tower that materialized in the void. Elena stood with her hands behind her back. With a single spell, she extinguished the demon life. She stared at the coastline, the surrounding sea, and the dense demonic aura lingering in the area. Her brows furrowed. Even though we have been attempting purification, the speed of purification clearly cannot match the rate of demonic pollution. For nearly a century, the battle with the demons had been a standoff. The demons had not launched a full-scale invasion of the ancient dragon continent, seemingly cautious, but they never ceased sending aquatic demons to harass the area. Currently in the wizard world, the methods employed to purify demonic aura primarily rely on treasures and spells from the Bright faction, or the spreading of specialized demon-purifying potions to dissolve it entirely. However, these methods are only effective for small to medium-scale battles. For prolonged blood battles like this, if a better solution cannot be devised soon, one day this place will inevitably become a weakened version of the abyss. On the ancient dragon continent, purification of demonic aura involves two primary methods: purification potions and the cultivation of fungi. The former is costly, even with the widespread availability of saint fruit. The latter is limited in applicable scope. Elena turned her gaze to the flourishing green tribe by the shore, and the swaying seaweed seedlings sprouting in the seawater. If the traits of the green tribe and fungi could be combined, would it be possible to develop plants that can absorb demonic aura across land, sea, and air? Large-scale seeding of grass and trees on land, and deployment of algae spores into the ocean. Once Levi and Triss complete their trials, we can discuss this idea. Such research would require the support of the Wizard Council. Relying solely on the ancient dragon continent might prove insufficient. Elena checked her wristband, noting the 5 million war merits she had already accumulated. She looked toward the closed door of the training area where Levi remained. It was clearly not the time to redeem oddities. Several days later, deep in the heart of the ancient dragon continent, an uninhabited mountain valley lay silent. The wind and elemental power of thunder began to churn and surge through heaven and earth. Layer upon layer of stormy black clouds pressed heavily against the sky dome, suffocating all who witnessed it. The most startling sight was the bolts of lightning weaving through the clouds. These were not the usual purple hue, but an ominous black, radiating an eerie aura. Boom! Levi appeared. 3,000 wind thunder feather blades swirled around him. The buzzing of wind and thunder resonated across the skies. The legendary beings known as masters of the blood tribulation revealed themselves one after another. The silver mountain dragon, Maya, the black flash dragon, and the wind illusion dragon. These legendary creatures, each wielding their unique skills, emerged onto the stage. The silver mountain dragon wielded lightning. Maya controlled storms. The black flash dragon transformed into black lightning capable of tearing everything apart. The wind illusion dragon became an intangible breeze, soft yet unyielding. All of it was futile against Levi. He activated the sky dragon path, unleashing the power of the sky dragon within him, igniting flashes of lightning and roaring thunder. The 3,000 feather blades assembled, merging into a colossal wind and thunder giant sword. With the 10 evil martial arts unleashed, none could stand against him. Levi transformed into the Dragon Emperor, terrifying sword chi erupting from the wind and thunder blade. Sword light tore through the void, shattering ancient silhouettes that traversed the expanse of time. All succumbed beneath the blade of Levi. Before long, the blood tribulation was overcome with ease. Elena witnessed the effortless triumph over the blood tribulation. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us hope the dark tribulation is not too insane. As her words fell, the sky of the ancient dragon continent suddenly fissured. A monstrous, earth-yellow dragon claw rent the heavens apart. Its 1,000-meter-long body descended into the wind disaster stratum, unleashing a terrifying aura of a level 7 mid-stage entity. The creature's soil yellow scales rustled in layers. A pitch-black horn atop its forehead emitted a haunting glow. Shaped like a dragon head, the beast locked its gaze onto Levi. Behind the creature, an army of thousands of demons appeared, including numerous 6th-level demon lords. Their deafening roars spread unparalleled murderous intent. With a thunderous, low voice reverberating like a storm, the creature spoke, shaking the heavens. So, you are Levi, the Golden Dominator. As soon as the beast appeared, reconnaissance creatures hidden across the ancient dragon continent sensed the intruder. They relayed the information to various organizations. Across the ancient dragon continent, 6th-level entities erupted with their power. Faces turned grave as they gazed in the direction of the enemies. Alert! A 7th-level creature has suddenly appeared on the ancient dragon continent. The Sky Dome defense system has been activated. All demon extermination shuttles are en route to the battlefield. All battle groups, stay vigilant and prepare to confront the formidable enemies. Mobilize all organizational guardians to provide support. Do not forget to summon Andreas from Giant Beast Paradise. He is a level 7 mid-stage sub-dragon breed. Contact the Flower Knight. Various departments responded swiftly, executing operations with exceptional efficiency. This was thus far the most powerful external invasion event the ancient dragon continent had faced. From numerous launch towers across the land, streams of silver light shot forth. They represented the Sky Dome defense system, the demon exterminating divine shuttle formation. Chapter 2035. The Tower of Dawn stood silent. The ghost bone dragon soared skyward, a death storm swirling around it, and countless undead wailed behind. The dusk holy temple watched. The giant elephant king roared, surrounded by golden clouds, charging forward relentlessly. Giant beast paradise trembled. The earth cracked and shifted, cold air surged into the heights, and the most imposing frost dragon rose into the sky, snowflakes dancing, icy winds howling behind it. Ha ha ha. This is the moment for me, Andreas, to showcase my talents. Andreas's heart raced with excitement. His master was in seclusion, and this level 7 middle stage sub-dragon was clearly his destined opponent. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he would freeze, crush, and utterly destroy this foe. He would showcase the grandeur of the Snow Mountain Dragon King. When his master emerged from seclusion, the fate coins would rain down as rewards. He would count so many he would cramp his own hands. The Blood Knight team watched the level 7 guardians rushing out. They breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, our commander left these guardians behind before retreating into seclusion. Otherwise, facing level 7 enemies, the losses would have been catastrophic. Level 7, in some sense, was the pinnacle of combat power during the early stages of the blood battle. After all, even in the Abyss, beings of level 8 were not as numerous as most imagined. They were frequently under military scrutiny. Therefore, for an organization with level 7 guardians, surviving the early stages of the blood battle was practically guaranteed. Elena, who had delivered her protection to Levi, stood stunned. Level 7 middle stage. Is this Levi's dark tribulation, or some other unforeseen calamity? Levi remained calm. He understood the demons before him represented calamities from the land of darkness, ordeals that had been destined for him. Elena, inform all departments to hold their ground. This dark tribulation is mine to handle alone. The most powerful beast, a dirt-colored giant creature, was the sub-dragon known as the Earth-Splitting Dragon. The demonic aura emanating from it suggested it was a demonized species. The degree of demonization did not seem very profound. It had likely only recently defected from the dragon clan amidst the blood battle. The Earth-Splitting Dragon resembled a stone lizard in form, elongated, with only a pair of sturdy forelimbs and no hind legs. It was a dragon of the earth attribute, and the element of earth countered the attributes of wind and thunder. I am the mighty Earth Splitter, the Earthquake Dragon Quinn. You shall perish. Quinn's terrifying dragon's might swept across the battlefield. Its elongated body dived downward toward Levi, its earth-shattering claws fiercely slashing. Two void blades flew forth, cutting through everything. Since it was a dark tribulation, Levi went all out. Facing a level 7 middle stage powerhouse, respect was required. He activated the Sky Dragon Path, the Red Emperor Domain, the Whale Emperor Power Book, the Strength Rune, and the Holy Image Law. Boom! Within Levi's body, countless divine palaces roared in unison. Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames intertwined with the pitch-black thunder born from his latest breathing technique, releasing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Levi did not use the Doomsday Fist this time. This beast before him, while seemingly intimidating, was inferior to the Amethyst race. Pulverizing it entirely with one strike would be a waste. Besides, the demonization of this sub-dragon was not deep. It was similar to Diabo, whom he encountered previously in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. If captured directly, it could serve as excellent secret medicine material for the brilliant golden dragon armor. Boom! Levi unleashed a punch, a fusion of red flames, and black thunder forming an overpowering red-black fist wind. The giant beast's attack was obliterated effortlessly, and the fist wind barreled onward without pause. Before the earth-splitting dragon, mountain ridges emerged, overlapping to form a natural protective barrier. The beast moved its iron claws to shield itself, performing a divine dragon tail sweep aimed at Levi. Crack! The red flames and black thunder exploded, the red-black light illuminating the heavens. The mountain ranges disintegrated into powder, scattering stones and dust that drifted with the wind. The sound of bone fracturing rang out. The iron claw of the giant beast shockingly cracked open. The remaining fist wind struck its chest, allowing the pitch-black thunder to creep across its surface like a bone leech. It seeped into its body, poisonously corroding its flesh and blood, while the red flames on its exterior caused unbearable agony. This punch was not just raw physical power. It was imbued with Levi's spell-like abilities of fire and thunder. The sheer force was unimaginable. It was Levi's newly created technique, the Thunder Flame Charge Punch. Under this tremendous impact, the earth-splitting dragon flew into the distance, its body tracing a parabolic arc before landing in the wilderness ahead. Ow, ow, so painful. The earth-splitting dragon wailed in agony. Boom! Levi descended heavily to the ground, raising his serene, lake-like eyes as he stared at his still-smoking fist. Right. You said your name earlier. Could you repeat that? The earth-splitting dragon's heart swelled with fear as it gazed at the man who had toppled it with a single punch. Trembling, it faltered. I am Quinn. I was forced by the demons. I did not want to come here. Levi let out an indifferent "oh." Then his fist struck another blow, knocking the earth-splitting dragon completely unconscious. His plan was to first imprison this demon dragon using restrictions and arrays, then attempt to subdue it with dragon's might. If that failed, he would wait for the Scarlet Dragon's evolution, utilize Crimson Enslavement to forcefully claim it, and begin purification afterward. Having dealt with the earth-splitting dragon, Levi did not rest. Instead, his gaze turned to the high heavens, where demons stood frozen in shock. Commander Quinn, is he dead? What happened? One punch and he was killed. This is not an illusion, is it? That was a level 7 middle stage sub-dragon. What greeted them next was Levi's sea of fire and lightning strikes. Without level 7 combat strength, nor the wizard-trained battle groups or arrays, these demons stood no chance before Levi. They were utterly powerless. Chapter 2036. Levi activated the Sky Dragon path. His long sword pointed forward. With him guarding the pass, no one could break through. Under the sweep of sword chi, the demons fell from the sky like raindrops. Regardless of whether they were level 5 or level 6, none stood as Levi's equal in a clash. Once he unleashed his full firepower, every opponent fell as equals before his blade. Below, the various battle groups and level 6 experts stared. They stood shocked and dumbstruck, watching Levi battle thousands of demons single-handedly in the high heavens. A soldier pointed upward, his voice tight. "The commander is just too damn fierce." Another soldier nodded, kicking at the dirt. "Yeah. He is not even giving us minions a chance to earn war merit." Soon, the world grew quiet. The ground lay littered with demon corpses. This carnage existed despite Levi's fire having directly burned away a portion of them. Levi descended. He glanced at his wristband as his points continued to rise incessantly. Because he had killed far too many demons moments ago, the points had yet to be fully calculated. The heart of Skynet had to tally not only Levi's individual kill count, but also take into account the entire wizard world. Levi sheathed his blade and gestured to the surrounding officers. "Clean up the battlefield. Send the corpses of low-level demons to the fungus base. Keep any useful materials and deal with the demonic aura here." The Blood Knight stepped forward, placing a hand over his heart. "Commander, you should go rest first. Leave the aftermath to us." Far away, Andreas had just arrived from Giant Beast Paradise. He looked at the enemy lying on the ground, hanging by a thread. The ghost bone dragon laughed. "It is already over. Being a guardian on Ancient Dragon Continent was a cushy job. With a master who personally handled everything, there was no need for it to act." Having failed to show its strength, Andreas shivered. In less than 100 years, he has already reached a level where a single punch could kill a Dragon Clan member like me. Thank goodness I foresaw this and submitted early. Otherwise, the next time he enters the ancient tower, I would not even have a chance to beg for mercy before being killed. Organization members attended to the cleanup when an official airship suddenly broke through the void. It flew overhead. Standing aboard was a towering man with purple hair. Lightning coiled around his body. His gaze was sharp as blades, his aura overwhelming, and his bearing extraordinary. He was none other than a 7 rings perfection powerhouse. The man leaped from the deck. "I am Harvest, head of the Thunderlight Wizard Group and master of Annihilation Realm Thunder. Passing through, I detected a gathering of demons here. What is the situation now? Do you need assistance?" The Blood Knight's heart skipped a beat. Though not a level 7, he had heard of the renowned Annihilation Realm Thunder. He bowed low. "Senior, the demons have already been dealt with by our commander, Levi. The crisis is resolved." Harvest's expression shifted. From detecting a massive demon presence until now, the time had been brief. To resolve so many demons, especially when one among them was suspected to be a level 7 demon, Levi's strength far exceeded what Harvest had imagined. Given Levi's rank, always trailing at the bottom of the demon-slaying list, Harvest had not paid him much attention before. Harvest nodded. "Then it is fine. Should you need support, you may contact our wizard group." The Blood Knight smiled. "Many thanks, Senior." Harvest turned back toward his ship. "No need for courtesy. It is just a part of our military duty." With that, he led his disciplined and battle-ready group. They broke through the sky and disappeared into the distance. In the land of darkness, Harvest sat alone at the prow of the ship. He gazed in the direction of Ancient Dragon Continent. The vice commander, a capable 7 rings perfection which named Thunder Fox Leela, also from the Lightning faction, approached. She carried a goblet and walked over, arms folded across her chest. "I have long heard of Levi from the Twilight Knights, known for advancing the path of knights to a level rivaling wizards. Seeing it firsthand, his reputation is well deserved." Harvest watched the clouds roll past. "Indeed. Based on the traces of battle, it seems he has also mastered a powerful exotic thunder, which piques my interest. I would like to spar with him. However, given his realm is too low, I cannot bully the weak. Hopefully, in the upcoming blood battlefield, I will have the chance to test myself against him." Leela rested a hand on the railing and chuckled. "Few people can catch the commander's eye." Harvest looked out at the stars. Now that the blood battle has commenced, reclusive prodigies emerge one after another. We can no longer view the world through the lens of old perspectives. My current top ranking is merely a result of my position's advantage. Certainly, within the wizard world, there are 7 circle wizards stronger than me, silently preparing for their moment to shine. Leela, when you have witnessed more sights, you will understand my mindset." Leela laughed, spinning her goblet. "Commander, the way you speak makes it sound like you are older than me. I am a 2,000-year-old woman, 500 years older than you. But, Commander, with 27 circle which marks already branded, why have you not ascended to 8 rings yet? With your talent, you should have done so long ago." Harvest turned to face her. "Leela, what is the 56th rule in Soren quotations?" Leela recited the line. "Haste makes waste." Harvest laughed heartily. "Haha, amidst the chaos of a world in strife, how could I, Harvest, not long to strive for the legendary?" As he spoke, he exuded an irresistible confidence and charisma that left Leela momentarily dazed. "I understand. Alas, I cannot wait any longer. If I delay further, I am afraid I may miss the chance at 9 rings." Harvest turned back to the horizon. Everyone walks a different path. Just do your best. The Thunderlight Wizard group vanished into deep space, continuing their hunt for new targets. In the Emperor's palace, Quinn, the earth-splitting dragon, gazed at the man before him. Behind Levi, 6 terrifying dragons might swirled together, triggering an instinctual fear within the creature's bloodline. In the end, Quinn lowered its proud head. Levi felt a surge of joy in his heart. As expected, the creature's level of demonization was not deep, and its dragon's might could still be subdued. He asked the earth-splitting dragon some questions, and the dragon provided answers without reservation. Clearly, it was merely a temporary recruit of the demons. Although it appeared powerful, it was practically oversized cannon fodder, holding no critical intelligence. It was purely leading a suicidal squad to contaminate ancient dragon continent, inadvertently becoming Levi's dark tribulation. Levi sent the earth-splitting dragon to Giant Beast Paradise for purification healing. This dark tribulation was truly exhilarating. Getting a free level 7 middle stage sub-dragon and earning over 4 million points. Is there anything sweeter? Levi opened his wristband. His points had surged to close to 6 million, ranking him at 81. With the reward for slaying the ancient entity earlier, he could redeem 2 Morningstar level oddities. One could be selected, the other would be random. However, the most important thing was the breakthrough. After fusing the Black Flash Dragon and Wind Illusion Dragon, he had finally achieved his 4th mythical level breathing method. Sky King, Master of Wind and Thunder. Levi straightforwardly named it Sky King Dragon. Chapter 2037. Actually, before naming it the Heavenly King Dragon, Levi considered many other names. He thought of the Heavenly Emperor Dragon, but he felt the current endurance breathing technique could not bear the weight of the word Emperor, nor could it stand alongside the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He also considered names like the Wind Thunder Dragon, the Sky Crying Dragon, or the Sky Thunder Dragon, but they lacked a certain grandeur. In the end, he settled on a simple, forceful name, the Heavenly King Dragon. The Heavenly King Dragon's abilities were far superior to the Sky Dragon's. Levi reviewed his current status. He had reached the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill at level 19, with progress at 1 out of 10 million. His special effect was the Heavenly King Dragon body, mythical level, level 7 early stage. His bloodline Dharma idol was the Wind and Thunder Surge. His blood source armor was the Storm Dragon armor. His exclusive weapon was the Wind Thunder Wings, level 7. He had 0 out of 66 bloodline divine patterns. The Heavenly King Dragon body, mythical level provided 6 major benefits. First, you possess the extreme endurance of a sky dragon. Second, you have exceptionally excellent wind and thunder elemental affinity talents. Third, you have mastered Black Oblivion Divine Thunder, the Wind Illusion Realm, Silver Mountain Skyfall, Summoning Maya, and other spell-like abilities. Fourth, you have comprehended a 12-kilometer wide storm domain. Fifth, you can undertake long-distance traveling the void journeys. Sixth, you can transform into the Heavenly King Dragon. The word extreme added before the description of the endurance attribute made it concise, comparable to other mythical level breathing techniques, like the Brilliant Golden Dragon. Next, the wind and thunder elemental affinity talents became exceptionally excellent. Then came the main event. Following this evolution, Levi mastered the special ability of the Black Oblivion Dragon, the Black Oblivion Divine Thunder. This is an even stronger exotic thunder, compared to the Black Oblivion Thunder, serving as its higher grade counterpart. This exotic thunder can be incorporated into the spells of the Thunder faction that Levi masters. Levi's Thunder Dragon skill can now be called the Black Oblivion Thunder Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon Flash can be called the Black Oblivion Thunder Flash. The Black Oblivion Divine Thunder is a malicious thunder with potent adhesive and corrosive properties. It is the perfect villain skill. When unleashed, torrents of black lightning surge forth, akin to an apocalyptic demon god. The Wind Illusion Realm is a special ability of the Wind Illusion Dragon, forming a vast, large-scale wind barrier. The barrier controls enemies while continuously generating illusion, like wind creatures to attack them. The Silver Mountain Skyfall manifests a giant silver thunder mountain. It is similarly focused on control, with supplementary attacking capabilities. This large-scale skill can be used in tandem with the Wind Illusion Realm, sealing off the void to prevent enemies from fleeing. As Levi's power grows, relying solely on techniques like the struggle of the trapped beast, or the Frost Sword realm to counter higher realm adversaries, and lock down increasingly versatile enemies, has become more challenging. This pair of spell-like abilities, when combined, ensures that enemies cannot escape Levi's grasp, except for those with powerful rare treasures, or a considerable realm advantage. Summoning Maya gathers ferocious winds to form a Mia spirit of the same realm, as the Heavenly King Dragon breathing skill, to attack enemies. At the current level, Levi can summon a level 7 early stage Mia spirit. With this addition, coupled with 10,000 Dragon's Birth, the Giant Whale King, and the Nightmare Avatar, Levi can now surround and assault enemies more effectively, breaking their will to fight. Moreover, Levi can now cultivate the more advanced spell, Summon Hell King. However, he has not had the time to study it yet. Once mastered, the resulting scenes would be unimaginable. Additionally, the scope of the storm domain has been greatly expanded, matching the scale of Levi's primordial magnetic field. Finally, there is the critical skill, Traveling the Void. At the current realm of the Heavenly King Dragon, Levi's traveling speed through the void is 30 times faster than conventional flying speed. Places that would take others 30 years to reach, Levi can arrive at within 1 year. This is the difference. Time is money. Naturally, Traveling the Void is also a strong escape skill in its own right. Levi visualized his body internally, focusing on one particular cell. Beside the Power Divine Palace and the Palace of Control sits the Heavenly King Divine Palace, representing endurance. On its surface are the Wind True Rune and the Thunder True Rune, intertwined with wind and thunder, commanding extraordinary power. I have already mastered the true runes of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder. I am only missing the true runes of metal and frost to gather all 7 elemental runes together. For my next evolution, I should consider dragons corresponding to these 2 elements. As a perfectionist, Levi feels incomplete unless he gathers all 7 elements. Moreover, he already possesses the Snow Mountain Dragon King related to frost, which would be a waste not to utilize. Originally, the frost giant breathing technique had a frost attribute, but it was eliminated during the fusion process with the Red Lotus Dragon. In addition, Levi thought that since he had already mastered the 7 elemental factions on the path of the wizard, the path of knights should similarly involve mastering the corresponding 7 true runes. This may greatly benefit the future unification of wizards and knights. Otherwise, it would lack symmetry. How could they be fully merged? 2 years later, Nora year 302, the 90th year of the blood battle. Only 15 years remain until the next activation of the Dark Ancient Tower. Even the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm has less than 50 years left. Levi stabilized the realm of the Sky Dragon breathing skill. Additionally, he mastered the Thunder Beast technique, though he still needs more experience to cultivate it to the 7 circle level. The spell Summon Hell King is similar to Summon Hell Lord, but it has a higher rank and greater complexity. For Levi, cultivating it is not difficult, and he has already inscribed witch marks for it. Chapter 2038. The most difficult one is the microlysis technique, which I have been cultivating for years and have only just begun to grasp. As Levi predicted, this spell is achievable by only a very small number of people. It is perfectly reasonable that 100 Flowers has not mastered it yet. Regardless, Levi has now successfully branded for 7 circle witch marks. He only needs his spiritual force to reach 9,000 points to advance to the rank of 7 circle senior wizard. Currently, his spiritual force is at 8,180 points. At his pace, it will not take a century for him to progress. On this day, 100 Flowers dressed beautifully, walking into the Emperor's palace. Levi, let us quickly go redeem the truth oddities, so the good ones are not snatched up by others. Levi nodded. All right. The two set off together, instructing the guardians to watch over the ancient dragon continent, before traveling to the Central Earth Realm. Blood Battle Temple. This wizard organization, established during the Blood Battle, was jointly prepared by the Blood Battle Command Center and the military. The temple's main responsibility is to issue various bounty tasks targeting demons, and to exchange spoils of war. The arrival of Levi and 100 Flowers, this pair of 7 circle wizards, immediately caught everyone's attention. The staff and the 6th circle wizards in the hall turned their eyes toward them. Levi and 100 Flowers rarely appeared in public. It is true, the rumors are real. The Dusk Palace Master and the Flower Witch are together. A voice choked up, whispering that it was a perfect match, and that they envied them. Both of them are 7 circle wizards, and Senior Levi is even a powerful knight. They are not ordinary people. Levi, as the leader of the organization, was already accustomed to such reverent gazes. He approached a female staff member, offering a polite nod. Hello, I am here to claim the bounty reward. Here is the proof. She verified the documentation, her gaze shifting to Levi with unconcealed astonishment. Taigo was a well-known figure in her circle. Taigo had repeatedly eluded the military's capture, and even killed several primordial soul wizards, causing significant damage. Taigo, having remained free for so long, was finally slain by Levi, who had recently advanced to the rank of 7 circle wizard. The revelation shocked her. Hello, senior. She pulled up a list. Here is the list of available oddities for slaying Taigo, along with the bounty of 8 billion ether stones. Levi felt a surge of delight. Taigo had indeed been quite valuable. He provided Morning Star level oddities, and the official bounty of 8 billion ether stones also showed how formidable he must have been. With this, Levi's cash reserves reached the alert threshold of 20 billion, sufficient for extravagant spending for a long time. Many high-level wizard organizations did not even have as much liquidity as him. Very soon, 100 Flowers received a randomized Morning Star level oddity. Scattering Eyes. It was an eyeball-shaped oddity, blinking continuously, and sealed within a glass vessel. Its sacred and gentle radiance emitted a sense of warmth, as pearly white truth runes flickered across it. Information from the illustrated guide of strange items surfaced in Levi's mind. It is actually a truth oddity from the Bright faction. This item is incredibly effective against demons and extremely rare, but unfortunately, 100 Flowers is the water element child, solely cultivating the ocean faction. Randomly obtaining a suitable oddity is truly challenging. However, this was good news for Levi. Oddities from the Bright faction are undoubtedly rarer than those from conventional elementalist schools. Elena looked up. Levi, what do you think? Is it useful? Levi nodded. Very useful. I will help you exchange it for a water element oddity, and we can trade. He opened the list of oddities available for claiming from the Taigo bounty and found 3 choices. The Amber River, the Flame Metal, and the Wind Chaser. The Amber River was a stream of white water sealed in a small bottle. It displayed faint traces of 4 claws, with a mane encircling its neck. Misty droplets dampened the bottle's walls, and lively eyes stared at Levi. It bore some resemblance to the divine dragon of Levi's previous life, but had a wolf-like head rather than a dragon's. Its forehead featured elegant antlers, and its scales were composed of shimmering truth runes. The flame metal appeared to be an ordinary metal within its box, yet it emitted extreme heat, distorting the surrounding space. Truth runes formed the metal's emblem, depicting an imposing scarlet lion. The final choice, the Wind Chaser, was a miniature abstract figure draped in a white cloak. It floated aimlessly in its vessel, surrounded by swirling currents of air. Truth runes wove a highly mysterious pattern onto the cloak. Not bad at all. The Amber River is a water element oddity, and based on previous cases, it appears to have a considerable likelihood of birthing a companion spiritual creature named the Amber Dragon. It is worth considering. The Flame Metal and the Wind Chaser are also excellent Morning Star level oddities. Levi paused, adding under his breath, "Damn, why do I want them all?" Levi cursed his greed internally. If it were not for Lucy gifting him the full illustrated guide of strange items, even a primordial soul wizard would struggle to identify these 3 oddities accurately. The versions available on the market were heavily abridged and lacked comprehensive information. Nonetheless, he did not rush into redeeming, but instead used his own randomized oddity chance. Finally, after a fair drawing process, Levi's result emerged. "Senior, this is the oddity you drew." The female staff member cautiously held a glass vessel, approaching Levi with her heart racing. Chapter 2039. The female clerk stared at the manifest, her eyes wide. The value of this item was staggering. With her 5-ring cultivation, she could work here for 1,000 years and still not earn enough. Yet, the elder standing before her claimed 2 in an instant. The gap between people was truly wider than that between humans and ants. Levi smiled and accepted the container. "Thank you." The oddity sat inside the container. It was a long snake as black as ink. Wisps of black water swirled around it, emitting a hint of a sinister aura. Truth runes carved grid-like patterns on its scales. For some reason, the snake's head looked delicate and charming to Levi, almost like a beauty snake. The Black Queen Snake. It is an extremely rare ocean faction truth oddity. After refining, it can transform the water elemental power within the body into the poisonous Black Queen's water. Tisk tisk tisk, it is such an oddity. I do not know if my luck is good or bad. Levi valued the Black Queen Snake for its preciousness. It was not inferior to the Amber River he had taken a liking to, and in some ways, it was even superior. After all, it could produce exotic species water. This was just like Levi's Black Annihilation Divine Thunder and Dark Death Flame, both extremely rare. But the Black Queen Snake carried a fatal restriction. Only women could refine it. Some might argue the solution was simple. The old saying went that to practice this skill, one must first undergo a gender change. But in reality, those who changed their gender later in life could not refine it. Otherwise, with wizard technology, becoming female would be too easy. It remained one of the few oddities with innate gender restrictions. Levi was not discouraged. He put it away with a smile and exchanged it for the Amber River. He cast a reluctant glance at the flame emblem and Wind Chaser, then left with 100 flowers. The female staff member stared at his back, eyes clouded with envy. "This is the life I have always dreamed of. Miss Elena is so fortunate." Inside the Emperor's palace, Levi and 100 flowers looked at the 3 oddities spread out before them. Levi gestured to the items. The Amber River and the Black Queen Snake are both ocean faction oddities. The former is relatively easier to give birth to a special spiritual creature, while the latter can produce exotic species water. You choose one. 100 flowers did not hesitate. She chose the container holding the little white dragon and smiled. "This one is cute. I want it. I have not had a special spiritual creature until now." Levi watched her reaction. As expected of 100 flowers, when choosing an oddity, the first thing she looked at was the affinity. It was understandable. Since both oddities were excellent, the choice ultimately depended on luck. 100 flowers had refined a lot of oddities before, including 2 Morning Star level oddities. One she found in the Dark Tower, and the other was a gift from Miss Lucy. It was a pity that although these 2 oddities enhanced her water talent, they did not result in the birth of a special spiritual creature. This had been a source of regret for her. Triss possessed the special spiritual creature Blue Knight. Levi was surrounded by a bunch of special spiritual creatures, like Long, Akun, Jin, Abiao, and the like. Ace had a cute Snow King. Gondef had a majestic white elephant. Victor also had the Sword Spirit, Levi's sister. Looking around, the only one without a special spiritual creature was 100 flowers. Naturally, she felt a twinge of envy. Levi spoke with a decisive tone. "Then I will trade the Black Queen Snake with Madame Triss. Ace really needs the Heart of Flame King. Your scattering eyes is mine." 100 flowers nodded. Yes, that is the best. Everyone is happy." At the witch's family base, Triss's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the Black Queen Snake in Ace's hand. "Is it really such an oddity?" Ace smiled. "Yes, madam. I want to exchange it for your Heart of Flame King. I wonder if that would be possible." Triss nodded quickly. "Of course, thank you." The transaction complete, Ace left. Triss examined the elegant black snake in the container, growing more fond of it by the second. She murmured to herself, "This oddity must have been procured by Levi for Ace. Only someone with Levi's skills could so easily acquire a Morning Star level oddity." Without delay, Triss immediately began refining. Half a year later, in the nightmare world, the chaotic wilderness stretched out endlessly. Triss wore a black robe made of silk. It was like a veil woven from the night, draped over her shoulders. Her figure was faintly discernible beneath the fabric, carrying an exotic beauty. Compared to half a year ago, her spiritual force had increased significantly. The Morning Star level oddity was the cause. It had boosted her spiritual force by 60 points in one go, saving a vast amount of cultivation time. A wandering nightmare lord, having lost its territory due to the Locust Plague and the Eight Kings' chaos, fiercely battled the Black Dragon territory's garrison. It brutally dispatched several waves of apostle groups. Judging by its aura, it was clearly at the level 6 peak. The close aid of lust, dressed provocatively with boundless charm, giggled. "Madam, shall I take action?" Trish shook her head. "I will try a spell myself." The Nightmare Lord, filled with a strong desire for slaughter, fiercely charged at Triss. The stench filled the air. With a single thought, Triss began the incantation. Chapter 2040. Primordial Soul Wizard Form, Medicine Girl. A boom echoed. Behind her, a black-veiled girl towering 1,000 meters high, rivaling the heavens, descended with a majestic blast. She moved with an icy, aloof elegance. On her head rested a herbal crown woven from black flowers, and her long jade arms were adorned with a black scarf, as thin as cicada wings. In one hand, she carried a medicine basket. Most striking, however, was the shadow of an enormous black serpent coiled behind her, spanning 1,000 meters and exuding an eerie mix of sacred yet demonic terror. Its crimson, forked tongue flicked as black water flowed around its body. The fluid dripped to the ground, instantly corroding deep craters. It was the Black Queen's water. While possessing water attributes, it carried the same corrosive negative energy effect as the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, akin to venom. The medicine girl gestured, and the black serpent shrank automatically, transforming into a long whip crafted from snake scales. A sharp crack resounded. The whip tore through the air, lashing out with immense force. Wherever the Black Queen's water touched, all matter corroded, and even the void dissolved. A blast erupted. The level 6 peak Nightmare Lord was instantly struck, sent flying. From the whip's tip, a phantom serpent's head emerged, biting down on its neck, and swiftly entangling it. As it coiled tighter, it simultaneously injected Black Queen's water, performing a lethal constriction. Primordial Soul Skill, Skywater Stingray. Triss murmured an incantation, and a colossal stingray-shaped shadow of black water 1,000 meters wide burst forth. A blast accompanied the roaring echoes of magic, and the sky itself darkened under the influence of the ink-like water. After the clash, the level 6 peak Nightmare Lord had been reduced to a disheveled heap of remains, horrifying in its grotesquerie. Triss remarked with amazement. Such potent Black Queen's water, truly worthy of its reputation as exotic species water. And this Black Queen snake fits me perfectly. Though it is only a Morning Star level oddity, it has significantly boosted my combat capabilities. The battle groups stared at the lady, who had obliterated her enemy in mere moments. Their faces filled with awe. Fear and reverence alike gripped them. Even Lust, the Nightmare Lord who teetered on the verge of the level 7 realm, parted her lips and let her chest tremble. If Lady Triss had lashed me with her whip, I would not stand a chance either. But why this peculiar desire to be hit by her? Could I have some unusual proclivities? Or is her allure simply too overwhelming? Lust pondered the question in bewilderment. Elena materialized, flashing a gentle smile. "I knew I would find you here. It seems congratulations are in order for your leap in power. By the way, is that black serpent a companion spirit creature?" Feeling the surge in her 100 flowers spiritual force, Triss chuckled. "Your strength has grown considerably as well." "No, this black serpent is not a companion spirit creature. Rather, it is akin to Levi's thunder god or Simon's fire god. It is a projection of a power similar to wizard forms, which can be paired with wizard forms. I call it the Black Queen. It serves multiple roles, assisting in combat, functioning as defense, and even transforming into a whip to act as my wizard form's weapon." Elena commented. "I see. Given that you now possess the Blue Knight and the Black Queen, you must rank among the finest senior 7th ring wizards." Triss shot her a glance. "What good does that do? I still cannot beat your Levi." Elena laughed. "Then simply do not compare yourself to him." Triss asked, "Has your oddity birthed a companion spirit creature yet?" Upon hearing this, Elena stretched out her palm, causing wisps of white water to coalesce. They gradually took the form of an elegant creature cloaked in pure white scales, serpentine in body, woven in head, and adorned with deer-like antlers. "This is Amber, my companion spirit creature." Elena pointed to the sky. Amber let out a resonant cry and shot upwards, weaving into the clouds. In its perch among the heavenly layers, it emanated a formidable, draconic presence, its clear eyes surveying all beings below. Triss cast the Black Queen's projection outward, and soon both creatures, a black serpent and Amber's white-scaled form, each spanning 1,000 meters long, soared through the skies. They spiraled and intertwined, stirring the winds and clouds to form an enormous Taiki yin-yang fish that traversed the sky dome, an awe-inspiring sight. Applause erupted nearby. "Fantastic." Levi clapped, praising them. These two ladies had oddities perfectly suited for themselves. Though Levi's scattering eyes did not appear particularly remarkable, it proved extremely effective under the special conditions of blood battle. The oddity enhanced his spiritual force cap by 50 points, raising Levi's maximum to a staggering 13,079. Additionally, it bestowed upon him a talent known as the Eye of Light, which facilitated the cultivation of light faction magic for Levi. Moreover, the artifact enabled him to unlock a unique physique, the Great Light King body, which significantly amplified his damage against darkness, the abyss, and nightmare creatures. Its effectiveness was akin to the sin of the non-human feature of cultivating the Human King seal, but in Levi's case, it delivered a high-level enhancement. Compared to the current Levi, the augmentations from seals were modest at best. With the Great Light King body, even Levi's ordinary attacks became imbued with light energy, turning each strike into a critical offensive against demons. If he were to deploy light faction magic, the effects would be even more pronounced. Lastly, the oddity possessed a somewhat nebulous feature, which Levi named Mirror of Light. Within his consciousness, Levi's primordial soul appeared with a single golden-framed monocle over its left eye. Levi was still exploring the monocle's functions. So far, he had discovered its capacity to release light attribute rays, but he suspected there was more to its potential. For now, Levi planned to venture to the god-forsaken continent to hunt demons and climb the rankings. After all, the Winter Emperor's Hand, a bright moon artifact, awaited his redemption. Triss approached Levi and remarked, Chapter 2041. Thank you. That Black Queen snake, did you pick it for Ace? Levi smiled. No need to thank me. We all just take what we need. My lady, I have an idea that I would like to discuss with you. Triss nodded. All right. Let us go to my wizard tower. Elena explained the earlier matter regarding the purification of demonic aura. Triss leaned in, her expression grave. Based on past blood battle experiences, the Wizard Council's purification methods are likely limited to what we currently have. Whether there might be other means now remains unclear. The method you mentioned, using plants, algae, or microorganisms to purify demonic aura, was once studied by the Council. But later, they discovered that while the aura was purified, the plants underwent terrifying mutations, and the project was subsequently terminated. Levi stood, pacing the room. On the ancient dragon continent, our fungi absorb demonic aura without mutations. Whether it is fungal bombs or fungus-breeding gears, all decompose into normal organic matter. The green tribe has strong adaptability and evolution capabilities. Combining these two might truly lead to a way to combat abyssal pollution. If we manage to survive the blood battle, and our wizard civilization grows strong enough, it is even possible to bring these plants to launch a counteroffensive on the abyss, purifying it in turn. Triss looked toward the window. Miss Lucy commands a battle group on the godforsaken continent. We could go to the Central Realm and talk to the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch about this. Triss understood the weight in Levi's words. The wizard world could not remain on the defensive forever. Whether it worked or not, it was worth a try. Several days later, the three of them arrived at the Central Realm and met the Black Abyss Walker. His aura felt even stronger than before. He had clearly just finished a fierce battle. Savage scars marred his face, and dense demonic aura coiled around him, refusing to dissipate, hindering his self-healing. A jolt went through Levi. The Black Abyss Walker's strength sat a step away from legendary, already brushing the threshold. A level 9 early-stage demon like the Thousand-Eyed Demon King could not stand a single round against him. For someone to injure him, the enemy had to be a formidable opponent. In a battlefield hidden from Levi and other Ninth Circle wizards, legendary wizards and grand wizards engaged in fierce clashes with the top echelons of the abyss. The wizard world avoided an invasion of level 9 demons only due to the hidden sacrifices of these great figures. Admiration warmed Levi's heart. All things considered, the wizard world showed a degree of unity when facing a common enemy. From what he knew, many dark wizard organizations had actively accepted the Wizard Council's offer of amnesty and joined the blood battle battlefield. Some dark wizards, however, like those from the immersed ancient castle or the Black Sun Steeple, opportunistically chose to oppose the wizard world, allying with the Council of 10,000 clans. If not for the extreme chaos of the abyss, where defecting was nearly equivalent to courting death, those people might well have chosen to become the abyss's lapdogs. The Black Abyss Walker spoke, his voice deep. Lady Gulwig is currently locked in a confrontation we can barely comprehend with the abyss's faceless king, Jupiter Lex, and has no time to spare elsewhere. Levi offered his bow. I have brought two things that I would like to show you, Senior. He presented the samples of fungi and the green tribe to the Black Abyss Walker, who gave a faint smile and nodded. I understand. You may leave now. Leave the rest to me. Levi stepped back. Understood. Over the coming period, I may be demon hunting on the godforsaken continent. Should something arise, do not hesitate to contact me at any time, Senior. The Black Abyss Walker nodded slowly. All right. Be careful out there. Lucy is in that area. If you run into trouble, do not hesitate to seek her help. Do not let pride get in the way. Safety comes first. Back on the ancient dragon continent, Elena resumed her seclusion, focusing on advancing her auxiliary professions. Having reached the 7th circle, and after more than 1 century of effort, her path of the energy sect stood at peak level 5. However, she still lacked an epiphany to break through to level 6 and shatter the void. Such things could not be rushed, and she left it to fate, as did the 100 flowers. In contrast, her alchemist's way advanced to the 6th circle, making her a 6th ring alchemist, allowing her to refine basic potions for herself. Her path of knights also reached peak level 5. Despite juggling so many disciplines, her knight progression remained swift. This stemmed partially from her innate talent as one of the glittering legends, and partially from the occasional use of immortal banyan dragon bloodline essence. She consumed the essence sparingly, because the immortal banyan dragon lady held a status comparable to the old witch. The annual quotas of bloodline essence remained fixed, and no one dared to draw more blood from an 8th-level pure-blood dragon. The 100 Flowers path of the wizard also strengthened after refining the Amber River. With her talent, she expected to become a senior 7th Circle wizard within 2 centuries at the latest. Meanwhile, after returning to the witch's family, Triss continued her pharmaceutical research at her own pace, while helping Levi defend the Nightmare Territory. Though the territory remained nominally Levi's, Triss often did most of the work. She bore no grudges, as without Levi's opportunity, she could not have sat atop such a lucrative blue ocean shelter, earning a steady stream of war merits. Midland Continent, Fire Dragon Shop. Deep within his retreat, the Holy Infant closed his eyes tightly as a surge of fiery red brilliance poured into his mind. Within the Divine Ring Tower, the Holy Infant's 3-foot perfect primordial soul opened its eyes. This primordial soul had a peculiar design. It possessed a single eye, one frost blue finger that stood out prominently, and simultaneously, one arm, and its heart gleamed crimson red, shimmering with radiant light. Chapter 2042. The Finger of the Cold King, the Eye of the Cold King, the Arm of the Flame King, the Heart of the Flame King. It felt like putting together a puzzle. The Heart of the Flame King served as a more crucial oddity of the Flame King series than the arm. Refining it improved the ice and fire holy body significantly. The heart and arm of the Flame King functioned as morning star artifacts, just like the Eye of the Cold King. By comparison, the Finger of the Cold King stood as only a sky-grade oddity. These two sequences of oddities sparked curiosity. The Holy Infant studied the artifacts, grasping patterns within the Flame King and Cold King series. This refinement increased his spiritual force by 60 points directly. He had occupied the 6th Circle perfection for over 100 years. His spiritual force now sat at 4,600 points. Reaching the maximum within a century seemed likely. Additionally, the Heart of the Flame King granted a special talent called Blazing Heartbeat. The power proved significant. The only downside involved the lack of a special spiritual creature. However, with the mobile furnace of the Flame King and the Snow King, the Holy Infant felt satisfied. Over the years of cultivation, the Holy Infant accumulated 11 witch marks. He sat just 4 short of completing the target for his original self. If everything went according to plan, the next 100 years might see him become a 7-circle wizard. He might even step into it before Gonduf, ranking second only to Lord Victor. He looked toward the god-forsaken continent. Amidst the wind disaster stratum, a black armored swordsman descended slowly atop a white tiger. As of today, Levi had spent 90 years dormant in the blood battle era, remaining relatively unknown. Currently, he functioned as a 7-circle wizard. He mastered 27 6th Circle primordial soul spells to perfection, 4 7th-circle primordial soul spells, and 9 innate spells to perfection. In the Path of Nights, he reached level 7 with the Brilliant Golden Dragon, Crimson Emperor Dragon, and Sky King Dragon. The Scarlet Dragon reached the maximum, but lacked advancement ingredients. Only minor refinements remained for the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon. Nothing required a breakthrough in the short term. He decided it was time to practice spells and combat techniques through real battles, and incidentally advance the primordial spirit skill. One could not simply keep tinkering behind closed doors. Now, with 15 years left until the Netherworld Market and the Dark Ancient Tower opened, Levi decided that if no major trouble arose on the Ancient Dragon continent, he would avoid returning. He would focus on hunting demons to climb the rankings. He aimed not for the top rank, but merely wished to obtain the hand of the Winter Emperor sooner. The Mountain Giant Wizard Group station stood silent. Soraya returned from the front lines and opened her communication device during a rest. She tapped the screen. Humph. The old man hasn't sent a message even now. She set the device aside. Forget it. He probably closed himself off, not wanting to lag behind the Gondor 3 heroes. The Gondor 3 heroes forged a strong bond in battle over the years, akin to siblings, though rumors of competition whispered among them. Wizards remained inherently egoistic. Levi paid no heed to such rumors. In fact, he preferred this outcome. It created distinct personas for his 3 avatars. Who would suspect that the illustrious 3 heroes functioned merely as his avatars? Suddenly, Soraya's expression changed. A dignified figure emerged from the void behind her, smiling. It was Levi. She marveled at Levi's terrifying ability to conceal his aura. She stood as a senior 7-circle wizard, a small realm higher than him. Levi spoke candidly, meeting her gaze. Madam, I would like to collaborate with you. Through official intelligence, provide me with accurate demon sighting reports, and I will help solve those issues, earning some war merit. Soraya pondered briefly, a hint of hesitation crossing her face. Providing leads presented no issue. But Sir Levi, are you sure about hunting demons alone? The god-forsaken continent today functions truly as a dragon pond and tiger cave. Without the support of a battle group or a team, unexpected problems arise easily. Soraya knew Levi possessed strength, but even a peerless genius like the Destruction Realm Thunder relied on his Thunderlight Wizard group, leveraging seamless teamwork among different sects and roles to hunt demons so smoothly. Levi smiled. I am used to being alone, madam. Do not worry. Soraya sighed. Very well then. If tasks arise that I cannot manage, I will assign them to you. You can also take on bounty tasks at the Blood Battle Temple for extra rewards. Levi smiled. Thank you. Watching Levi's departing figure, Soraya felt a sense of nostalgia. Perhaps she felt her age. A month later, at a certain battlefield, a level 7 flame demon lord wielding a giant flaming axe laughed wildly. It is useless. In the face of the great Ely, all turns to ash. Run, you insects. Ahead, the remaining members of the Harris squad put up a desperate resistance. A wizard couple led them. They stood at 6th circle perfection, their hair white and aged, exuding the aura of life's twilight. In front of a level 7 flame demon, the squad teetered on the verge of collapse. An elder stepped forward. Madam, I will hold off the flame demon. You take the squad and run. The old woman replied. Old man, why should I flee? We do not have long to live anyway. The elder laughed loudly. Makes sense. In that case, before we die, we take one down with us. Their momentum surged. The next moment, they stood stunned, halting in their tracks. The Ely flame demon split in half silently. Lava, intestines, and organs spilled everywhere. The 1,000-meter giant body crashed down with a thunderous noise, kicking up dust that rose to the sky. A black armored swordsman stood on Cloud Summit. One hand rested behind his back, the other gripped his sword. His calm gaze, like serene stars, studied the Harris squad. Levi sighed inwardly. He had seen these two elders long ago. They once served as the city lords of Riptide City. Kristen, the current controller, and Air, the current conductor. He still remembered them when he stood only as a first circle wizard. They appeared as untouchable soul masters in his eyes back then. Time flew by. 600 or 700 years passed, and Levi now stood at 7 circles. He did not expect them to still struggle at 6 circles, seemingly unable to reach 7. Levi became deeply conscious of how awesome the proficiency panel worked. Not a drop of his sweat went wasted. His youth remained completely without regret, except for that man during his mortal rookie years. Levi spoke calmly. You may retreat now. This place is mine. The two elders snapped back to reality. Thank you, Senior. Harris squad, full retreat. As former high-ranking primordial souls, they naturally did not recognize Levi. They would not suspect that this powerful senior stood only as a nameless rookie centuries ago. Levi looked at the remaining demons. Their faces held cruel expressions as they charged at him fearlessly. Levi suppressed the impulse to unleash big killer moves like the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder and the Red Emperor Domain. He called out the 3,000 Shadow Dragon army. He also deployed the Holy Flame Giant and Shining Eye Holy Light spells, then slaughtered silently with his sword chi. Little Leon stood at his side. He used a spider web to gather the spoils, sweat beading on his brow as he offered a satisfied look. Wiping his forehead, he declared, Master was right. Even mosquito meat, small as it is, must not be wasted. Chapter 2043. On the godforsaken continent, a shadow of the amethyst race, shrouded in black, emanated a terrifying aura. With a single punch, the earth was torn apart, and countless demons perished in an instant. Among the victims were the 10,000-legged centipede, Black Flash Demon Dragon, Giant Whale King, Arrogance, Fury, Gluttony, and several 6th-level generals. The shadows swept across the battlefield, slaughtering without hesitation. Their eyes burned with murderous fervor. Levi's sword chi surged like a tempest, cleaving demons into two wherever it touched. The fallen were swiftly engulfed by the Shadow Dragon group. Initially, the demons had the numerical advantage, but by the end, it became Levi's forces that overwhelmed the smaller numbers. The Shadow Dragon group is too strong. This talent was truly born for the battlefield. Levi sighed in admiration. After the 7th circle, the upper limit of the Shadow Dragon group's numbers reached 10,000. Now, he needed new shadows to expand his army. Through centuries of tempering and selection, the shadows that remained in the ranks were absolute elites, outstanding among their peers in the same realm. The newly added demon shadows varied in quality, but their sheer quantity still greatly enhanced Levi's strength. The recently slain level 7 flame demon, given some time, could also generate a new 6th-level flame demon shadow. Currently, Levi's 6th-level shadows numbered around 10, a level of power even the masters of the Shadow School of Thought would envy. In truth, the talent of the Shadow Dragon group could only display its immense power in someone like Levi, a true monster. Ordinary wizards could not possibly strengthen their forces by slaughtering enemies and amassing shadows like Levi did. Soon, the battlefield fell quiet. The Shadow Dragon group and Leon cleared up the battlefield and gathered spoils of war. Levi stored away the corpse of the level 7 flame demon. This battle alone yielded at least 2 to 3 million war merit points. Exhilarating. At this rate, climbing to the top position does not seem impossible. Levi opened the level 8 demon slaughter list. The leaderboard's top contender, Destruction Realm Thunder, currently had 40 million points. In less than a century's time, such a score was an impressive feat. Sword of Light and Hand of Fire God followed closely behind, with 38 million and 37 million points respectively. At one point, catching up to them felt like a distant dream. He was trailing too far behind. These prodigies were not ordinary individuals. For example, Destruction Realm Thunder was an unrivaled genius of his era, a top-tier talent among elites, cultivating for only 1,500 years yet already achieving 7 rings perfection. It was said he had branded over 40 witch marks thus far. If Levi's theory was to be believed, Destruction Realm Thunder, as such a genius, would likely brand at least 66 witch marks before reaching the 9th circle wizard realm, paving his way to becoming a legendary wizard. With Roger's previous statement in mind, perhaps Destruction Realm Thunder was the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. If that were true, his ambition likely extended beyond 66 witch marks. It might reach over 70, or even, like Levi, aspire to the ultimate 81 marks to transcend the legendary wizard realm entirely. Now, hunting on the godforsaken continent and savoring the might of the Shadow Dragon group, Levi began to consider whether challenging for the top rank was within reach. While high profile, the abundant rewards made it worthwhile to try. Harvest and most of the top 10 powerhouses on the leaderboard mostly relied on team-based hunting strategies. Compared to lone wolf wizards, these teams had significantly higher efficiency and safety. However, team-based hunting had its drawbacks. According to calculations by the Heart of Skynet, team hunts granted points distributed proportionally based on individual contributions. Even someone like Harvest would not claim all war merit points unless he completed the hunt entirely solo. Still, for ordinary lone wolf wizards, their efficiency fell far behind team efforts. Teams with clear divisions of labor could slaughter ordinary demons with ease, much like mowing grass. On the other hand, lone wolf wizards, with limited spells and endurance, had to navigate carefully and cautiously without support from teammates. Each step was a gamble. One misstep would lead to death and complete obliteration. But Levi was different. He could fight as a lone wolf wizard, taking all the glory and war merit for himself, while simultaneously enjoying the advantages of team-based combat. Thanks to the Shadow Dragon group, Levi's single presence equated to an army, and all the group's war merit points were attributed solely to him. Moreover, his 9 great talents spanned various sets, giving him unparalleled versatility in offense, defense, survival, and summoning. Everything one could dream of. With mastery over 31 primordial soul spells, spanning multiple disciplines, and abilities like astrology for divining danger, and as a knight, he possessed a nearly true immortal body, an indestructible physique of supreme capabilities. Even if a level 8 demon appeared, Levi had the confidence to escape unscathed. As for level 9 demons, their appearance on the godforsaken continent was extremely rare. According to the Black Abyss Walker, the entirety of Nora was under high-intensity surveillance by the Wizard Council's transcendent techniques. Whenever demonic aura above level 9 emerged, it would be detected immediately, followed by the Dragon Flame God unleashing a continent-wide map cannon attack. To date, all level 9 demons attempting to infiltrate the continent had perished under the Dragon Flames. As for level 10 demons, there was no need to discuss them. Amidst the blood battle's early stage, they did not dare descend upon Nora. The suppression exerted by Nora's plane meant that facing a legendary wizard could potentially cost them their lives. Even these powerful Abyss Lords cherished their lives dearly. After all, if they perished, though they might eventually resurrect, the long duration required would be unacceptable to them. During this period, they would need to level up all over again, a fate they could not tolerate. In conclusion, Chapter 2044, Levi believed that as long as he left himself a way out in every situation, and did not act too recklessly, he was, in a sense, invincible on this godforsaken continent. Next, he would transform into an unrelenting demon-hunting machine, competing against those extraordinary talents for the top spot on the leaderboard. For many, this era was the worst of times. For Levi and his organization, however, it was the best of times. Through the blood battle, the organization and the Congress formed a close bond, earning crucial attention. Levi even managed to secure alliances with prominent figures, gaining allies beyond Triss, such as the Black Abyss Walker and the Frost Witch. With this support, there was no need for Levi to overly hold back. Upon this golden era, where legendary figures emerged and lesser heroes rose up, he would ascend triumphantly under the banner of the Supreme Knight. As the battlefield was cleared, Levi withdrew the Shadow Dragon group and cast his gaze into the distance. Smoke filled the heavens and the earth. Demonic aura wreaked havoc. Let us begin. Let me see where my limits truly lie. Time flew by. 3 years later, in the year 305 of the Nora calendar, 93 years into the blood battle, Midland Continent, Daybreak Tower. After nearly 2 centuries, Victor finally completed his 15th, which marked branding and cultivated it to perfection. With Victor's talent and resources, even with his spiritual power already at the maximum, it still took this much time to achieve 15 witch marks. As for other primordial soul wizards, one could only imagine the challenge. Thus, for those capable of branding 45 witch marks, the odds of ascending to Grand Wizard were undoubtedly high. Victor opened his palm, revealing a bottle of potion that emitted fiery red light. It was the Flame Demon Potion. He had personally refined it, succeeding in a single attempt, and used up the last of the Demon Dragon Grass powder. This promotion must succeed. Failure is not an option. Victor thought silently to himself. After consuming the potion, he immediately began meditating in seclusion. Upon hearing of Victor's retreat, even the Holy Infant and Gonda frequently shifted their focus to Daybreak Tower, guarding against anyone trying to cause trouble during Victor's seclusion. On this day, at the Fire Dragon shop, Elsie had just finished refining a 6-circle high-grade witch artifact. During her rest, she opened a newspaper. Her expression froze. Blood Battle Daily. Over the past 3 years, Dusk Hall Master and Supreme Knight Levi's ranking on the demon slaying list has soared to the 30th place at an unimaginable speed. Currently holding 26 million points, he has rescued numerous civilian and official demon hunting groups from demons, preventing countless losses. As recognition, Levi has been awarded the Sauron Medal and a reward of 3 billion ether stones. Special announcement. Elsie exclaimed in shock. What? He gained 20 million points in 3 years. That is terrifying. Alexandra asked. What is the matter, Elsie? Why are you muttering over there? Elsie handed the newspaper to Alexandra. The Red Dragon Queen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Elsie nodded emphatically. Indeed, within 3 years, Levi has climbed from around the 100th place to the 30th. Now only 20 million points separate him from the top position. At this pace, in just a few more years, Dusk Hall Master Levi will claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Alexandra's chest rose and fell. This Dusk Hall Master seems to surpass even the Master. Although Alexandra had a closer relationship with the Master, she had to admit that there was still a significant gap between the Gondor 3 heroes and the Dusk Hall Master. Most importantly, the Master was already a top-tier, monstrous genius, someone beyond the reach of most primordial soul wizards, including Alexandra and Elsie. Elsie commented, "This is insane. Is this the true power of the Supreme Knight?" They brought this exciting news to Ace. Ace already knew about it, but he feigned shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Sir Levi, terrifying indeed. Then, Ace's expression turned serious, and he remarked, "However, his achievements have drawn far too much attention. No doubt the demons will be on guard, and his upcoming actions will face enormous resistance. Continuing to accumulate points at such a pace will likely be very difficult." Alexandra added, "You are right, but I still think it is just a matter of time before the Supreme Knight takes the top spot, probably within 10 years. He might even become the first 7-circle wizard to redeem a Bright Moon artifact. So envious." The Holy Infant chuckled internally. In reality, Levi had long since refined a Bright Moon artifact, and it was one of the most top-tier ones. That artifact had given birth to the Victor anomaly. He then asked, "When will you two reach 6th circle perfection? Once you achieve that cultivation level, the two of you can team up to hunt demons on the godforsaken continent and earn the required 5 million war merits to redeem a Morning Star level oddity sooner." Alexander responded with a smile. Soon. We are working very hard, Master." Elsie added, "We just worry that demon hunting might affect business at the Fire Dragon shop." The Holy Infant reassured them, "Do not worry about that." Over the years, besides Silverbeard and Iron Teeth, the Holy Infant had recruited 2 additional primordial soul wizards. They were Copper Ear Creno and Golden Eye Finas. Copper Ear was a male elf from the Midland continent with 6th ring senior cultivation. Aside from wizard weapon making, he also excelled in traditional elf clan artifact making methods. Golden Eye was a human with 6th ring perfect cultivation. Born with an extraordinary physique and transcendent golden eyes, it was said that he had been able to identify countless metals and their traits from a very young age. Now, he was the Metal School's Metal Materials Science Master, specializing in crafting various transcendent alloy materials. From preliminary observations, Goldeneye likely carried foreign bloodline traits, and was not a pure human. Chapter 2045. He himself did not even know what race he belonged to. Nowadays, the Fire Dragon shop was brimming with talent. There were dozens of 5th circle weapon craftsmen, and they were considered the elite masters among them. Thus, Yeli and Elsie going out for demon hunting would not affect the shop's operations. Elsie stood near the window, gazing out at the bustling city. "When we break through the 6th circle perfection, we will head to the god-forsaken continent for demon hunting." Unlike Silverbeard and the others, the 2 women had a natural thirst for battle. Weapon making was not their sole aspiration, especially Yeli, who was essentially a little rich woman, and did not lack money at all. After all, her father was a level 9 pure blood dragon. A casual sum from her private vault was enough to make any primordial soul wizard jealous. She stayed here because she had grown accustomed to life at the Fire Dragon shop, and did not want to leave. Moreover, they both felt that living in Gondor City, among geniuses like Ace, Gonduf, and Lord Victor provided stronger motivation and urgency for their cultivation. Being with excellent individuals made progress easier. 2 years later, year 307 of Nora, year 95 of the Blood Battle, Yeli and Elsie both successfully broke through the 6th ring perfect realm, advancing their strength further. The 2 women temporarily bid farewell to Ace and embarked on their journey to the god-forsaken continent. In Gondor City, at Gondor Pharmacy, the white-robed old man awakened from his seclusion. Vibrant with energy, his face lit up with joy. 8 million body refining runes accumulated already. Just 2 million more, and I can break through to the realm of a 7-ring body refining wizard. On this day, Gonduf and the Holy Infant received a message from their main body instructing them to go to the god-forsaken continent. After years of demon hunting, Gonduf and the Holy Infant had earned more than 3 million war points. They were just 2 million shy of the 5 million required. Levi's plan was to have himself, as the big boss, lead Gonduf and the Holy Infant on a demon hunting spree. First, let these 2 duplicates accumulate 5 million war points, so they could each exchange for a Morning Star level oddity. If they came upon suitable oddities, refining them would benefit their subsequent cultivation. If the 2 duplicates ended up not needing the oddities, Levi would not hesitate to refine all of them himself to enhance his own power. Gonduf and the Holy Infant were naturally enthusiastic. They quickly decided that one would stay behind to look after the meditating Lord Victor, while the other would go level up with Levi. Ultimately, Gonduf would head to the god-forsaken continent first while the Holy Infant stayed to guard the house. At the god-forsaken continent, Levi was meditating alone in the wilderness. He had fully dedicated himself to demon hunting here for 5 years. As the Holy Infant had predicted, after 3 smooth sailing years, in the last 2 years, his danger perception, and astrology magic had issued multiple warnings. This had made Levi increasingly cautious, slowing his demon hunting efficiency compared to his initial pace. Nevertheless, he still far outpaced the battle group leaders. Currently, Levi was ranked 20th on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Points, 31 million. After exchanging for a Morningstar artifact, he was left with 26 million war points, still 7.4 million points short of exchanging for the Winter Emperor's hand. Levi opened today's blood battle daily. The Thunderlight Wizard group struck at the Land of Darkness, eliminating the 2 invading 14-armed snake demon lords and their commanding demon army. After this battle, Annihilation Realm Thunder Harvest, with his 7th circle strength, successfully defeated a level 8 demon in reverse combat. He currently holds first place on the demon slaying list with 56 million points. Breaking news, the Divine Sword Wizard group, on the God-forsaken continent, has destroyed a demon nest, slaying a level 8 flame demon lord, and, with minimal casualties, annihilated tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Burning Expeditionary Army, greatly boosting our forces' morale. The Hand of Fire God single-handedly obliterated a nest guarded by several level 7 peak demons. He even dueled and escaped the retaliation of a level 8 Blackwing Demon Lord. Over these 5 years, such news would emerge periodically. Levi felt that his comet-like rise seemed to have put immense pressure on these prodigies. They worked harder to kill demons, striving to maintain their rankings. As the ace battle groups of the Congress, they often demonstrated the ability to combat demons above their level. With sound tactics, slaying level 8 demons was not overly difficult. Not only were their teams strong, but warriors like Annihilation Realm Thunder, being 7th circle perfect wizards and possibly reincarnators of legendary wizards, held the potential to solo level 8 demons. In recent years, as the blood battle intensified, those dormant geniuses of the wizard world finally started showing their claws. To reach the rank of 7th circle wizard, every one of them had been a celebrated figure of their era. Overall, this was a positive development. Levi was pleased as well. If the pressure he exerted could inspire a healthy competitive spirit in the wizard world, he would not mind increasing the pressure a bit more. Before the ancient tower opens, I will aim for breaking into the top 10. Several days later, Gondaf arrived at the forsaken land of the god. Levi teamed up with Gondaf and began their leveling expedition. Inside a cave at the Burning Expeditionary Army's headquarters, Nova thundered furiously. What is going on? It has been so long, and you still have not eliminated that Levi. And what about those pests like Annihilation Realm Thunder and Light Divine Sword? Mere 7 circle wizards. Must I personally intervene? Below, a group of demon lords stood trembling in silence. Nova was seething with rage, but could only fume powerlessly. Given its status and rank, it was impossible for it to act personally. If a level 9 demon, or a leaked, and was detected by the Wizard Council, one barrage of dragon flames would mean it would have to retreat to the abyss and start over. Since the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army stationed on the God-forsaken continent, its military campaigns had repeatedly ended in failure. Chapter 2046. To date, the blood battle has cost hundreds of demon lords, including many level 7 demons. Most deadly is that figures like the Gondor 3 heroes and the Dusk Hall Master, those thorns in the side of the demons, have slain quite a few. By comparison, the wizards' losses are far fewer than those of the demons. Although the wizards had the convenience of a home field advantage, this level of performance has earned Nova plenty of reprimands from the flame demon tyrant. The abyss is abundant in demons, but its forces are extremely fragmented, a consequence of their chaotic nature. If all the demon lords of the abyss, especially the lower tier ones, could unite and mobilize fully, the wizard world, even with Sauron's legacy, would not hold out for long. Even the abyss will itself is chaotic and disorganized, impossible to define by conventional thinking. After calming himself, Nova turned to an elderly figure by his side. It was a lean, emaciated being with countless tentacles sprouting from its head, resembling an octopus. Its face was deeply wrinkled. Nova asked, Graham, you as a level 8 mind flayer, are adept at demon divination. Can you locate the whereabouts of those wizard prodigies? Graham was Nova's strategist, responsible for devising plans, and had once infiltrated the wizard world for an extended period. With extraordinary wisdom, it had mastered a potent astrology skill, one that even many primordial soul wizards had not learned. Graham's expression turned hesitant as it trembled. Lord Nova, the destiny trajectories surrounding these wizard prodigies are shrouded in heavy mist. They may have cultivated anti-astrology techniques, or perhaps their elders have bestowed treasures to shield them from divination. I am truly beyond my capability. Lord, please do not be angry. My trusted subordinate, the mind flayer Guillermo, is deeply embedded within the wizard world. Just recently, I learned that Gondaf has left Gondor City, possibly heading to the Midland continent. Most importantly, Gondaf is traveling alone this time, without Fire Dragon Ace or the Dawn Divine Sword and company. Those two remain in Gondor City. Nova's expression turned icy. These damn wizards are too cunning. If only the fallen Star Lord had joined this blood battle, its skills would have rendered these amateurish astrology tricks utterly useless. The fallen Star Lord Ogrian was a mighty lord of the 663rd layer of the bottomless abyss. Its true form was the ancient star demon. This was an exceedingly rare high-level demon species, gifted and adept at divination. It is said that the ancient star demons are intricately linked to the astral world. The fallen Star Lord is reputed to wield the most powerful prophecy ability across the multidimensional plane. In fact, Demons believe that wizards' astrology skills are stolen from the ancient star demon race. Unfortunately, long ago, the fallen Star Lord suffered devastating injuries at Sauron's hands, and was sealed within the 663rd layer. After countless years, the seal had long since dissipated, and this mighty being regained its freedom. However, it declined the summons for the blood battle, and chose not to participate. Nova looked at the generals before him. Which one of you will go deal with Gondalf? Killing just one wizard prodigy will make it all worthwhile. The generals exchanged glances, clearly reluctant. Killing wizard prodigies was a risky endeavor. Thus, over the years, they had avoided targeting prodigies whenever possible. There are only a handful of prodigies in the wizard world. If they wiped out all ordinary wizards, the prodigies would not survive either. A massive, mountainous demon stepped forward, its corpulent bulk resembling a hill of flesh. Its name was Boma, its true form being the mountain demon, known for immense power, indestructible to Vidra, and possessing the aura of a level 7 middle stage entity. Lord Nova, I will go. Nova nodded. Very well, Boma. You will lead others to ensure Gondalf is slain. If successful, you will be rewarded with a level 8 abyss core. Boma grinned, his stony face splitting to reveal a wide mouth. Thank you, Lord. Graham watched Boma as he departed. Graham silently performed a divination, then muttered to himself, Boma's journey will be fraught with peril, likely ending in unexpected disaster. After some thought, Graham chose not to share this knowledge. Since a fool was willing to court death, getting through this moment was a blessing. A year later, the year 309 of Nora, at a restoration project site, the remains of wizards were scattered everywhere. A group of low-level demons was feasting on the wizard corpses. Evidently, a battle had taken place here not long ago. Die, a voice thundered from above. A radiant fist descended from the sky like a hammer. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, and the low-level demons exploded one by one. Gondalf landed, staring at the mangled corpses of wizards. Alas, I arrived too late. Soraya's report confirmed that this site had been ambushed by the demon army. Despite racing to the scene, he was too late. The wizard battle group stationed here had been utterly annihilated, their deaths gruesome. Weakness is the original sin. When has the mighty wizard world suffered such humiliation? Gondalf sighed deeply. Transforming into a savage elephant, his fists unleashed continuous wind, obliterating the fleeing demons. Every punch brought about the death of another demon. Hee, Gondalf, you have finally arrived. Boom, 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 boom. Four towering black demon mountains descended upon the four corners of the sky. Gondalf's form flickered, attempting to tear through the void for escape, but it was as if his hands struck iron walls. The void was sealed. Teleportation was prohibited. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared. A pitch-black specter towering over 2,000 meters high, larger than ordinary mountain ranges, descended with a thunderous crash. I am the mountain demon General Boma. Gondalf, prepare to meet your end. Since hearing that Gondalf might appear in the god-forsaken continent, Boma had done everything possible to lure Gondalf out. Chapter 2047. Gandalf spoke with a cold, piercing tone. Were these wizards all killed by you? Boma sneered. Dying at my hands is the ultimate honor for these little insects. A deafening boom shook the air. The massive body of the beast pressed forward like a mountain, yet it moved with astonishing agility. Gandalf stood firm, motionless as a mountain, and spoke lightly. Let me make my move. In the next moment, from the figure of the white-robed wizard emerged a black armored swordsman holding a longsword, killing intent radiating from him. He strode out handsomely. As expected, only by using a duplication can we lure out big prey. Over the past year, Levi had essentially gone into divine concealment. He possessed Gandalf and disappeared into obscurity. Gandalf had brought Levi to the god-forsaken continent, hunting demons. As the black armored swordsman appeared, the face of the mountain demon general changed. You are the Dusk Palace Master. The Dusk Palace Master was now one of the top 20 wizards on the demon-slaying list. Remarkably, he was the only level 7 ordinary wizard in the top 20. All the others were veterans, seasoned level 7 senior wizards. The majority were at level 7 rings perfection. His power was evident. This is a trap. The mountain demon general waved a hand, and 4 demon mountains erupted with beams of demonic light, shooting toward Levi. Simultaneously, its figure leaped into the air, trying to escape via void travel. Although it was at level 7 middle stage, it had no will to fight against the Dusk Palace Master. A heavy thud echoed. The mountain demon general hit the ground as if it had collided with a star, its figure knocked back down. In the high heavens, unbeknownst to it, a boundless, unending silver mountain range had already emerged, encircling the skies. Meanwhile, ferocious winds formed a wind barrier spanning over 20 miles, enveloping the land. Silver Mountain Skyfall combined with the Wind Illusion Realm. It was a dual-layer seal. At this moment, the Mountain Demon General was shocked to its core. Damn it, it is an ambush. Rumble. Levi activated the Storm Domain. Infinite torrents of wind poured into the Silver Mountain and the barrier. Countless black thunder snakes darted about the surface of the mountain range, shooting forth densely. Soon, the Mountain Demon General was engulfed by the black annihilation divine thunder. Within the storm vortex, phantom shadows resembling winged dragons materialized one after another, howling forth. Mountain collapse. With a roar, the mountain demon general shattered the wind and thunder, its massive hand scattering the clouds high above, slamming toward Levi. Silver Mountain Skyfall and the Wind Illusion Realm were primarily focused on control rather than offensive power. Thus, they had limited effect against the mountain demon with its tough skin and thick flesh. To some extent, this creature was a low-tier version of the amethyst race. Levi, unhurried, activated the Red Emperor domain, and shifted into his heavenly dragon path form. Clenching his right fist, his body expanded under the Whale Emperor power. Within him, the Red Emperor, Golden Brilliance, and Heavenly King Divine Palace rumbled continuously. He chose not to employ the Iron Fist clan's profound meaning, simply wanting to test how much power he could unleash with his current ultimate strength. Boom! Levi's small fist collided with the star-like enormous fist. A clash of two forces took place. Levi's figure trembled violently. The immense strength coursed through his body, shaking the continent within a radius of dozens of miles. Before him, the mountain demon general, like a flying demon mountain, smashed into the Silver Mountain range, the sounds of cracking bones reverberating. It stared at its drooping arm in disbelief, flesh torn, black demon bone visibly fractured. Impossible. I am a mountain demon. How could your strength surpass mine? Levi chuckled. He could easily send a level 7 middle stage amethyst race creature flying. What was a mere mountain demon compared to that? Gandalf, go ahead. After this battle, you can return. Levi projected his voice to Gandalf. A level 7 middle stage demon could provide Gandalf with enough contribution for a decent reward. Gandalf immediately summoned the demon-suppressing Ming King, Radiant King Shocking God Palm. From the very start, he executed the most powerful profound meaning of the Radiant King martial way. Any lesser moves would not even phase the mountain demon general. Levi projected the 9-headed Emperor Dragon and Emperor's essence into the battlefield. And that was not even all. The heavens churned as a massive grey giant eagle emanating level 7 early stage aura emerged, none other than the Maya spirit. The eagle's cries tore through the skies, its wings stirring storms and wind blades that slashed forward. At the same time, two fire-shaped spiritual weapons resembling dragons joined the fray, spewing fiery dragon breath. With a simple thought, Levi activated the Nightmare Domain, shrouding the heavens and earth in mist. Within the mist, a figure identical to Levi appeared in silence, wielding a shark tooth-shaped sword, flying forth to attack. In front of a fully powered Levi, the mountain demon was nothing more than a punching bag. Before long, the mountain demon was on its last legs. It raged. Do not get too cocky. One day, the abyss will flatten the wizard world, and you will die with me. Boom. With an earth-shattering palm strike, the Radiant King Shocking God Palm landed. One hit, and the mountain demon general's massive head completely split open, like an overripe watermelon. Its weakened demon soul fled, only to be struck apart by Gandalf's palm, leaving only its soul, which the artifact seized. Levi glanced at his bracelet, which showed that 2,700,000 points had been credited to his account. Gandalf, how much did you get? Gandalf replied, 530,000. Levi mused silently. Gandalf had not even earned a fraction of his war merit. This Heart of Skynet system was indeed intelligent. Even if Gandalf was credited with the kill, the primary war merit still went to Levi. This design prevented people from exploiting their subordinates to deal damage while snatching all the kills for themselves. Gandalf said, I now have 5,500,000 points, and can make an exchange. Chapter 2048. Levi looked at Gandalf with a stern gaze. You should go back and have Ace come see me. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not leave Gondor City. You three heroes of Gondor are too conspicuous right now. Countless rival forces are targeting you. Without attaining the 7th circle, it is unwise to venture out for demon hunting. The 7th circle represents a key threshold. Once Gandalf and the others ascend, their techniques and top-grade weapons will allow them to protect themselves on the god-forsaken continent. They might even survive the entire blood battlefield. Level 8 demons remain relatively rare. With the cooperation of their 3 avatars, even against those level 8 threats, they can retreat with ease. Levi felt no concern. Similarly, the so-called Council of 10,000 clans will pose no further threat. After cleaning up the spoils of war, Gandalf departed. The Holy Infant stepped in, leveling alongside Levi. Nova stared at the message delivered by her subordinate, her brow furrowed in disbelief. What? Boma is dead too? How is this possible when dealing with just Gandalf? Graham stood nearby. He pondered the news in silence. As expected, Boma is dead. Now I can confirm it. The wizards are using the Gondor 3 heroes to lure the snake out of its hole. He had purposely refrained from warning Boma. He hoped to seize the chance to prove his theory. For Gandalf, no matter how strong he is, it is impossible to slay the 7th level mid-stage Boma with just a 6th circle perfect cultivation. Therefore, Boma must have been killed by another powerful figure. Graham turned his head toward the Demon Queen. Lord Nova, we should focus on the frontline battlefield and stop fixating on those 3. It is clear that the Gondor 3 heroes are bait meant to trap us. Unless we send out level 8 demons, or even level 9, any other level 7 demons we deploy will only end up ambushed by those cunning wizards. Nova pondered the suggestion. She suppressed her anger. You make sense. Let us ignore those 3 for now. One day, I will make them regret this. Graham, contact Flame Demon Tyrant for me immediately. Our demon forces here are insufficient. Within 1 century, I will crush the Deep Blue Expeditionary Army, seize complete control of the god-forsaken continent, and establish a bridgehead for invading Nora. Here, we shall forge the Abyss demon soil and cultivate an endless supply of demon armies. Without the burning expeditionary army targeting him, Levi traveled with the Holy Infant across the god-forsaken continent, hunting demons. Though safer now, the hunting efficiency seemed lower than before. Apart from encountering demons on the major battlefronts, he rarely spotted powerful demon lords. Only a scattering of low and mid-level demons roamed the expansive god-forsaken continent. However, over the course of 1 year, under Levi's guidance, the Holy Infant safely accumulated over 5 million war merits. Together with Gonduf, they headed to the Central Realm to redeem their respective Morning Star artifacts. Levi noticed the flame metal artifact he had previously encountered was redeemed by Gonduf. The Holy Infant, on the other hand, drew the artifact Wind King's Breath. Levi had them exchange artifacts for his own use. For Levi, only Bright Moon level artifacts, or specialized Morning Star level artifacts from particular sects provided significant benefits. Commonplace Morning Star level artifacts would not provide much of a boost. It was better to use them to improve the qualifications and foundation of his 2 avatars. The flame metal suited the Holy Infant, given its ice and fire holy body attribute, allowing it to absorb ice and fire-based oddities to enhance its own aptitude. Wind King's Breath also carried a high likelihood of generating wind element special talents. This helped Gonduf, who was cultivating the 10-winged heavenly dragon body tempering technique, as it was geared toward wind element refining. Levi continued his demon-slaying efforts on the god-forsaken continent, aiming for higher rankings and waiting for the ancient tower to open. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. It was the 315th year of Nora, the 103rd year of the blood battle. Within a demon nest, Alexandra and Elsie drank potions and rested after clearing out a settlement. Elsie opened the 6th level demon slaying list. Amazing. We sisters both cracked the top 300. Alexandra wiped her brow. Indeed. In a few decades, we should accumulate enough war merits for Morning Star level artifacts. Previously, they had not participated in demon hunting, so their rankings were low, but they had made significant progress during this period. After becoming full-time demon hunters, the duo's 6th circle perfect cultivation made gathering war merits relatively easier. In truth, most of their time was spent searching for demons or evading demon army pursuits. Several times, they encountered level 7 demons. Even with their combined efforts, they could not defeat them and had to flee. During such moments, they deeply realized just how remarkable the Gondor 3 heroes were. Supreme Knight Levi rises to rank 9 on the level 8 demon slaughter list. Special announcement. Alexandra checked her wrist device. She stood stunned. Levi reached 50 million points. Elsie's lashes quivered. She could not contain her shock. Sir Levi started his demon hunting around the same time as us. Did he not? Maybe only a few years earlier. His points are already dozens of times ours. Alexandra looked at her sister. In just 10 years, he climbed from around rank 100 on the level 8 demon slaughter list to the top 10. The top 10 individuals have been exclusively full-time demon hunters since the early blood battle, with entire battle groups supporting them. Elsie composed herself. So strong. Looks like Sir Levi could claim the top spot in 5 years. Within 20 years, his points might break 100 million, making him the first wizard under the 8th circle to achieve that milestone. On the godforsaken continent, Harvest stood in the air. Thunder realm in my palm. He struck with one palm. He unleashed a colossal thunderous hand formed by elemental power, spanning over 50 miles in radius. The hand closed like the 5-finger mountain. It instantly obliterated the level 7 peak demon trapped in the battle group's magic array. Having dispatched the demon, Harvest stood with arms folded. He gazed into the distance. Vice Commander Lei, who approached his side. Supreme Knight has entered rank 9. It is truly incredible. Harvest sighed. Which is why I say, there is always a stronger hand. We have been hunting demons tirelessly, yet he has caught up to us. Lei, who hesitated. Commander, why do you not hunt solo? Leading us in the battle group might be slowing down your war merits accumulation. Lei, who believed that with the commander's strength, solo action would be completely viable. Harvest shook his head. It is fine. The battle group has followed me for many years. This is a good opportunity for them to use war merits to gather cultivation resources. Besides, the Congress's ultimate aim is defeating the Abyss. What does it matter who is first? Let us go, Lei Hu. Accompany me to visit this rising star. Few individuals in the world captured Harvest's interest. Levi was one of them. Turning back the river of time, rewinding 20,000 years. In that era, a name from the lightning school of thought resonated throughout the wizard world. Dust World's Thunder, Isu. As Levi speculated, Harvest is a legendary wizard reborn. Chapter 2049. The god-forsaken continent stretched out before him. Levi sat alone among the ruins, resting, his longsword plunged into the ground nearby. The setting sun hung behind him, crimson as blood. The ground lay littered with the blood of demons. Thick demonic aura, like a dense mist, repelled and dissolved against the faint glow surrounding Levi's body. The Great Light King body caused this. It granted immunity to demonic aura corruption, and it perpetually purified the demonic aura in Levi's vicinity. He moved as a walking purification machine. Unfortunately, the range remained too small to make a significant impact on the wizard world. It was a drop in the ocean. Levi snapped his fingers. A gold-trimmed monocle appeared over his right eye. The imposing and stalwart man appeared somewhat mismatched while wearing the scholarly accessory, but within the view of his monocle, the demonic aura in the heavens and earth became like flowing streams, tracing back to various origins. Levi followed one of the streams of demonic aura in reverse. It led him to the distant corpse of a demon. This functioned as the most significant discovery for the Mirror of Light. The ability to discern the sources of demonic aura in the world stood clear. No demonic aura could escape its gaze. Among the trails, Levi noticed one particularly unusual strand. It was as thick as ink, chaotic and erratic. Staring at it too long brought Levi discomfort. Levi speculated that this aura likely originated from a level 8 demon. It came from a place immensely far away. After the demons invaded the god-forsaken continent over the course of a century, the aura had drifted here with the air currents. Levi traced the path of demonic aura upstream. Eventually, he traveled thousands of miles before he stopped. The trail of demonic aura, cut off. Perhaps the source of the aura has died, or maybe the mirror of light cannot observe beyond my current realm, Levi muttered, his brow furrowing. Either way, now that I understand the true purpose of the monocle, demon hunting will be much more convenient going forward. Finding suitable targets had always been one of Levi's greatest challenges during his demon hunting journey. He activated the demon-slaying bracelet. 50 million points, Levi thought. If I continue killing like this, I can definitely reach the top within 10 years. But with only 2 years left until the ancient tower opens, I can afford to stop for a while. Besides, recent nightmares and danger perception suggest I have already been targeted by high-ranking demons. If this continues, I fear they will send a level 8 demon to hunt me down. Levi looked toward the sky ahead as Soraya's figure appeared. Sir Levi, a friend wishes to meet you, Soraya announced. Levi asked who. Soraya replied, Destruction Realm Thunder, Harvest. After a moment's thought, Levi nodded. Lady, please lead the way. He was not particularly interested in the one ranked first on the list, yet meeting him was not a bad idea. They arrived at the Mountain Giant Wizard Group headquarters. Hello, I am Harvest, the strikingly handsome, deeply contemplative middle-aged wizard said. Levi shook the offered hand. In his presence, Levi felt an extraordinary aura. It was unfathomable, lofty, and enigmatic. Levi asked, what brings Lord Harvest to me? Harvest smiled. Nothing much. I was simply amazed that you have climbed into the top 10 of the demon-slaying list in just 10 years, so I took the opportunity to visit during my break and make your acquaintance. Levi smiled faintly. I see. I fight solo, so I do not have to share war merit, which makes me faster. It is nothing special. Harvest asked, would Sir Levi be interested in joining a battle group? Levi shook his head in polite refusal. Harvest sighed in regret. So be it. Forget I asked. I was planning to invite you to join my Thunderlight Wizard group. Leela interjected, I have heard Sir Levi is of knightly origin. Now that I see you, your knightly demeanor is well deserved. To be honest, my ancestors were knights too, though they have since fallen into decline. Knighthood has been in decline for a long time, Levi stated, but in the future, it is bound to flourish again. Confidence radiated from Levi as he spoke. This caught Harvest's attention. The courage and conviction to forge a new path indeed distinguished him from the rest. Harvest had previously suspected that Levi might be the reincarnation of a legendary wizard. After all, the Black Abyss Walker, the Frost Witch, and certain prominent figures of the Supreme Council all seemed to show an unusual degree of favor and care toward Levi. He decided on this meeting to personally assess Levi. However, after the conversation, he still could not determine if Levi was a reincarnation of anyone. Or perhaps Levi was not a reincarnation at all, just someone blessed by unique opportunities. After some pleasantries, Harvest and Levi exchanged contact information. I look forward to the day you surpass me on the demon-slaying list, Harvest said. He turned and left with the Thunderlight Wizard group. Levi watched Harvest's retreating figure. The odds of him being a legendary wizard are quite high, he mused. In truth, even if Levi surpassed Harvest on the demon-slaying list and claimed the top spot, it would not mean much. The reason Levi could hunt demons so efficiently was solely due to the innate talent of being a one-man army as part of the Shadow Dragon group. It did not necessarily mean he was stronger than Harvest. Levi sensed that Harvest's spiritual force far exceeded his own. He seemed to have reached the maximum potential of a 7-circle wizard. Moreover, Harvest's upper limit of spiritual force likely exceeded the standard significantly. Levi reckoned Harvest's true strength was perhaps no less than that of an 8-circle ordinary wizard. He was a true genius capable of transcendent battles. Chapter 2050. The reason he had not advanced surely involved imprinting more witch marks, preparing for advancing to Grand Wizard, and perhaps even legendary. The second-ranked Light Divine Sword, and the third-ranked Hand of Fire God, remained elusive to Levi. Still, to follow Harvest so closely meant their strengths mirrored one another. Compared to Simon, who had fallen from grace as a once brilliant prodigy, those who stood at the top were the true powerhouses. After bidding farewell to Soraya, Levi stopped demon hunting. He returned to the ancient dragon continent to begin preparing plans to visit Hell and the dark ancient tower. Inside the Tower of Summer Flowers, Elena caught sight of Levi. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. You are incredible. You are already ranked 9th. Elena pulled back, eyes wide. Her own ranking remained in the 80s, thoroughly outpaced by him. Levi patted her back. Years spent safeguarding this continent must have been tough for you. Do not worry about the matter of oddities. When I accumulate more points, I will help you redeem them. He decided that rather than risking her safety hunting demons in the god-forsaken continent, he might as well grind points himself. His strength allowed him to support her without effort. 100 Flowers smiled sweetly. While that sounds nice, I still need genuine combat experience to temper myself. Otherwise, how can I fight peer-level powerhouses? Do not worry about me. With my capabilities, I can protect myself on the godforsaken continent. Levi considered her words. True, she carried defensive wizard tools and treasures like dragon protection, thought ring, and gold egg armor. Now, she also possessed the accompanying spiritual entity Amber. Few individuals in the godforsaken continent could threaten her. Levi, a veteran of countless battles, spent several days cherishing intimate moments with 100 flowers. Later, she departed for the god-forsaken continent. She sensed that her chance for breaking the spirit sect into the shattering void waited on that continent. Sitting idly at home and cultivating would instead hinder her breakthrough. Levi remained at home to digest the experiences and insights he had sharpened, organizing his spoils of war. Over the decade of refinement, his extreme Dao strategy proficiency had significantly increased, with its acceleration manyfold compared to practicing at home. Additionally, Thunder Beast technique had ascended to level 15, equaling 7 suns falling domain, achieving 7 circle power. Only microlysis technique had not seen significant improvement through actual combat. He dared not use living beings as true subjects for practice. He feared excessive uses of this method might result in future space backlash upon himself. In truth, with his current strength, the effectiveness of this spell was not as optimal as imagined. Ordinary enemies could not withstand a punch from him, so he naturally did not need microlysis technique. Against extremely formidable foes, the technique was largely unlikely to succeed. The real purpose of this spell was to pave the way for the subsequent Great Disintegration technique. Ultimately, Levi needed it to wield after becoming legendary, dealing with adversaries as powerful as the true immortal gods. It was a veritable nuclear weapon. Half a year passed. Levi rested in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and a smile broke across his face. Victor has broken through. Midland Continent, Gonda City. Above the city, an ocean-like surge of metal elemental power flooded around the Daybreak Tower. Under such elemental tides, the wizards within the city awakened from their meditative states. Someone has reached 7 circle. Metal element. It must be Lord Victor, right? Oh heavens, Victor is at 7 circle. Figures flew into the sky, while countless gazes focused on Daybreak Tower. At the tower peak, rich golden power descended from above, threading down in wisps, radiating in endless sharpness. A primordial soul figure, flickering between clarity and ethereality, bathed in this energy. It was Victor, his primordial soul growing ever stronger under the elemental power. A 7 circle aura rose into the sky. Ace and Gandalf looked toward Daybreak Tower, their gazes piercing the void. Ace smiled. Not easy, huh? Victor has reached 7 circle too, Gandalf muttered. Am I the last one to reach 7 circle? At the same time, all around Gondor City, one array after another surged upward, forming an earthy yellow barrier. It enveloped the city in protection. Lord Victor, feel free to advance. I have activated the Earth Star Shield Barrier, an 8-ring formation. No one will disturb you. A resonant voice rang out. It came from a middle-aged wizard clad in a white robe, grey temples framing his stern features. His gaze remained steady, radiating a vast 8-circle aura, standing out prominently within Gonda City like a crane among chickens. Victor responded. Many thanks, Gonda City Lord. This advancement even startled the City Lord, who had been in seclusion. Earth Core Destroyer Lucian, a rare dual faction practitioner of earth and burning cultivation. His cultivation spanned only 2,500 years. Rumor named him the offspring of the legendary Wizard Thousand Mountains Immortal and Grand Wizard Lady Bayan. Gifted with exceptional talent, paired with relentless diligence, he spent most of his time in seclusion, researching spells. He seldom engaged in socializing or cared about wizard world politics. With his strength and status, obtaining a high-ranking official position in the Central Realm would be an easy feat. However, he chose to serve as city lord in a place like Gondor City, a wizard city with little actual authority. During his tenure as Gondor City Lord, public safety incidents were rare. Even with the council of 10,000 clans stirring troubles for ages, none dared to challenge Gondor City. As such, he enjoyed an excellent reputation in the outside world. This explained why Levi sent all his 3 duplications to Gondor City to seek opportunities for development. Chapter 2051. Business development cannot thrive without a good security and political environment. If the situation remained the same as a bandit den in the Endless Sea, even with the power of 3 avatars, it would prove difficult to expand and strengthen the industry. Victor's advancement, combined with the performance of Gondor City, further confirmed that Levi made the right decision. The elusive Gondor City Lord became alarmed due to Victor's seclusion, and the watching wizards sighed as they stood on the sidelines. They whispered among themselves, leaning closer to one another. One wizard gestured at the tower. This shows the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. Another nodded. Indeed, the 8-ring formation, once activated, consumes a vast amount of stored energy. Most times, it remains in a semi-closed state, but now fully activated, it burns ether stones. A third wizard chimed in. Ordinary geniuses do not get such treatment. A while ago, when a 6th circle perfection elder advanced, the grand array stayed dormant. The first wizard spoke again. Yes, indeed, Daybreak Divine Sword brings prestige. If it were me, I would do the same. After all, due to Daybreak Divine Sword, Fire Dragon Ace, and Gondaf, Gondor City has been rated the most promising nether capital for consecutive centuries. These years, the net inflow rate of the wizard population has constantly increased. Recently, the city registration office had to raise the residency standards. Not long after, the element tide receded, and Victor's figure flew out, arriving in the sky. He bowed his head. Thanks to the city lord once again. The Gondo city lord offered a gracious smile. I have long heard of Lord Victor's prowess in the secret sword flow, but as you were previously in seclusion, I did not have the chance to visit. Truly outstanding. Almost like one not of this world. Victor dipped his head in humility. The city lord flatters me. The city lord waved a hand. I will not disturb you further. If you encounter any issues within the city, you may leave me a message. After speaking, the 8th Circle Wizard returned to his wizard tower. At this time, figures of the primordial soul realm gathered around, congratulating Victor, and taking the opportunity to make the Daybreak Divine Sword familiar with them. Victor politely greeted them before returning to consolidate his realm. He stood in his private chambers, feeling the surge of power. How wonderful! Stepping into the 7th Circle, among the primordial soul realm, I am truly among the elite. Now, among the Gonda 3 heroes, Victor is at the 7th Circle. When will the other two advance? The onlookers gradually dispersed. Victor focused on consolidating his realm. In just over a year, his original self will head to the Dark Ancient Tower. During this Ancient Tower journey, Holy Infant and Gondaf will not participate. Their upcoming task remains solely to ascend to the 7th Circle. Victor, with his formidable 7th Circle combat strength, will naturally accompany him. Once returning from the Ancient Tower, he must find a way to accumulate 500,000 war merits to exchange for a Morning Star level oddity. Not long after, the news of Daybreak Divine Sword's 7th Circle spread throughout the Midland continent and even the wizard world. This pressured those 7th Circle wizards on the level 8 demon slaughter list. With Victor's might, once he starts pushing for the demon slaying list, he will surely secure a position. A small demon nest sat in the godforsaken continent. For streaks of sword light, like a needle threading, harvested life from the demons inside the cave. For sword light circled around a black-robed wizard, forming a powerful defense with no blind spots. Demon Tear's divine sword Link, the new rising star of the wizard world, stood at the center. He ranked as one of the rare 6th Circle ordinary wizards among the top 200 of the 7th level demon slaying list. With one hand, he controlled the octagonal star sword formation, burying countless demons. He glanced at the latest news from the wizard world and smiled. Excellent. With Victor as the lead, I will always have a back to chase. Let these demons become the stepping stones on my path to legend. If other primordial soul wizards heard that Link at such a young age aimed to seek legend, they would surely laugh heartily. But Link possesses such a nature, sharp, and without concealment, extremely confident. A month later, at the Fire Dragon shop, the Holy Infant's body alternated between cold and heat. His forehead dripped with sweat until the warm current entirely integrated into his mind. The flame metal was thoroughly refined. He placed his hand onto the Klein crystal ball. The display flickered. Spiritual force, 4723/5060. This enhancement surprisingly increased the upper limit of spiritual force. The oddities he previously refined mainly boosted spiritual force directly, but increasing the spiritual force upper limit is good too. The Holy Infant introspected his mind. His jigsaw puzzle soul, at the chest position, added a new metal imprinted with the red flame lion insignia. Although the flame metal is not a Flame King oddity, refining it brought endless benefits. Thanks to this oddity, the Holy Infant's ice and fire body progressed further. Moreover, currently, the fire body seems stronger than the ice body. He refined only one Morning Star level frost artifact, the Cold King's Eye. The remaining two are Sky level Cry of the Cicada and Frost King's Finger. In contrast, the fire element oddities are already refined with 3 Morning Star levels, namely, Flame King's Arm, Heart of Flame King, and the Flame Metal. I need more Morning Star, or even Bright Moon level frost artifacts to balance this with yin and yang. Of course, the imbalance of ice and fire does not affect the Holy Infant much at his current realm. It remains just a minor hidden risk that must not be ignored. Once I advance to the 7th Circle, I can then head to the God-forsaken continent, earn war merits, and soon exchange for Bright Moon artifacts. Besides improving the ice and fire body, and enhancing the spiritual force upper limit, the flame metal also helped the Holy Infant give birth to an associated spiritual creature. With a thought, a mini red flame lion leaped out from his mind, landed on the ground, and exuded extreme heat. Chapter 2052. It opened its mouth, spewing fireballs like a dancing lion, exuding a festive aura. Following the naming strategy of the Snow King, the Holy Infant named it Lion King. The Lion King functioned as a purely combat-oriented companion creature. Its combat power rivaled the Snow King. With one ice and one fire, the two great combat spirit beasts stood ready. The Holy Infant had no other demands. Good things always come in pairs. Soon after, Gondaf also finished refining the Wind King's breath. Spiritual force increased by 50 points, and he gained the special talent Wind King's Blessing. This made his cultivation of the 10-winged sky dragon body tempering technique more effective. The effect of Wind King's breath was not comparable to a dedicated body refining artifact like the Elephant God's Proof. Moreover, he was not lucky enough to birth a companion creature. No matter what, with such Morning Star level oddities that outsiders could hardly imagine, Gondaf and the Holy Infant's cultivation speed progressed steadily. Ancient Dragon Continent. A solitary sword master stood in the void, its hollow eye sockets gazing at the densely packed storm clouds in the sky. Within the clouds, a great sword from the void descended with a thunderous slash. The sword master unsheathed his shining katana, cutting through the vast sky. Wish. Sword chi emitting a chilling cold filled the air. Countless frost particles formed a cage, sealing the great sword within. Then, the sword master transformed into a phantom, becoming densely packed sword light that shattered the great sword. The sword light converged, forming a shockwave that connected heaven and earth, dispersing the storm clouds. Snowflake boss has reached level 6. The undead of the Snowflake group watched the lone figure. The commander is so handsome. How can there be such a big difference when both are skeletons? A skeleton gestured toward his companion. How can it be the same? When the commander was born, a powerful rare treasure followed him. He is a child of destiny. The other undead commanders felt joy upon hearing of the Snowflake warrior's level 6 advancement. Now, the undead in the Black Soul Demon Tower constituted an independent battle group. They were collectively referred to as the Undying Oath. Inside the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, Levi, cultivating in seclusion, sensed the advancement of the Snowflake warrior through the Book of the Undead. With every additional level 6 expert, the defense of the ancient dragon continent strengthened, which improved his mood. Levi opened the level 8 demon slaughter list. The ranking of 100 Flowers had advanced somewhat. It looked like she was working hard on demon hunting. He opened the daily newspaper. A piece of news changed his expression. The spokesperson for the law enforcement department of the Star Tower, Seven Circle Wizard Golden Prince of the Letney family, mysteriously disappeared at Endless Sea. The Molten Gold Wizard King is conducting an investigation, seeking his whereabouts, currently confirming the safety of the soul token. What is going on? How did the father of the electric eel disappear? He is a 7-circle wizard. I wonder how that wind dust dragon is doing now. Would it have disappeared as well? Levi did not feel troubled by it. It was a pity. With his current strength, he could kill the Golden Prince easily. But in this special period of blood battle, he did not want to incite internal conflict. Moreover, the death of a 7-circle wizard, especially from the Letney family, would surely alarm the Wizard Council. This was especially true now that the powerful wizard tool heart of Skynet had been repaired. Levi killing the Golden Prince in the wizard world carried the risk of discovery. The impact of such a death would be negative. Although he had the Black Abyss Walker and Frost Witch protecting him, he did not want to cause trouble and make things difficult for them. His enmity remained between him and the electric eel wizard personally. For a level 6 wind dust dragon, it was unnecessary to offend the entire Letney family. The corruption and darkness of the Letney family were matters for the Congress to handle. He would not get involved further. With the 9-leaf blood datura in hand, Levi occasionally ventured into the land of darkness to look for black beasts. Someday, he would find a suitable replacement. Disappearance is a good thing. Levi stopped concerning himself with this matter. 3 days later, the Blood Knight arrived at the Emperor's palace, smiling. Commander, today we found the bloodline essence you needed in the realm of hell. The Blood Knight handed Levi a glowing scarlet medicine. We acquired this at an auction. It is from a level 7 blood slaughter bat dragon, but the auction's confidentiality was well maintained. We do not know who the owner is. Levi took the medicine and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. Here is a piece of level 7 land iron, Blood Knight. You can use it to reforge your divine weapon. The Blood Knight spoke quickly. It is my responsibility. No reward is needed. Levi replied. Take it. A small piece of level 7 metal is nothing to me. The bloodline divine weapons he possessed had all been reforged with level 7 metal. He only needed the breathing technique to advance and become a level 7 divine weapon. 4 elders like the Blood Knight, who were hardworking and dependable, Levi occasionally rewarded them with items when he felt good. He felt good because of the disappearance of the Golden Prince. Seeing the Letney family suffer deserved celebration. The Blood Knight said, "Thank you, Commander." Carrying the land iron, the Blood Knight departed. He was heading to the Tower of Dawn to use the Phoenix Flame there to reforge his divine weapon. Levi put away the bloodline essence with a calm expression. Advancing now surely takes time, so I can only wait for the ancient tower to return. In comparison, the direct enhancement of combat power by the Scarlet Dragon was not as great as the Crimson Emperor Dragon or Brilliant Golden Dragon, so there was no rush. Chapter 2053. Blood Slaughter Bat Dragon. I did not expect the School of Death to have such a good thing. Levi harbored no inappropriate thoughts. He simply figured that if he could find the owner, he would buy it with his vast wealth. 1 year passed. Shortly before the Netherworld market opened, Levi traveled down to Hell, Land of Darkness. A Saiyan dragon with a wingspan of 1 kilometer cut through the winds, flying forward. On the dragon's back, a golden-haired wizard sat in meditation with closed eyes. The 6-circle top-grade wizard robe he wore hung in tatters. His aura was languid. Damn it, what happened to me? I have been so unlucky lately. The Golden Prince recalled his recent misfortunes. He cursed silently, looking toward a distant, tiny point of white light. At my speed, flying back to Nora would take at least 500 years. If I run into other unexpected events, it might take even longer. A shiver crawled down his spine as he recalled recent encounters. Everyone knew of the 3 disasters in the Endless Sea. The Sea Beast Tide, the Wind Disaster, the Mirage. The Sea Beast Tide needed no explanation. It was simply a periodic population explosion of transcendent creatures. Nowadays, the Sea Clan was almost extinct. Without their involvement, and relying only on sea beasts, this disaster was essentially nullified. For primordial soul wizards, Such a sea beast tide hardly counted as a disaster. The wind disaster referred to a sudden emergence of endless gales of unknown origin. The strongest level 9 wind disaster threatened even 7-circle wizards. If one could not escape quickly, the risk of perishing was high. Historically, level 9 wind disasters remained extremely rare. Unfortunately, the Golden Prince just happened to run into one. The odds were worse than winning the lottery. Fortunately, he had advanced to 7 circles over 100 years ago. He possessed more than one 6-circle top-grade wizard tool, and even a 7-circle witch artifact. He miraculously survived the wind disaster unscathed. Unexpectedly, just after passing through, a mirage of an ancient temple appeared towering hundreds of miles ahead. Caught off guard, he and his pet, a wind dust dragon, were drawn into the temple. He vanished from the wizard world. Inside that temple, he witnessed numerous unimaginable horrors. Gods, demons, or other entities he could not discern. Evil monsters surged from the corners, attacking the Golden Prince. A supreme force suppressed him. Spellcasting became sluggish. Strange whispers echoed in his mind. This prevented him from fully utilizing his 7-circle strength. Fortunately, his pet wind dust dragon remained relatively unaffected. Ultimately, with the help of the wind dust dragon and the level 8 exotic treasure, the golden scepter gifted by his father, he managed to escape. A level 9 wind disaster and a mirage. He encountered two extremely rare events simultaneously. The Golden Prince still doubted his luck. After leaving the mirage, he appeared in the land of darkness. It was a place extremely far from Nora. This method exceeded his imagination. Only legendary wizard-level strength could accomplish such a feat outside of Nora. He could not use the communication wizard tool to contact his family. He had to fly back using his own dragon. And there is more unfortunate news. Victor reached 7 circles too. The hope of avenging the electric eel dwindles even further. The Golden Prince wanted revenge, but Victor remained excessively cautious. He had been holed up in Gondor City for years, not venturing out. When he did go out, it was with Gondalf and Fire Dragon Ace. They could jointly kill a level 7 flame demon. Although he was a 7-circle wizard too, he was unlikely to take them down. The Golden Prince was truly out of options. The family had already decided not to help him. He even took the risk to contact a snake envoy through the Schubert family and the Council of 10,000 Clans. He intended to borrow a knife to strike, but the snake envoy only entertained him superficially, seemingly conspiring something else. Thus, this matter had been delayed until now. I am a dignified senior official of the Endless Sea Law Enforcement Department, and yet there are times of such despair. While he lamented, the wind dust dragon beneath him began trembling, sensing an ominous presence. The Golden Prince frowned. "What is wrong, Hanks?" The wind dust dragon spoke. "Master, I sense a powerful dragon's might nearby that makes me instinctively tremble. However, it seems to be dead. This aura radiates death energy." The Golden Prince's expression shifted to joy. For a level 7 complete subdragon species to feel fear, could it be the strongest level 8 subdragon species? There were differences among subdragons as well. Some subdragon species had limited potential. Once reaching complete adulthood, they could only advance up to level 6, possibly reaching level 6 peak at most. Some subdragon species, like the Black Lotus Beast, theoretically could reach level 8 peak. The Wind Dust Dragon said, "No, Master, I feel it is not a subdragon species, but a complete pure-blood dragon clan." The Golden Prince breathed rapidly, unable to contain his excitement. What? A complete pure-blood dragon clan? He calmed his mood. "I will first use an alchemical creature to investigate." After a cautious operation, he rode the Wind Dust Dragon toward an asteroid-strewn void. Chapter 2054. In the midst of the expanse lies a gigantic corpse stretching over 10,000 meters. Its body is long and slender, covered in cloud-white scales, with a cloud-like airflow swirling around it. Even though death claimed it long ago, this genuine level 9 majesty still makes the Golden Prince feel as if facing a grand wizard. The storm whirlpool, formed by the energy dispersed within 1,000 miles, spans deeply in space and strikes on the heart. The Golden Prince speaks under his breath, his gaze fixed on the remains. A wind element pure-blooded dragon clan. Cloud-like dragon flame cloud. This is the wind illusion dragon of the Dragon Traveler. These past experiences have been like a roller coaster, filled with great sorrow and joy. Unable to hold it back, he laughs wildly towards the sky, clearing away previous depression. Great misfortune leads to blessings. Sauron did not deceive me. The Purgatory Demon Sword holds Levi's hand, tilting his head to ask, "Big brother, has Gondalf not come?" Levi looks down at his brother, his expression calm. "He has not come. Gondalf is currently in seclusion, sprinting for the 7-circle breakthrough. How is your progress now?" The Purgatory Demon Sword shifts his posture, his eyes bright with resolve. "I have faithfully followed the teachings of Big Brother, and have imprinted 15 witch marks now. Currently, I am seeking a 7-circle breakthrough potion." Levi sighs, keeping his tone supportive. "Keep working hard. It is a pity that he has insufficient demon dragon grass powder. Otherwise, given his current flame demon materials, preparing a potion for this inexpensive younger brother would not be a problem." Levi thinks for a moment, his gaze steady. "If you cannot find a potion for now, continue imprinting witch marks. As your big brother, I will think of a way to help you." Unlike Gondalf, the Purgatory Demon Sword has practiced dual cultivation of body refinement and spells since his debut. It is just that the brilliance of the path of spells was overshadowed by his strong body refining talent. His body refining technique has already reached its maximum. Now he is honing the path of spells. Certainly, although it is dual cultivation, only one potion needs to be prepared for the breakthrough. Upon hearing that Big Brother will also help him find the potion, the Purgatory Demon Sword hugs Levi, deeply moved. Thank you, Big Brother. In this hellish place, finding a 7-circle breakthrough potion is indeed difficult. Levi looks at the 3 sisters behind the Purgatory Demon Sword. During this 100 years, the second sister, Sorceress of the Sensual Realm, has also advanced to level 7 Devil. The third sister, Sky Realm Witch, is still at level 6 Peak, seeming not ready for advancement. Truth be told, if not for the second brother's absorbing, the third sister still had hope. The Desire Realm Witch, this eldest sister, is now at level 7 Middle Stage, worthy of the name of top talent. Of course, the price is several iron slave-like slaves have been squeezed to death. Even the Demon Elephant Clan Young Master, a top talent, has seen slow progress in cultivation over this century. This puzzles his father, the Ghost Elephant Master. However, after level 7, cultivation is inherently difficult. Plus, with Isen's excuse, he does not suspect much. However, if the 3 sisters drain him to Fallen Realm, or completely halt, that will surely arouse Ghost Elephant Master's suspicion. Thus, over the century, the 3 sisters have been hunting for other level 6 vessels in Hell, shifting things around. Currently, Isink is still useful, and when no longer needed, they will drain him dry. Through the intelligence of Isink, Levi also knows the state of the enemy. Hell's army is already prepared. The 72 pillars are now clearing the path from Hell to Nora, to facilitate the descent of Devil's true forms into the human realm. This invasion of Nora will mostly involve those surplus undead and devils from the first 5 levels. Their strength is not great, but their numbers are considerable. By then, the human realm will inevitably experience a ghost-filled night. But compared to the Abyss army, it is merely small fry in comparison. Before parting, Levi takes 900 million joss paper from the side of the Purgatory Demon Sword and goes to participate in the Netherworld market. He does not intend to stir a free shopping spree in Hell in this special period. Safety first at such times. Additionally, there are more than 20 soul stones and some refining, pharmacy, and array materials unique to Hell. Among these are the materials Levi asked his second brother to help collect for refining the Book of the Undead and Black Soul Demon Tower. The vast Nether River flows with a whoosh above the city. The familiar mast ships settle upon the wild lands. Levi enters among them, having previous experience, his gaze immediately searching for the merchants of the Netherworld market. He spots a giant with a tiger head, sturdy arms, standing 1 kilometer tall, emanating overwhelming slaughter aura. The giant possesses approximately level 8 strength, slightly inferior to the previous 3. Having sensed Levi's scrutiny, the tiger-headed giant lifts its head to stare at Levi. What are you looking at? A powerful level 8 majesty presses down, causing all devils on the square to change their expressions. Many devils directly fall, kneeling on the ground, unsure of how they offended this underworld lord. Levi emits a momentum to resist this majesty. Though not a match for the tiger-headed giant, he is not overwhelmed by the aura. With an apologetic, calm smile he speaks. Sorry, seeing the senior with such mightiness, I was stunned. He silently ponders that this tiger-headed giant is likely not in the same department as Degao, Mosi, and Hao Shan's trio. Unable to obtain the whereabouts of the undying Nether Emperor from him, they choose not to deliberately bother Levi. Internally, Levi feels somewhat disappointed, thinking this time in the Netherworld market might not yield good things. The tiger-headed brawny man observes Levi, equally puzzled internally. This lad carries the aura of those 2. No wonder Degao wants to find him, but being able to resist my majesty with 7th level cultivation is indeed remarkable. There are factional divisions within the underworld. The leader of the tiger-headed brawny man does not have a good relationship with the undying Nether Emperor. Thus, it bears no interest towards Levi. However, it will not violate the neutrality rules of the underworld to act against a junior. Being just an ordinary worker of the underworld, it completes its own tasks honestly and sincerely. It watches Levi selecting items over there, perhaps using my nether eye to check how much lifespan this boy has left. The nether eye is a skill mastered by members reaching a certain status in the underworld. It can observe the lifespan of beings on the multidimensional plane, even their ethereal and intangible fortunes. Usually, it would be for impending deaths, not someone as young as Levi. Its curiosity is immense, just like a cat, similarly so for the tiger-headed brawny man. With this thought, its eyes flash with a ghostly glow, looking at Levi's frenzy in purchasing blind boxes. Instantly it is shocked, its pupils dilating. From its perspective, above the heads of those devils, lines of numbers float. 45, 689, 2347. From dozens to thousands. But above Levi's head, it only sees this. Unknown. Chapter 2055. The brawny man with a tiger head stared at the question marks. He stood stunned. How could this be? As a level 8 netherworlder, he could not discern the age of this person. This situation had never occurred in his entire career. There were 3 possible reasons for the question marks. First, the observed entity's realm might be at least one major realm higher than that of a netherworlder. This situation could be ruled out. The person before him was definitely at level 7. If a level 9 or level 10 strongman forcefully suppressed their realm, pretending to be weak to deceive, he would surely sense the deception. Yet, Levi continued to buy things as if nothing happened. He clearly remained unaware. Second, the observed target possessed a limitless lifespan. This seemed even more unlikely. So far, within the entire multidimensional plane, truly limitless lifespans did not exist. The belief path of heavenly fathers, though seemingly without end in lifespan, offered only a form of true immortality that was in fact limited. It simply possessed a very high upper limit. Many gods fell for various reasons before reaching it. Even the Nether emperors, who fundamentally grasped life and death, had lifespan limits. Others had even less. Third, the person might possess means to obscure strong probing. Currently, this seemed the most likely. Indeed, this person is not simple. Perhaps the two Nether emperors concealed his lifespan, sighed the brawny man with a tiger head. He set aside his curiosity. Only then did he realize his eyes were already bloodshot. Howling, curiosity killed the cat. On the other side, Levi left the sailboat on his own. As he expected, the harvest from this opening of the Netherworld market was not as good as the last. He bought some specialty materials from the underworld and a 6th level treasure. This treasure was a rusty ancient sword called the Quicksand Sword. It could turn an area into quicksand, sealing enemies within. Overall, it was rather ordinary. Once Levi left, he would have the Holy Infant auction it off for cash. Besides that, Levi spent all the remaining joss paper on blind boxes. He bought 500,000 in total. When he returned from the ancient tower, he would have a spree. The greatest gain from the Netherworld market was that Levi gathered all the materials to upgrade the Book of the Undead and repair the Black Soul Demon Tower. Thus, Levi hastily left Hell. Several months later, Ancient Dragon Continent, Emperor's Palace. Lord Victor appeared. I have consolidated my realm. Levi said, good. Enter the ancient tower with me. Let Ace and Gondoff cultivate in peace. Light flickered. Levi and Lord Victor disappeared from the spot. Land of Darkness. In a place far from Nora, a lost plane drifted in the void. Just like the pure-blooded dragon clan's corpses before, this plane also exuded a deathly aura. It appeared that, for some reason, it headed towards death, with the world consciousness already dissipated. The Golden Prince rode the wind dust dragon and descended upon this place. As far as the eye could see, a landscape of sand and wind stretched out, desolate and void of civilization. Right here, let the wind dust dragon absorb and refine the bloodline crystal extracted from the wind illusion dragon. To extract the pure blood dragon bloodline crystal, the Golden Prince had spared no effort. With a wave of his hand, a blood-colored crystal the size of a human head appeared. Countless mysterious vortices and runes flickered around it, revealing its extraordinary nature. It is a pity I do not understand much about Dragon Clan evolution. This is the only method I could try. The Wind Illusion Dragon's corpse remained the Golden Prince's greatest secret. He would never mention it to others, not even to his father, the Molten Gold Wizard King. Otherwise, the family would surely take it away, giving him some insignificant reward to dismiss him. In his view, only a glorious sun-grade oddity was worthy of such a complete and fresh pure-blooded Dragon Clan corpse. Yet clearly, even the Grand Wizard would not easily produce such a precious item. So, to prevent dreams from lingering long, he decided to let his beloved pet consume the Wind Illusion Dragon crystals and flesh. He hoped it could advance further in the future. As for other materials from the Wind Illusion Dragon, the dragon scales, dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon teeth, he would find a way to gradually cash them out when he returned to the wizard world. He could not refine them himself, so he could only sell them for cultivation resources. If in a ninth circle refiner's hands, these could forge a divine soul artifact or 9-ring witchcraft. You are all wind element dragons. Give it your best, Hanks. He did not expect Hanks to reach level 9 in the future. He just hoped it could keep up with him and advance to level 8 in the future. In this way, one man and one dragon, looking across the wizard world, would also stand as top-level powerhouses under the Grand Wizard. As for revenge against Lord Victor and others, he had already let it go. Strength remained fundamental. Furthermore, he stood so far from the wizard world that there existed no use in being anxious. After Hanks consumed the crystal, it soon fell into slumber. After settling it well, the Golden Prince explored this lost plane alone. He hoped to find some unexpected opportunity. Several days later, he appeared before a relic half buried in the wind and sand. Seeing the wizard runes on the surface of the relic and the carving marks of the arrays, his face glowed with joy. It seems an ancient wizard once came here and left a relic. Judging by these traces, their cultivation must not be low. Indeed, blessings come after setbacks. After 2 mishaps in a row, I am now faced with 2 successive great opportunities. Chapter 2056. With this immense wealth before me, as the Golden Prince, my fortunes are turning from this moment forward. The Golden Prince pumped his fist in the air. He believed he was the one favored by fortune. Future advancement to Grand Wizard was not out of reach. He had not yet begun exploring the relic when the sand and relics of the desert started to tremble. He froze, his eyes darting across the horizon. The earth shook, and the sky turned pitch black. Swirling vortexes replaced the sun. He stood alone in the dark. He was unable to see the tree for the forest. From the vantage point of the land of darkness, a colossal, unimaginable pitch-black ancient tower traversed deep space, floating over the lost plain. It was the dark ancient tower, drifting randomly in the land of darkness. No pattern dictated the movement of the dark ancient tower, apart from some lucky ones who stumbled upon it, and the times it opened once every 10,000 years while remaining immobile. No one could find the ancient tower on their own. Accompanied by a massive suction force, the mid-sized plane vanished without a trace in deep space. Such scenes often played out across the ages. Dark ancient tower. The 5th level. I am back again. Levi stepped onto the platform. He felt a sense of relief. Every visit to the ancient tower offered immense rewards. He left the ancient tower with the anticipation of returning a century later. He walked through the Million Mountains to the land of fungus planting. He picked another batch of mature fungi. He allowed them to grow wild in this land, though he lacked concern for their specific development. He had established a superior fungus planting base on the ancient dragon continent. He patrolled the lands of the demon race, including the sites where the demon god temple once stood. He found no sign of a level 6 demon king. Could it be that this level 6 demon was not born inside the ancient tower, but collected by the ancient tower from the multidimensional plane? Levi pondered this, walking slowly through the ruins. Demons were not rare in the multidimensional plane. They invaded chosen worlds with indiscriminate eagerness. Besides the abyss in the wizard world, their presence plagued almost any possible location. Unable to deduce the truth, Levi moved on. He decided he would understand when his enforcer authority increased in the future. Following his usual practice, Levi visited Roman's fall site again. Soon after, he emerged from under the ground, holding a red flame snake in his hand. This was the most common Earth-grade oddity of the burning faction. I will let the Holy Infant refine it for fun when I get back. Even though it was just an Earth-grade oddity, Levi felt pleased. He had successfully planted his first oddity. He estimated that if he remained lucky, his Ancient Banyan Fairyland could also cultivate a small batch of Earth and Sky-grade oddities in the future. Years ago, many level 6 enemies had died inside the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Previously, I worried that insufficient power would destroy the fairyland. Now that my strength is sufficient, I should try to kill level 7 enemies inside the fairyland in the future. Perhaps there is a small chance of producing a Morning Star artifact. Soon after, Levi arrived at the Wind Spirit Tower. After a century, Kidman's strength had increased further. Seeing the Dharma transmission Venerable arrive as scheduled and appear even more imposing, Kidman bowed his head in amazement. The Venerable is indeed unfathomable. They began the Centennial Work Report. After listening to the details, Levi offered a pleased smile. To have found 2 children of the elements and 3 special talents, Kidman, you have done an excellent job. Finding so many talents indicated that Kidman worked diligently and deserved a reward. Levi tossed a large box of 6th circle meditation potions toward the man. Strive hard to cultivate, Kidman. I truly admire you. If you can reach the level 6 peak in your lifetime, I will take you out of this world and grant you a potion to break through to level 7, allowing you to advance further. Levi smiled, painting a rosy picture of the future. Kidman dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the floor. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate, for your recognition. Reaching level 7 was a realm he never dared to dream of. Due to the limitations of this world, besides the former Supreme Archmage, and this Dharma transmission Venerable, no one else could reach level 7. This Venerable claimed he could take him out of this world, confirming his identity as a preacher remained genuine. To Kidman, this world felt like the lower realm, and he longed for the upper realm. Levi then met the 2 children of the elements. A water element child, a small girl, stood with a wind element child, a young man. They lowered their heads, afraid to meet Levi's compelling gaze. What are your names? Levi asked, his voice calm. The little girl curtsied. Lord, my name is Lillian. The young man took a step forward. I am called Peak. Levi nodded, offering a gentle smile. You need not be nervous. I will guide you in cultivating spells, embarking on transcendent paths. In 1 year, I will come for you. They spoke in unison. Thank you, Lord. After explaining some matters, Levi immediately proceeded to the 6th layer. With 2 more children of the elements in hand, this round at the Tower of Dawn proved quite profitable. Now, under the years of management by him and other responsible parties, the Tower of Dawn possessed quite a few children of the elements. STA and Toby required no further mention. The more seasoned Coral Witch, now a 5th circle wizard with perfection in 9 talents, prepared to advance to the 6th circle. 400 years ago, a knight from the Dusk Holy Temple saved a water element child, Galuna, from a brothel in the Constellation Empire. She also lived as a 5th circle perfection wizard, similarly seeking perfection in 9 talents. Chapter 2057. Under Levi's influence, these geniuses set high standards for themselves. The Golden Lion Knight, possessing double affinity, strives for 6 talents at perfection, even as a 4th circle wizard. He remains a level 6 knight with great talent, and level 7 remains a possibility in the future. With a long lifespan, high status, and no lack of comprehension, he possesses enough time and resources to pursue talent perfection. His talent remains inherently inferior to the children of the elements. To maximize the success rate for advancing to the 6th circle in wizardry, he must perfect other aspects as much as possible. Over the years, both the Golden Lion Knight and the Goddess Knight actively accumulated war merit. Even Earth and Sky grade oddities prove useful to them. Exchanging for a Morning Star oddity would prove even better. For dual practitioners, becoming prosperous first to lead others to prosperity remains feasible. The ultimate goal of dual cultivation involves continuing to cultivate the path of the primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit is born, their combat power will soar. Jin, the flying fur rat, turned into a stream of light, leading the way. Its speed increased remarkably, clearly the result of evolution. The creature remains far inferior compared to specialized combat spirit items. Earth and Sky grade spiritual companions born in Levi's earlier years, such as Jin, Long, Akun, and Agu, functioned as auxiliary-type spirit items. The combat types focused primarily on the Mount Abiao and the Sword Spirit. Ayak functioned as an exception, proving versatile, capable of traveling and treasure hunting, with decent combat power. Thoughts of Ayak stirred nostalgia in Levi. 100 years have passed since the little one left home. On this journey, Ayak will surely venture to farther places. Due to the predatory nature of wizard civilization, those planes closer to Nora seem unlikely to offer many opportunities for picking up loose ends. Therefore, Ayak's future journeys could last hundreds or even thousands of years. Ayak's role mimics the dedicated traveler wizards of the wizard world. For instance, the owner of the soul artifact, the Fei Meng Astrolabe, functioned as a traveler wizard. These wizards learn specialized travel spells, maintaining proficiency in space studies, folklore studies, plane studies, biology, and astrology. These disciplines and knowledge greatly aid in exploration. Levi possesses the etheric travel, so he certainly will not waste it. Ayak will travel in his stead. Once Levi becomes stronger, allowing for more efficient planar travels, he too will explore the Pen Plane. Eventually, he may even leave the Pen Plane to see what lies beyond the boundaries explored by wizard civilization. The significance of becoming stronger also involves experiencing different landscapes. 1 month later, in a swamp area filled with miasma, Levi stopped, gazing ahead. Jin darted into the mist and disappeared. Soon, the creature returned, clutching a storage bag, panting as it flew around Levi in circles. Levi patted Jin, offering verbal praise. This special spiritual creature requires no food. Its method of becoming stronger involves being nurtured by spiritual force and advancing alongside its master. Therefore, material rewards remain useless. The time has come to proceed to the 7th floor. In this month, led by Jin, Levi found the spoils of 4 level 6 experts. Among them were 2 primordial soul wizards. Additionally, he found some rare herbs that he previously missed. Jin's advancement improved treasure hunting efficiency, which pleased him greatly. He encountered 2 truth oddities, but unfortunately, both remained incubating. Completion requires at least another 1,000 years. He marked them for future collection. After tallying these spoils, Levi showed a joyful expression. The harvest is quite good. He collected 1 billion ether stones, 2 6th circle soul artifacts without owners, 1 6th circle wizard tool, and 1 6th level treasure. In addition, he gathered various rare materials and ores. Inside 1 primordial soul wizard's storage bag lay a sky-grade oddity, the metal faction oddity known as the wound-breaking blade. It appeared as a rusty iron sword emanating a decaying aura. It is an interesting, quite peculiar oddity. Although the wound-breaking blade functions as a sky-grade oddity, some metal faction wizards consider it comparable to certain morning star oddities. Aside from its regular abilities to enhance spiritual force, optimize spells, and birth spirit companions, it possesses a very peculiar function. It can alter the effects of metal faction spells, birthing something similar to unique flames, known as rust poison gold. Enemies attacked by rust poison gold might appear lively and energetic, but after some time, they will become afflicted with a disease known as rust poisoning. Once rust poisoning triggers, rust grows quickly from the infected wound, slowing movement and consciousness. If not promptly healed or removed, it will inexorably spread throughout the body. Ultimately, the entire person turns into a rusty metal statue. Rust poisoning proves extremely troublesome, and conventional healing spells from the life school of thought cannot remove it. Even light faction spells like Holy Light Healing, which treat negative energy erosion, prove ineffective. The simplest and most direct method involves quickly excising the flesh around the wound before infection sets in. Chapter 2058. The higher the realm, the stronger the physique, and the stronger the immunity. Most spell wizards possess standard physiques. Levi estimates that once affected, even primordial soul wizards will suffer infection and their actions will falter. A strong physique like his, however, remains unimpeded. Victor can refine it. Levi handed the oddity to Victor. Luck might even manifest a special talent, improving Victor's aptitude. With Victor's power, most enemies would not need the rust poisoning. Annihilation follows his strike. This rust poisoning acts merely as icing on the cake. Off we go, to the 7th floor. Levi stowed away the oddity, and he disappeared from sight. The dark ancient tower stretched before them. The 7th floor remained. Like the 5th and 6th floors, this world stood complete, inhabited by various alien races and humans. However, the 7th floor spanned a more vast and boundless area. Levi gathered information. The living beings on the 7th floor called this world the St. Roland continent. Level 8 powerhouses roamed the St. Roland continent. More than one held sway. They held territories, subjugating various alien races through might to establish powerful factions. They were collectively known as the 3 realms and 4 lands. The 4 lands included the Giant Beast Restricted Area, the Feathered People's Sky Island, the Merfolk Palace, and the Flame Country. The 3 realms comprised the Lightning Pool, the Ice Realm, and the Golden Ruins. These 7 territories functioned as the 7 largest intersection points and resource hubs of the 7th floor. Level 8 powerhouses stood guard in each, commanding countless strong beings. Previously, during the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower, this area became a focal point for wizards. Only top wizard organizations possessed the strength to snatch resources from these 7 major territories. Apart from these, small resource points lay scattered across vast and dangerous lands. Levi analyzed this information. A murmur stirred within him. With my current strength, I can traverse the 7th floor unimpeded, as long as I do not provoke those level 8 existences. It remains very safe. But since this is my first visit, let us focus on those scattered small resource points first. Then, I will visit the Giant Beast Restricted Area and the Thunder Realm. When I come back next time with Senior 7th Ring Cultivation, I will explore other territories. The Giant Beast Restricted Area served as a relatively safe intersection point, mainly inhabited by low-intelligence black beasts. The Overlord of the Forbidden Zone stood as a level 8 transcendent creature. Its true form remained suspected to be an alien giant beast from the Land of Darkness, the Star-Devouring Spider King. This giant beast was rarer than the pure-blooded dragon clan, possessed many incredible talents, and enjoyed a long lifespan. During the last major opening of the Ancient Tower, many strong beings from wizard organizations attempted to tame this beast. Ultimately, failure met them all. No one knew the location of the Star-Devouring Spider King. Within the entire Giant Beast Restricted Area, the Spider King remained the most cunning. Several alliances of 8th Circle wizards ventured into the center of the Forbidden Zone, yet they never saw a trace of the Spider King. Yet, the Star-Devouring Spider King manipulated the army of black beasts through powerful soul control techniques, constantly harassing the wizards. The Forbidden Zone derived its name from this, as it gathered half of the black beasts on the 7th floor. Among them, the Spider King manipulated many level 6 and level 7 black beasts. Some wizards even faced attacks from controlled level 8 black beasts. Black beasts held little hunting value. Great effort yielded no worthwhile return. Hence, explorers reduced their visits later on. For Levi, however, the Giant Beast Restricted Area remained a treasure trove. It was a natural black beast gathering ground. He needed no bait. He could enjoy a hearty hunt, as long as he remained cautious and prepared escape routes. Avoiding provocation of level 8 black beasts sufficed. The Merfolk Palace, the Feathered People's Sky Island, and the Flame Country functioned as intersection points controlled by alien civilizations. In these three locations, mermaids, feathered people, and the Flame Clan established forces. The Merfolk Palace sat in the Heart Sea in the center of the continent. It was a large lake surrounded by land. Though people called it a lake, it acted as the largest water body on the 7th floor, and hence, they referred to it as a sea. The Feathered People's Sky Island sat positioned on an airborne continent in the east of St. Roland. The Flame Country lay in the scorching desert in the west. Both underground fire and celestial fire raged there. Except for the Flame Clan and fire elemental spirits, even some fire element transcendent creatures were unwilling to visit. After all, they possessed fire attribute sympathy, not immunity to being burned. The Lightning Pool was a vast secret realm, filled with lightning, and extremely dangerous. Many powerful thunder elemental lords and thunder-related oddities grew within. Levi acquired his thunder gods here, owing to 100 flowers benefiting from the Letney family. Within the Lightning Pool lived the Thunder Marsh clan, rumored to have ancestral ties with the former Thunder Giant clan. As for the Ice Realm and the Golden Ruins, alien races also occupied them. Unfortunately, humans had not established a strong empire on the St. Roland continent. Only small or large cities and congregations existed, all under the rule of alien races. Long ago, ancient wizard legacies or other transcendent legacies belonged to humans. Today, no lack of level 6 or level 7 human experts existed. In history, humans produced level 8 experts that rivaled alien races. But in this era, no level 8 experts remained. As for level 9 experts, according to the rules of the Ancient Tower, they could not naturally emerge on the 7th floor. Chapter 2059. Even if there are some, they are occasionally sucked into the Ancient Tower, which is an unstable factor. If such a situation occurs, the Ancient Tower Scepter will give an immediate warning and activate Sauron's power projection to annihilate it. Back to the point, on the St. Roland continent, humans are not significant. Ultimately, this is because of the oppression from various alien races. The lack of a unified regime and the inability to systematically spread the wizard's method result in this. Wizards treat the Dark Ancient Tower simply as a game to collect resources. Naturally, they do not care about the humans on the continent. They only want to climb the tower and search for resources within a limited time. Thus, Levi's purpose in this trip was to emulate the 5th level and support a wizard tower here. He would then systematically spread wizard knowledge and theories to help the human race rise. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he could continually absorb excellent blood here, integrating it into the wizard world. If Sauron knew, he would surely support him in doing so. As an enforcer, he cannot solely take resources from the Dark Ancient Tower. Within his capability, he still needs to fulfill some responsibilities to help the wizard civilization better navigate the blood battle. He did not seek to benefit the whole world, just to do what was in front of him well. The Giant Beast Restricted Area and the Lightning Pool are both located in the southern part of the continent. After setting the plan for this trip, Levi began wandering on the 7th floor under Jin's guidance, heading south all the way. Along the way, he found trophies belonging to several level 6 experts or primordial soul wizards, yielding good results. Just the soul artifacts obtained during this Ancient Tower trip would earn Levi a lot, greatly enhancing his spiritual force. In addition, he also found several small resource points that had not been visited. Among them, he obtained 3 types of level 6 and 1 type of level 7 elemental metals. He gained 5 earth-grade oddities and 2 sky-grade oddities, all of the earth, fire, wind, and water variety. In this way, half a year passed. Levi, laden with spoils, arrived at the largest human gathering place on the 7th floor, also the Holy Land for all humans. It was called Rune Land, because the humans on the 7th floor collectively referred to wizards or other spell-casting professions as rune masters, as these casters based spells and other transcendent powers on runes. Essentially, a rune master is a wizard, just using a different name. They call primordial soul wizards rune saints, implying that through runes, they master powers comparable to those of gods. Rune saints are also divided into 3 levels, namely Town Saint, Marquis Saint, and King's Right Saint, representing 7th Circle and 8th Circle wizards. As the name suggests, only 8th Circle wizards are qualified to unify Rune Land and establish a united royal authority. Historically, several King's Right Saints have been born, but shortly after establishing a nation, they were destroyed by the strong from the 3 realms and 4 lands. These alien races deeply understood the immense potential of humans, so they went to great lengths to suppress them without completely eliminating them. In the end, they left only a piece of Rune Land, harvesting it as they pleased, enslaving humans, and making them fight wars, and collect resources for them. Rune Land has many human cities, hundreds large and small, but cities with saints are only 18. The city Levi came to today is called Na City. He heard that there is a Marquis Saint entrenched here, self-proclaimed as the Water Dragon Saint. This person is currently one of the 4 great masters of Rune Land. Na City stands towering on Lake Heart Island in the middle of a big lake. Rows of blue water screens rise from around the island, enclosing the city within. There is actually a 6th circle array, yet this array has too many vulnerabilities. Levi's hermit runes flickered. As he lightly touched the array, he found a node and passed through it easily with the Scarlet Dragon Dharma idol. With his current strength, he does not need to use the city gates at all. Inside the city, the cries, the hawkers shouting, and the hubbub made it prosperous. On the streets, there were even some bird people covered in feathers walking back and forth. Those mortals, upon seeing them, all respectfully gave way, even calling them the Sky Clan. These are the Feathered People, a relatively powerful race in the Land of Darkness. Within the Panplane, they have established a mighty feather empire with a level 10 strongman overseeing it. Besides, there are the Flame Clan, covered in fire and crimson scales, the tall and towering Thunder Marsh Clan, and the Mermaids, who were similar in appearance to the Nora Sea Clan. The entire Rune Land is these alien races' backyard. Alien races fight among themselves endlessly, but their policy towards Rune Land is very unified. Their goal is to restrict the rise of humans. Otherwise, once humans grow stronger, everyone is doomed together. Levi had to admit, these aliens on the 7th floor are indeed a notch higher than those on the 5th floor. Interesting. Other wizards do not have time to play with these aliens, but he would give it a try. He looked toward the center of the city, where stood a wizard's spire. Inside, a 6th ring senior aura loomed. Inside the spire, the Water Dragon Saint, wearing a white robe, was meditating. Suddenly, cold sweat ran down his back. He opened his eyes and turned around. At some point, a towering black-armored swordsman was standing there. Yet he, as a Marquis Saint, had not noticed anything. It was simply unimaginable. The person also exuded an aura of a Marquis Saint level. As for the other 3 Marquis Saints, the Water Dragon Saint had greeted them, and he confirmed this person was unfamiliar. Chapter 2060. Calming his emotions, the Water Dragon Saint asked, "Your Excellency visits, but for what purpose?" Levi stood firm. "I am the Dharma transmission venerable of this realm, and I have a great opportunity here. Do you wish to grasp it?" "Your Excellency must be joking. I have never heard of such a Dharma transmission venerable." A small smile tugged at the corner of Levi's lips. His figure flickered, appearing instantaneously before the Water Dragon Saint. The saint flinched in horror. His rune force field, comparable to that of a 7-ring ordinary wizard, flared to life. Crack. Levi's palm pressed against the shimmering surface. A sudden strike shattered the barrier like a broken mirror, collapsing it completely. Before the saint could cast a spell, Levi's large hand clamped around his neck. With a flicker of motion, the pair vanished from the spire. High above, within the wind disaster stratum, Levi reappeared with the trembling Water Dragon Saint, overlooking Nas City. "You should know, I have absolute power to put you to death." The Water Dragon Saint gasped. "What exactly do you want?" "I told you, I have a great opportunity to offer you." "All right, Your Excellency, please speak." Even the most formidable Flame Wolf Saint did not possess such power. "Rest assured, I am a human. This opportunity concerns the rise of all humans in the Rune Land. I will not harm you." Levi explained his plan. The Water Dragon Saint's face paled. "You intend to overturn the 3 realms and 4 lands? How is that possible?" "For thousands of years, the 3 realms and 4 lands have reigned supreme over the St. Roland continent. Even during the strong era of our Rune Land under the King's Right Saint's reign, we could not achieve that. Instead, we were trampled by the combined forces of the 3 realms and 4 lands." Levi pointed to the sky, his aura surging with self-assured confidence. "Nothing is impossible. The reason you could not achieve it before was because I was not here. Now that I am here, the heavens of St. Roland are about to change." Above the sky dome, 9-colored divine light bloomed. Beneath the 9-colored auspicious clouds, a 9-headed giant dragon, with a wingspan of 2,000 meters soared into the sky. Its presence was intimidating. The gaze of the 9-headed emperor dragon fixed upon the Water Dragon Saint. He faced the presence of a level 8 powerhouse from the 3 realms and 4 lands. The goal of the person before him seemed achievable. After brief contemplation, The water dragon saint said. It seems I have no choice now. The Excalibur appeared before Levi. This matter concerns the grand plan of humanity, and until prepared, it must not be disclosed. Now, follow my oath. The water dragon saint had no choice but to comply. To be cautious, Levi compelled him to swear the oath of truth. After swearing, his expression became complex, uncertain of his future destiny. Levi handed over the systematically prepared wizard legacy to the water dragon saint. From now on, secretly spread these knowledges and legacies among Runeland. The knowledge you previously held is incomplete, barely a tip of the iceberg of the path of the wizard. This is also why the rune masters are weak. The water dragon saint glanced briefly at the documents. He felt enlightened. The Dharma transmission venerable had not deceived him. With his realm, he naturally discerned that the rune legacy had severe omissions. The path of the wizard required collective wisdom. These rune masters of the St. Roland continent had only grasped a fraction, muddling through this small realm. They were not much stronger than cave wizards. Afterward, Levi gathered intelligence from the water dragon saint on the other 3 marquee saints. Currently, the strongest was the flame wolf saint, possessing a level 7 late-stage prowess. Considering the rune master's lack of detail, Levi calculated that this person's power was certainly not superior to the ancient. Take me to find other saints. Levi intended to subjugate all saints of Runeland. The current Runeland remained chaotic, with saints in division. The first step of imparting the path was to covertly unify these dispersed forces for Levi's purpose. Then, he would strategize to contend with the 3 realms and 4 lands. Compared to the vast St. Roland continent, the Runeland was relatively small. In a month's time, Levi subdued all saints, except for the Flame Wolf Saint, with his fists. Some who refused the opportunity resisted fiercely, and were slapped to death by Levi. He had no time for slow dealings. After unifying Runeland, he needed to visit the Giant Beast restricted area and the Thunder Realm. The Flame Dragon Saint was at level 7 late stage, so Levi had to plan with caution. Days later, Zula City. The Lord's Manor. An elder in a crimson robe with a giant wolf insignia, and a crimson-scaled Flame Clan powerhouse clad in armor engaged in conversation. Both emitted a mighty level 7 aura. The crimson-robed elder was the Flame Wolf Saint. The Flame Clan powerhouse was a great royal noble of Flame Country, named Jabba. After the exchange, Jabba took a crimson fruit from the elder's hands. He laughed coldly. Excellent. A level 7 flowing fire fruit aged 3,000 years. I have great use for it. Flame Wolf, you performed well. Though you are a rune master, you possess half of our Flame Clan's bloodline. Do not forget your identity. So long as you perform well, when I ascend to the king position, you shall become the national master of our Flame Country. I understand. Jabba stored the fruit and left Zula City, satisfied. Upon consuming this flowing fire fruit, I anticipate returning to level 7 late stage within 100 years. If not for those damned foreigners causing me to fall in realm centuries ago, I would already be level 7 peak, perhaps even ascending to level 8, competing for the king's position. That old thing should relinquish the throne. As he walked, reaching a deserted place, Jabba suddenly halted. He sneered. Where are the lurking riffraff? Furtive and sly. Come out now. As he spoke, the crimson scales on his body opened layer by layer, unleashing endless flames, engulfing the realm. Instantly, the flames dispersed. An unceasing silver mountain phantom descended with awe. A whirlwind of wind spun eternally around the mundane. Roar, accompanied by a piercing roar, an intensely magical 9-headed emperor dragon, shrouded in spell light, soared above the sea of fire. On the dragon's back stood a black armored swordsman, holding his ground defiantly. A golden emperor armor, and an emperor's sword slowly emerged behind him, along with a towering 1,000-meter Thunder Emperor Phantom. Levi stared at him. Friend, I have a great opportunity here. Do you wish to seize it? Chapter 2061. 7th floor. In the wilderness. Jabba's expression changed. Jabba squinted, his gaze hardening. Who are you? I have met all the saints from Runeland. Levi stepped forward, his voice calm. I am but a nameless figure. You have not answered my question yet. Jabba's face turned ashen. I do not care who you are. Leave my presence immediately. I am of the royal family of the Flame Country. My father is a level 8 powerhouse, the mightiest in this realm. This man was the king of the Flame Country. The Flame Clan held power in the upper middle tier among the 3 realms and 4 lands. No one dared provoke them on the St. Roland continent, save for the casualties of a foreign invasion centuries ago. The foreigners had long since departed. Among the humans, aside from those marquee saints, no true powerhouses remained. The human before him must be a rune saint hidden away somewhere. This could not be a foreigner. They had captured foreigners before, and knew the visitors inevitably left when the time came. Even those imprisoned in the Flame Clan jails vanished on that day. Therefore, no foreigner could remain on the St. Roland continent. Levi sighed. Enough. Let us not waste words. This opportunity today, whether you want it or not, you must take it. Levi waved his hand. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon roared, dragging the Emperor's essence forward with unstoppable force. Flame stream strike. Jabba inhaled deeply, slamming his palm down. A river of red flames surged, stretching across the sky for miles. The Emperor raised the crimson dragon high, his aura erupting. Chaos sword energy split the river of red flames, sweeping towards Jabba with overwhelming might. Flame flow wall. Jabba stomped his feet. Countless pillars of magma rose, forming a high wall of fire before him. He extended his right palm, a slit opening in the center. Flame shot. A highly condensed red flame ray shattered the void. The projectile struck before Levi could react. Both fighters engaged in a life and death struggle, leaving no room for restraint. The golden force field melted, a hole forming as the ray pierced through Levi's chest. Levi glanced at his blasted heart. He smiled. A decent attack, compressing all energy into a point, seeking maximum penetrating power. On the other side, Chaos Sword energy blasted Jabba away, scattering his indestructible crimson scales. Jabba stared at Levi like he was looking at a demon god. What is this monster? An undying body. Levi's chest knit back together, returning to normal. Mere lethal injuries held no fear for him. At this moment, Levi carried the air of a classic villain. He stood with a proud grin and a robust stature, possessing an undying body. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon plunged down, whipping up storms. The Water Dragon's song howled, entangling Jabba. The Ice Dragon prison domain unfolded, sealing off all retreat. The Emperor leaped from the sky, the great sword slashing downward. Flame shield. Jabba raised his hands as a small crimson shield appeared, orbiting above his head. Sword and shield collided. A metallic clang echoed across the clouds. The small shield was knocked away, but remained unharmed. It appeared to be an extraordinary rare treasure. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon roared to the sky, gathering celestial vapors and water mist into two indistinct kilometer-long water dragons. These dragons exuded early level 7 auras, quickly surrounding Jabba. A loud and piercing eagle screech tore through the air. A Hast eagle with a wingspan of 1,000 meters appeared. It was Maya. Behind Jabba, a towering giant, massive as a mountain, appeared holding a bone knife and striking ferociously. The giant Whale King joined the surrounding army. With so many level 7 combatants, plus the Emperor Dragon and the Emperor, the battle became a one-sided crush. Despite his level 7 middle stage cultivation, Jabba could do nothing. Levi watched from the side. Friend, do you want my opportunity? Do you not wish to become the king of the Flame Country? He had come searching for the Flame Dragon Saint, only to unexpectedly encounter Jabba, this Flame Clan powerhouse. Through intelligence gathered from the Water Dragon Saint and others, Levi knew Jabba maintained a close relationship with the Flame Dragon Saint. The current Emperor of Flame was aged, resting in his twilight years. Jabba clearly coveted the throne. He had brothers and competition was fierce. Furthermore, Jabba was not the eldest son. Because of the previous foreign invasion, his strength ranked at the bottom among his brothers. He possessed only level 7 middle stage cultivation. Levi devised a plan. He intended to start with Jabba as a breakthrough, leaving a pawn in the Flame Country. He would eventually support Jabba to the top, with Levi acting as the puppet master. Jabba swayed like a lone leaf amidst the flurry of level 7 offensives. He attempted to escape, but Levi intercepted him each time. No one knew how long the surrounding assault would last until Jabba's inner defenses finally broke. Jabba stared at Levi, his voice trembling. What exactly do you want? I have no grudge against you. Levi laughed. I already said. I want to gift you a great opportunity. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon swept its tail. Jabba flew through the air, crashing into the Emperor's solid chest. His crimson scales shattered, and flame blood flowed profusely. The Emperor swung the sword, smacking Jabba back before Levi. Levi reached out like an eagle catching a chick, grasping Jabba's head. He smiled sinisterly. I am kindly giving you an opportunity. Do not be ungrateful, mate. Chapter 2062. Jabba's body trembled, partly due to fear and partly due to humiliation. As a member of the Flame Country's royal family, Jabba belonged to one of the most powerful and prestigious bloodlines in this land. In the eyes of the humble humans, Jabba's kind were akin to the heavenly dragon tribe. Now, Levi manipulated Jabba like a worn-out puppet. Humiliation. What a crushing humiliation. Yet, Jabba's life was at stake, and even in this disgrace, the creature dared not act rashly. Jabba looked up and spoke. You may speak, sir. Levi leaned forward. As long as you obey me, I will support you in leading the Flame Country's royal family. In the future, I will help you unite the 3 realms and 4 lands under your rule. Shock colored Jabba's features. Unite the 3 realms and 4 lands, Jabba stammered. Do you know how many Sky Peak powerhouses reside there? On the St. Roland continent, level 8 powerhouses were called Sky Peaks, the pinnacle of the heavens and the peak of the era. They were the strongest ever. Levi remained silent, his gaze unreadable. Jabba could not help but continue. Just from what I know, there are 10 of them. Unless one transcends to a realm above Sky Peak, no one throughout the ages has accomplished such a feat, but above Sky Peak, there is no path. Even Sky Peak powerhouses are confined to this world and unable to leave. Jabba spoke the truth. With so many level 8 powerhouses, it was indeed challenging to subdue them with the strength of the alien races born in this world, unless one reached level 9. However, Levi was different. He was a supreme being at the top of his realm. From the start of his cultivation, he had consistently performed beyond his level in battle. He had even crossed the insurmountable chasm between level 5 and level 6 in reverse. Levi drew Excalibur. You only need to do as I say, and swear on this sword, he said. As the blue longsword emitted a divine radiance, Jabba knew its freedom was lost. The blade pressed against Jabba's neck, forcing the oath. If you wish to live, do not harbor any deceit, Levi warned. I understand, Jabba replied, feeling an indescribable power binding its soul. Levi lacked scarlet contract slots, but luckily, Excalibur served the same purpose for alien races. As long as the target was not a special existence like a devil or demon, the blade's effect was guaranteed. Levi searched Jabba, retrieving several valuable items. He pulled out a level 7 piece of red flame star gold, a specialty of the Flame Country. It was an excellent material for refining fire element treasures, wizard tools, and arrays. Whenever the ancient tower opened, wizards traveled to the Flame Country to seize this as a primary resource. However, with the level 8 powerhouses of the Flame Country guarding the mines, most wizards returned empty-handed. The piece Levi obtained from Jabba was enough to refine a 7-circle witch artifact. In addition, there was a 3,000-year-old flowing fire fruit. This was a cultivation treasure that burning faction wizards dreamed of. Consuming it could significantly enhance spiritual force and slightly improve talent. For Jabba, a member of the Flame Clan, it was an almighty holy fruit with remarkable effects as well. Yet, even in the Flame Country, the flowing fire fruit was quite rare. It could only be found in newly emerged intersection points on the St. Roland continent. Jabba had secretly manipulated the Flame Wolf Saint, leveraging status to influence him, forcing the Flame Wolf Saint to use his rune master subordinates to search for the holy fruit worldwide. Of course, those resources all belonged to Levi now. Besides, Jabba possessed a level 7 rare treasure, the Flame Shield. This was a protective item capable of withstanding an Emperor's sword stroke. Its defense was comparable to a 7-ring high-grade witch artifact. Levi unhesitatingly took it, noting it was most suitable for Ace's protection. Levi did not plunder all of Jabba's belongings, as he still needed the creature to work for him. Before parting, Levi looked at Jabba. "Do not disappoint me, buddy. Survival and death hinge upon your decisions." "I understand," Jabba answered. The situation was crystal clear, and Jabba acknowledged the reality. Watching Jabba leave, Levi remained calm. Even if Jabba betrayed him, it was no loss. To put it plainly, he was only short on time. Supporting the rise of St. Roland's humans was not imperative. Once he attained 8-circle status, or 7 rings perfection, he would be invincible on the 7th floor. Then, just like on the 5th level, a major reshuffle would be quite nice. Zula City. The Flame Wolf Saint looked displeased. "This Jabba, with mere level 7 middle stage cultivation, dares to act arrogantly in front of me," the Flame Wolf Saint grumbled. "If not for his level 8 father, what would he amount to? When I, Flame Wolf, advance to level 8 and become the Supreme King's right saint, would not the position of king be mine?" Due to a human bloodline, the Flame Wolf Saint had been assigned to this rune land, yet its ambition was enormous. Suddenly, the Flame Wolf Saint received a message from the Water Dragon Saint, stating there was something to discuss. Without suspicion of any deceit, the Flame Wolf Saint waved a sleeve and vanished. Rune Mountain served as the meeting and discussion place for all the saints. 13 figures gathered there. In the distance, a red cloud filled the sky, and a figure clad in a red robe slowly arrived. The Flame Wolf Saint laughed. "Gathered here, is there any significant event happening?" The Water Dragon Saint suddenly asked. "Flame Wolf, do you consider yourself human or part of the Flame Clan?" The Flame Wolf Saint replied without hesitation. "Is that even a question? Naturally, I am human." Chapter 2063. Gale Saint stepped forward and addressed the group. "We called you here for one thing. We intend to overthrow the rule of the 3 realms and 4 lands." Flame Wolf Saint shifted his stance, his expression hardening. "What are you trying to do? Rebellion. If anyone from the 3 realms and 4 lands makes a move, our rune land will be flattened." Sandstorm Saint gestured with an open hand. "Flame Wolf, we humans have been struggling to survive on this St. Roland continent for thousands of years. It is time to fight back. Do you not have a heart filled with passion?" The uncharacteristic words of the 3 Marquis Saints hung in the air. Flame Wolf Saint sensed something was amiss. These 3 cowards usually cowered before him, yet they spoke with such righteousness today, constantly harping on human virtue. Flame Wolf Saint frowned, his eyes narrowing. "What is wrong with you? Were you threatened?" A sudden shift in the atmosphere drew his attention to the sky. A vague and unpredictable voice descended from the 9 heavens above. "Flame Wolf Saint, you are mistaken. Everyone acts voluntarily for the good of the humans. There is no threat involved. Since you consider yourself a human, why not join us in restoring human glory? It is our duty." A black-armored swordsman stood arrogantly in the distance, a great sword resting on his back. Flame Wolf Saint glared at the stranger. "Who do you think you are? You dare to lecture me?" A boom echoed across the field as a level 7 late-stage aura erupted. The pressure forced all the other saints, even the Marquis Saints, to grimace. Levi laughed, a sharp sound that cut through the tension. "Such a feeble level 7 late stage, truly uninteresting. Everyone, take action." The saints under his control hesitated, but they eventually moved into position. Water Dragon Saint sighed. "Flame Wolf, stop resisting. You are no match for the Dharma transmission, Venerable." He waved a hand, and a water dragon surged toward Flame Wolf Saint. The other saints unleashed a barrage of spells, surrounding their target. Flame Wolf Saint fought alone against the multitude. His superior realm allowed him to barely hold his ground at the start. However, a master can be overwhelmed by wild blows. Since everyone present was a saint, the gap between them was not as vast as the divide between rank 5 and level 6. Flame Wolf Saint quickly realized his defensive field could not recover fast enough to withstand the destructive bombardment. His spiritual force and sacred energy drained away rapidly. "Damn it. You forced my hand." Flame Wolf Saint pushed his spirit to activate his Flame Clan bloodline. Scales sprouted across his skin as his muscles swelled and knotted. He spat out thick sulfur smoke, his eyes turning blood red. Transforming into a ferocious beast, he charged at Water Dragon Saint. Spell and power of the body erupted simultaneously, shattering the Water Dragon Saint's defensive field and sending the man flying. The onlookers watched in shock as Flame Wolf Saint exploded with raw power. They clearly had not expected such hidden strength. The maddened Flame Wolf Saint tore through the encirclement within moments. Levi sighed as he watched the battle unfold. So many cannot handle one. Too weak. He pressed his hand against the void. Silver Mountain Skyfall. Wind Illusion Realm. Flame Wolf Saint attempted to escape into the void, but a single gesture from Levi locked him down. Since acquiring these two moves, Levi had no further need for the technique known as Struggle of the Trapped Beast. Flame Wolf Saint stood exhausted, his energy spent after the prolonged battle. He looked at the black-armored swordsman with a complex gaze. Behind his opponent, a phantom of a 9-headed giant dragon appeared, its wingspan stretching 2,000 meters wide, commanding absolute respect. My friend, I am willing to join everyone in restoring human glory. Do not kill me. He knew his defeat was absolute. He had never imagined that such a powerful figure existed among humans. Perhaps this person had secretly become the king's right saint, and the current aura was merely a disguise. Levi smiled. Very good. I gathered everyone here today to discuss this. Let us avoid further unpleasantness. Flame Wolf Saint, swear an oath, and you may take a seat. Flame Wolf Saint had no choice but to comply. During the meeting, 14 saints stood before the witness of Excalibur, and jointly swore an oath not to betray humans. Those who violated the pact would be slain by Excalibur. Flame Wolf Saint felt sorrow deep within his chest, lamenting his misfortune. He had been unable to achieve great success, and now he was merely someone else's subordinate. Levi turned to his ally Water Dragon. Give every saint a copy of the Dharma transmission crystal ball. The saints browsed the contents of the crystal balls, Flame Wolf Saint watching with skeptical eyes. Then their expressions shifted, particularly that of the previously resistant Flame Wolf Saint. He smiled mysteriously and laughed with a frantic edge. This is the true Rune Master inheritance. No wonder I always felt my knowledge was missing something. If only I had met the Dharma transmission Venerable earlier. My foundation is set, and it is difficult to change now. Heavenly Venerate, please accept Flame Wolf's bow. I was disrespectful just now. I hope the Heavenly Venerate does not mind. The law of true fragrance took hold. Levi gestured to the group. You only need to fulfill my tasks according to my requirements. If you exceed the task goals, I have additional rewards. Flame Wolf Saint stepped forward first. Heavenly Venerate, rest assured. I guarantee the completion of these tasks. Levi surveyed the gathered group. Everyone, the hope for human resurgence lies within you. In 100 years, I will return to this world to assess your achievements. Do your best and do not disappoint my expectations. I can make you, but I can also destroy you. Levi's figure dissipated into the air, leaving the saints alone to gaze at the sky, lost in deep thought. Chapter 2064. This person is indeed the enforcer of this world, one rune saint commented, gesturing toward the horizon. His companion nodded in agreement. Yes, as it stands, our St. Roland continent is merely an inner world created by foreigners to make treasures. The Dharma transmission Venerable is surely also a foreigner in charge of managing us. Luckily, I did not resist, the first saint whispered. It is said those who did not join have already disappeared. For us, these foreigners like the Dharma transmission Venerable are akin to gods, and resistance is futile, the companion continued. The real solution is to find a way to overthrow the 3 realms and 4 lands overshadowing us. The rune saints dispersed, beginning their effort in teaching. As long as the seeds are sown, wildfires will not destroy them, and the spring breeze will bring them back to life. Someday, we can push the 3 realms and 4 lands down from the altar and usher in a great era for the humans. South of the St. Roland continent, the giant beast restricted area stretched out. Here, the mountains extend endlessly, covered in miasma. The roars of beasts rise and fall, flickering in and out of earshot. From time to time, massive shadows pass through the mist, shattering rocks. Levi appeared at the edge, staring at the foggy area ahead. The entire giant beast restricted area is shrouded in mist, stretching unknown tens of thousands of miles, he muttered to himself. Besides the star-devouring Spider King, one must also be wary of the level 7, and even level 8 black beasts lurking within. However, these black beasts are few in number, usually found in the center of the restricted zone. For now, I will hunt some black beasts on the outskirts, no need to venture further until my strength increases enough to sweep through this area. Levi's hermit rune flickered, and he vanished into the mist. Meanwhile, in the center of the restricted zone, a stretch of yellow sand suddenly appeared, extending endlessly. Beneath the sand lay a monstrous blood-colored shell measuring 1,000 meters in diameter. Inside it, a long-bodied winged dragon lay dormant. It is uncertain when it might awaken. Thank goodness Hanks is safe. But where is this place? The Golden Prince asked aloud, his voice strained. He had just awoken from unconsciousness to find himself engulfed in boundless mist. The fog was anything but simple, as beastly roars echoed from afar. The Golden Prince gathered his courage and flew toward the direction of the relic. Whatever the case, he needed to secure the inheritance within the relic first. Along the way, as he hunted some black beasts, the Golden Prince's expression grew graver. Why does it feel like this is inside the dark ancient tower, he mused. He had participated in the previous opening of the ancient tower, and had also explored the giant beast restricted area. The aura of this place sparked distant memories in him. In the end, the Golden Prince confirmed that this was indeed inside the dark ancient tower. He found a storage bag with the Ocean Abyss Alliance's emblem in a wilderness area. Beside it was a corpse that, judging by its remnants, was a seven-circle wizard when alive. Finding the spoils of a seven-circle wizard did not make the Golden Prince happy. I am trapped in the dark ancient tower forever, he said, his voice dropping. What is to be done? Throughout history, cases like his are rare. Whatever, I must head to the relics, he decided. Perhaps there I can find a way out. Before long, the Golden Prince arrived at the relics. He tried every means to break through the peripheral, half-inactive arrays and restrictions to enter. Unbeknownst to him, within the mist behind him, a giant silhouette loomed faintly. 8 legs, each at least 1,000 meters tall, spanned the 8 corners of the world like pillars. Pair after pair of blue lanterns lit up. At the edge of the restricted zone, Levi made his preparations. To increase efficiency, I will plant a 9-leaf blood datura here, he said. If it inadvertently attracts a level 8 black beast, I will immediately make my escape. After setting everything in place, Levi hid on one side, waiting. Soon enough, a group of black beasts followed the scent to this place. In an instant, Levi unleashed the Shadow Dragon group. Unless encountering black beasts above level 6, he could hardly be bothered to take action. 10,000 Shadow Army members effortlessly surrounded and exterminated the black beasts. Following this pattern, Levi began a large-scale slaughter of black beasts. It is my favorite routine of persecuting black beasts again, Levi laughed. A giant tiger-like black beast emitting level 6 energy strode through the wind. The next moment, the shadows of Shimu and the giant Well King annihilated it. The tiger's skin was peeled off, an excellent material for refining supreme divine talismans. Great, with the Shadow Dragon group, hunting black beasts is just like playing an idle game for me, Levi noted. As time passed, the density of black beasts steadily increased. Yet they remained within the Shadow Dragon group's capability. Levi rarely took action, choosing instead to remain hidden and wait for bigger prey. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, Maya and Long stared blankly as black beast corpses descended from the sky, quickly piling up like mountains. This guy is at it again, Maya said, watching the pile grow. Long, your good days have returned. After years of growth, Long had reached a length of 1 kilometer, bloated like a tunnel. Its massive form could easily loosen more soil. The black crystals inside its semi-transparent body were becoming rounder and deeper in hue, emitting an indescribable ominous aura. The next day, as the black mist dispersed, a giant snake at the level 7 early stage suddenly broke through. Its body swayed, flinging away all the black beasts near the 9-leaf blood datura, attempting to claim the treasure alone. Eagle cries echoed as the Mia spirit and 2 wind spirit weapons formed a giant hast eagle, appearing together. The 3 hast eagles unleashed countless wind blades, instantly engulfing the giant snake. The giant snake writhed in pain, the divine dragon wagged its tail, flinging the eagles away, and spewed out thick, ink-like poisonous fog from its mouth. Chapter 2065. Heavenly Badger Path. Battle Heaven and Earth. The sword chi, enveloped with human 3 energies, and the imposing aura of the sun, moon, and stars, tore through the fog, cleaving the heavens and earth, and struck the giant serpent. Sizzle. The 1,000-meter-long serpent's body was instantly split in 2. The sword chi did not lose momentum, crashing through several mountain ranges in succession before finally coming to a complete stop. Levi sheathed his sword, his movements fluid like flowing water, killing in one blow. The giant serpent's aura vanished entirely, and its soul, not allowed to go to waste, was captured by Leon. In fact, Leon had already stockpiled enough food for his advancement to level 7. Now he was storing canned food for post-level 7. Levi used his longsword to peel off the serpent's skin, which was excellent material for weapon refinement. In addition, he obtained a pitch-black snake gall. Levi pierced it, allowing the venom to flow out, which he collected with a specially made vessel. This is a natural level 7 poison, extremely precious. Apart from that, the snake gall itself, once specially refined, could also be used as a medicine. Taking it would have effects similar to a soul stone, directly increasing spiritual force significantly, saving years of arduous practice. The snake fangs are also excellent materials for refining a 7-circle wizard tool, truly a treasure trove. The black beast, truly Levi's best brother. With these big fellows around, the holy infant, after reaching the 7-circle, will never lack major weapon refinement materials. Before long, the giant serpent was dissected. Suddenly, a white thread broke through the void, flying out from the giant serpent's head, shooting towards him. The danger was palpable even though the giant serpent was dead. So it is you causing trouble. Levi was already prepared. Golden light flared up, a gravitational shield activated, snow iron dragon armor appeared, and the red emperor domain opened. As the white thread rushed into the domain, it began to dissolve continuously. Sensing that Levi was not to be provoked, the white thread started to retreat, fleeing into the void. Trying to run. No way. Heavenly cold path, frost sword realm. With a casual swing of Levi's sword, the icy world sealed the white thread within. Then, Silver Mountain Skyfall and Wind Illusion Realm descended. He also threw out the purple Holy Crucible. The white thread, incredibly agile, dodged the crucible's suction. However, along its route, the Bag of Gluttony had already predicted and set an ambush. Levi stretched out his hand, and the Bag of Gluttony landed in his palm. Within it, the white thread revealed its true form, a palm-sized translucent spider. Its entire body shone as if cast from starlight. Tisk, 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 star-devouring Spider King, a formidable level 8 powerhouse, only dares to scheme in the shadows. Levi sneered. It was an unheard of achievement in the world of wizardry, and level 8 mighty creature that dared not show itself by daylight. Suddenly, a human face appeared on the spider's back. Human, you dare capture my duplication, release me immediately, or you will pay. Levi urged the bag of gluttony, and the flames within grew increasingly intense. The little spider writhed incessantly inside, wailing nonstop. A mere duplication, how dare it be so arrogant? Before long, the little spider's struggles grew weaker and weaker. I concede, as long as you release my duplication, I am willing to give you unimaginable rune stones. You as a rune saint should need these, right? Rune stones, that is, ether stones. This star-devouring Spider King, during the last opening of the ancient tower, caused trouble for countless great wizards. In addition to plundering the rune land, it indeed hoarded quite a bit. Levi laughed. It seems this duplication is quite important to you. The flames within the bag of gluttony gradually reduced. Levi did not plan to kill it now. He intended to keep it for research on the star-devouring Spider King's weaknesses and abilities. Then, when his strength was sufficient, he would enter the ancient tower, and through this entity, find the Spider King and subdue it. The star-devouring Spider King, extremely unique, according to ancient records. This species has a blood relation to the mythical creatures of the multidimensional plane, the star spider. Legend has it that the star spider can weave an endless web, encompassing stars. Its web hides in the land of darkness, waiting for unsuspecting prey to walk into its trap. In history, a legendary wizard was once ensnared, and had to exert great effort to escape. In the star spider's lair, one might even find the skeletal remains of angels and gods, which means it can hunt gods. Thus, if this Spider King could be subdued, below the 9th circle, using its ability to control other creatures, Levi could practically walk invincibly. Levi alone is an army. The Spider King is a beast that is an army. One person, one beast, unstoppable. Sweet talking proved futile, and the Spider King fell silent. Levi set Leon into the bag of gluttony. What are you doing? Ah, it hurts. Leon bit the little spider, injecting his venom, putting it into slumber. This act was mainly to prevent the Spider King's duplication from committing suicide. Levi added other restrictions on the little spider and sealed the bag of gluttony. Next, just sleep inside. He sent the bag of gluttony into the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, letting Dragon Palace members watch over it. After all, it was the duplication of a level 8 powerhouse, not to be underestimated. After all this, Levi slipped away. Kidding, having offended the master of this restricted zone, he no longer had the mood to continue hunting. Instead, he set off for the Thunder Realm, to seek other opportunities. At the same time, the center of the giant beast restricted area, above the yellow sand relic, the Golden Prince was wrapped tightly in spider silk, like a giant dumpling. He looked fearfully at the colossal figure high in the sky. Star-devouring Spider King. This Spider King's aura, even compared to his father, the Molten Gold Wizard King, who ascended to the 8th circle hundreds of years ago, was a bit stronger. It was evidently at level 8 middle stage. In the wizard world, it was a top-tier figure, just below the Grand Wizard. Chapter 2066. It is over, it is over. The Golden Prince slumped, consciousness fading into darkness. A white thread of spider silk pierced through his forehead, slithering into his spiritual sea. A semi-transparent small spider appeared in his mind, and then impolitely drilled into his primordial soul. Is this possession? After the spider settled in the primordial soul, countless silk threads descended from the sky, plunging into the primordial soul body. This scene played out like a shadow play. The Golden Prince awoke a moment later, his heart filled with terror. I cannot control myself. What is going on? I cannot speak either. The feeling of being pressed down by a ghost suffocated him. He remained conscious, yet his body refused to obey his will. No organ responded to his commands. Go, find that damned human. Bring back my duplication. In the mist, silhouettes of giant beasts or humans flew out from the forbidden zone, scattering in all directions. Damn it. The Golden Prince was also forced to fly out, his heart consumed by despair. High in the sky, the blue eyes of the Spider King rotated. On this St. Roland continent, there are spies everywhere. Human, you have already taken the path of death. It had always existed as a god in the southern part of the continent. No matter what, it could not swallow the anger of a mere human defying it. Thunderclouds gathered above the boundless swamp. Lightning occasionally struck from the sky to the earth, making one's heart palpitate. A purple crack ran vertically across the sky and earth. 2 Thunder Marsh clan members, exuding a level 6 aura and wielding giant soldiers, stood guard at the crack. These 2 Thunder Marsh clan members, hundreds of meters tall, were truly worthy of being descendants of thunder giants. Levi hid at the Thunder Marsh entrance, but the 2 guards remained oblivious. His concealment technique functioned with such precision that the defenses of the Thunder Marsh clan were rendered useless. Recently, danger perception had been lingering. That Spider King must have sent its minions to search the world for me. Levi felt unconcerned about this, as he planned to leave the ancient tower soon. When he returned next time, he would possess the strength of the 7 Rings Senior Realm, fearing nothing. With that thought, Levi swaggered into the Thunderpool secret realm. The 2 level 6 guards continued their conversation. Have you heard? There has been some movement in the giant beast restricted area lately. It seems a human provoked the Spider King, who was enraged, dispatching an army to the Rune Land to search for the human. The giant beast restricted area is nothing compared to our Thunder Realm. Exactly, with the 2 of us guarding the gate, the Thunder Realm is impregnable. That is right, not even a fly can get in. Within the Thunderpool secret realm, Levi gazed at the sky dome, observing nothing but lightning. Some weak elemental spirits of thunder flitted about. Levi considered capturing some to cultivate in the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. However, worried about exposing himself, he held off for now. He planned to grab some when leaving the Thunder Pool secret realm. This operation primarily aimed to find a thunder element truth oddity. According to 100 Flowers, during their operation, they sensed multiple truth oddities deep within the Thunder Pool. However, powerful elemental spirits of thunder mostly guarded these truth oddities, forming a symbiotic relationship. After their attempt, they quickly attracted strong Thunder Marsh clan members and had to leave swiftly after obtaining the Thunder God's Eye. Levi believed that with his luck and Jin's capability, he should reap some rewards. Days later, Levi stealthily maneuvered through the secret realm. Along the way, he found some rare thunder element herbs and ores. These were treasures rarely seen in the outside world, many of them being level 6 and above. One day, his form emerged in a purple forest. Trees with purple thunder patterns towered into the sky, each casually reaching 100 meters. Thunder pattern wood, thunder element strange wood, incredibly hard, rich in elemental power, can channel 9 heavens thunder. Levi's face lit up with joy. Unfortunately, they are all less than 1,000 years old, just rank 5 and below materials. If they were 10,000 years old, they would be top-grade level 6 materials, perfect for constructing a wizard tower. Wait, since this place has existed so long, there must have been 10,000-year-old thunder pattern wood. It seems the Thunder Marsh clan must have cut them down. In the woodland, some giant pits clearly marked former growth sites of 10,000-year-old thunder pattern wood. The giant clans love to construct wonders. No doubt the best thunder pattern wood was used to build their royal palaces. Levi frowned slightly, for with his current strength, he certainly could not contend with level 8 powerhouses. Moreover, the Thunderpool secret realm might have more than one level 8. Levi put this matter aside for now, and continued exploring the secret realm. He must at least find a Morning Star level oddity to make his risky entry worthwhile. He took a few below 1,000-year thunder woods, intending to transplant them in the Ancient Banyan Fairyland for retention. He left the rest untouched, because this place suited their growth. Taking all would waste resources and prove unsustainable. Thus it went. Another month passed. The Thunderpool secret realm was as vast as a medium-sized plain with an above-average area. Levi estimated the place had once been a whole plain, sucked in and dropped here by the ancient tower. He avoided Thunder Marsh clan gathering spots, wandering the wilderness. One day, he arrived before a gigantic purple lake, looking delighted. A myriad-mile lake formed by lightning liquid. There must be a truth oddity gestating here. Meanwhile, Levi also sensed pervasive danger. Formidable beings resided within the lake, likely rank 7 or higher. They could be Thunder Marsh clan members cultivating there, or elemental spirits of thunder. Following Jin's guidance, Levi dived into the lake. The crackling purple lightning liquid enveloped him. This lightning liquid can shatter a 5th circle wizard's defensive field instantly. Levi did not initiate protection, bathing within, using the opportunity to temper his body. The numbing sensation felt oddly pleasant to Levi. He continued deeper, where Thunder's power grew to near 6th circle spell level, causing continuous attacks. Even a 7th circle wizard would not linger long, needing to retreat before depleting their power. Only Levi, with his strong body, felt nothing. At the lake's bottom lay a wizard tool wrapped in lightning liquid, a water blue robe with glowing runes. It is actually a 7-circle water element wizard tool. Seems a 7-circle wizard perished here. Confirming no issues, Levi picked it up and stored it away. Long exposed to lightning erosion, the robe's surface had many damages, but with repairs, it could definitely be used. The 7-circle wizard tool starts at 500 million in value, the top quality one reaching around 1 billion, while the top grade remains incalculable. Typically, only 8th circle wizards can afford 7-ring top-grade wizard tools. Levi pressed on deeper, as the power of lightning consistently increased. After pondering, he activated his protective force field. Not that he could not withstand it, but he worried about potential enemy ambushes. Finally, at the center of the thunder pool, equivalent to a 7-circle thunder element spell, Levi spotted a heart floating in the lightning liquid. At this moment, he could not suppress a slightly excited heart. Thunder God's Heart, Bright Moon Artifact. Chapter 2067. The Thunder God's heart pulsated in the darkness. Levi realized that treasure occupied this thunder lake. He never imagined it would be such a bright moon-level artifact. Even on the 7th floor, bright moon-level artifacts rarely appeared. Moreover, he considered that wizards had likely swept the Thunder Realm, so he tempered his expectations. A Morning Star-level oddity would have been a profitable haul. Stay calm, Levi whispered to himself, his gaze fixed on the abyss. This oddity remains here for a reason. This place must be dangerous, and that 7-circle wizard serves as a cautionary tale. He steadied his breathing. Beneath the Thunder God's heart, a vast aura pulsed. Its energy and the destructive aura of the lightning pool remained intertwined, making it elusive. A reckless advance invited an ambush. Danger perception confirms several 7-level auras in Thunder Lake, lurking near the bright moon-level artifact. Levi muttered, his eyes narrowing. Possibly even 8-level. He calculated that the Thunder Marsh clan would not refine the oddity. If they had, they surely would have taken it away. An 8-level thunder elemental spirit likely lurked there. 100 Flowers once mentioned that the Thunderpool secret realm contained forbidden zones for the Thunder Marsh clan. Thunder Lake seemed to be one of those. Levi watched from a distance, avoiding a close approach to escape notice. He retreated 1,000 miles. Then he released Lord Victor. He paused, finally deciding to repeat the strategy used in robbing Andreas. If it succeeded, great. If it failed, he would retreat. The sight of the bright moon-level artifact right before his eyes made inaction unbearable. Victor, begin preparation, Levi commanded, pointing toward the lake. Use the sword spirit to grab the oddity. Strive for success in one go. Victor sat cross-legged, his sword resting on his knees. Understood, he said with a nod. The power of metal element here remained sparse, consisting mostly of thunder element. Fortunately, Victor had ascended to the level of a 7-circle wizard, and the power of the secret sword had not diminished much. Besides, snatching objects amidst chaos required less raw power than slaying enemies. Levi set the Divine Palace resurrection point by Victor's side, guarding it, while he moved forward. He waved his hands, summoning 2 1,000-meter-long thunder serpents. At the same time, he summoned the Mia Spirit. 3 summoned creatures at the 7 level, plus myself, and the giant whale king, should stall that fellow long enough, Levi thought, weighing his chances. This provides a chance to measure the difference between myself and an 8-level powerhouse using full firepower. Without resurrection and the undying body, he would never attempt such a reckless adventure. Even 8-circle wizards avoided diving in alone. The resurrection of the Death Ember Divine Palace acted as a cheat code. A level 6 Death Ember Dragon possessed 2 resurrection opportunities. Upon advancing to level 7, it should increase to 3 times. This allowed Levi to remain fearless. In the center of Thunder Lake, at the bottom, a figure several thousand meters long lay dormant, resembling a crocodile. Clouds of lightning formed a shell around its body, which sported purple scales shifting between reality and void. As Levi had anticipated, an 8-level Thunder Elemental Lord occupied the space. It could be called the Thunder Crocodile. On the back of the Thunder Crocodile, a heart floated. Truth runes formed of lightning densely packed the surface, creating vein-like patterns. Wisps of purple aura streamed from the heart into the Thunder Crocodile. This Truth Oddity and the Thunder Crocodile maintained a symbiotic relationship. Though the Thunder Crocodile did not refine the Truth Oddity, it absorbed the contained lightning for cultivation. Meanwhile, the heart relied on the instincts of the Thunder Crocodile for protection. Many powerful Truth Oddities gathered such protectors. Suddenly, the Thunder Crocodile opened its eyes. Violent lightning flashed. The surrounding hundreds of miles of Thunder Lake began to boil. Lightning pillars shot skyward. Levi, previously invisible, found himself blasted out of the void. Everyone, attack, Levi roared, gesturing toward the beast. For 7-level auras burst forth, rushing toward the Thunder Crocodile. The Thunder Crocodile flicked its tongue, its voice resonant and mocking. Foreigner, truly reckless. It leapt into the air, flying to the surface of the lake. In the place it occupied, many wizard skeletons and tools rested on the bottom. The danger of this place explained why it remained a forbidden zone for the Thunder Marsh clan. The Thunder Crocodile opened its mouth, releasing a lightning ball. The projectile smashed the 7-level Thunder Snake of Levi, which vanished into thin air. So strong, Levi muttered, his brow furrowing as he instantly retrieved the giant whale king. The power of the Thunder Crocodile in this 10,000 Thunder Lake exceeded his expectations. A casual attack obliterated his summoned creature. The giant whale king likely could not withstand a blow either. If the giant whale king suffered total destruction, the loss would be significant. Such a useful level 7 corpse demon was hard to find. The other Thunder Snake perished shortly after, torn apart by the Thunder Crocodile. Only the Mia Spirit, relying on speed and agility, lasted longer before fading. Levi shouted as the 9-headed Emperor Dragon appeared behind him. The Thunder Emperor descended. His entire body shone with golden light. He activated his defensive field. Countless divine palaces roared within him. He triggered the Red Emperor domain, emptying the Thunder Lake and forming his own fire world. He bolstered himself with the Whale Emperor Power Book, the Strength Rune, and the Holy Image Law. Chapter 2068. Heavenly Badger Path, Uncontainable Fury. Levi slashed his sword. It was his strongest strike since making his debut. Sword test level 8. The Thunder Crocodile narrowed its eyes. The beast rumbled, its voice vibrating through the water. Unbelievable, I actually feel threatened by a mere level 7 early stage junior. Its attack remained the same unadorned lightning ball. This time, however, the lightning ball surged like an asteroid, its diameter exceeding 10 kilometers. Boom. The core explosion radius alone surpassed 100 kilometers. The unimaginable lightning engulfed Levi. He channeled golden light, desperate to bolster his defenses. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon crumbled first. The Emperor followed, collapsing in turn. Levi stood at the center as his layers of protection shattered. Boom. The remaining thunder wave engulfed him. Levi's broken body shattered. A smile lingered in the corners of his eyes. Farewell, see you again. Bang. The broken body exploded, and the aura dissipated. In truth, that move did not kill Levi instantly. He could have used the undying body to self-heal at will. Such an act was meaningless, however. Even if he resurrected, he could not inflict damage on the Thunder Crocodile. Meanwhile, the opponent's full-force strike pushed him to the brink of death. Once the Death Ember Dragon's power was exhausted, he still had to escape. Although this creature was just at the early stage of level 8, within Thunder Lake, its level of difficulty rivaled a level 8 mid-stage opponent. It exceeded Levi by one major realm and one minor realm within that major realm. Furthermore, the Thunder Crocodile possessed top-tier killing power among Thunder Elemental spirits. Withstanding its full-force strike was enough for Levi. He felt quite satisfied. The Thunder Crocodile watched the human it had annihilated. The complete lack of aura triggered a flicker of doubt. He is dead. How can we meet again? Could it be that he can reincarnate? Crazy. Disturbing my sleep for no reason. The beast prepared to close its eyes to rest, but a realization struck it. The thunder heart that had been lying on its back was gone. Cunning human. I, the Thunderbolt Destroyer, am irreconcilable with you. The thunder crocodile roared, the sound alarming Thunder Lake and sending countless thunder elemental spirits fleeing in terror. Somewhere in Thunder Lake, a tall giant, nearly 1,000 meters high with purple skin, looked at the rippling water. Who angered the Thunder Lake Dominator? The Thunder Lake Dominator remained one of the strongest existences in the Thunder Realm. Even the level 8 powerhouses of the Thunder Marsh clan dared not provoke it. During the previous major invasion of foreigners, countless attackers had provoked the Thunder Lake Dominator, only to never return. This matter must be reported to Lord Thunder King. The Thunder King, current ruler of the Thunder Marsh clan, stood as an absolute top-level powerhouse in the Thunder Realm. Deep within Thunder Lake, Lord Victor watched the lightning soar into the sky, the wave of impact spreading toward him. He methodically put away the secret sword. The thunder heart pierced by the sword continued to struggle. The sword spirit did her utmost to suppress the oddity. The bright moon artifact possessed immense strength, but fortunately, it was just a heart. If this oddity had mimicked an object or a person, Lord Victor doubted the secret sword could have subdued it. He used a spell restriction to imprison it and placed it into a strengthened container that Levi had prepared beforehand. Levi's figure emerged in the Death Ember Divine Palace. He and Lord Victor merged into one. He sat on the horse carriage, and with one void travel, they moved well beyond the range of Thunder Lake. Levi continued void escaping until he returned to the previous thunder pattern forest. Phew. This thunder crocodile is a treasure. An 8th level thunder elemental spirit, valued higher than the bright moon artifact. Once I have the strength in the future, I must capture it to guard my house. With such a guardian, the gap in foundation between the ancient dragon continent and top-level organizations would shrink significantly. He had Lord Victor take out the oddity. He checked it personally and applied a seal himself. The trip to the ancient tower was immensely rewarding. The rare medicinal herbs, mining materials, and black beast materials alone would suffice. Adding the 7-ring witch artifact picked up in Thunder Lake, and this bright moon artifact was enough to drive primordial soul wizards crazy. The journey had already been a complete success for Levi. He still wanted to try obtaining a piece of thunder pattern wood from the Thunder Marsh clan, however. 2 months remained until the ancient tower closed. He still had a chance. Levi continued to roam in the Thunder Realm. He found some rare materials. On this day, he watched a person from the Thunder Marsh clan with the strength of rank 5 and a height of 100 meters flying in the sky. With a thought, Levi grabbed with a large hand and caught the creature. The Thunder Marsh clan member was humming a tune, completely unsuspecting of any danger, when an unforeseen event occurred. A black-armored swordsman, exuding terrifying majesty, glared at him. Sleep. Levi squeezed the creature until it died, then had Leon devour its soul. Replicate this person's memory disk for me. Leon worked quickly. Before long, the little creature presented the disk. Completed. Levi examined it and pondered. Sure enough, the temple of the ancestor priest of the Thunder Marsh clan was built with thunder pattern wood, and its main beam was made from 10,000-year-old level 8 thunder wood. This is good stuff, more than enough to refine my wizard tower. The benefit of the wood tower was its strong growth potential. Like a real strange wood, it could continuously advance with Levi's growth. Levi was not just constructing a dead wizard tower, he was planting a tree. Although it could grow, the higher the initial level of the strange wood the better. It saved much trouble. Chapter 2069. Levi's figure dissipated into the air, leaving the source of his information behind. He began planning the robbery of the 100,000-year-old Thunderwood. The central area of the Thunder Realm held a towering purple thunder mountain. It stretched endlessly for hundreds of miles. Various buildings were dispersed among its peaks. They shared one trait. Every structure possessed a rugged style and bore carvings of various hunting patterns. They depicted the hunting of dragons, giant beasts, and even gods. At the pinnacle of the Thunder Mountain, a majestic temple stood 10,000 meters high. This was the place of the priest ancestors of the Thunder Marsh clan. The giant tribe did not revere gods, but they all respected their ancestors. 1,000 miles away, Levi stood watching the temple from afar. His heart pounded against his ribs. The 8th level aura hung heavy in the air, radiating from within those walls. It belonged to another level 8 powerhouse of the Thunder Realm, the king of the Thunder Marsh clan. Levi shook his head as he considered his options. Forcing his way in remained almost impossible. An 8th level powerhouse guarded the temple. Other protective measures, similar to a wizard array, safeguarded this sacred land. As the place of the priest ancestors, it likely contained defenses like ancestral heroic spirits. Many backward tribes across the multidimensional plane engaged in such practices. He sighed, turning away. He could not be too greedy. He already acquired a good bright moon artifact, so he decided to give up on this specific target. After conducting on-site research, Levi chose to take his current gains and avoid further risks. The construction of his wizard tower remained a low priority. He left the gathering place of the Thunder Marsh clan without causing a stir. Since he already possessed an 8th level Thunder Wood, he felt no desire to rob the 6th level ones. He avoided the temptation to prevent alarming the inhabitants. Before leaving, Levi visited Thunder Lake once more. He avoided provoking the thunder crocodiles in the center this time. Instead, he captured 5 5th Circle Thunder elemental spirits and 1/6 circle spirit along the periphery. He planned to nurture this group in Thunderclap Mountain. It would foster the development of element-rich lands and form a more complete ecosystem. Elemental spirits did not reproduce sexually. Like the Amethyst race, they were born of the heavens and nurtured by the earth. Only in places where the element density remained high could they emerge. Since the enhancement of the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, some blessed lands had independently birthed elemental spirits, though their levels remained low. Creating a super ecosystem like the Thunder Realm, capable of birthing level 8 thunder elements, was a long-term goal. Returning to the site where the 7-circle wizard fell, Levi inspected the area again. He found no place nurturing oddities. A 7-circle wizard might give birth to oddities, likely of the morning star level. However, that wizard utilized the water element, while this place remained saturated with thunder elements. Since the mark of truth dissipated, the conditions for the birth of an oddity vanished. The birth of oddities required the right timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, plus serendipity. Their rarity was understandable. His figure flickered and vanished between heaven and earth. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Thunder Realm, the 2 6th-level guards of the Thunder Marsh clan continued their idle chat. "The star-devouring Spider King is truly domineering," the first guard remarked, shifting his weight. "He dares to come into our Thunder Realm seeking someone." The second guard leaned against his spear. "Does he think our Thunder Realm is his own home?" Lord Thunder King let out a cold snort from a distance, and the Spider King's duplication retreated. The first guard scoffed. "I think the giant beast restricted area is itching for trouble. In my opinion, we should flatten it and annihilate the Spider King. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, after all." Levi stood deep in thought as he calmly departed. Through it all, these two slackers never noticed his presence. After leaving the Thunder Realm, Levi wore a serious expression. He considered his next move. "Perhaps by disguising myself as a Thunder Marsh clansman, I could kill the star-devouring Spider King's duplication, to incite a conflict between the two factions." Disguising as a Thunder Marsh clansman presented no difficulty. His current body could transform into a 1,000-meter giant at will. That had no real significance, however, as it did not enhance combat power. On the contrary, it made him an easy target due to his large size. He possessed thunder abilities. With the powers of the Silver Mountain Dragon, and his thunder element spells, as well as the Thunder God illusion, he could mimic them easily. Might as well give it a try. After exiting the Thunder Realm, Levi deliberately released some clues about his location. Simultaneously, he actively sought the whereabouts of the star-devouring Spider King. He had Lord Victor pretend to be himself, while he disguised as a Thunder Marsh clansman, lurking nearby. Time flew by. With just 1 month left before the ancient tower closed, a streak of golden lightning suddenly tore through the air in the distant sky. 2 giant silhouettes exuding a 7th level aura followed. 3 level 7 experts. Levi narrowed his eyes. 1 level 7 mid-stage, and wait, how come there is also a 7-circle ordinary wizard? Is this not the Golden Prince? For a moment, Levi stood dumbfounded. How did the Golden Prince enter the Dark Ancient Tower? As far as he knew, the Dark Ancient Tower had long since distanced itself from Nora. With the Golden Prince's limited means, finding the Ancient Tower seemed completely impossible. It does not matter, Levi thought, tightening his grip on his blade. Seize this opportunity to kill him. This is truly a heavenly bestowed chance. In the wizard world, quietly killing the Golden Prince was basically impossible. Last time, Levi killed an electric eel wizard, and it caused quite a storm. "Human, I have caught you," the Golden Prince roared, his face twisted in a rictus of forced control. "Did I not say that you could not escape my grasp?" Levi knew the star-devouring Spider King forced the prince to utter these words. Victor, seeing this, swiftly flew toward the direction of the Thunder Realm. The 3 level 7 warriors quickly gave chase. "Now you know to run," the Golden Prince bellowed. Too late. Chapter 2070. Not long after, about 10,000 miles from the entrance to the Thunder Realm, the 3 level 7 entities stopped. In the distance, a 1,000-meter-tall giant figure moved toward them. It was Levi, disguised as a member of the Thunder Marsh clan. "Who dares trespass on the territory of our Thunder Realm?" Levi roared. The thunder in the sky answered with a wild, godlike peal. The Golden Prince scowled. "Get lost, and do not obstruct my business. There are still 10,000 miles to the territory of your Thunder Realm." Levi's left hand transformed into a purple lightning spear. To maintain the deception, he avoided using the Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. Instead, he relied on the most ordinary lightning. Crackle. Lightning exploded. The Golden Prince waved his hand, and a golden lightning barrier descended, shielding him. "Good, very good. You dare to attack me. Today, I will kill you, Junior, and teach you a lesson on behalf of the Thunder King. Attack together." The Golden Prince commanded the group. The 2 level 7 black beasts, including the mid-level 7 one, lunged at the Thunder Marsh clan form. Lord Victor, also controlled by Levi, took the opportunity to flee and vanished from sight. "Good, now I understand why I could not find that human. You must be sheltered by the Thunder Realm." The star-devouring Spider King was furious. It knew Levi's strength was formidable, so it had dispatched the strongest mid-level 7 black beast to hunt Lord Victor. A level 7 early-stage black beast, plus the Golden Prince, could easily win against this single Thunder Marsh clan foe. Once they dealt with this obstacle, they could aid the other side. Levi felt a spark of delight. If he used his full power, killing all the replicas would be easy. However, he had to disguise himself as a member of the Thunder Marsh clan, so he could not use abilities outside the lightning element. Now that the most difficult mid-level 7 threat had departed, dealing with these two would not be a problem. You think intruding on our Thunder realm is reasonable? Levi attacked. He turned Thunder into a spear and thrust it forward. The Golden Prince held a golden scepter, waving it effortlessly. Golden lightning burst forth, shattering the Thunder spear. A surge of power raced through Levi's heart. That power was immense. The Golden Prince possessed only ordinary 7-circle cultivation. This could not be his strength alone. The Golden Scepter was an extraordinary treasure. He felt pleased rather than surprised. The opening of this ancient tower was a great opportunity. He abandoned Thunder as his primary attack method. He cloaked himself in lightning, forming Thunder armor. He charged in for a bare-handed assault. Boom, boom. Golden lightning struck Levi's fists. Sparks ignited and the void shattered. The star-devouring Spider King grew suspicious. Is the Thunder Marsh clan's body that strong? It knew the Thunder Marsh clan descended from Thunder Giants, possessing powerful bodies and high elemental resistance. Yet, withstanding the Golden Prince's golden lightning with such ease remained odd. There was no time to ponder idly. It had already lost one level 7 replica, and could not afford another. This person had to be a hidden genius of the Thunder Marsh clan. While Levi clashed with the Golden Prince, another black beast, resembling a lizard with long tail feathers, spewed flames to harass him. Levi ignored it. His dense fist shadows overwhelmed the Golden Prince, leaving him unable to defend. Damn it, why is this Thunder Marsh clan so powerful? The Spider King grew more terrified as the fight progressed. Boom. Levi's fist shattered the Golden Prince's protective wizard tool. Uncontrollable spell power surged into the Golden Scepter. Levi's danger perception flashed wildly. Sky Eagle Road. Boundless future. A 100-meter-wide golden beam shot forth, pursuing Levi. Levi narrowly evaded using the Skyhawk Dao body technique, but he could not avoid being grazed. Just a brush melted half of his body. Flesh turned to charcoal. The extending golden beam obliterated everything in its path, leaving a terrifying, chaotic space quarter. What a powerful rare treasure. That strike was of level 7 late-stage caliber, and that was with the Golden Prince unable to unleash its full potential. Seeing the strongest move prove futile, the Golden Prince exclaimed, "Who are you really? How could the Thunder Marsh clan have such a level 7 expert?" Levi knew the cunning star-devouring Spider King must have suspicions. He retorted stubbornly, "Looking down on our Thunder Marsh clan, perish." Boom. From the other side, the lizard-like black beast swept Levi with a flow of flames. Rock's mighty sweep across the skies. His form moved like an arrow, suddenly appearing in front of the black beast. Boom. His pillar-like right leg kicked through the void, striking the black beast's flank. Crack. Countless black scales shattered on the beast's surface. The immense force broke ribs, and bones pierced flesh. The black beast flew dozens of miles like a cannonball, crashing into a giant mountain and fracturing it. Boom. Towering lightning pillars descended from the sky, engulfing the black beast. They exploded, sending waves of energy outward. Levi did not watch the explosion. A golden divine bird with a wingspan of kilometers, cloaked in endless lightning, charged at him. Primordial Soul Witch Minister, Thunderflow Golden Sparrow. Levi's hands, wrapped in thunder, grabbed the golden divine bird's legs. He unleashed immense force and tore it apart. It disintegrated into countless specks of light. The controlled mind of the Golden Prince began to collapse. How could it be? Tearing apart my wizard form with bare hands. The star-devouring Spider King changed its expression. It declared coldly, "You are not from the Thunder Marsh clan. Who are you really?" As a neighbor frequently dealing with the Thunder Marsh clan, its suspicions grew. Levi realized this plan to redirect disaster eastward was likely failing. Chapter 2071. How can the Thunder Marsh clan be so weak? I have already weakened myself to this extent, yet I am still suspected by the Spider King. Levi muttered to himself while dodging a lightning strike. It is all my fault for being too strong. I really cannot play the part of a weakling. He sighed. Despite his complaints, he continued to maintain the disguise of a Thunder Marsh clan member, trading blows against the lightning and the Golden Prince. His hexagonal body quality made the attacks from a high-burst lightning mage like the Golden Prince feel increasingly feeble. The powerful technique from the Golden Scepter could only be used once in a short time. The star-devouring Spider King sensed something was amiss and decided to retreat promptly to minimize losses. Retreat. All retreat. It commanded its 3 avatars, including the level 7 mid-stage avatar pursuing Lord Victor, to pull back swiftly. The black beast Levi had severely injured escaped into the void, disappearing without a trace. The Golden Prince also wanted to leave, but a thunderous mountain range surrounded him, preventing him from shattering the void to escape. Rumble. A golden sun with a diameter of 10 kilometers rose over the wilderness, its dazzling light making it impossible to look at directly. The Golden Prince self-destruct. The phantom of the little spider dissipated into smoke during the blast. Levi watched it burn. Smart move, choosing to destroy the avatar rather than letting it fall into someone else's hands. The energy shockwave formed a wave of dense chi like a vast ocean, endless and mighty. Levi stood amidst it, unmoving like a mountain. A golden scepter floated in the void, shining with brilliant luster. Wait, where is the storage item? He scanned the area with his perception. Aside from this scepter, nothing else remained. Could it have been destroyed by the remnants of the self-destruction? Levi carefully inspected the wreckage once more. No, either it was destroyed, or the Spider King confiscated it, leaving only the Golden Prince to carry the scepter into battle. He inclined toward the latter. The Spider King was clearly cunning and suspicious, unlike an ordinary giant beast. Never mind. I have already profited greatly, no need to desire more. If it is with the Spider King, let it store it for me. Someday, it will all be mine. He marked the location mentally, planning to explore later if a truth oddity might be born. He instructed Leon to capture the soul of the Golden Prince. Levi collected the Golden Scepter, joined Victor, and hid near the Thunder Realm. Throughout the confrontation, he only used his body and the power of lightning, avoiding any other abilities. The Spider King did not fall for the trick. Levi had no other means. He waited for another half-month. He never saw the giant beast restricted area attack the Thunder Realm. He did not waste more time. After wandering for a while on the 7th floor, he returned to the 5th level. He took those wizard and knight seedlings away, leaving the dark ancient tower. In the giant beast restricted area, a massive shadow blotted out the sky, and green light flickered faintly in the fog. After this battle, the Spider King pondered deeply, recalling the combat details. It communicated with an 8-level powerhouse from the Thunder Marsh clan, finally determining that a black armored swordsman likely disguised himself as a member of the clan. Another black armored swordsman was likely another human in disguise. The Spider King hissed. Lost another avatar. Humans are so despicable and shameless. Luckily, I detonated the avatar in advance, or it would have been captured alive by that human again. Just a pity about the level 8 exotic treasure. Although it could not use the treasure, that did not stop it from collecting valuables. In its nest, the spoils from the wizards it controlled were all piled together. It refined the useful ones and collected the rest. Whatever the case, this matter cannot be separated from the humans in Runeland. They must be admonished to vent my anger. In the Thunder Realm, inside the central holy temple of the priest ancestor, a colossal purple giant stood 2,000 meters tall, sitting on a throne with a majestic posture. Column upon column of magnificent thunder patternwood supported the grand hall. The central pillar reached more than 10,000 meters, taller than a mountain. The giant frowned. Recently, I heard that the Thunder Lake Dominator had an invasion by foreign enemies. Probably the humans mentioned by the Spider King from Runeland. When did such a powerhouse emerge? Or did foreigners find a special way to linger on the St. Roland continent? He paused. Wait. The Spider King is extremely cunning. Thinking like this, I might fall into its trap. This incident is likely orchestrated by the Spider King itself. It is simply trying to justify its future invasion of the Thunder Realm. Who knows if the loss of its avatars is true or false? If it is true, it must be in a relatively weakened state now. If I were to act, what are the odds of success? Soon after, the Runeland endured a beast siege from the giant beast restricted area. Under the leadership of several black beast lords, tens of thousands of black beasts invaded human cities. The Rune Saints joined forces to repel them. News of the attack reached the other alien races in the 3 realms and 4 lands. The Flame Country issued a warning to the giant beast restricted zone. The Runeland is a shared colony of the 7 great powers. We advise the Spider King to restrain itself, or we will consider dispatching troops to the giant beast restricted zone. Similarly, the Merfolk Palace and Feathered People Heavenly Island expressed their dissatisfaction with the unauthorized attack from the giant beast restricted zone. The humans on the St. Roland continent struggled for survival amidst these powerful alien races. Returning to the ancient dragon continent, Victor brought back the wound-breaking blade to Gondor City. The level 7 medicinal herb flowing fire fruit, earth-grade oddity red flame snake, level 7 exotic treasure flame shield, and that pile of crafting materials from black beasts and mines, including the damaged 7-ring witch artifact robe, were all sent over by Victor. Chapter 2072. When the Holy Infant reaches the 7 circles, it will be ready to begin the refining process. Levi had already mapped out the future for the Holy Infant. Beyond mere weaponsmithing, the most powerful 7-circle alchemy creation from LeMay's blueprints, the Titan Giant Divine Weapon, awaited refinement. Once complete, it would stand guard over the ancient dragon continent and other vital strongholds. Levi intended to refine the Thunder God's heart. He had already refined the Morning Star level oddity, the Thunder God's finger, as part of this progression. This next refinement promised a qualitative leap for his Thunder God projection and his mastery over thunder. The Golden Scepter was an 8th level exotic treasure, though it remained locked behind the restrictions of the Letney family. Levi deposited it within the Ancient Banyan Fairyland, waiting for the right moment to break those seals. This scepter was the family's ace in the hole for the Golden Prince, designed for survival. It generated a formidable thunder barrier and unleashed mighty thunderbolt beams. Even an ordinary 7-circle wizard could use it to produce effects comparable to 7 rings perfection. The prince's limited cultivation meant he could not fully unleash its potential, restricting it to a single strike. He saved it for critical moments. Both the Golden Scepter and Triss's Demon Dragon Whip were pure combat-type personal exotic treasures. They unleashed their full power only within the 8 environments. They were priceless, far beyond any measurement of ether stones. Top-level organizations guarded such treasures with care, keeping them in limited quantities. After a final inventory check, Levi tallied the results of his trip to the ancient tower, setting aside the artifacts and resources. The wizard's storage bag alone yielded 600 million ether stones. Jin's treasure hunting abilities were truly extraordinary. Levi's cash reserves of ether stones had reached 3 billion. He estimated that even a typical 8th-circle wizard might not possess such liquid wealth. Liquidating the entire assets of an average high-level wizard organization would not yield as much. According to insider information from Gondaf, the Wizard Council would soon establish a new organization, called the Blood Battle Store. This store operated independently of the merit exchange system, allowing wizards to purchase products directly with ether stones. Beyond official demon materials, the Blood Battle store offered spell models, cultivation resources, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even truth oddities. Every century, it would host a blood battle auction to sell priceless items. Levi pondered the establishment of the Blood Battle store. He predicted the Wizard Council needed to replenish their official Etherstone reserves. They were using this method to gather Etherstone resources from the population. Etherstones acted as both currency and the essential fuel for many large-scale arrays. Even with stockpiles, the 100-year blood battle would inevitably require constant replenishment. As a transcendent civilization, levying a heavy war tax would only reclaim money from ordinary wizards. The primordial soul wizards held great status, and their unruly nature made them immune to compulsion by the Wizard Council. If internal conflicts erupted during the blood battle period, the war effort would suffer. Using excess resources to reclaim ether stones from these powerful leaders was a logical solution. Levi prepared his 3 billion ether stones for the blood battle auction. He hoped to acquire rare treasures seldom seen anywhere else. Time passed. The 500,000 blind boxes purchased from the Hell Nether market were finally opened. The result was stable. The haul included 3 primordial soul spells, 2 of which were 6 circle and 1 8 circle. The 6 circle spells held little use for Levi, save for enriching his own and his organization's library. However, the 8 circle spell was 8 Direction Fierce Sun, the advanced successor to 7 Suns Falling Domain. Redeeming that spell from the merit shop would have required 3 million merit points, nearly half the value of a Morningstar level oddity. Levi felt a surge of pleasant surprise at the savings. Additionally, he found 4 combat techniques: Infinite Blade Technique, Dragon Whip, Divine Hammer, and Wandering Snake 9 changes. Levi browsed through them. Dragon Whip and Divine Hammer possessed impressive names, but they were relatively ordinary level 6 battle techniques. Given his current mastery over weapons through the 10 absolute extremes, these held little interest. Practicing such techniques only held value if they were top tier. The optimization function of his extreme Dao strategy could only do so much. Wandering Snake 9 changes, however, could rival the Warlord catalog. Whether in concept or level, it was excellent. Once mastered, the technique would allow him to move with the agility of a serpent, blending transcendent movement with cunning strikes. Levi believed it might help him perfect the 10 evil martial arts and unlock the Heavenly Snake Dao. The Infinite Blade technique was exceptional. The memory blind box revealed that a level 7 expert, the strongest in a medium plane, had created it. Mastering this technique allowed the user to transform their entire body into various weapons. This was no simple illusion. It granted him the true power of those armaments. Use the body as a furnace, flesh as weapons, blood as fire, bones as coal, and spirit to control chi. Enter the unfettered limitless realm, forge the limitless blade based on different battle scenes, enemies, and techniques, and achieve maximum damage. Levi studied the introduction, realizing it was perfect for a close combat berserker like himself. Although a level 7 expert created it, the technique showed incredible foresight and offered indefinite potential. If integrated with his extreme Dao strategy, it was bound to evolve. The master who crafted this seemed akin to the Golden Knights, who created Golden Cross Slash during the Doomsday era, hindered only by the limitations of their time and world. If they lived in the Golden Epoch of Nora, they would surely achieve far greater realms. Levi reflected on these thoughts. After summarizing all the harvests from this period, he promptly began practicing Wandering Snake 9 changes and Infinite Blade technique. Days later, he had gradually learned the 2 combat techniques. He recorded them in his proficiency panel and began systematic cultivation. On the godforsaken continent, 100 Flowers continued demon hunting to earn war merit. On the demon slaying list, Harvest remained in first place with 70 million, surpassing Levi by 20 million. Levi remained unconcerned. He had gathered much from the ancient tower that required time to digest, so he could afford to let others have a head start for a few years. After preparing the Scarlet Dragon Advancement Potion, he entered closed cultivation. Chapter 2073. Midland Continent, Gondor City, Dawn Tower. Lord Victor dove into the spell model, meticulously researching its spell constitution. Minutes later, he pulled away, drenched in sweat. This microlysis technique is truly hard to master, he muttered. As Levi's duplicate, he hoped all his other versions would master this ultimate card, just in case. Whether they could learn it depended on their individual abilities. Opening the daily newspaper, Lord Victor moved his gaze across the page. The Endless Sea Daily reported the death of the Golden Prince. His whereabouts remained unknown. The cause of death was a mystery, and the law enforcement department had launched an investigation. From this day forth, another unsolved mystery puzzles the wizard world. The article continued by stating that the Molten Gold Wizard King had lost both his grandson and son. He died in the dark ancient tower. Even the Blazing Sun God Wizard arrived, but could not uncover the cause of the Golden Prince's death. When it opens again after 1,000 years, who will remember the Golden Prince? The Letney family's survival remains a mystery. After all, this millennium is precisely the unprecedented era of major changes within the wizard world. Days later, Lord Victor began his retreat to refine the wound-breaking blade. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant received a big package bestowed by his true self. First was the level 7 exotic treasure flame shield, which he examined thoroughly. It was completely forged from red flame star gold. After the Holy Infant refined it, A little red shield rapidly rotated around him. "This is sufficient to withstand spell attacks from a 7-circle senior wizard," he whispered. "It is a wonderful treasure. Paired with my snow iron dragon armor and the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, my protection is significantly enhanced." Soon, the Holy Infant also refined the red flame snake. Though merely an earth oddity, it was birthed by Roman and held commemorative value. A pleasant surprise washed over him as he found that, after refining, it birthed a special spiritual creature. Extending his hand, a small red flame snake appeared, hovering in his palm. With a thought, the red flame snake stirred the fire elemental power between heaven and earth, and its form began to expand. Eventually, it transformed into a giant red flame snake hundreds of meters long. Being another combat spirit item, it is still better than nothing, though incomparable to the Snow King and Lion King, the Holy Infant noted. "From now on, you will be called Roman." Thus, Roman achieved a certain rebirth. His flesh turned to the golden fertilizer of the dragon, his soul became the delicacy of Leon, his memory became a collection for Levi, and the truth oddity birthed from him became the companion spirit item of the Holy Infant. Even after death, his light and warmth continued to accompany the Holy Infant onward. It was a touching and heroic transformation. The Holy Infant took out the flowing fire fruit and consumed it. The pulp turned into flames, pouring down his throat. A powerful warm flow enhanced his primordial soul. Indeed, it is a 3,000-year holy fruit, he thought. The effect on cultivation enhancement surpasses even a morning star artifact. Of course, the function of a morning star artifact remains more versatile. In terms of value, it is still incomparable to a morning star artifact. Half a year later, the flowing fire fruit's potency was refined and absorbed by the Holy Infant. He opened the Klein crystal ball. His spiritual force reached 4,855 out of 5,060. With one breath, it enhanced over 100 spiritual points, he mused. This is too powerful. If consumed by an ordinary primordial soul wizard, it would save decades of hard cultivation. Moreover, my ice and fire holy body also seemed to strengthen a bit. The Holy Infant realized his talent had slightly improved again. With his current level, he could still continue to enhance, which proved the fruit's remarkable quality. The Holy Infant harbored gratitude. Given such a precious treasure from my true self, I must rapidly advance to the 7th circle, he decided. I will begin the forging of the 7th circle witch artifact as soon as possible. He now only needed 4 witch marks and over 100 spiritual points to advance. Within 100 years, he would surely complete the task. 2 years later, Nora 320 years. The 106th year of the Blood Battle, Flame Mountain World, subordinate Federation plane of the Nora Plain. Demons had invaded here as well. Flame Mountain World served as an important mineral resource site. The military had not abandoned the location, but dispatched battle groups to hold the line firmly and hunt the demons. Outside Flame Mountain City, a figure in a red robe, emitting a 7-circle aura, came to this place. His visage remained unclear. It was the fiery flame servant Gorwin. As he looked at the reward board announcement on the city wall, his gaze trembled unrestrainedly. "This Levi already ranks in the top 10 on the level 8 demon slaughter list," Gorwin whispered. "How is this possible?" He possessed a rare 3 flames talent, and after retreating for a period of cultivation, he had just managed to become a 7-circle senior. However, with such power, even dreaming of entering the top 10 on the demon slaughter list seemed impossible. He would likely only rank in the top 50 at most. Of course, he was merely estimating, as he had not registered on the demon slaughter list, fearful of being identified by Levi. Over 200 years had passed. Levi had progressed from a 6th circle wizard and achieved a counterattack that exceeded Gorwin's own strength, leaving him far behind. As for Gorwin, he only hid in the remoteness of Flame Mountain World, watching Levi become the rising star of the wizard world, celebrated by many. If not for him, my destiny would not be so turbulent, Gorwin thought. Yet, revenge seemed even more impossible. Without the support of his family, how could he find vengeance? The fiery flame servant's soul-like figure vanished into the wilderness. He planned to heed his father's words, quietly cultivating in this remote place, and live out his life. Should Flame Mountain World fall, he would head to even further locations. Nonetheless, with his 7-circle senior strength, 3 flames talent, and the wizard tower bestowed by his family, he felt confident. As long as he did not act recklessly, advancing to the 8th circle would not be difficult. Even the Grand Wizard title was not out of reach. As for Levi, if the boy were to perish in the blood battle, that would be ideal. Chapter 2074. If this child rises against all odds and becomes a Grand Wizard, or even legendary, then it has nothing to do with me. In the vast universe, there will be no further intersection between him and Levi. Ancient Dragon Continent. In a desolate wilderness, full of scars, Levi stood in the void, with Victor by his side, guarding him. In the sky, the disaster brought by the dark tribulation gradually faded away. His scarlet dragon breathing technique had successfully advanced to the 19th rank, achieving the 7th level standard. Within his cells, the 4th speed divine palace suddenly emerged, complementing the other divine palaces. "Victor, you can return now." After Levi spoke, Victor turned and left. After refining the wound-breaking blade, Victor's spiritual force increased by 30 points. As Levi expected, the ability of rust poison took hold. Even when unable to kill an enemy with one strike, he could let them taste the power of the tetanus blade. Levi examined the proficiency panel. The Scarlet Dragon breathing technique was at the 19th rank with a proficiency of 1 in 10 million. The special effect was the Red Dragon Body Legendary, at the 7th level early stage. His bloodline Dharma idol was the Scarlet Ruler. His blood source armor was the Crimson Dragon armor. His exclusive weapon was the Scarlet Shadow, at the 7th level. The bloodline divine patterns were at 0 out of 45. As expected, the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique only has 45 divine patterns. With this Scarlet Dragon advancement, besides gaining the basic speed attributes of level 7, the other enhancements are not as good as the previous Crimson Emperor Dragon, Golden Brilliance Dragon, and Sky King Dragon. After all, it is just an advancement of a legendary level breathing technique, and Levi did not have high expectations. To him, the most important aspect of the Scarlet Dragon is the Crimson Enslavement. This is a true divine skill. Without Crimson Enslavement, many tasks that could be easily accomplished would become complicated. After reaching level 7, the number of Crimson Enslavements increased to 10. Currently, Levi occupies 8, leaving 2 slots unused for the time being. The Scarlet Blood Prison, a battlefield blood-sucking domain skill, now has a diameter of 10 kilometers. Comparatively, it is less than the 12 kilometers of the Golden Brilliance Dragon and 15 kilometers of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. These are the differences in the quality of breathing techniques. The effects of skills like Crimson Rod have also advanced further, reaching the 7th level standard. What surprised Levi was the number of hosts for the assassination divine skill, Crimson Parasite. It increased from 1 to 2 people. This means, in the future, he can simultaneously parasitize 2 people and launch an attack at the same time. With the advancement of Scarlet Dragon, only the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon remain. Both these dimensional breathing techniques have recently reached their maximum level and are also awaiting advancement materials. Currently, the Nightmare Dragon is also at the peak realm, not far from the maximum level. Levi has mobilized his subordinates in the Black Dragon territory to search for clues on the 7th level Nightmare Dragon clan. Overall, these 2 breathing techniques are primarily functional. Even if they cannot reach level 7 for now, the impact is not very significant. As long as the Crimson Emperor Dragon and Golden Brilliance Dragon keep up with the realm, enabling Levi to have overwhelming power and defense, he will remain invincible. The other breathing techniques primarily enhance his margin for error, making him more perfect and flawless. In the coming days, Levi stabilized the Scarlet Dragon realm, while cultivating the Infinite Blade technique and Wandering Snake 9 changes. The proficiency levels of both combat techniques soared rapidly. A year later, Levi quickly reached the 5th level in Wandering Snake 9 changes. The progress was unstoppable, with no bottlenecks. It is just that, as his level increased, the cultivation speed began to slow down. Given his current realm, reaching the 9th level maximum does not seem to take long. The progress in Infinite Blade technique was slower, but it also reached the 4th level standard. This cultivation, level 7, is the maximum limit. By then, it can be integrated into the Extreme Dao strategy, becoming a part of it. After consolidating the Scarlet Dragon realm, Levi began to earnestly refine the Thunder God's heart. This is a bright moon artifact, and refining it will inevitably take some time. 100 Flowers had already unknowingly entered the 72nd position on the demon slaying list. That woman is quite diligent. 100 Flowers politely declined Levi's support, which made Levi feel somewhat gratified. Who does not admire independent and strong women? Levi read the newspapers regarding the death announcement of the Golden Prince. The wizard world was puzzled. What kind of deity silently took this 7-circle wizard away and, after a few years, killed him? There are currently various rumors. To be honest, Levi is also curious about what led the Golden Prince to appear in the ancient tower. But shortly after he returned, Leon started hibernating. He can only wait for Leon to advance to level 7 to check the memory disk for answers. Speaking of Leon, this kid seems to progress without any bottlenecks. Levi is increasingly convinced that he is the Nether Emperor spoken of by the Minotaur trio. Endless Sea. The Letney family. An atmosphere of mourning filled the air. Everyone looked at the portrait of the Golden Prince, feeling as if he was still present in sound and manner. Lord Molten Gold Wizard King, please restrain your grief. The visiting primordial soul wizards whispered consolations. The Molten Gold Wizard King's gaze was calm, showing no sign of sorrow or joy. He had many sons, but the Golden Prince was the most excellent. The so-called prince means the favored child of heaven. He bestowed him the name Golden, hoping he could shine for the Golden Lightning family. Chapter 2075. In the future, become your own successor. And now, the Golden Prince also distances himself from the Electric Eel Wizard. An elderly man with golden hair, exuding the aura of 8-ring perfection, descends. This is the contemporary family head of the Letney family, the flowing gold ancestor witch, Virieo. Molten gold, it is all in the past, the strong figure said lightly. The Molten Gold Wizard King clenched his jaw and replied, I understand. I just want to know who is targeting me, Molten Gold. If they dislike me, they can cause me trouble directly, instead of constantly targeting my descendants without limits. The flowing gold ancestor witch looked at him, and said that the family would help investigate the matter, but he should be prepared, because there might not be an answer. The Molten Gold Wizard King laughed bitterly, and said that perhaps, soon, the answer would come by itself. The person who killed the Golden Prince and conspired against the Electric Eel Wizard was surely the same individual. Only that person, and the force they represent, possessed the strength to quietly take away the Golden Prince. Therefore, according to their pattern, the next plan of the culprit would likely target himself. The murder of the Golden Prince and the electric eel wizard served merely as a warning. The molten gold wizard king felt his heart grow cold, with a nameless murderous intent burning in his chest. I am waiting for you, he whispered. 3 years later, Nora year 323. This was the 109th year of the blood battle. Some years remained until the next opening of the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm, Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Boundless thunderclouds gathered above Levi. Behind him, the thunder god illusion from the thunder god's finger appeared. In the thunderclouds, water gurgled rhythmically. Dense elemental thunder power, thick enough to form a slurry, descended from the sky, falling onto the head of the thunder god illusion. The thunder god illusion opened its mouth, greedily absorbing the power within like a whale swallowing the sea. The illusion grew more solid, transitioning from a mere finger to a chest and upper body. A heart composed of purple lightning emanated life force, trembling and roaring like an engine. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the heart pulsated, a drumbeat like muffled thunder spread in all directions, endlessly. It traveled for hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, and tens of thousands of miles. The entire ancient Banyan Fairyland heard this unending drumbeat. The thunder god projection behind Levi continued to expand. It grew from 100 meters to 300, then 500, eventually reaching 2,000 meters before slowing down. The mountain-like thunder god illusion stood between heaven and earth. Clouds floated above its head, mountain winds brushed past its waist, and dragons circled around it. Such a terrifying aura, a voice murmured nearby. It feels like just a finger could obliterate me. Lord Dragon King has grown stronger again. Praise the Dragon King. Mana flew over, watching the majestic thunder god illusion. Good fellow, she thought, almost as tall as me. It seems Levi obtained quite a bit in the ancient Banyan Fairyland. The thunder god illusion kept its eyes closed, lightning flickering non-stop. This process lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. The thunder god illusion gradually shrank, finally equalizing in size with Levi. Moreover, its face began to resemble Levi's own. Within the illusion, from the solid heart's ends, purple veins extended like branches, spreading throughout the body until tiny capillaries filled every inch. The power of thunder, reshaping the body, Levi whispered. The thunder god illusion stepped forward, entirely overlapping with Levi. On Levi's skin, countless lightning runes flickered, his eyes burning like the thunder world. In his mind, the primordial soul showed a faint purple hue, with electric light dancing on its surface. A thunder god's heart almost completely transformed me. It is truly a bright moon artifact. This thunder god's heart should be the most critical part of the thunder god series, hence its extraordinary effect. Other thunder god series artifacts might merely be morning star level. He had discovered this pattern while refining the Cold King's series artifacts. The Cold King's eye was morning star level, whereas the Cold King's finger was just sky level. It was like the human body, where the importance of a finger surely could not be compared to an eye. After 3 years, Levi finally completely refined this bright moon artifact. He extended his fingertips, arcs of lightning jumping beautifully. With every breath, the power of thunder surged forth, turbulent and blinding. Seeing the surrounding crowd, Levi laughed and told them to disperse. Mana whispered to herself while heading home. Minor breakthrough. Still his familiar style. Levi adjusted his breath alone, placing his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force 8,520 over 13,079. Spell power 8.52 million. Spiritual force increased by 160 points compared to before refining the artifact. Although not as much as the 200 points from the White Emperor Holy Sword, it was still strong enough. It saved me about 20 years of arduous cultivation, which is unthinkable for other primordial soul wizards. Levi looked inward. After refining the thunder god's heart, the primordial soul's color changed. It emanated a shining amethyst light, like a real thunder god. This artifact transformed him on a deeper level. He opened his proficiency panel. Ether Meditation Art, 7 Circle, Level 15, 1 over 800,000. Special Effect, Thunder God Body, Remnant. The previous Thunder Talent, Thunder Right Hand, from the Ether Meditation Art, had already been replaced, becoming a new talent, Thunder God Body, Remnant. Chapter 2076. After fusing with a higher sequence of artifacts, the previous low-grade talent will be absorbed and evolve towards a complete talent. If I can refine all the artifacts of the Thor sequence, then I will possess a true Thor body, Levi thought. In a certain way, this is similar to the evolution process of the Holy Infant's Ice and Fire Holy Body. The complete Thor body talent, though not recorded in the illustrated Guide of Strange Items, must surpass the supreme talent of the Thunder Wizard. With such talent, cultivating the lightning faction spells will progress by leaps and bounds, Levi continued, analyzing his path forward. Currently, Levi has only collected the Thunder God Heart and the Thunder God Finger. He knew that, as recorded in the illustrated Guide of Strange Items, under the Thor sequence, there are also the Thunder God Eye, Thunder God Feet, Thunder God Breath, Thunder God Drum, and a series of other artifacts. Among these artifacts, the worst quality is Morning Star level. The best, like the Thunder God Drum, is a Bright Moon level artifact, similar to the Thunder God Heart. Outside the illustrated Guide of Strange Items, it is unknown if there are still higher ranked Glorious Sun grade artifacts in the undiscovered Thor sequence artifacts. Since this sequence can be given the name Thunder God, there should be Glorious Sun grade artifacts. He believed that the Thor sequence artifacts formed from the fallen demigod-level powerful beings of the Lightning faction. The sequences that the Holy Infant refines, like the Flame King and Cold King, or the Wind King sequence that Gondorf refines, are somewhat inferior to his Thor sequence. These sequences, at their weakest, are only sky-grade oddities, and at their strongest, should be Morning Star level. Levi exchanged for the hand of the Winter Emperor to further enhance the Holy Infant's ice and fire body, while also achieving yin and yang balance, and stability of ice and fire. Besides the birth of the Thor body, this artifact further transformed Levi's Thunder God projection. Once released, it forms a terrifying projection, 2,000 meters tall, with an aura that surpasses the manifestation of the majority of Seven Circle senior wizards. With a wave of the hand, he can mobilize the power of thunder elements within a radius of 30 miles. This feat is only achievable by senior Seven Circle wizards. As for the actual combat capability, it still needs testing. Levi named the new Thunder God illusion Thunder God Generation 2, after fusing it with the primordial spirit, making the combat power of the Thunder Emperor simply off the charts. In addition, the biggest function of the Thunder God heart was the birth of the companion spirit. In the Divine Ring Tower in his mind, Jin and Abiao huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. In the central area, a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body like a snake lay dormant. The human body part had an indistinct face, but antlers could vaguely be seen, and its eyes emitted a destructive aura. On its abdomen, a complex and mysterious array formed a pattern of war drums. Its arms were thick, as if they could tear the sky apart, while on the snake body, it was densely covered with purple scales, sharp and distinct, with bone spikes protruding from its back. The snake tail also had barbs like a scorpion's tail, standing erect like a lightning rod. Such an appearance clearly seems formidable. Jin and Abiao, these two with the combat capability of a 5, dared not approach. And this is the companion spirit of the Thunder God heart. Considering it is not an animal spirit, Levi did not use perfunctory names like a cat or a dog. Instead, similar to the sun face from before, it was named Silay, meaning Master of Thunder. Silay, undoubtedly, is an absolute combat spirit. The terrifying energy within it capable of destroying everything hummed in the air. The realization dawned that even Seven Circle senior wizards could not beat his companion spirit. At this rate, in the future battles, I will not even have to do anything. A bunch of various summoned creatures and projections can just crush the enemies, Levi quipped, watching the spirit shift in the inner space. After several years of incubation, Levi finally digested a large portion of the massive gains from the previous period. He is only more than 400 points away from the mental force required for a Seven Circle senior wizard, which is 9,000 points. Within 50 years, he can advance to Seven Circle senior. Once Leon wakes up, we can return to the God-forsaken continent to hunt demons, going all out to earn 100 million war merits and secure the hand of the Winter Emperor, Levi decided. He opened the demon-slaying list. Having not competed for some time, his rank dropped from 9th to 10th. However, it is not a big deal. As long as it is not first, the basic ranking rewards for the top 10 are the same. There are very few war merits in a year, and only 500,000 in 100 years. These rewards are mainly symbolic, and naturally despised by those who can reach the top 10. The real main rewards are the season settlement rewards after the blood battle ends. At that time, the Wizard Council begins to confer merits and rewards. If Levi can maintain his position in the top 10, the rewards will surely be generous. After entering the top 70, 100 Flowers' progress slowed down. Levi kept reminding her that safety comes first, so she advanced steadily, avoiding carrying out very dangerous missions. The Gondor 3 heroes, all in seclusion, also experienced a steady ranking decline over the years. But so far, they are all still in the top 100. Link, on the other hand, is advancing swiftly, to Levi's surprise. This guy, could he also be a reincarnated legendary wizard? Levi wondered. The talent of the secret sword plus the talent of the energy sect undoubtedly makes Levi think. Furthermore, being able to figure out the sword array and the path of the array by himself is also genius. A year later, Nora 324, Blood Battle Year 110, Ancient Banyan Fairyland, Black Soul Demon Tower, Chapter 2077. Movement stirred from Leon's retreat. Levi smiled with joy. The little guy is finally reaching level 7. He entered the death energy-filled world of the demonic tower. A tiny golden figure stood in the void, with endless tribulation clouds overhead. Within the tribulation clouds were terrifying evil spirits formed from countless grudges and fierce spirits. Levi wondered why Leon required tribulation to ascend to level 7, just as he did. Unable to comprehend, Levi attributed it to Leon's defiance against the heavens. The souls mercilessly devoured by Leon always haunted him during each ascension, affecting his tribulation. Relying on consumption, cultivation also came at a cost. The golden figure submerged into the ocean of evil spirits. The voices shrieked from the darkness. Die. Return to nothingness with us. Ha ha ha. Countless murmurs echoed in the Black Soul Demon Tower. Golden light erupted in thousands of rays. A golden beetle appeared, crowned by a golden sun, soaring through the sky. Under the golden light, those grudges and evil spirits vanished into smoke. They turned into mysterious powers, surging into the beetle's body. This beetle remained small, about a meter in diameter. After the tribulation, it drifted from the void to sleep soundly on the ground. Beneath the beetle's shell appeared the body and face of a small boy, somewhat plump with baby fat. Leon is becoming more human, with insect traits further receding. Levi picked Leon up and left the area. A month later, Leon roused. It opened its golden shell, fluttered its wings, and flew around Levi. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Levi produced the stockpile of canned goods Leon had stored, including those from the Golden Prince. After the advancement, Leon's appetite became insatiable. The previously stored advanced canned goods vanished quickly. Only then did Leon sit contentedly on the ground, patting its belly. In the next moment, it extended its hand, and discs of memory began to appear. As a level 7 entity, the speed of recording discs increased. Levi browsed them, finding the completeness of the memories in the discs had also improved. Some memories locked under ordinary restrictions became accessible. Except for very confidential memories, everything remained in view. This included memories of some primordial soul spells. In the future, primordial soul spells could be obtained with ease. Master, I found something interesting. Leon took out Roman's disc. Levi had already finished looking through the contents of this disc, and found no value in it. A colorful crack split Leon's forehead. Roman's disc transformed into a beam of light, flooding into the crack. Simultaneously, Leon spat out a plume of gray smoke. This smoke held negative, resentful energy, much like the grudges and evil spirits Leon had encountered during the tribulation. Within the smoke, Roman's disc slowly rotated, melting away with each turn. In the void, fire elemental power flowed in, merging with the smoke. The next moment, a red flame evil spirit emerged, emitting a terrifying wail, exuding the aura of the sixth circle. Its face was distorted, faintly resembling Roman. Levi's expression showed surprise and joy. You can use Roman's memory in the disc to create such creatures? Leon boasted. Yes. Whatever the creature's level in life was, it will be that same level when I create it. Because the memories themselves are incomplete, the abilities are also not complete, and its strength will not match its former life. Once the disc is fully burned, the creature will disappear, so it is only temporary. However, it should be enough to last through a battle. Levi applauded. Amazing. Leon had exploited the souls of enemies to the extreme. Even when their divine souls were destroyed, leaving only memory discs, they had to be reanimated to fight. This meant Leon could play an important role in Levi's battles from now on. Levi had slain a dozen level 7 existences. All of these could be controlled by Leon to participate in battles. As for those of the 6th level and 5th level, they were innumerable. Levi asked how many of these evil spirits Leon could control at most now. Leon considered the question seriously. Master, I feel that creatures like Roman's evil spirit can be easily managed up to 20. For something like the Golden Prince, maybe 4 or 5. For anything below a level 5, I cannot count that high. Levi laughed heartily. That is enough, more than enough. Leon's ability could turn the tide in critical moments, reversing the course of a battle. Besides this, Leon's web casting ability had also become even more formidable. If caught, even a 7-circle wizard would have difficulty freeing themselves. Its golden shell now surpassed the hardness of the mid-level 7 famine slaughtherer's shell. It could withstand direct spells from a 7-circle senior wizard, a true defiance of the heavens. Leon was no longer just a simple follower. It could also engage in battle, facing powerful foes alongside Levi. After watching the memory discs, Levi also learned about the Golden Prince's story of disappearance. He could not help but exclaim in delight. Encountering a level 9 wind disaster stratum and a mirage, encountering just one would make an ordinary person go buy a lottery ticket, but this person encountered both directly. My luck pales in comparison. The most incredible thing is that this person actually picked up a pure-blooded dragon clan's corpse for free in the land of darkness and found an ancient wizard ruin. Chapter 2078. As it stands, the materials of the pure-blooded dragon clan, along with the wind dust dragon, and even the wizard relic, sit in the core area of the giant beast restricted area. To obtain them, one must face the level 8 Spider King head-on. A single level 8 thunder element already overwhelmed Levi. The level 8 Spider King, the overlord of the 3 realms and 4 lands, was far worse. However, Levi remained unhurried. The ancient tower stood empty, and no one challenged him for these resources. These heaven-defying opportunities would eventually be his. Levi gazed at the news about the Golden Prince's funeral, his heart remaining unruffled. With the death of the Golden Prince, he lost interest in the Letny family as well. Ever since the death of the electric eel wizard, this family appeared to begin its decline from a period of prosperity. The talented witch from the Roger banquet, Lightning Nun Kartna, perished in the subsequent blood battle. In merely a few centuries, this family lost 3 talented primordial soul wizards. Such a blow proved devastating. These individuals represented the hope of the family, potentially becoming future pillars or even a 9th circle wizard. Without Levi taking action, the Letny family, the giant ship he once feared immensely, started to go downhill. There are no families that remain prosperous forever. After long years, all will become insignificant. Moreover, the Letny family has been domineering across the endless sea. Without a tiger in the mountain, the monkey claims the throne. Who knows how many enemies they have made? Eventually, they will face backlash. Some days later, 100 flowers returned from the godforsaken continent. Levi, I Chisept, have shattered the void, she announced. 100 flowers demonstrated her abilities after reaching level 6 in the Chisept. She unleashed a gentle sword strike. A blazing phoenix appeared, its cry clear and crisp, and the flames dyed half the sky red. Levi offered a smile. Congratulations. With this, 100 flowers had only the night left to achieve level 6 in all professions. She truly was remarkable. Other primordial soul wizards typically only took an auxiliary job among the 3 arts of wizardry. She directly took on the knight, chi sect, and wizard, mastering 3 transcendent professions. Levi pondered the implications. Knight, chi sect, wizard, somewhat akin to the 3 paths of energy and spirit from the past life. If 100 Flowers could truly reach level 9 in all 3 paths, perhaps her own legendary path could emerge. However, the path of chi sect to level 9 has always been difficult. Throughout history, many geniuses of the Panda clan never reached level 9. Only the founding ancestor did. If Levi could advance to legendary status in the future, with his help, he might be able to make 100 Flowers a grand wizard and a level 9 knight. Getting her to level 9 in Chi Sect remained uncertain. The key to the path of Chi Sect lies with Lord Victor and Link. One has a spirit embryo aptitude, the other possesses golden spear iron heart, so their achievements will certainly not be low. Especially Lord Victor, if he could manage level 9 success, maybe I could take this opportunity to comprehend the mysteries of Chi Sect level 9. Long-separated lovers reunited with passion. After several days of passion with 100 Flowers, Levi spoke. Next, I need you to guard the ancient dragon continent. By the way, how long do you think you will need to become a senior 7th circle? Probably within a century. I have already mastered all 3 paths of 7th circle primordial soul spells and only need to hone them to perfection. After refining the amber dragon, my meditation efficiency has improved significantly, 100 Flowers replied. Levi nodded. Got it. From now on, this corpse demon is yours. He handed over the control of the giant whale king to 100 Flowers. For him, with the Asile and other summoning means, the giant whale king was no longer essential. Keeping it in the ancient dragon continent could also protect 100 Flowers and their organization. The struggle of the trapped beast rare treasure had also been returned to 100 Flowers long ago. Once he had the ability to repair rare treasures in the future, he would fully restore it for 100 Flowers. Godforsaken continent. After years apart, Levi set foot on this main battlefield again. Recently, Lord Victor had gathered enough 5 million war merits to exchange for a Morningstar level oddity. Compared to the Holy Infant and Gondaf, he was fortunate, getting the metallic faction oddity, the silver cloak, in one shot, like a soul hit. Regrettably, it was not a sequence artifact. But for Lord Victor, it was still quite satisfactory, aiding in post-7th circle cultivation. With the mirror of light surfacing in his right eye, Levi tracked the traces of demons like a hound, disappearing into the horizon. Soon after, he arrived at a battlefield that had long since finished. His gaze narrowed, and he frowned. Dragon Knight Wizard Group. A group of low-level flame demons devoured the body of Yabek. This person was the commander of the wizard group, and had met Levi a few times. This battle group was under the command of Laplace. Evidently, Levi had some favorable impressions of this group. Following the demonic aura, the hermit rune flickered as he continued searching, arriving at another battlefield. The Laplace wizard, with blood-red eyes, collapsed, an enormous phantom of a giant clad in armor disintegrating behind him. 3 looming figures of demonic aura besieged him. The giant represented his wizard form, Rock King Majesty, now utterly shattered. For Laplace, who was a senior 7th circle with top-tier talent, to be forced into such a state, the enemies had to be brutal. The enemies were 2 mid-level 7 flame demons, and 1 mid-level 7 stone statue demon, or gargoyle. The gargoyle moved with incredible speed, possessing high magic resistance, enduring Laplace's attacks and diverting his fire power, which allowed the flame demons to unleash their frenzied assault. Even if Laplace was powerful, being besieged by 3 of the same realm, he was clearly struggling. All around, a spectating demon army formed a military formation, enclosing Laplace. At the center of the formation, a black giant, exuding mid-level 7 presence, stood 3,000 meters tall. It gnawed on the flesh of some unknown giant beast while watching the slaughter. The giant's forehead bore bull-like horns, its body covered with ancient scales, exuding overwhelming dragon's might, as black flames surged into the sky, distorting the surrounding space. This is a demonized dragon-descendant giant. Such vast vitality, such a powerful body. Levi had seen many dragon-descendant wizards before, but a dragon-descendant giant, it was his first time seeing one. The fusion of 2 universally acknowledged powerful creatures, a giant dragon and a giant, now demonized. With these 3 layers of buffs, the strength of that massive figure was apparent. Compared to it, the so-called Thunder Giant descendants, the Thunder Marsh clan, lagged far behind. If only I could make this big fellow into a corpse demon. How wonderful would that be? In his mind, the human-faced snake god special spiritual creature, Sile, opened its mesmerizing eyes, startling Jin and Biao. Sile patted its belly, and the dull war drum sounds echoed in Levi's mind. A lightning spear, exuding destructive energy, materialized in its hand. Levi knew his companion's special spiritual creature was now ready. Chapter 2079. The dragon-descendant giant bears the name Astate. Its subordinates usually address it as Dragon Blood Giant, Slaughter Reveler, or Beast Fighting Arena Master. Its father holds dominion over the 67th layer of the Abyss, the fallen dark giant beast known as Phoebus. The true form of Phoebus is a dark dragon, a powerful creature of the pure-blood dragon clan. To pursue immortal life, it pledged allegiance to the angry lord of the 478th layer of the Abyss, Koskechi. The angry lord granted it a level 9 Abyss heart, drawing the attention of the Abyss will, and elevating it to the rank of Abyss Lord. Later, Phoebus paired with a level 9 giant, who also served the angry lord, and from this union, Astate was born. This level 9 giant rules the 69th layer of the abyss as the mother of copper giants, Modanaz. Even in the ancient times of giants, level 9 giants remained extremely rare. They often served as the mistresses or clan leaders of a tribe, a rarity that became even more pronounced as the giants declined in the modern era. These two demigod-level powerhouses poured all their efforts into the creation of Astate. Astate rewarded its parents, attaining the middle stage of level 7 at the young age of 4,000 years. It stands merely a step away from the late stage of level 7. Both the pure-blood dragon clan and the mother of giants represent genuine longevity species. The offspring they bore belong to these long-lived lineages as well. 4,000 years marks a youthful age for a dragon-descendant giant. Under normal circumstances, dragons feel no concern for their offspring. Neither the second brother of Levi nor Elsie has seen their unworthy father. Only a few exceptions exist, such as the father of Alexandra. Because he lives long-term in the wizard world, bound to human society, he maintains a slight concern for Alexandra. The father of Astate also represents an exception. With the care of its parents and the favor of the angry lord, Astate consumed a level 9 abyss heart. During this blood battle, the entire family of 3 accompanies the angry lord into the fray. Astate observed the enemies toyed within despair. Its gaze remained perverse and crazed. This Laplace represents the elite of the wizard world. The Dragon Knight wizard group he leads causes the burning expeditionary army considerable trouble. Today, Astate personally led its army to ambush the Dragon Knight wizard group. The wizard battle group fell with little effort. Laplace stood helpless as Yabek and numerous subordinates were slaughtered and devoured by demons. Despair and anger permeated the land. This outcome satisfied Astate entirely. On the battlefield, Laplace fought 3 enemies at once in his wizard form. A golden treasure armor floated around him. This mountain armor serves as an 8th level protective treasure from his father. When fully activated, it can withstand a strike from an 8th circle wizard. However, in a prolonged battle, the power of the treasure waned. Multiple attacks from the enemies left him defenseless. The Rock King Majesty wizard form shattered and could no longer be sustained. Laplace fought in a frenzy. Innate spells transformed into mountains and meteorites, which he hurled at the enemies. The collaboration of the gargoyle and 2 flame demon lords neutralized these attacks. Exhausted physically and mentally, Laplace forced himself to breathe steadily. He needed an escape route, or he would fall here today. The brutal death of the battle group subordinates he had been with day and night overwhelmed him. An army of demons surrounded him. Demonic aura formed smoke signals and created a demon net that imprisoned the world. This elite battle group of demons possessed a shallow understanding of military formation paths. Laplace attempted various ways to break out, but each effort met with suppression from the 3 demon lords. The dragon-descendant giant stood confident. "You know fear now," Astate teased with a laugh. "Human wizards consider yourselves supreme, the rulers of all. But did you ever think you would be so pathetic today? Damned genius wizard, you cannot even beat my 3 subordinates. I am so disappointed. What a pity. I heard a species called the amethyst race exists on the Sauron plain, known as the strongest tribe. I wonder if they could withstand a punch from me, Astate." Since its debut, Astate has rarely encountered a match in the same realm. Even level 7 late-stage flame demons dare not oppose it. Laplace fought back while searching for escape methods. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Mr. Laplace, to what extent can that treasure of yours withstand an attack?" A startle surged through Laplace. He sensed his surroundings nonchalantly but detected no one. Yet, he recognized the voice as belonging to Levi. "Even though I am exhausted now, it should withstand a full power strike from a level 7 perfect wizard without issue," Laplace transmitted. The voice of Levi echoed again. "Then protect yourself well. My move covers a wide area. I fear accidentally hurting you." Laplace transmitted his confirmation. Shock rippled through him. It seemed unimaginable that Levi was hiding near the battlefield without anyone noticing, not even the dragon-descendant giant, who posed such a significant threat. The next moment, a purple light streaked through the air. It shot toward the dragon-descendant giant, in the center of the military formation. Boom! The light moved with too much speed for Astate to react. Bang! A crisp impact sound rang out. The amethyst light deflected, and before Astate, an ancient scale giant shield materialized automatically to protect its master. Chapter 2080. The dragon-descendant giant finally realized an enemy attack had occurred. If not for the rare treasure granted by its father, it would have suffered heavy injuries, or perhaps death. Although this rare treasure was crudely made, and lacked in any finesse, the material was crafted from the heart-protecting scale. The father shed this scale before advancing from a level 8 peak to a level 9 complete body. This part of a dragon clan member is the hardest. With such a defiant treasure for protection, it could fear no sneak attacks from secret sword flow wizards. This kind of wizard assassination technique has been one of the main ways to cause sudden deaths among lord-level demons over the past century. On the other side, Levi stared at the creature in surprise. What level of treasure could block his attack? Even with the blessing of the sword spirit, it seemed insufficient. This dragon-descendant giant possessed a rather high status, and it could not be spared today. Levi withdrew the amethyst light sword. He flickered across the battlefield. The spirit creature with a human face and snake body holding a thunder spear in his mind shot straight into the sky. It devoured and absorbed the elemental power of the thunder within a 30-li radius. It transformed into a human-faced giant snake 1,000 meters long. Sile raised the thunder spear, summoning millions of black, ink-like black annihilation divine thunder. Above the heights, a lightning pillar spanning 1,000 meters wide and towering over several thousand meters formed. Boom! The lightning pillar fell from the sky. A level 7 intermediate flame demon, battling with Laplace, stood directly in its path. Crack, crack. The flame demon, reaching 1,000 meters in height, struggled painfully beneath the lightning pillar. Rock layers on its body surface began to dissolve. Before long, this level 7 intermediate flame demon was enveloped by the black annihilation divine thunder. It neared death. The lightning pillar crashed into the ground, creating a thunder ocean covering a 50-li radius. Where the thunder sea swept across, those low-level demons melted like snow. Levi focused on saving people, and he could not bother to leave the corpses of these low-level demons intact. Otherwise, he would not have used such a wide-range ability for a bombing spree. All this occurred in the blink of an eye. The dragon descendant giant faced the newcomer. The sight of a black armored swordsman brought delight to the giant. Dusk Palace Master, searched high and low only to find it easily, the giant roared. Since you are here, let me test if you live up to your name today. It recognized Levi, who ranked in the top 10 of the demon-slaying list, and had done its homework beforehand. Levi gestured with his hand. 2,000-meter peaks grew limbs and shook the earth. Ever-flowing streams formed green giant eagles, with the mighty wind roaring. 2 earth spirit soldiers and 1 Maya spirit charged towards the dragon descendant giant. Si lay, eliminate all demons present, leave none alive, Levi commanded. He wielded his longsword and charged at the flame demon below. Si lay sat under the boundless sky, surrounded by rolling black thunder. Groups of demons, led by the demon lords, charged at Si lay, but they did not dare to pass through its black thunder domain. They only attacked from long range. Some demons who disbelieved the warnings stepped in and turned to ashes. Si lay, after releasing its ultimate move, continued to throw the thunder spear. Each strike compared to a 7-circle thunder element spell. If it landed among the demon crowd, it directly blasted a section to death. The demon lords all retreated. Because of Si lay's disturbance, the battlefield instantly became chaotic. This is the strength of the bright moon-level companion spirit. Roar! A white tiger appeared behind Si lay. Abiao borrowed the tiger's might. It unleashed tornadoes and wind blades, attacking the isolated demons. Though it was only a sky-level companion spirit, its strength proved impressive as Levi advanced to the 7th circle. Ordinary demon lords were truly no match for it. Even the long-unseen flame-faced Nick hovered over Si lay like the sun god, shooting out hot air. It opened the abyssal mouth and spewed terrifying flame breath, sweeping across the demon army. Nick had worked at the Tower of Dawn for years, managing alchemical creatures and guarding its home. However, Levi brought out a new thunder elemental spirit from the ancient tower, replacing Nick. It then returned to Levi's side. Similarly, as a sky-level companion spirit, Nick's battle strength exceeded Abiao's. Fire element slaying attack power is one of the best. Wind, fire, and thunder, the 3 major companion spirits formed an unbreakable joint offensive. With Nick and Abiao's protection, Si lay could unrestrainedly conduct full-map thunder attacks. Thunder spears, acting like the god of death scythe, reaped the lives of demons. Under Levi's cover, Laplace successfully broke out of the encirclement. He looked at the human-faced snake-bodied thunder giant in the sky with trembling eyes. This is Sir Levi's trump card, Laplace muttered. Too powerful. What kind of truth oddity could deserve such a powerful companion spirit? Crack. With flames and thunderlight entwining, a shocking sword chi slashed down. A level 7 intermediate flame demon, tormented by the black annihilation divine thunder, instantly split in half. A 2,000-meter high thunder emperor's essence descended dramatically. Before it, even the flame demon seemed insignificant. Levi put away the flame demon corpse and turned to Laplace. You are exhausted, retreat first, leave this place to me. Is it appropriate, Laplace asked, to abandon you and run away? Levi nodded. You can leave assured, staying here might indeed burden me. His words lacked kindness, but they were sincere. He did not want his war merits shared by others. Chapter 2081. Laplace surveyed the battlefield, and did not hesitate. He bowed low to Levi. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. Under Levi's protection, Laplace shattered the void and vanished. Levi remained on the battlefield. A joyful smile spread across his face. Today, I can kill to my heart's content. A golden beetle emerged from the void. Leon opened his mouth, exhaling a vast, invisible net that spread across the sky, covering dozens of miles. This net hung over the battlefield, trapping demon souls as they attempted to fly away. Within moments, the spider web tangled with thousands of low-level demon souls. Leon collected them and cast a new net. Ha ha ha. I will establish my own Leon battle group in the future, called the Beetle Battle Group, and I will be the commander. Humph. After his advancement, Leon's appetite increased dramatically. Although these low-level souls were not nutritious, they were not to be wasted. His ability to collect souls had greatly strengthened, so he no longer needed to collect them one by one. Levi had told the little guy not to be polite, and to eat as he pleased. Leon was the Nether Emperor. Breaking a few rules of the underworld meant nothing to him. Perhaps he had set those rules himself. The holy spirits of the multidimensional plane were countless. The amount Leon devoured was not even a drop in the ocean of the underworld. At worst, if the underworld had issues, it would be Leon, the Nether Emperor, causing them. Levi was merely working for him. While collecting the spoils of war, Leon continued to fight. He repurposed the discarded memory discs into numerous evil spirits. The useful content within these discs already resided in the wizard's memory slate. Discarding them served little purpose, so he decided to extract their residual value. Evil spirits swarmed the sky, casting spells and unleashing combat techniques. Their momentum matched Levi's Shadow Dragon group, though they were merely one-time consumables. With the addition of evil spirits to the battlefield, the casualties among the demons increased rapidly. Ha ha ha, go and slaughter. Leon wants rivers of blood. As the evil spirits clashed with demons, Leon sat comfortably at the corner of the web, swiftly collecting corpses. The sound of mountains shattering tore through the air. An astonishing shockwave smashed the surrounding sky dome. The dragon descendant giant tore through Levi's spiritual weapon and Maya. It charged at Levi, a spiked club 1,000 meters long appearing in its grip. The terrifying wind from the club split the earth in half before it even landed. Levi's divine palaces of strength, command, speed, and endurance roared in unison. The doomsday fist flared with bright light. The upper hook sky-splitting fist met club in a violent collision. An unimaginable energy wave exploded outward. The force blasted Levi underground, burying him without a trace. The dragon descendant giant recoiled into the sky, rushing past the wind disaster stratum and crashing into the crystal wall with enough force to nearly shatter it. Hastat stared at his cracked tiger's mouth and the trembling spiked club in disbelief. This Dusk Palace master is not inferior to me in strength. He was the crystallization of a level 9 giant dragon and a giant. He honed himself in the abyss for 5,000 years. His strength had long reached the pinnacle, tearing subdragons with his hands and punching mountain demons. Until now, he had not met a worthy opponent. Today, he finally encountered an equal. The excitement and joy were indescribable. Ha 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 ha, well worth the trip indeed. Astate's back muscles bulged, shattering the crystal wall with the counterforce. He dashed toward Levi like a meteorite. Levi leaped upward, leaving the Thunder Emperor and the 9-headed Emperor Dragon to battle the remaining level 7 intermediate Flame Demon and Gargoyle. He needed to focus on the enemy before him. Levi studied the body of this dragon descendant giant with growing satisfaction. He would turn it into a corpse demon. Boundless dragon's might entwined around Levi, forming a monstrous momentum. Astate's expression shifted. Such powerful, pure dragon's might. Although the level is not high, the class seems superior to my father's. However, such an enemy makes the fight interesting. Astate's body towered like a mountain, yet he moved with incredible agility. His height stemmed from his mother's bloodline heritage. As a level 9 giant, few rivals could match the size of his true form at the same level. His father, the Dark Dragon, was a speed-typed member of the Dragon clan. The power and defense of the Copper Giant, combined with the speed of the Dark Dragon and the stimulation of the demonic aura, made him a rare triangle warrior with strength, speed, and defense all rated 3A. His combat skill talent was equally outstanding. Levi and Astate clashed in the sky like two planets, exploding upon impact. Where they passed, clouds within dozens of miles shattered, and the void tore open. Their battleground spanned thousands of miles, from the deep abyss below to the land of darkness above. Since the battle with the Ancient, Levi had not met an opponent who allowed him to fight so heartily. The speed at which his extreme Dao strategy proficiency increased was several times faster than during normal cultivation. Two ancient fierce beasts fought fiercely in the land of darkness, sweeping across all obstacles. Neither wanted to escape, only to fight with full force. Astate laughed wildly toward the sky, his steel body as if cast from bronze, already full of dents. His body suffered unknown numbers of fractures, shattering bone and tearing flesh. Good. Worthy of being the Dusk Palace master, worthy of being the Knight's #1. The hot blood within me is boiling. Chapter 2082. Astate gasped heavily, but his fighting spirit grew ever more exuberant. In contrast, Levi sustained quite a few injuries, but they healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. He did not let out a single heavy breath. This level of battle is the best state for honing combat techniques, Levi thought. The proficiency in the infinite blade technique, the wandering snake 9 changes, and the extreme Dao strategy has improved greatly. My primordial spirit is just a step away from breaking through its limit. It only needs to pierce the last paper-thin barrier. I must turn this big fellow into a corpse demon for sparring practice. He will make a perfect training dummy. That will prove greatly beneficial for cultivating combat techniques. Levi sprang forward, his fists like cannonballs, colliding with Astate. He felt a surge of curiosity, wondering how long this dragon descendant giant could endure. Below them, the battlefield turned into a grinding machine. 9-headed Emperor dragons clashed with flame demons, and the Thunder Emperor battled the Gargoyle. Overwhelming momentum filled the air, and low-level demons accidentally caught in the aftermath turned to ash instantly. The 9-headed Emperor Dragon utilized its 9 heads to unleash innate spells of various colors. The Fire Dragon roared, competing with the Flame Demon's blaze for the utmost heat. Water Dragon songs wrapped around the Flame Demon, using the element of water to overcome fire. The Ice Dragon soared across the sky, and with the descent of the Ice Hell, it blocked the demon's movements. The Flame Demon fought desperately, using powerful spell-like abilities to contend with the 9-headed Emperor Dragon. The earth cracked, spewing out countless amounts of magma, and volcanoes soared up. The Emperor Dragon recited complex incantations. One sun after another appeared around the Flame Demon. A total of 7 great suns encircled the Flame Demon. The terrifying truth remained. The suns shone entirely blue. Eerie and unreal flames burned fiercely. This was the dark death flame version of the 7 suns falling domain. With the roaring of spells, the 7 suns exploded, and the blue ghost fire engulfed the flame demon. The blaze of the flame demon started to recede and extinguish. Next came a black annihilation divine thunder version of the Thunder Beast technique. The unrecognizable corpse of the flame demon crashed to the ground. Its demon soul escaped, only to run into the net woven by Leon. On the other side, the gargoyle possessed high magic resistance. However, it had no effect in front of the Thunder Emperor. As a primordial spirit, the Emperor could perform both spell attacks and physical attacks. Like a river, the boundless stream of sword energy surged endlessly, wave after wave. The strong body of the gargoyle, after countless devastations, shattered like a statue. As the demon soul escaped, the nine-headed Emperor Dragon pressed it to the ground. A face-to-face fire dragon tribulation obliterated it. Leon remained to clean the battlefield. The nine-headed Emperor Dragon and the Thunder Emperor turned into light and charged into the land of darkness. Wizard forms and the primordial spirit returned beside their original body. Astate felt a chill in his heart. He could not believe that 3 level 7 middle-stage demons were dealt with just like that. This individual's strength far exceeds the rumors from the outside world, Astate thought. Though such an opponent is rare, safeguarding my life remains more important. His fighting spirit began to wane. He knew that he stood no match for the enemy, and remaining there would be foolish. The dragon scale shield flew out, blocking spell attacks from all directions. Taking this opportunity, Astate shattered the void and turned to leave. A thunderous boom shook the air. Levi raised his hand to summon the Silver Thunder Mountain and the Wind Illusion Realm, sealing the heaven and earth. Haven't fought enough yet, Levi called out. Why are you leaving? Astate felt a jolt of shock. This was not enough. He saw a golden beetle figure fly over, using webs, layer upon layer, to seal the place and prevent his escape. This was one of Leon's tricks after reaching level 7. After taking care of this, the little creature continued to clean the battlefield and wrap things up. Do you really want to fight to the death with my true form? Astate yelled. His eyes began to turn blood red. Boundless demonic aura burned, and his 3,000-meter tall body actually began to shrink, like the collapse of a star. The energy waves it emitted grew ever larger. Chaos sword energy sliced through the air. Levi would not give the enemy a chance to amplify his power. In an instant, with the water to crystallize sense of breakthrough flowing in, the proficiency panel flashed. Levi realized the primordial spirit broke through its limit again. The vast power poured into his body, and the figures of the Thunder Emperor and the nine-headed Emperor Dragon overlapped. In the world, energy storms swept to all sides, forcing Astate into a corner, where he struggled to hold on. Amidst 10,000 beams of light, the figure of the nine-headed Emperor Dragon dissipated. Taking its place stood an imperial figure resembling Levi, wrapped in thunder, draped in 9-colored armor. It stood close to 3,000 meters high, no less than the true form of the dragon descendant giant. The 9-colored armor transformed from the nine-headed Emperor Dragon. At this moment, the wizard forms of Levi truly fused with the primordial spirit, giving birth to an advanced form of primordial spirit. His eyes shone brightly, and the countless meat temples inside his body trembled. The 3,000-meter-tall 9-colored emperor took one step, covering infinite distance. The emperor's sword, shining with 9-colored light streams, slashed towards Astate in the corner. Sky Dragon Path, 6 Dragons Demolition. The body of Astate compressed further. The endless power of golden elements poured in, forging him into a genuine copper man. Mysterious runes twinkled, reflecting brilliant stars. Giant's profound meaning, Copper King's immortal body. The land of darkness became as bright as daylight. After the ultimate explosion, shock waves emptied meteorites, forming a vacuum zone. Astate felt as if struck by the heavens, on the brink of falling into the bottomless abyss. Extreme pain struck him. Chapter 2083. The creature stared at its own headless body, taken aback. It mumbled, I am split open. As the child of the mother of Copper Giant, known for its defense, it utilized the giant's profound meaning. In such a state, it fell to a single stroke. The Thunder Emperor snatched Astate's head. The palm ignited with Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames, Dark Death Flame, and Black Annihilation Divine Thunder. It heated the hard skull until it glowed red, like a boiler. Hastat's final consciousness sank into eternal silence. The prodigy born from the union of 2 demigods lay dead. Levi inspected the area and stored away the corpse of the dragon descendant giant, along with the dragon scale shield. These were valuable treasures. The origin of this creature is not ordinary, Levi thought. After this victory, I must be even more careful and cautious. On the ground, Asile fought like the true Thunder God, unleashing a thunderous assault on the demons. The Thunder King's court destroyed all in its wake. The Shadow Dragon group and the Evil Spirit army surrounded and annihilated the remaining small demonic resistance. Some demon lords took the opportunity to escape. It mattered not. After this battle, Levis wore merit might rise to the top 3. Alone, he accomplished what required an ace battle group. A dragon descendant giant with power comparable to a level 7 late-stage threat, along with 3 mid-stage level 7 demons, fell. Leon finished collecting the spoils of war. Levi mused, let us return to the ancient dragon continent for a while. Danger perception tells me that staying on the god-forsaken continent might be dangerous. Levi dissipated, leaving the god-forsaken continent. Not long after, the sky ripped apart. A stone statue demon radiating a level 8 aura descended. It glanced at the devastated battlefield, unable to sense Hastat's presence. It is over. That big lug is dead. Who will bear the mother of the Copper Giant's wrath? Hastat held a noble status, equivalent to a level 8 demon, or even higher. This stone statue demon served as a guardian, but arrived too late. It left for just a short while, and such a drastic change occurred. Except for 8th Circle wizards and those ace battle groups, given Hastat's trump cards, even if defeated, it could have easily escaped. The demon found an escaping minion. After inquiry, it discovered that Hastat fell to a single person. Dusk Palace Master, has this person's power grown to such a level? After the stone statue demon departed, Laplace arrived on the battlefield with his cousin Soraya and the mountain giant wizard group. He sought Levi but received no response. They saw the place flooded with demon blood. Rivers formed into lakes, and a sinister demonic aura reached the sky. Soraya led the group to investigate. All the dead are demons. Rest assured, with Dusk Palace Master's strength, he surely returned safely. Laplace frowned. Is it possible that so many demons, along with 4 mid-stage level 7 ones, were all slain by him? That dragon descendant giant, even if faced alone, Laplace was not fully confident. Soraya sighed. It is quite normal. Do not be too upset. War involves casualties. The Dragon Knight Wizard group fulfilled their mission, and the relatives of those who perished in battle will receive appropriate compensation. Moving forward, reside within my battle group. We can take care of each other. Days later, Laplace received a reply from Levi, which eased his worries. If rescuing him had put Levi at risk, it would be a guilt he would carry for life. He checked the demon-slaying list and stood frozen. 3rd place, Levi, 67 million points. Levi's rank skyrocketed from 10th to 3rd place, surpassing Fire God's hand Gatling. In other words, just in this battle, he accrued an additional 17 million points. I have been demon hunting and only amassed 20 million points. My cousin Soraya, a genius nearing 7 circle perfection, has only 35 million points. He realized that for Levi, rescuing him was a simple task. The Blood Battle Daily announced that the Dusk Palace Master overturned the battle, amassing 17 million points, ranking in the top 3. The top 3 on the level 8 Demon Slaughter list had always been the talk of primordial soul wizards during their leisure time. Levi's sudden entry stirred up a huge commotion. Others ascended the rankings step by step. He leapt straight to the top. Harvest looked at the newspaper, a hint of a smile on his lips. It seems my number 1 spot will not last. Leela, offer my congratulations to Dusk Palace Master, and congratulate him on advancing to the top 3. On a certain battlefield, a burly, red-skinned man with powerful arms soared across the sky. His palms were like machine guns, spewing endless blue fire bombs. Mushroom clouds of blue soared into the sky, rooting the demon army below. He was Fire God's hand Gatling, a 7-circle perfection wizard. He dominated the 3rd place rank for over a century. In his early years, he refined a powerful unique flame, the Bluebird Flame. Hence, he became world-renowned with his signature blue flames. Interesting, my 3rd place was actually taken. Gatling glanced calmly at the ranking list and sighed. Chapter 2084. No wonder Harvest praises him highly, young and full of potential indeed. When he had already made a name for himself, Levi was still an unknown newcomer. Now, this newcomer had already surpassed seasoned veterans like himself. In any case, this is a fortunate event for the wizard world. But who knows if he can endure the upcoming trials. Becoming famous comes with a price. The Council of 10,000 clans, demons, and even some potential unseen enemies would inevitably see Levi as a thorn in their side. He, Harvest, and the Light Divine Sword all relied on the shelter of a strong battle group, a team that was well coordinated and went through life and death together. In the Civil War, the power of the individual would ultimately have its limits. As a lone wolf, what should Levi do? Lucy stood before the map projection in the void. She frowned. The recent actions of the Burning Expeditionary Army are somewhat unusual. It seems the Nova commander has an expert advisor behind him. Upon hearing of Levi's rise to the top 3 of the demon-slaying list, she paused. She opened her communication device and sent a message. Congratulations, keep up the good work. The words were simple. When Levi, who was on the ancient dragon continent, read them, he felt a spark of warmth. Miss Lucy actually took the initiative to send me a message. Does it hold any special meaning? At the same time, news from the Black Abyss Walker arrived. The ones you killed are the offspring of 2 high-ranking demons in this blood battle. Be cautious going forward, to prevent the demons from retaliating desperately at any cost. Levi read the message, then contemplated the situation. The parents of this dragon descendant giant were both level 9 abyss commanders in this blood battle group. Mother of Copper Giants and the Dark Dragon. No wonder such a fool could advance to level 7. Speaking of which, the Dark Dragon is also a speed-typed dragon of the Dark Energy faction, dubbed along with the Ender Dragon as the Dark Double Dragons. The Ender Dragon was the ancestor of the Shadow-Winged Dragon. Levi gazed at the headless corpse as large as a mountain. The head, spiked club, and dragon scale shield lay beside it. Wait and see, big fool. I will make sure your family reunites. That day will not be far off. With the Black Abyss Walker's instructions, Levi knew that having killed such an important figure, it was not advisable to be reckless going forward. Now that his primordial spirit had broken through to level 10, he took this chance to consolidate. Using the primordial spirit as the framework, he fused the wizard forms within, signaling the unification of the witch and knight. This path was the correct one. Fusion was not irreversible. Levi could at any time separate the 9-headed Emperor Dragon to adapt to complex combat scenarios. After a brief moment in the spotlight, Levi faded into silence on the ancient dragon continent. Even 100 Flowers did not venture back to the god-forsaken continent, but focused on breaking through the mid-level night realm. As for the Council of 10,000 Clans, after the death of the Ancient, they stopped troubling the Gondor 3 heroes. However, every so often, reports came out of the wizard talents on the demon-slaying list being attacked by the Council. Levi speculated that either the Council had given up revenge on the Gondor 3 heroes and himself, or they were plotting something big. There was no good solution to break the deadlock. Strength was the hard truth. This was why Levi had the 3 avatars focus on cultivation, without concerning themselves too much with the demon-slaying list. Beside the Abyss Well, at the top of Demon Mountain, a huge dragon with wings like a dark cloud reaching the sky opened its eyes. "Phineas, our child was killed, and you are still sleeping." The speaker was a giantess. Her metallic luster shone brightly, and she stood a full 30,000 meters high. Her bosom was high and lofty, the true Twin Peaks. She was the mother of copper giants, Modanaz. "What? Who did it?" Phineas's eyes turned cold. A torrent of dragon's might swept across the void. The mother of giants grunted. It was a human, a genius from the wizard world, reportedly only at the level 7 initial realm. Phineas exclaimed in astonishment. "Our child, going all out, would be a match for even a level 7 late-stage demon, yet he died at the hands of a young human. Unbelievable. My dear, I know you are anxious, but do not worry. I will find a way to resolve this." The mother of giants retorted. "Humph, you better be telling the truth." With that, the towering mother giant thundered away. Phineas felt a gloomy chill. He dared not travel to Nora. He pondered over and over, finding no choice but to contact Nova. Nova's voice came through. "What is it, Phineas?" Phineas replied. "Nova, my son died on the god-forsaken continent." Nova answered. "On the battlefield, such incidents are quite routine, are they not? My old friend, I have to prioritize the bigger picture. I know who killed your son, and if the opportunity arises, I will avenge you," Phineas said. "Also, if my wife asks, just tell her I have already discussed it with you and am finding a solution." Nova laughed. "I understand." Time flew by. 6 years later, Nora calendar, year 330. During this time, Levi vanished once again from the public view, and the points on the demon-slaying list stopped once more. This made everyone realize. To Levi, demon hunting seemed to be just an occasional action. How terrifying would it be if he hunted demons full-time? People understood, as the top 10 on the demon-slaying list were mostly those at 7 rings perfection, or even at the maximum level. Those individuals no longer worried about spiritual force, merely refining their primordial soul spells to a satisfactory level before advancing to the 8th circle, whereas Levi was just an ordinary 7 rings, still requiring a significant amount of time to meditate. If he hunted demons full-time, it would undoubtedly delay his cultivation. Thus, during this period, the points for the Hand of Fire God steadily climbed, surpassing Levi and entering the top 3. Levi was not bothered by this. On the contrary, he was delighted. This honest competition was beneficial for the wizard civilization in enduring the blood battle. As time progressed, the cruelty of the war also started to unfold a century into the blood battle. The number of demons grew daily, and the demonic aura on the god-forsaken continent increased manifold. The advantage of fighting on home ground was gradually diminishing, and the demise of the Dragon Knight Wizard group was merely a mirror of the war. Another 4 years passed, reaching the 120th year of the blood battle. The blood battle store officially opened. The Burning Expedition Army and Deep Blue Expeditionary Army erupted in the largest battle ever on the god-forsaken continent. The frontline news kept pouring in, and battle reports were disseminated to various schools, drawing more demon-hunting wizards to the battlefield. During these 10 years, Levi and the floral couple remained on their estate, practicing cultivation in silence. Occasionally, when demons or 6th-level lords invaded the territory, he would not intervene. Others needed opportunities too, and those tiny rewards were insignificant in Levi's eyes. On this day, a commotion came from the Tower of Summer Flowers. A white giant dragon, enshrouded in celestial aura, draped in flora and blossoms, coiled around the sky dome. Chapter 2085. The Tower of Summer Flowers stood tall. 100 flowers neared her advancement. Levi emerged, trusting in her strength, yet still a bit worried, so he kept a personal watch. In the end, she effortlessly used a divine weapon to slash the phantom of the immortal banyan dragon to pieces. After breaking through, 100 flowers transformed, becoming a serpent-like white immortal banyan dragon, stretching 300 meters, exuding extraordinary momentum. This brought to mind the level 8 immortal banyan dragon from the witch family. Unknowingly, the distance between him and this dragon senior had become within reach. When his strength grew further, perhaps he could negotiate and trade with the immortal banyan dragon for more bloodline essence, thus aiding 100 flowers in the practice of the night. Having a readily available level 8 pure-blooded dragon clan without being able to use it felt like a waste. Naturally, Levi's bargaining chips were the dragon scale fruit and various treasures he had collected over the years that were beneficial to the dragon clan. Unlike a foolish dragon such as Andreas, Lady Yggdrasila did not favor mundane treasure without value. Of course, this matter was not urgent. The premise for negotiation was always his own strength. If Levi became a grand wizard, both the witch family and the immortal banyan dragon would undoubtedly come to curry favor with him. Level 6 now, the feeling of transforming into an immortal banyan dragon is truly amazing. 100 flowers noted, landing beside Levi. Congratulations, Night, Energy Sept, and Path of the Wizard, all have entered a new stage, Levi said. Seizing the opportunity, Levi discussed his idea of the unity of essence, chi, and spirit with 100 flowers. This world was different from his previous one. In his former world, some religious practices mentioned this theory. As the saying goes, when 3 flowers gathered at the top return to the root, the 5 chi chao yuan becomes transparent. Before coming to this world, Levi always believed unity of essence, chi, and spirit was the perfect state for transcending life to sainthood. But in the multidimensional plane, after witnessing so many races and civilizations, none practiced this method. Wizards pursued the ultimate spirit, seeking to spiritualize the body, completely discarding the mundane notion of physicality. Knights pursued an invincible body, using the bloodline path, converting the 6 dimensions from abstract concepts into a meat temple. The energy sect pursued an elusive mind, where mind is superior to matter, unfathomable. Gods ignited the divine fire through belief, gathering divine personas, forming an immortal divine body. The abyss, nightmare, even barbarian tribes, golden absolutes race, amethyst race, in countless worlds, extraordinary paths varied greatly, most not exceeding these 3 major categories, essence, chi, and spirit. Yet no civilization practiced systemic cultivation of all 3, raising them comprehensively. After hearing Levi's idea, 100 Flowers was first incredulous, then found some sense in it. If unity of essence, chi, and spirit could be achieved, perhaps these extraordinary paths could also merge together, becoming an inconceivable existence, creating unimaginable miracles. 100 Flowers gazed at the sky dome, silently vowing inwardly. She would strive to reach level 9 on all 3 paths, and witness different landscapes. First, stabilize your realm. The blood battle auction begins at the year end. We shall visit then, Levi suggested. 100 Flowers laughed. All right, I have been too tense these years. Let us relax a bit. After explaining the essentials of level 6 cultivation to 100 Flowers, they immersed themselves in training for a dozen days. In a sage-like state, Levi returned to the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. It has been a long time since I have been this relaxed, he noted. He paused before a massive rectangular pool, 5 kilometers in diameter. The crimson pool water emanated an aura of mysterious and vast power. A giant figure of 3,000 meters in length was submerged within. On its bronze skin were intricate arrays and rune patterns. In the path of refining corpse demons, even as a half-baked school of death wizard, I can outperform many specialized wizards, Levi reasoned. For corpse demons, the key is choosing the right body. The rest are mere embellishments. This dragon descendant giant body is the top grade of top grades, possessing the strength and physical defense of a copper giant, along with the speed of a dark dragon, simply perfect. To match this corpse demon, Levi spared no expense. In this pool of blood, he added 4 kinds of level 7 metals and 12 kinds of level 6 metals. He spent 5 billion ether stones, purchasing the highest grade refining materials from the School of Death. The cost of this corpse demon was unimaginable to an ordinary 7-circle wizard. But for someone like Levi with spending power, it was doable. Additionally, he creatively integrated wings from the level 7 mid-stage famine slaughterer onto the sides of the corpse demon's arms. Its arms now could act like the blades of a blade warrior. It could smash with a spiked club or slash like a mantis with blades. In a few decades it will be complete, Levi contemplated. By then, with the strength of this corpse demon, facing a normal 7-circle perfect wizard will not be a problem. It can battle on the front line and serve as my combat practice partner. In truth, Levi also considered giving this big guy over to crimson enslavement. But for safety, he dismissed the idea. Its parents were great lords of the abyss, immensely powerful. Leaving it alive bore too many uncertainties. Making it into a corpse demon was safer. With the quality of this corpse demon, it would suffice for Levi before advancing to the 8th circle. Chapter 2086. Preserving the living dragon descendant giant proves ineffective. As a longevity species, its advancement moves too slowly. It cannot keep pace with Levi's progress, and will eventually face elimination. Just like the dragons Levi has been nurturing, they assist in battles initially, but later, they only serve as materials for bloodline potions. Or perhaps they serve as mascots. Given the intensity of the enemies Levi faces now, if they travel to the godforsaken continent for demon hunting, they will not last long. They belong in the nightmare world, where they can open new lands and vent their excess energy. Leon remains one of the rare beings in the multidimensional plane capable of keeping up with Levi's advancement speed. Levi returns to the small stone pond, continuing to retreat and meditate. After 10 years of cultivation, Levi's spiritual force has increased to 8,630 points. The sensation grows clear. After possessing the Thunder God body, the speed of his spiritual force's increase, already fast, has accelerated further. Previously, under full cultivation, it increased by less than 10 points a year. Now, it reaches as much as 12 to 13 points. At this rate, in about 30 years, he will become a senior 7th ring. In terms of spells, possessing the Thunder God body makes the cultivation of the Thunder Beast technique feel divinely assisted. Currently, it sits at level 15, and the progress bar has moved halfway. The cultivation speed of Thunder element spells now matches those fire spells, blessed by the Crimson Emperor Dragon. The microlysis technique has also reached level 14 at a 6th circle standard. The Summon Hell King spell has reached level 15, granting the qualification to summon a contract with a 7-circle undead. Levi utilized this on the evil spirit monarch within the giant whale king. This spares a slot for crimson enslavement, leaving 3 vacancies now. In the rune language aspect, Full Rune has reached level 5. Combined with the Destiny coin and abilities like Danger Perception and Nightmare Warning, Levi avoids calamities and foresees fortunes with increasing skill. The Path of the Knights, the Nightmare Traveler, has reached the limit of level 6. Like the Death Ember Dragon, once the advancement potion materials are ready, it can advance. The biggest progress comes in combat techniques. The Whale Emperor Power Book has reached its limit. Levi merged it into the Extreme Dao Strategies 10 Evil Martial Arts, triggering the Sky Whale Path state. The Sky Whale Path grants gigantic transformation, unrivaled divine power, and the opening slash. Wandering Snake 9 changes reached level 6, and Infinite Blade Technique reached level 4. Both have seen breakthroughs. Levi waves his hand, lining up models of 7-circle spells. Some are purchased, others are spoils of war, and a portion come from the memories of 7-circle wizards Levi has killed. So far, Levi has not killed many 7-circle wizards. He counts only 2. The Water General and the Golden Prince. The 7-circle spells obtained from the Water General's memory are all ancient spells, basically outdated, with nothing excellent among them. The Golden Prince's spells, however, proved quite good, forming the foundation of the Letny family. After careful selection, Levi chooses 3 spells for his next cultivation tasks. He leaves the rest for cultivation once this batch nears completion. These 3 spells are Heavenly Net Lightning, Undying Thunder, and Basic Fortune Coin. The first 2 represent primordial soul spells mastered by the Golden Prince. Heavenly Net Lightning, an excellent grade spell, summons a vast web of lightning capable of sealing the void, controlling enemies, and boasting strong attack power. Undying Thunder, a top-grade spell, shrouds the body in lightning. It forms an ultra-dense lightning vortex able to repel most physical and magical attacks. Cultivated to the limit, it supposedly withstands a full strike from an 8-circle ordinary wizard. However, this spell proves extremely hard to master. The Golden Prince, with thunder element talents, took over 100 years just to barely master it. For Levi, with his panel and thunder god body, it should pose no problem. He might learn slightly more thunder spells next to utilize his thunder god body and Black Oblivion divine thunder traits. Overall, flames and lightning serve as absolute killing spells. They remain his primary goal in spell cultivation. Basic Fortune Coin comes as a gift from the Black Abyss Walker, not purchased. This spell requires mastering Destiny Coin as a premise for learning. Compared to Destiny Coin, it proves more challenging and stronger. Destiny Coin merely informs you whether fortune or misfortune approaches. Basic Fortune Coin allows you to grasp a shred of changing misfortune, letting it turn toward benefit. This sounds mysterious, yet it can indeed change things. It functions just like Levi's luck rune, which can take effect. Otherwise, Levi's luck would not remain so good. Since it is Basic Fortune Coin, subsequent sequential spells must exist. The 8th Circle Intermediate Fortune Coin, the 9th Circle Advanced Fate Coin, and the legendary spell Dice of Destiny. The creator of this series of Destiny spells, the Deep Blue Sage, has already fallen. Of course, after conversing with Roger that day, Levi suspects that the Deep Blue Sage has merely reincarnated. The sage probably chose rebirth in this era, though the identity remains unknown. These legendary wizards, before becoming grand wizards or legendary wizards, often do not reveal themselves proactively. They likely fear enemies' revenge from previous lifetimes. To create spells involved in such elusive paths as Destiny, the Deep Blue Sage's power remains indisputable. Chapter 2087. The object plummeted. Levi tightened his jaw, considering the sheer power required to force such a drop. The unknown enemy weighed on his mind. After witnessing the erratic nature of the Destiny Coin, Levi braced himself for the challenge of the Basic Fortune Coin. Over the next 6 months, he poured his focus into spell cultivation. Soon, Heavenly Net Lightning and Undying Thunder reached the entry level. Yet, the Basic Fortune Coin remained elusive. By the year's end, both thunder spells had reached a proficient level. The fortune-changing spell finally crested the entry level. It appeared on the proficiency panel. Levi let out a long, shuddering sigh of relief. If it makes it onto the panel, it is good, Levi muttered to the empty room. From here, it is just a matter of steady cultivation. It will reach its maximum without obstacles. The communication device chimed in his pocket. Levi pulled it out and read the notification. The first blood battle auction would begin in 3 days, located in the Central Realm. 100 Flowers, now stabilized at the mid-level Night Realm, hurried to find Levi. She seemed excited. Madame Triss walked beside her. Levi realized he had not seen her in a long time. Her spiritual force had climbed significantly. She must have found her own opportunities over the years. 100 Flowers flashed a smile. Levi, let us go. Levi returned the smile. He turned to the other woman. You came as well, madam. Then let us go together. To be safe, he tapped out a message asking Lord Victor to guard the ancient dragon continent for a time. During the blood battle, one slip meant everything could be lost. After refining the silver cloak, Victor's aura sharpened. His spiritual force surged by 60 points. His talent in the metal faction advanced, birthing a special affinity called Order Silver. His cultivation smoothed into a rapid ascent. The second refinement of an oddity failed to create a special spiritual creature. With Victor's secret sword flow techniques, he likely had no need for one, yet Levi still hoped Victor might one day own a spiritual creature like Sword Spirit Fleur. The three avatars would sit this auction out. Gondef and the Holy Infant retreated into solitude years ago, offering little news. The two made a full sprint toward the Seven Ring Realm. Alexandra and Elsie hunted demons on the godforsaken continent, honing their primordial soul spells through endless battle. They remained a long way from the seventh circle. Each had mastered only 7 witch marks. The Holy Infant hinted that they could pursue 15 witch marks if conditions allowed. Given their specific talents, 12 seemed to be their hard maximum. Without the extended lifespan of dragon descendant wizards, they would not dare to even dream of 12. The Central Realm. The Blood Battle Store. Primordial Soul wizards not engaged in the war flocked to the century-old event. Few below the Primordial Soul realm attended. Those who did showed faces etched with weariness. Even the toughest minds succumbed to the exhaustion of a 100-year war. The auction featured high specification, valuable items. The organizers intended to drain the wallets of the old Primordial Soul antiques. Levi brought 2,500,000,000 in cash. 100 Flowers contributed 500 million. The three avatars provided another 2 billion. In total, Levi could command 5 billion ether stones on the spot. Even an 8th circle wizard might hesitate to be this extravagant. This was liquid cash, not tied up in fixed assets. Senior Levi, Sir Rust Dragon Wizard approached. He had achieved the 6th circle perfection, a testament to a slow and steady build-up. He reached the 6th circle after 1,000 years. Since entering the Primordial Soul, his progress had smoothed, offering hope for the 7th circle. A powerful man in golden robes stood beside him. Levi recognized him as the president of the Dragon Descendant Priory, Mr. Golden Dragon, Miania. His power clearly resided in the 8 environments. He appeared no weaker than the old witch. Rumor claimed his father was the chief of the metallic dragons, the Golden Radiant Dragon. Like the father of his second brother, the Purgatory Black King Dragon, the Golden Radiant Dragon reigned as a mythical level dragon. I greet Senior Golden Dragon, Sir Rust. It has been a long time. Levi exchanged the standard pleasantries. Because of Ace's involvement, his relations with the Dragon Descendant Priory remained cordial. He had interacted with them on several key occasions in the past. Miania laughed. Sir Levi, your performance in the blood battle puts us old men to shame. His current points on the 9th level demon slaying list lagged behind Levi's. As the head of the Priory, he seldom participated in demon hunting. After the courtesies ended, Miania invited Levi to visit the Dragon Descendant Priory when he found the time. He mentioned that Alexandra's father wanted to meet him. Levi frowned, puzzled. He could not fathom why such a legendary creature wanted an audience. Many Primordial Soul wizards, familiar or total strangers, took the initiative to greet him. Levi sighed. Fame changed everything. He stiffened. A hint of hostility, a barely perceptible killing intent, pricked at his senses. His gaze shifted to the corner. A grey-robed wizard stood there, exuding raw death energy. The man chatted and laughed with a peer, his demeanor appearing perfectly normal. He clearly belonged to the Death Sept. Levi scrutinized him, certain he had never met the man before. Puzzlement gnawed at him. How had he offended a stranger? It could not be. Aside from that fiery flame servant, everyone else he had offended was already dead. Chapter 2088. If you cannot figure it out, stop thinking about it. 100 Flowers nudged Levi. Accompanied by her and Triss, Levi headed toward the auction venue. His figure faded into the crowd. A grey-robed wizard lingered near the entrance. He watched Levi's back. The Dusk Palace Master is extraordinary. I met him in person, and his spiritual force fluctuation nears a senior 7 circle level. The vastness of his vitality makes me feel as if I am facing a giant dragon. Dual cultivation of body and spirit is a rare existence within the organization. Fortunately, I did not act rashly. I took the time to investigate. The grey-robed wizard, Lo, served as a Primordial Soul wizard of the School of Death, specifically the Undead Spirit Steeple. His strength reached 7 circle perfection. He possessed a withdrawn personality and seldom made friends or enemies. Within the Primordial Soul circle, his fame remained low. However, he possessed another special identity. He acted as the duplication of a strong figure in the Council of 10,000 Clans, the Blood Vortex Venerable. Long ago, the Blood Vortex Venerable set his sights on the Golden Dominator. The Golden Dominator rarely showed up. Coupled with the fact that the blood battle had not yet commenced, the Venerable never seized the opportunity to strike. But now, as Levi's fame gradually spread in the wizard world, those with intentions traced him to the Golden Dominator. Currently, Levi's bounty value in the Council of 10,000 Clans had skyrocketed, along with his fame. Just recently, after he entered the top 3 of the demon-slaying list, the organization increased the bounty again. They offered 1 level 9 combat treasure, or 1 Turtle King Holy Fruit, that could extend life by 1,000 years. This intrigued many venerables within the organization, and even some hidden ones. A level 9 treasure needed no explanation. Everyone coveted it. The Turtle King Holy Fruit drove people even crazier. Not everyone in the Council of 10,000 Clans chose the path of a plain sovereign. Among the countless treasures in the world, life extension treasures held the most value for most life forms. Especially for wizards, being alive meant having hope and all possibilities. Lo only recently advanced to 7 circle perfection. His lifespan sat only 200 years away from its limit. His spiritual force remained 1,000 points away from reaching the maximum. The 7 circle which mark he mastered was also 3 marks short of the minimum standard. He still needed to prepare the necessary promotion potions and other hard-to-find items. 200 years proved entirely insufficient. If he obtained the Turtle King Holy Fruit and extended his life by 1,000 years, even if he were a pig, he could prepare everything. He might even be able to brand more witch marks and strive for the 8th circle. The Dusk Palace Master is my last hope. The next operation must succeed and cannot fail. After 100 years, when my level 7 peak blood slaughter bat dragon awakens, it will evolve to a level 8 complete form. With its assistance, along with the trump cards bestowed by my true form, if I still fail to kill this person, then even if I die, I will have no regrets. Instead of a pointless death from old age, it is better to take a gamble. The Land of Darkness existed within the Sauron Plain, a medium-sized world filled with swamps and mist. An underwater palace piled with white bones lay silent. A monster wearing a blood robe, with a leech-like lower body, opened its eyes. This great plain convergence might see the council of 10,000 clans win, and that would be well and good. A powerful ancient one would make Nora their sovereign plane. We, the various big and small dominators, would become secondary plane sovereigns, benefiting from one person's success. But if the council ultimately loses, I must leave myself a good escape route. If Lo can advance to the 8th circle, I will abandon this turbolarian body and become a human. Although human lifespan is short, with their growth potential, becoming a grand wizard is not impossible, given the right opportunities. The theoretical reform and evolution of wizardry have never stopped. Being human has many advantages. The Blood Vortex Venerable despised putting all his eggs in one basket. He meticulously created those duplications to explore more possibilities. The Blood Battle auction concluded after a day of bidding wars. Levi and his group left with their pockets emptied. This auction presented many good items. During the competition for these items, tension arose, but this was the central realm. No one dared to cause trouble. On the returning spaceship, 100 Flowers smiled. Sister Triss is really rich. She bought an 8 billion Morning Star level oddity just like that. Triss rolled her eyes at 100 Flowers. If you were a 7-ring alchemist like me, you would realize making money is not as hard as you think. 100 Flowers agreed with this deeply. Indeed, I am just a 6-ring alchemist now, but I have already saved a lot of expenses. Looking at it now, the profits you great pharmacists make are really high. Triss laughed. Keep working hard. 6-ring is just the beginning. However, when it comes to having money, your Levi is richer. He spent 23 billion just like that on an 8 billion virtualization ceremony array, and a 15 billion void god crystal. Levi stood in a daze, the grey-robed wizard still playing on his mind. He decided to investigate that wizard in secret. He needed to find a way to deal with him, to strike first and gain the upper hand. The hostility from that opponent was not ordinary. It was genuine killing intent. He strongly suspected that person acted as a spy from the council of 10,000 clans or the abyss. However, this person was a 7-circle perfect wizard. If action was taken, it must succeed in one attempt. Once he advanced to senior 7 circle, and the dragon descendant giant corpse demon was approximately refined. Chapter 2089. There was a 100% chance of silently assassinating this person. He decided to find an opportunity to get rid of him at that time, which would prevent any future complications. Levi, what are you thinking about? 100 Flowers asked. She watched him, noting how deep in thought he appeared. Levi turned away from his notes. Nothing, just studying the virtualization array. He chose not to involve 100 Flowers in his plan. The thought of the kill remained, but he pushed it to the back of his mind for the moment. He reached into his storage and withdrew a crystal ball. Inside the sphere lay the design schematics for the virtualization ceremony array. The virtualization ceremony served as a necessary step. It transformed the primordial soul into an illusion soul, before ascending to the 8th circle. To seclude oneself and ascend to the 8th circle, one must work within a virtualization array. The array itself was not difficult, merely a normal 7-circle array. However, the materials needed for its construction were extremely precious, beyond the reach of ordinary 7-circle wizards. Consequently, the virtualization arrays in the wizard world remained mostly in the hands of top wizard organizations. 7-circle perfect wizards generally paid a high price to rent them from these top groups for their advancement. In fact, many wizard organizations, to weaken nomadic wizards or other organizations' strength and reduce competition, would not rent them out. This situation created a bottleneck. However, in recent years, the Wizard Council had aimed to weaken the privileges of top wizard organizations. In Gondor City and some large nether capitals, there were official virtualization array points. Faced with such a situation, Levi decided to build his own. When he saw the schematics at the auction, he immediately bought them. By building it in the Tower of Dawn, not only could he use it, but other organization members could also use it in the future. He would solve the problem once and for all. As for the Void God Crystal, it also remained necessary for ascending to the 8th circle. Virtualization involved using the virtualization ceremony to integrate the power of the Void God Crystal into one's primordial spirit. Thereby it shaped a true illusion soul. Thus, the difficulty of ascending to the 8th circle was even higher than that of the 7th circle. It was precisely these hurdles that had blocked brilliant wizards from becoming grand wizards. This time, he brought 2.5 billion ether stones to the auction, and just those 2 items cost him 2.3 billion. For the last 200 million, he bought a dark treasure map. A dark treasure map was a treasure map located in the Land of Darkness, across multiple planes. Some traveling wizards, while exploring different planes, recorded the coordinates and clues of some ancient ruins they discovered, but could not explore. Upon returning to the wizard world, for various reasons, they remained unwilling to explore again, and did not want to waste their travel efforts. So they sold the treasure maps to others for a small profit. These places were often especially remote, and the authenticity of the ruins remained dubious. Even if the information proved real, the ruins were likely quite dangerous. The worst part involved overcoming countless challenges, obstacles, and dangers to enter the innermost part of the ruins, only to find nothing valuable inside. After all, the wizards who sold treasure maps were not fools. If something could be easily obtained, they would obviously keep it for themselves. Therefore, a dark treasure map was also known as a treasure gamble, or a relic blind box. Levi bought this treasure map because the clues mentioned something he felt very interested in. He sought the undying bird. According to the map, he knew that outside the ruins, there were charred pillars with undying bird carvings, and at night, a massive shadow of a divine bird could be seen flying out from the ruins. The traveling wizard speculated from this that something related to the undying bird might lie inside the ruins. At the same time, he warned wizards seeking treasure. The plane where the ruins were located sat particularly far from Nora. Theoretically, even a seventh circle wizard, traveling non-stop, would take 100 years to reach it. Considering rest and various unforeseen events along the way, it would take at least 200 years to arrive. Such a long journey harbored significant risks and uncertainties. Black beasts, alien races, and many unimaginable natural disasters could all claim the life of a primordial soul wizard. The ruins themselves seem to have been left by an ancient 8th circle wizard, likely with powerful trap arrays and ruins guardians inside. Thus, without the corresponding strength, one should proceed with caution. If any issue arose, the seller took no responsibility. After reading, Levi decided that once he advanced to become a senior 7th circle wizard, he would take a trip. With his traveling the void ability, his travel speed surpassed that of a normal 7th circle wizard by 30 times. In about 6 or 7 years, he could arrive. Given his lifespan, the duration remained entirely acceptable. His Death Ember Dragon still needed 7th level Undying Bird Bloodline Essence to advance. Having searched the wizard world for so long without any news, Levi had considered visiting advanced instances like the underworld himself. Now that a clue existed, he had to give it a try. The items for ascending to the 8th circle were truly expensive. Just one Void God crystal cost 1.5 billion. For the first time, he felt like a poor guy. He essentially bled financially at this auction, with little cash left. Fortunately, his 3 avatars had 2 billion in savings available as an emergency fund. Levi did not feel very worried. He had many organizations under his control, and the Fire Dragon shop served as his reserve fund. It remained foreseeable that the potion for breaking through to the 8th circle would be even more costly. Chapter 2090. Levi's cultivation speed prevents him from asking Triss for help with alchemy. For future promotions, he must either concoct a lower quality 7 circle breakthrough potion himself, or ask Miss Lucy to refine an 8 circle grade 1 for him. Bothering a grand wizard like the Black Abyss Walker remains outside his consideration for now. Lo watched the departing airship and cursed inwardly. That damn Levi, how is he so wealthy? Just after ascending to the 7 circle, he is richer than me. My Void God Crystal. Whether borrowing the wizard organizations or the official Nether Capital's virtualization array, one must prepare their own Void God Crystal. At this auction, he, along with several 7 circle perfection old antiques, fiercely competed for this item. In the end, a mundane 7 circle Levi barged in halfway, offering 1,500,000,000 ether stones, concluding it decisively. Dusk Palace Master. Now there is another reason to kill you. My opportunity to ascend the 8th circle is in your hands. Time flew by. 6 years later, Nora year 340. The 126th year of the blood battle. Levi has not gone demon hunting on the godforsaken continent for 16 years. On the level 8 demon slaughter list, his rank has dropped to 5th, overshadowed by others. Among the entire top 10, besides Levi, they are all battle group leaders. Over the years, with the demon's backlash, every few years news arrives of a primordial soul wizard fallen due to war. The good news is that more 5 circle wizards have seized the opportunity in this 100+ year blood battle to ascend to the primordial soul. Fresh blood remains enough to support the war's consumption. As of now, there is no news about any 9 circle wizards fall. During special periods, even if they fall, the official might not necessarily announce it. War requires confidence. If the people below feel despair, morale will surely plummet. Ancient Dragon Continent. Dusk Holy Temple, the back mountain area. Between heaven and earth, wind and clouds gather. A phantom of a giant dragon as black as iron appears. Steel Dragon Knight Andrew flies out. He holds the wrought steel sword, dons the steel dragon armor, and a shadow of a black iron fortress appears behind him. Dragons hovering above the fortress. My blood tribulation is coming. According to the commander's experience, the dark tribulation follows. Andrew's original breathing technique was the Iron Dragon breathing technique, merely excellent quality. Later, he fused with the legendary bloodline factor Molten Steel Dragon, creating the legendary Steel Dragon breathing method. Though only legendary, as a new bloodline, it goes against destiny. In the distance, the black armored swordsman's figure quietly appears, standing with arms crossed. Andrew is finally reaching level 6. Levi muses to himself. He calculates with his fingers. Andrew is now over 600 years old. The once high-spirited youth is now an elder of the Dusk Holy Temple. Levi pays such close attention because of Andrew's formidable wizard and knight talent and his research ability. He must preserve Andrew's life. He believes that with Andrew's strength, even with the dark tribulation, it will be fine. Andrew is smart. He has made many preparations for Knight level 6. Besides divine weaponry and combat techniques polished to the maximum, he recently became a Primordial Soul Wizard. Moreover, he is a 9 talents Primordial Soul Wizard. Not long after becoming a Primordial Soul, he successfully comprehended the Primordial Spirit, completing all these before starting the Knight's Tribulation. Thus, as long as he gets through the Blood Tribulation, the Dark Tribulation, with the Primordial Spirit and Wizard abilities, naturally will not be an issue. Soon, Andrew successfully and safely slays the Iron Dragon and Molten Steel Dragon Phantoms. Flames like molten iron ignite on him, emitting a true level 6 aura. At this moment, beyond the crystal wall, a mid-level 6 black beast roars its arrival. Andrew has no time to rest. He swings his sword into flames. Scorching iron pours out. A fierce battle with the black beast ensues. Levi frowns. My dark tribulation did not have a mid-level 6 black beast. For Andrew, it should be easier than mine. How could it be this way? Is the dark tribulation random because Andrew is less lucky? Or am I too lucky and my dark tribulation was randomly set to an easy difficulty? Just having ascended, Andrew faces an unimaginable adversary. He unhesitatingly uses wizard means. Suddenly, a 300-meter-tall knight phantom clad in a red cloak and wearing silver armor appears. This is his wizard form, Silver Knight. Whoosh. A sword as red-hot as if freshly forged drops into the Silver Knight's hand. The sword is Andrew's Primordial Spirit, Burning Steel Sword. Primordial Spirit and wizard form also achieve a kind of perfect coordination. Following battles, the contest becomes fierce. Although in Levi's eyes, it looks like chickens pecking at each other, for the Twilight Knights, it marks a milestone. Besides him, another knight has comprehended the Primordial Spirit, embarking on an extraordinary path. Ultimately, Andrew, newly ascended to level 6, independently slays the Black Beast. He is pallid, exhausted, spiritually drained. Upon consuming medicine, he immediately meditates to recover. Levi applauds. Congratulations to the Steel Dragon Knight for advancing to level 6. Andrew bows, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for the commander's support over the years. At last, I have not failed your expectations. Upon hearing Andrew's promotion, the commanders patrolling across the ancient dragon continent send their congratulations. Steel Dragon Knight is the last to advance to level 6 among the middle generation knights. In previous years, the Silver Dragon, Dark Moon, Thousand Illusions, and 100 Flowers have successively reached level 6. Even the new generations Jade Elephant Knight and Snow Dragon Knight have ascended to level 6 earlier. These two were lucky, precisely having top level 7 grade secret medicine, surpassing predecessors. However, Steel Dragon was the latest, mainly because of making myriad preparations for the Dark Tribulation. It turns out that his planning was correct. Given today's Dark Tribulation difficulty, if carelessly ascending, it would not have been this smooth. After a simple celebration, Steel Dragon Knight consolidates his realm, and then immerses himself in work. Having talent, being diligent, and neither arrogant nor impatient, staying steady and strong, he deserves such achievement. Levi continues his seclusion. Before achieving Senior 7 ring status, he does not plan to return to the godforsaken continent. Time swiftly passes, another 20 years. Nora year 360. Levi is also 784 years old, nearing 800. To quickly enhance his spiritual force, he instructs his organization members to purchase some soul artifact fragments from the Blood Battle Battleground market. Although their effect is not as good as the Soul Stone, it saves him considerable cultivation time. 20 years ignoring worldly concerns, focusing on cultivation. His rank on the Demon Slayer list drops to 10th, becoming the gatekeeper. The top 3 on the Demon Slayer list remain those 3 old brothers. A while ago, Destruction Realm Thunder became the first of the 7 Circle Wizards to break past 100 million points, shaking the wizard world. To date, the blood battle has lasted for 146 years. This speed, apart from Levi, indeed no one can match. The second and third also exceed 90 million. Regarding the Dusk Palace Master's recluse, many are regretful. They believe that if he tries harder, surely he could quickly seize first place. But it seems this one is somewhat lazy, idling 3 days and working 2 days. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Beside the small stone pond, Levi's aura is steadier and his presence more immense than ever. His hand rests on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 9,000 out of 13,079. Promotion to 7 circles took 80 years. Finally a Senior 7 ring. He stands, stretching his muscles. Although he wishes to continue in seclusion, he has urgent matters ahead. 3 years later, after 500 years, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm reopens. He needs to prepare. Chapter 2091. Although the resources in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm cannot compare to the Dark Ancient Tower, it contains the demon dragon grass that Levi needs the most. Over the years of demon hunting, he has obtained 6 batches of flame demon materials. What he lacks is the demon dragon grass. With the demon dragon grass, he can satisfy the advancement of the Holy Infant and Gonduf. He can also auction off the Flame Demon Potion. This top-grade potion fetches 1 billion per vial, which is more than enough. The last time the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opened, Levi obtained the Fire Dragon Fruit, Dragon Scale Tree, and other rare plants. This time, his strength is far beyond his previous level, and he is sure to reap a good harvest. Since coming to the God-forsaken continent, Levi has been cultivating in seclusion for more than 30 years. Finally, he has raised his spiritual force to the threshold of a senior 7-circle wizard. He has only been advanced to 7 circles for 80 years. There are only 3,000 spiritual force points left until the limit of the 7th level. With Levi's cultivation speed, he is expected to enter the 8th environment within 300 years. By then, he will be just 1,100 years old. With the lifespan of a 4,000-year 8-circle wizard, he can be considered rather young. Throughout history, those who advance to the 8th circle before the age of 2,000 serve as figures of phoenix-like talent among primordial soul wizards. Many primordial soul wizards reach almost 3,000 years of age when they advance to the 8th circle. With only 1,000 years left, it is basically hopeless to become a grand wizard. Apart from the increase in spiritual force, his spell cultivation has also made great progress. The 2 major 7th circle killing moves, 7 Suns Falling Domain, and Thunder Beast Technique, have all been refined to the limit of level 17. With his talent of ether dominance, and the aptitude of Thunder God Body, and the spell power increase from the previously refined Truth Oddity, plus the augmentation of Dark Death Flame, and Black Annihilation Divine Thunder, these 2 7th circle spells have already become his most powerful means of slaughter. Perhaps only the full state of Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist can surpass them. Though he has not practiced them in battle, these 2 major spells should be enough to pose a considerable threat to an ordinary 8-circle wizard. Microlysis technique has been cultivated to level 15, already effective against primordial soul wizards. But until now, Levi has not used this spell against real life. His test subjects remain mountain rocks and dead objects. Summon Hell King has also reached its limit, and Levi won another quota to summon 7-circle hell creatures. Heavenly Net Lightning and Undying Thunder, these 2 spells of the Letni family, have also been cultivated to level 16 in the 7 environments. The most difficult luck-changing coin has also reached level 15. In an instant, the 9-headed Emperor Dragon Witch Minister emerged, flashing with 27 6th circle witch marks and 7 7th circle witch marks, shining with colorful brilliance. After breaking through the small realm, the momentum and form of the Witch Minister also increased accordingly. Although he is only at a senior 7th circle level in cultivation, the witch marks have already reached the minimum standard of 7 rings perfection. He just needs to refine the spiritual force to 11,000 points, and he can advance to 7 rings perfection. Compared to the rapid progress of wizard cultivation, these years, the speed of night practice has been somewhat unsatisfactory. The Crimson Emperor Dragon has been advanced to level 7 for 150 years, yet has not entered the middle stage of level 7. The Golden Brilliance Dragon and other level 7 breathing techniques lag even further behind. After level 7, the night becomes more difficult than the wizard, mainly due to the secret medicine. Regarding this, Levi has not found a good solution. There is no perfect transcendent path in this world, as there are always gains and losses. Knights rely on bloodline power, and breakthroughs are much easier than wizards. One only needs to look at the success rate of level 6 in the Dusk Holy Temple. But similarly, relying on bloodline power also restricts the user based on that bloodline, unlike wizards, who have more space for self-expression. However, the level 7 demonized Earth Split Dragon can soon be purified, and then the cultivation speed of the Golden Brilliance Dragon should improve significantly. The current wizard cultivation is already on the fast track, so there is no need to worry too much. Next, Levi will spend more time traveling to other planes, to the Land of Darkness, seeking more advanced sub-dragons to pave the way for night practice and advancement. Additionally, the breakthrough of the Nightmare Dragon and Death Ember Dragon needs to be accelerated. After returning from the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, Levi plans to travel the God-forsaken continent for a while to hunt demons, gather 1 billion war merits to exchange for the Bright Moon artifact, and then travel to the plane indicated by the treasure map. Levi opened the Book of Starforge Runes, intending to choose another rune language to learn. With his current spiritual force, he can learn many rune languages. But with limited energy and time, he can only select the most useful ones for research. He now masters 6 rune languages. Strength, Chariot, Hermit, Lovers, Moon, and Fool represent strength, speed, invisibility, luck, lifespan, and astrology, which are these 6 dimensions. The Strength and Chariot runes were cultivated to level 15 some time ago, providing an increase of 180%. Besides, the abilities of Astral Soul Horned Bull and Astral Soul Pegasus have each been enhanced. The Horned Bull is mainly offensive, so Levi does not use it much. The most commonly used is Pegasus, also called horse carriage. Its travel distance increased from 6,000 miles to 10,000 miles. That means he can instantly travel 10,000 miles away. In addition to other level 7 techniques, such as Scarlet Divine Palace, and Void Physique obtained from refining Void Oddity, and his Void Travel method as a 7-circle wizard, and a level 7 knight, 1 breath to travel 30,000 miles through the void is not an issue. What concept is this? If he were in some small planes, Levi could traverse the world in 1 breath. Chapter 2092. As long as Levi possessed the opportunity for void travel, no one below a grand wizard could catch up with him. An 8th-circle wizard traversed only 10,000 miles of the void in a short time. Afterward, they recovered spiritual force and entered a longer cooldown period. This distance still fell far short of a grand wizard. According to information from the Black Abyss Walker, a 9th-circle wizard started at 100,000 miles of void traversal. Such powerful sorcerers mastered various void techniques, traveling even farther. Legendary wizards required no mention. Even more exaggerated examples, such as the Dragon Flame God, existed. His legendary spells transcended the limitations of space. He performed a nuclear strike on Nora across the entire map, a feat beyond Levi's current understanding. The Lover's Rune also approached level 11. By then, he anticipated summoning a new astral soul. Levi anticipated the event. The Moon Rune and Fool Rune currently showed no breakthrough. These two runes proved far more difficult than the others. As for the Hermit Rune, Levi lacked the means to cultivate it. It had long since reached its limit. The proficiency panel showed no advancement, which was the most outrageous aspect. Levi analyzed the situation. He believed the source of power no longer existed. If these runes symbolized a powerful sorcerer, then the one behind the Hermit Rune, in all probability, was gone. But even so, the Hermit Rune remained Levi's most important divine skill. It remained stronger than most concealing breath and invisibility spells in the wizard world. After browsing through the Book of Starforged Runes, Levi selected the strongest rune language he could grasp: the Magic Rune. The book described this rune as capable of improving the spellcasting rhythm and speed of a wizard tool. Based on previous cultivation patterns, Levi inferred that this rune enhanced casting speed. He went straight to work, comprehending the Magic Rune. A month later, he opened his eyes, weary. Even with 7-circle spiritual force and knowledge, it took a month just to start. This rune was not simple. He viewed the proficiency panel. Levi, Magic Rune Level 1, 1/1000, Special Effect Power of the Spirit Rat Constellation. Power of the Spirit Rat Constellation. Level 10. The rune language communicates with the Spirit Rat Constellation. The power of stars enhances your casting speed. Current casting enhancement is 10%. The enhancement was in casting speed, just as he guessed. A joyful expression crossed his face. Generally, wizards improved casting speed through wizard tools. Whether apprentices used magic wands or wizards later utilized scepters, the significant function of these wizard tools involved reducing casting speed and accelerating the casting rhythm. Levi's ancient tower scepter also possessed this function, although he cast most spells without a staff. These enhancements were relatively ordinary, barely better than nothing. For a primordial soul wizard, the most commonly used means was the innate spell. These served as ordinary attacks, cast with a thought, lacking spell incantations, casting actions, or materials. Primordial soul spells were generally cast when controlling an enemy, or with teammates supporting. Otherwise, enemies were not foolish. During casting, they could completely break the spell. Levi's typical battle strategy utilized a primordial spirit, or summoned creatures, to restrain the enemy. Then, either using wizard forms or casting primordial soul spells himself, he delivered the final blow. Most wizards employed similar combat tactics, except they lacked a primordial spirit, relying only on wizard forms. The Magic Rune gave him hope to use primordial soul spells as innate spells. Do not regard it as a mere 10% increase. It might seem insignificant now, but once the level rose, enhancing by 100% or even 200%, it would prove vital. Primordial soul spells held high power, but suffered from the drawback of long casting times, consuming significant spell power and spiritual force. With the Magic Rune, this drawback would gradually be compensated until it neared casting with a thought. In the near future, Levi could raise his hand to deliver Eamon's eternal blazing Sunday. Slaying gods and demons would be thrilling. After initiating the Magic Rune, Levi approached the blood pool soaked with the dragon descendant corpse demon. After decades of refining, the corpse demon's body reached full temper, and it absorbed all the essence of the blood pool. Although merely a dead object, Levi sensed the vast blood chi equivalent to a level 7 late-stage power. Just one last step. Levi put away the corpse demon's body and stepped through the opened gate of hell ahead. He aimed to capture a sufficiently strong undead spirit worthy of this body. Hell's 7th layer, Dragon Fall Valley. Ghostbone Dragon Edmund identified Dragon Fall Valley as the largest gathering place for undead creatures in the first 7 layers of hell. Neither Edmund nor the evil spirit monarch level 7 undead were the strongest here. Deep within Dragon Fall Valley, there were even more terrifying undead. Rumors spoke of no fewer than one level 8 undead strong being in the valley. This was why those devil tribes in the 7th layer had been unable to capture Dragon Fall Valley. Soon, the second brother and third sister appeared. The Purgatory Demon Sword exclaimed, "Big brother, you arrived within 100 years?" Chapter 2093. Levi looked at his brother. "I am here to handle some affairs and stopped by to see you. You are in better shape than before. How many witch marks do you have engraved now?" Purgatory Demon Sword shifted, his expression full of distress. "Brother, it is already 17. But I still have not found that breakthrough potion." Levi took out several spell crystal balls from the burning school of thought and handed them to his second brother. He spoke with a steady tone. "Do not rush. Keep engraving. You are a child of the Purgatory Black King Dragon, a child of the fire element, and cannot settle for such minor achievements. It is inconvenient to find spells in hell, so take these spells and cultivate them without hesitation. Little brother, your talent is among the top I have seen among genius wizards. Since you already have 17, why not stay longer and aim for 22? Trust me, if you can achieve that, advancing to Grand Wizard will be easy for you, and even becoming a legendary wizard is not impossible. The spells Levi gave to Purgatory Demon Sword were top-quality masterpieces from the Burning faction that he had collected over the years. He genuinely valued this second brother, and sincerely wanted to nurture him. Over the years, his second brother had done a lot for him in hell. The soul stones and various precious materials he had paid homage with were numerous. Purgatory Demon Sword put away these spell crystal balls, his eyes slightly red. Sauron said that a man sheds tears only when deeply moved. Brother, you truly moved me. Rest assured, I will not let you down. I believe that with your talent, you will surely reach legendary status and become a supreme existence. As your second brother, I cannot fall too far behind. I am determined to become a legendary wizard. Purgatory Demon Sword was full of grandeur and confidence. Levi smiled and clapped his hands. I believe in you. Before this second brother came to hell, he was a top genius in the Burning faction, more renowned than Simon. His temperament surpassed Simon, and his talent was stronger. The fact that he could dual cultivate both spells and body refinement until now, and invent the Purgatory Demon Sword path, is proof enough. He is a mythical level dragon descendant wizard, with a lifespan longer than ordinary dragon descendant wizards, giving him the time and means to endure. Levi had arranged 3 delicate beauties for him to absorb. He looked towards the sky realm which among the 3 sisters. Not long ago, she also reached level 7. His second brother, with level 6 cultivation, yet has 3 level 7 wives. Who would believe this? Even stories about over-the-top son-in-law tropes would not dare to exaggerate this much. To support his brother's cultivation, the 3 sisters have been broadening their hunting range. They have gradually started to venture into the 8th level. Coincidentally, the cunning old fox, the demon fox main mother, also had similar plans. His second brother continued to play the role of a little man, enduring hardship for a greater purpose. He was waiting for the day to fully control the demon fox tribe, in coordination with Levi. Shortly after, Isink arrived as well. He was still at an early stage of level 7, with almost no progress. It was not for lack of effort, but because the witch's gentle embrace was too enchanting. Isink bowed his head. Master, the Hell Expedition Army has already set off, targeting the realm of Hell of Nora as well as the mortal continent. Levi nodded. It seemed that Hell was divided into 2 forces this time. Yet it had nothing to do with the ancient dragon continent of Levi, so he did not bother with it. Compared to demons, those undead are insignificant, and the Wizard Council can surely handle them. For the School of Death Wizards, Hell is like a delivery service. After a brief meeting with everyone, Levi delved into Dragonfall Valley. Before leaving, he acquired over 20 soul stones from his second brother. These were obtained by him and the 3 sisters from the countless desperate followers over the years. A month later, deep within Dragonfall Valley, the air was thick with miasma, and death energy in the heavens and earth occasionally formed terrifying storms. Wizards below the level of primordial soul would find their flesh decay and wither in an instant if affected. In this place, 2 figures engaged in combat, with terrifying shockwaves reducing the valley walls to dust. One of the figures, wearing a black robe, appeared aged and held a withered wooden staff. Each gesture tore open menacing rifts in the sky with powerful negative energy magic. The other figure was a bald brawny man. His form was dim, with an upper body as muscular as a bodybuilding champion, while the lower half appeared mist-like. In his hand, he carried a blue oil lamp, exuding a decayed aura. Based on his spectral form, this was a formidable undead creature with strength at the late stage of level 7. The surface of the blue oil lamp was intricately carved, radiating a precious light, clearly a rare treasure. Damn wizard, you have come to bother me here multiple times. Are you tired of living? Strange smoke billowed from the blue lamp, forming a negative energy domain shrouding 50 miles around. The brawny man's specter vanished within the smoke. The black-robed wizard was low, shielding perception, His spiritual force spread out, only to be met with silence. Suddenly, a hair-raising sense of danger struck. Behind him, a pair of blue giant hands, each 1,000 meters in diameter, appeared to slap down, like swatting a fly. Terrifying impacts resonated through the valley, shattering everything. In the explosion, 2 towering figures 1,000 meters tall appeared. One was a rotting giant in an imperial robe, holding a royal authority staff. The other was a skeleton knight clad in red armor, wielding a white bone sword. Chapter 2094. These 2 summoned creatures possess power at the level 7 middle stage, radiating an overwhelming aura. Lo gestured toward them with a jagged grin. Becoming a summoned creature of mine is your honor. Do not be ungrateful. Time passed in a blur. The earth-shattering battle between the level 7 combatants finally neared its conclusion. The brawny bald man could not match Lo. As Lo chanted the incantation, the man neared the point of defeat. Suddenly, a massive explosive sound resonated from the distance. A vast force had erupted. A death whirlwind shot straight into the sky, tearing the firmament apart. The whirlwind moved toward his position. Lo flinched like a frightened bird. A level 8 undead. The brawny bald man seized the opportunity to struggle desperately. Blue light shone brightly against the encroaching darkness. Lo hesitated for a moment. He sighed quietly. Forget it. Perhaps next time. He decisively abandoned the level 7 late-stage undead. He shattered the void with his form and slipped away. If I had secured this undead, my chances of defeating the Dusk Palace Master would have increased. Who knows which damned person provoked this level 8 existence in the Dragonfall Valley. As a primordial soul expert of the School of Death, Lo knew the Dragonfall Valley well. He had visited the place many times and understood the location of many resource points. He knew of a secret place where a rare death sect truth oddity grew. He had concealed the oddity with an array. But if he failed to obtain the Turtle King fruit, he would not live to see the oddity mature given his remaining lifespan. As Lo left the area, the brawny bald man hurriedly fled the scene. As one of the top 10 experts of the Dragonfall Valley, he naturally knew the identity of the level 8 existence. The death banshee Shwemira drifted through the valley. In the Hell 7th layer, or even the 8th layer, she acted as a giant figure. Even the powerful demon tribe dared not provoke her lightly. The whirlwind crossed the vast distance and caught up to the area. Tens of thousands of ghosts and undead wailed within the storm. A figure 8 feet tall sat on a throne. She wore a crown and open-armed attire that mimicked a slit cheongsam. Her body remained graceful and naturally attractive. Unfortunately, her head was a bleached skull. The skull mouth opened and closed. Her voice chilled the air. That damn thief dared to rob this sovereign's netherworld soul date tree, truly deserving of death. As one of the overlords of Dragonfall Valley, she nurtured a rare netherworld soul date tree within her territory. This tree bore fruit once in 100 years, producing no more than 20 fruits each time. The fruit benefited the growth of level 8 undead. She had dispatched a level 7 undead to guard the tree to prevent other undead or wizards from stealing the prize. Unexpectedly, a human wizard calling himself the Fiery Flame Servant had attacked. He killed the level 7 guard she dispatched and shamelessly dug up the netherworld soul date tree. Upon hearing the news, she pursued him immediately. However, that junior had already vanished. The death banshee waved her hand. Countless undead creatures flew in all directions like a swarm. Go, find that thief. Somewhere in Dragonfall Valley, the void shattered. A figure emerged from within. Levi sweated profusely. On his back, Jin stood upright, his face mirroring a look of lingering fear. Whew, good thing I ran fast. That banshee is too terrifying. It was just for digging up a tree. Was it necessary? Besides, this tree grew naturally, and it belongs to those with virtue. Levi opened a shelter. After setting up the array, he entered the Ancient Banyan Fairyland. In the land of the dead, Black Soul Demon Tower, a miasma-filled valley housed 2 trees. One grew as tall as a 1-story building and served as the dead soul date tree. The other stood as a crooked neck tree, as tall as a 3-story building. It was the netherworld soul date tree. Judging from the surrounding soil, he had transplanted it recently. Countless vengeful spirits entwined around the tree, and gloomy winds swirled through the branches. Ha ha ha, the netherworld soul date. An upgraded version of the dead soul date. With this item, my subsequent cultivation will be even smoother. Previously, Levi purchased a few dates at a netherworld market for 10 million joss paper each. At that time, he marveled at the prospect of owning a date tree. He never expected to fulfill the dream. Jin squeaked proudly on his shoulder, his expression smug. I know, it is all thanks to you. Levi stroked Jin. If not for this little mouse, he never would have found such a hidden place. Unfortunately, the fruit on the date tree has already been picked clean. I will have to wait for the next round. But with the golden fertilizer, it is not a big problem. I will plant more 6th level fertilizer, and in a few decades, they will bear fruit again. I will use a portion, and let 100 flowers and the Holy Infant share the rest. To Levi, these things acted as the icing on the cake. With his current rapid advancement speed, other enhancements provided only trivial efforts. The infinite primordial soul remains a profession that shines in the later stages. When others slow down, he overtakes them on the curve. Overtaking on the curve defines true speed. This month, Levi gained more than just dates. He collected many hell specialties. He killed the level 7 early stage undead guarding the netherworld soul date tree instantly with his spell. Having witnessed the power of this spell, Levi felt even more confident. If I find another level 7 late stage undead spirit, I can leave hell. He made some changes to his appearance, concealed his form, and began his search within the Dragonfall Valley. Chapter 2095. As time flew by, several months passed. During this period, Levi encountered several level 7 early stage undead. He looked down on them, choosing not to intervene. He decided to wait for the Book of the Undead to advance to a 7-ring witch artifact before recruiting them. As for the level 7 late stage undead, he found none. Moreover, the Death Demoness had not given up searching for him. It used weak undead and ghosts as spies, searching methodically. A sense of crisis gnawed at him. On this day, just as he prepared to turn back, his instincts flared. His expression tightened, and his figure blurred as he prepared to vanish. An angry roar echoed between heaven and earth. Another damn human wizard. You never stop, do you? Do you really think the master of the blue lamp, Danis, is easy to provoke? Boom. A specter giant descended from the sky, carrying a blue lantern. The lantern released endless smoke, locking down the surrounding void. Levi remained calm, staring at the lantern-bearing giant. Just like finding something effortlessly, he murmured. Isn't this a level 7 late stage undead? Assassin had mentioned the master of the blue lamp before. In Dragonfall Valley, the entity was a force to reckon with. Yet, as far as Levi knew, the master of the blue lamp had not submitted to the Death Demoness. The lantern giant's eyes were wide like copper bells, its ethereal yet muscular form bulging. Though a specter, a boundless force flowed within it. Without a word, a massive fist, heavy as a sandbag, hurled toward Levi. A storm accompanied the punch, making the void tremble. It was already out of patience from being repeatedly harassed by Lo. Although this human wizard was not Lo, the specter sought to kill someone to vent its anger. If it could not beat the 7-ring perfection of Lo, surely it could defeat the senior 7-ring of Levi. Levi moved like a wandering snake, transforming into a flash of lightning to dodge the mighty punch. He relied on the wandering snake 9 changes. Your speed is too slow, Levi said casually. He did not want to waste time tangling with this creature, lest he attract the death demoness. With a thought, a thunderous rumble echoed through heaven and earth. The clouds parted, and an emperor's phantom, clad in 9-colored armor and 3,000 meters tall, emerged across the sky. The emperor waved a hand, and the Silver Mountain, Thunder Mountain, and the Wind Illusion Realm descended together, alternating between wind and thunder without end. You lock me, and I lock you. No one runs, we just compare true skills. The bald giant realized it had provoked an extraordinary opponent. But it was too late, and it could only brace itself to fight. Rumble. The battlefield quaked wildly, the mountains trembling madly. In the giant's disbelieving eyes, peaks grew legs, shouting as they stood and charged. A full 4 mountain spirit weapons, each emitting a level 7 early stage aura, surrounded it. The giant was dumbfounded. Levi had now advanced to a senior of the 7 ring, and the power of his innate spell had taken another leap. As for his strongest innate spell, 10,000 Dragon's Birth, there was no need to mention. For level 7 summonings stood ready. They were invincible. As his realm improved, the strength of these spiritual weapons could continuously grow. Accompanied by a sharp eagle cry, the incredibly majestic Maya spirit also streaked across the emperor's head and entered the battlefield. Without even needing Levi to act, the 5 level 7 early stage summoned creatures were enough to hold back this giant. The emperor chanted, clearly casting some powerful spell. This made the giant quickly say, Sir, I mistook you for someone else, not intentionally targeting you, the giant stammered. Do you really want to fight to the death? Do not forget, this is hell. It still possessed abilities and trump cards, but the person in front of it remained unfathomable and ever-changing. If this person could leave considering it was also a strong level 7 late stage, that would obviously be better. Mistook me. If I lacked strength, that punch just now would have killed me, Levi sneered. Enough nonsense. If you want to survive, form a summoning contract with me, and become my summoned creature. The giant gasped in shock. Why did another wizard want to make it a summoned creature? Was it really in such high demand? It said with a grim smile, Human, do you really think I am easy to bully? The blue lantern's light shone brightly. The blue smoke domain descended again, covering a radius of 50 miles. In the fog, the giant's figure vanished. Levi closed his eyes, isolating spiritual perception. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. His figure disappeared like an eagle. A kilometer-long giant palm descended from the sky, causing the ground to quake and mountains to shake. 2 spiritual weapons instantly shattered, turning into nothingness. Another giant palm grabbed Maya's spirit, crushing it. 7 suns falling domain. One after another, blue suns emerged in the smoke, breaking through the void with pervading auras of destruction. Explode. Boom. Like a vast ocean, the dark death flame exploded. The blue smoke melted like snowflakes in the face of absolute fire and high temperatures. The mist thinned, and the emperor held a great sword, surrounded by divine weapons, radiant with splendor. The chaos sword energy slashed through the mist, and a wail echoed from the unknown depths. The attack had clearly struck the giant. Immediately, a pair of blue giant claws appeared behind the emperor to perform the black tiger steals the heart. The golden shield and the golden force field suddenly spread open. Rumble. The golden shield was flung away. The giant claws pierced the force field, but were blocked by the 9-colored armor. The emperor turned around, countered with a fire dragon tribulation, shattered the giant claws, and dispersed the smoke. Chapter 2096. Levi stood high above. His gaze flickered while he searched for the brawny man's position. This blue lantern is quite a nice rare treasure, and the origin of this undead spirit might be unusual. However, I have found you. The blue giant claw was merely an illusionary attack created by the lantern. The actual brawny man was hidden somewhere in the mist. Sky whale path. Levi's body swelled, accompanied by the sound of a whale song, and his strength exploded. The Crimson Emperor domain opened, and the divine palace within him roared. Strength runes and holy image law flickered. Boom. His right hand, wearing the doomsday gloves, punched toward a spot in the mist. Rumble. Under such fierce attack, the entire valley was uprooted. The blue mist was also dispersed, forming a vacuum area. The figure of the lantern-bearing brawny man emerged from the mist, raising the lantern to form a blue defensive field to protect himself. A crack echoed. The field cracked. The precious lantern, seemingly invincible, displayed a visible fracture, indicating damage. Although still usable, the reduction in durability felt heartbreaking. After all, precisely because of this treasure, he could contend with that 7 rings perfection wizard. Low. Slash. The emperor's sword descended from the sky, slicing the lantern-bearing brawny man in half. The 2 halves of the specter's body split apart, flying in different directions. This kind of undead spirit usually would not be easily killed by physical attacks unless fragmented by spells. Levi and the emperor each blocked a direction, halting the specter's escape. Do not kill me. I am willing to form a summoning contract. The bald brawny man pleaded in panic. The battle left him knowing he was no match for this person. Though he was a senior 7 circle wizard, his true strength was even more formidable than Lo's. Boom. The Emperor's large hands held the bald brawny man in his palm. Levi stood atop the Emperor, looking down. If you dare to play tricks, I will make your soul truly scatter. A golden beetle landed on his shoulder. Leon appeared, licking his lips as he looked at the lantern giant. Yes, that is right. Do not try any tricks. The lantern giant, despite not having seen Leon before, trembled instinctively with fear upon his appearance. Besides, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. He suppressed this instinctive fear. I sincerely submit. No tricks. As the contract array was established, Levi's heart stirred. Master of Blue Lamp, Danis. This lantern-bearing undead giant seemed unusual. Danger perception warned of great horror coming. Certainly the death demoness pursuing again. This place was not suitable for a long stay. Levi took the Master of Blue Lamp and swiftly left. Shortly after he left, a throne appeared in the void. The death demoness looked at the aura of the thieves who had just departed. Let him escape again. Cunning human. Now it seems I can only use my spies in the wizard world. 2 years later, Nora calendar 362, Blood Battle year 148. 1 year remained until the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm opened. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, light from the array in the blood pool shot up to the sky. Numerous spell runes lit up on the surface of the dragon-descendant giant's body. Bulging veins like metal tubes twisted together. His heavy breathing blew away the dense chi in the sky. The 3,000-meter-tall giant body stood up, emanating an aura akin to level 7 late stage. Surging blood chi churned, causing the void around to tremble slightly. Levi hovered in front of the giant. Danis, how do you feel now? Danis bowed. Master, I feel great. Such a powerful body is simply a perfect masterpiece. Being in this body gives an indescribable sense of security. As a specter, though without lethal weaknesses, it simultaneously meant his body was full of flaws. Without a shell for protection, once caught in prolonged combat, the specter would quickly thin. But now, with the corpse demon body crafted by Levi, the shortcomings were compensated. Within the muscle memory of this body, many powerful combat instincts remained. Danis jumped up, moving casually. Every move was natural. Although a specter undead, Danis excelled in close combat, unlike most who rely on spell-like abilities to trick others. Therefore, this body surprisingly matched him. With a thought, a 1,000-meter-long spiked club appeared. This was King's Vibration, a level 7 treasure. It had no special function, just particularly durable and hard to damage. It could also amplify the user's strength, kill, and release intense shockwaves. Of course, it could vary in size, normally about 3 meters long. 1,000 meters was enlarged. Otherwise, where to find so much rare material to make such a massive level 7 treasure? Even so, this club weighed 12,000 tons. Danis held the dragon's scale shield in his left and King's Vibration in his right, paired with the devil muscle. Like a giant version of a Spartan warrior, he was unparalleled in bravery. Additionally, he could use his spell-like abilities as an undead spirit. It is a pity my lantern was cracked by the master. Otherwise, it would be more perfect. Danis's lantern was a rare treasure he obtained early on, accompanying him to this stage. Hence, he called himself Master of the Blue Lamp. But Levi had promised, if he performed well, he would repair the lantern in the future. This lantern treasure was clearly made by a wizard from the School of Death. Named the Insomniac's Lamp, it was a level 7 treasure. The lantern could release a huge range of mist, disrupting enemy perception and concealing itself. It could also summon lamp god's hand from unknown dimensions to strike enemies. That 1,000-meter blue giant hand had the power akin to 7 Rings Perfection's attack. Overall, it was a great treasure, just not very sturdy. But it was no big deal. The Fire Dragon shop was currently openly recruiting artifact refiners and collecting artifact crafting traditions. Once talents were positioned, 100 Flowers struggle of the trapped beast and this Insomniac's lamp could be repaired. Of course, just repairs. Levi himself had no intention of crafting wizard tools. This item was not as practical as a standard wizard tool. Time flew. Another year passed. Nora calendar 363. Over the past year, Levi maximized his improvements and preparations. Danis's integration with the corpse demon body was also very smooth. On this day, he took out a dragon scale token, constantly trembling. The Dragon Ruins mysterious realm has opened. A flash of light occurred, and his form vanished from the place. Chapter 2097. Triss stood ready in the endless sea within the domain of the witch's family. 500 years felt like a dream. It had been over 400 years since she advanced to the 7th circle. Not long ago, she celebrated her 1,300th birthday. During the blood battle auction, she spent a fortune on the Morningstar level oddity known as the Sea King's Ring. After refining the object, her cultivation advanced further, and she gained the special water element talent called Sea King's Ambition. She refined a total of 4 Morningstar level oddities, along with several earth and sky level oddities. Her initial water element child talent grew even stronger, making her cultivation over the years smooth and unhindered. The Sea King's Ring did not grant an accompanying spiritual creature, but Triss remained satisfied. With the Blue Knight and the Black Queen as her 2 protectors, she lacked nothing. Ever since she met Levi, her cultivation had become smoother than ever. Perhaps she simply rode on Levi's luck. Time marched on. She branded 6-7 circle witch marks and 12-6 circle witch marks, totaling 18. She stood out among the 7 circle senior wizards due to the sheer number of marks. Her spiritual force reached 10,000 points, leaving just over 2,000 remaining before reaching the 6th circle maximum. Based on her calculations, she estimated that she could advance to the 8th circle in about 500 years, before she turned 1,800. She had seriously considered the suggestions from 100 Flowers and Levi regarding increasing the number of witch marks. Her plan involved giving herself 500 to 600 years to brand as many 7th circle witch marks as possible before the age of 2,000 to see where her limitations lay. She must ensure that she advanced to the 8th circle wizard before turning 2,000. This way, after reaching the 8th circle, she would still have 2,000 years to pursue the next crucial major realm. Advancing from the 8th to the 9th circle required overcoming terrible disasters, all of which demanded a long preparation period. I hope this trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm can bring abundant rewards, she murmured. Triss tidied her clothes, donned a light shawl, and casually draped a scarf around her white neck. She took out a token and vanished in the light. Alexandra and Elsie ceased their demon hunting on the godforsaken continent. Years of the practice helped them grow rapidly. They stood among the best of the 6th circle perfection wizards. Their mental state, combat experience, and spell proficiency improved significantly. If not for the blood battle, they would never have encountered such training opportunities. The wizard world possessed too much power, making prolonged wars with surrounding civilizations impossible. Domination remained one-sided. They recently accumulated 5 million war merits. They climbed to the top 200 on the 7th level demon slaying list. They had not yet exchanged for the Truth Oddity. After refining the Morning Star artifact, they planned to follow the example of Master Fire Dragon and cultivate in seclusion, aiming for the 7th circle. With their current speed, accumulating 50 million for a Bright Moon artifact exchange remained impossible in the short term. The efficiency of continued demon hunting could not compare to secluded cultivation. After the 7th circle, the speed of acquiring war merits would naturally surge, allowing them to aim for the Bright Moon artifact. The two women returned to Gondor City. The master remained in seclusion. It appeared he would not emerge until he advanced to the 7th circle. In the artifact refining workshop, Golden Eye, Silverbeard, and their companions worked feverishly. Some studied blueprints, while others crafted parts. A group of 5th circle refiners and alchemy wizards assisted at the side. They researched alchemical creatures. Alchemy and weapon-making shared similarities, which made it easy for primordial soul artifact masters to get started. They developed 3 6th circle diagrams from Lemmer's alchemist hut. These included the Ice God weapon, the Golden Divine weapon, and the Thunder God weapon. According to the master, to refine the 7th circle giant divine weapon Titan, these 3 6th circle alchemical creatures remained indispensable. The 7th circle alchemical creature would be refined personally by the master. Back in the secret room, the two women retrieved their dragon scale tokens. This time, the master is unlikely to go, Alexandra said, but with the two of us joining forces, there is nothing to fear below the 7th circle. Elsie nodded. The connection between the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm and the immersed ancient castle runs deep. Those people who have now betrayed the wizard world will surely act more unscrupulously. We have to be cautious. In a certain cave on the godforsaken continent, a wizard in a grey robe, with a hood obscuring his face, sat cross-legged in the void. A black whip coiled around his waist, and the shadow of a black ancient city loomed faintly behind him. He stood as the long-vanished soaking city lord from the wizard world, a powerful 8-ring perfection wizard. Now that the demon dragon whip rests in my hand, it is time to awaken the sealed dragon soul, he whispered. Whether I can advance to Grand Wizard depends on this. No matter what, from now on, the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm will become history. Levi once again set foot on this black demon land after 500 years. This time, he brought no duplication. Relying on his own strength, he believed the situation would be completely manageable, based on his experience from last time. Chapter 2098. Last time it was opened, the strongest present was only a 7-ring wizard, and no 8th circle participated. Now he is Danis, who is at the late stage of level 7. Even in the worst-case scenario, if there were truly an 8th circle powerhouse, bringing a 6th circle level duplication would not offer much help. 500 years ago, I was only a 5th circle wizard. He sighed, not in a hurry to act. Before long, a figure descended quietly and appeared beside Levi. It was Madame Triss. She smiled faintly, her tone leisurely. You have advanced again. Congratulations on being promoted to a senior 7-ring wizard. As of now, I am no longer qualified to be your teacher. She chuckled, because his realm was now on par with hers. Every time she witnessed Levi's growth, she wondered what she had been doing for thousands of years, but in reality she had been working very hard. Levi smiled slightly. I see that Madame is not far from the 7-ring perfection either. Whether one can be a teacher is not determined by realm. Madame's kindness is heavier than anything to me. He had much to thank Madame for, particularly in the field of breakthrough potions. Along the way, Triss had provided him with various potion formulas for the demon series. If he had not met such a benefactor, collecting them on his own would likely have added many setbacks and wasted a lot of time. Triss said nothing. After a moment of silence, she turned her gaze toward the depths. Let us go. Let us finish the exploration early and return to the surface. Last time, some unlucky person missed the time and was killed by the mysterious forces within the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Although we have ascended to 7 rings, we must still proceed with caution. Levi nodded and snapped his fingers. A flying golden furred rat appeared and landed on his shoulder. It was Jin. Its small, bean-like eyes blinked at Triss. Triss asked in surprise, "Is this a companion spirit?" Levi patted his shoulder. "Yes, a little gadget obtained from refining an Earth-grade oddity long ago. It is not worth mentioning, though it has a minor treasure-seeking function." Upon hearing itself referred to as an insignificant gadget, Jin strongly protested, chirping, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Triss laughed, "So cute." She gently stroked Jin, who hid behind Levi's neck, looking vigilant. Levi laughed heartily. "Let us go. With this little guy leading the way, perhaps we will have some good luck. If there is any treasure you need, madam, feel free to let me know. Do not be shy." Triss, still amusing herself with Jin, chuckled. "You are overthinking it. I would not be shy. I am not one of those thin-skinned young witches." The two gradually walked away and disappeared into the fog. With the experience of the last exploration, the progress of Levi and Triss was very smooth. They did not linger in those surface-level catacombs, heading all the way down instead. During this time, occasionally some demons and demonic creatures attacked them, but they were easily annihilated. Levi discovered that killing demons within the Shadow Realm actually granted war merit. However, due to the sparse distribution of demons and the lack of many demon lords, he was not inclined to farm them. With the guidance of an advanced Jin, the overall harvest was somewhat improved compared to last time. Several 5th Circle and 6th Circle medicinal herbs were discovered. If Triss needed any, Levi gave them directly to her. He kept the rest for himself. But the value of these herbs was not great to him anymore. However, as this Shadow Realm only opens once every 500 years, leaving them would be a waste. Most of the herbs of relatively lower quality only have a lifespan cycle of a few hundred years. If not picked now, they would eventually wither on their own. 7 days later, Levi and Triss appeared in a large catacomb. In the distance, fluctuations of a battle pulsed, appearing to be primordial soul-level combat. Triss pointed to the ground. "I have an impression of this place. I once found a demon dragon grass here, but it was scooped up by someone else." Levi's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, madam, for informing me. The situation ahead is unclear. I will go investigate first." Triss nodded. "Go ahead. I will wait for you here." She knew Levi possessed strong concealing breath and stealth abilities, capable of quietly approaching the vicinity of a 7-ring wizard, making him most suitable for reconnaissance. On the other side, Levi's hermit rune flickered, and the sound of clashing metal echoed through the sky. High above, a red and blue figure battled a black-robed wizard. The black-robed wizard's presence was vast, clearly a 7-ring ordinary wizard. Alexandra and Elsie have come too. It was obvious that the cultivation of the two women in recent years had progressed significantly. Joined forces, they could temporarily hold their own against a 7-ring wizard. Yet Levi saw that the two women were clearly exerting themselves beyond their normal capacity, which was unsustainable for long. The sorcerer forms of Queen of Flame and Cold Dragon Lying River contended with the black-robed wizard's 1,000-meter-long swordfish Witch Prime. This was the Witch Prime Deep Sea Sword. Based on the sorcerer form, Levi remembered seeing the details of this individual on the bounty list. It appeared to be called Deep Sea Swordsman Otto, a fugitive from the immersed ancient castle. He was worth 1 Morning Star level oddity and 100 million ether stones. This made his heart leap with joy. The base reward for this trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm was already attained. As long as he killed this man, it would be a windfall. The Deep Sea Swordsman stood atop his spell, arms crossed, and chuckled. "Impressive. You are truly worthy of being talented dragon descendant witches, able to contend with me for such a long time. But it is all in vain. I advise you to surrender obediently and sign the master-servant contract. The wizard civilization's great ship is sinking. Under the dual pressure of the blood battle and the council of 10,000 clans, collapse is only a matter of time. It would be better to stay by my side as maidservants, serving me, and I will ensure your safety." Chapter 2099. Alexandra laughed. "Ugly people cause trouble. You should take a look at yourself." She stood composed. Even without a perfect match for the black-robed wizard, she knew she could escape with Elsie. Fighting him was simply a chance to test their strength. Elsie smirked, her voice dripping with rare ridicule. "Exactly. We sisters spend our days with young talents like Master Fire Dragon. Our standards have become high. An old thing like you with 1 foot in the grave, just forget it." Her personality had brightened compared to the past. She joked occasionally now. This came partly from Alexandra's influence, and partly from the fulfilling life she lived in the Fire Dragon shop for hundreds of years. Deep Sea Swordsman turned livid. Being insulted like this as a 7-circle wizard drove him to a shout of rage. "Two filthy bitches. You had your chance, but you did not seize it. Then die." He raised his hand. A black secret sword emitting a ghostly glow materialized. This was his sole artifact, the Black Sea Eye. Swoosh. The longsword flew into the sky. Hundreds and thousands of black eyes appeared above them. Thousands of black rays shot out, completely blocking the paths of the two women below. Alexandra's brow revealed a crimson scale. Light flashed as a phantom of a giant red dragon appeared. The dragon phantom devoured the two women. Alexandra chuckled lightly. "Gone, old fool. Choosing to trust the council of 10,000 clans was the worst decision your immersed ancient castle ever made. With so many legendary wizards in the wizard world, and with strong forces like the Gondor 3 heroes, Dusk Palace Master, and Destruction Realm Thunder, how could they lose to the Council of 10,000 Clans? They only dared to ambush young wizards, bullies afraid to fight fair. The black rays shot into the dragon phantom, vanishing like mud plunging into the sea. The two women rode the dragon, flying quickly toward the entrance of the catacombs. Deep-sea swordsman, embarrassed and furious, turned into black light and chased after them. Suddenly, his eyes shrank. The entire catacombs seemed to tremble. On the horizon ahead, a giant standing 3,000 meters tall, with two horns and covered in black scales, stood in their path. The giant grinned, holding a spiked club, flexing its muscles. As it warmed up, the heavens and earth trembled. The undisguised aura of level 7 late stage swept up the dust within tens of miles. What is this monstrosity? Deep-sea swordsman's soul nearly left his body. He stopped himself hurriedly. Swordfish which prime splashed water, accompanied by giant waves, and shot out explosively. The black secret sword circled around, shielding him at the center, surrounded by layers of defensive fields. He resisted the urge to flee through shattering void, running frantically toward one of the exits. Under the demon land, void travel could accidentally lead into demon land, stirring those unknown mysterious forces. This is why even primordial soul wizards can only fly normally. Giant profound meaning, mountain burst. Danis wielded the spiked club. His veins bulged as he swung, and the world changed color. The sun and moon dimmed. The black shockwave swept away everything in its path, annihilating it. Without suspense, Swordfish Witch Prime was instantly torn apart. The black secret sword also cracked and flew back to its master, wailing. Bang! The shockwave continued, extending beyond a 200-mile gorge, breaking mountains and splitting plains, unstoppable. At the end of the gorge, Deep-Sea Swordsman was slammed against the walls of the catacombs. His defensive fields shattered, and blood flowed from his orifices. With just one strike, this 7-circle ordinary wizard was heavily injured. The giant's power was simply terrifying. Even Levi felt surprise. The harmony between Danis and this corpse demon body is too perfect. After my special refinement, this corpse demon's power is completely comparable to its former dragon descendant giant form, even capable of wielding the giant's profound meaning. My enormous investment was not wasted. With this corpse demon, I might even be able to fiercely contend with 8th circle wizards. Deep-Sea Swordsman transformed into a stream of water, elementalized, and continued flying toward the exit. Unexpectedly, the exit he chose led exactly to where Triss waited. Triss smiled. Deep-Sea Swordsman, long time no see. It seems like many people from your immersed ancient castle have come again. Deep-Sea Swordsman's face changed drastically. Triss. Behind Triss, a black serpent stretching thousands of meters descended with an unceasing torrent of black water. The Black Queen roared out, engaging in a fierce battle with the Deep-Sea Swordsman. At the same time, a heavily armored knight clad in blue armor, with a resolute face wielded a great sword, slashing with endless water elemental sword energy. The Black Queen and Blue Knight deployed simultaneously, complemented by Triss's senior 7th ring cultivation, leaving Deep-Sea Swordsman utterly defenseless. Before long, accompanied by cries of lament, a water-blue primordial soul flew out. Triss grasped a black whip, capturing it. Levi's figure leisurely appeared as he grabbed the Deep-Sea Swordsman's primordial soul. Deep-Sea Swordsman's face turned aghast upon seeing Levi. It is you, Dusk Palace Master. Levi looked at him calmly, sending him into Ancient Banyan Fairyland. He arrived at the sea of the Fairyland, choosing a place where water element was most abundant. This place is suitable to be your grave. Deep-Sea Swordsman panicked. Dusk Palace Master, do not kill me. I know the core secret of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. It is of great importance. Levi looked at him calmly. Oh, is that so? The power of the Scarlet Dragon surged, engulfing his primordial soul. Before long, Deep-Sea Swordsman was enslaved. Master, Chapter 2100. Levi motioned for the man to proceed. Go ahead. Tell me the secret. The Deep-Sea Swordsman lowered his head. This place is where a tremendously powerful legendary demon dragon fell. This dragon committed countless atrocities during its life, and was one of the generals who followed the demons in their invasion of the wizard world during the previous blood battle. It was later slain by a legendary wizard. This legendary wizard was the first-generation city lord of our immersed ancient castle. Of course, back then, we were not yet a dark wizard organization. To reutilize the dragon's corpse and benefit future generations, the first-generation city lord sealed the dragon's body in a superlarge shadow realm, which later became known as the Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm. He used the demon dragon scale to make a batch of keys to enter this mysterious realm, and spread them across the wizard world. With a complete dragon skeleton and other rare materials, he created a 9-level treasure, the immersed ancient castle, as the base for our organization. As for the most crucial dragon soul, he sealed it in the deepest part of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, serving as the power source for its operation. As far as I know, even though tens of thousands of years have passed, the dragon soul most likely still exists. Levi paced the small stone pond. I see. No wonder so many of your people from the immersed ancient castle keep coming in. This Dragon Ruins mysterious realm was far deeper than he imagined. Who would have thought the builders were the ancestors of the immersed ancient castle? The descendants of this world-minded legendary wizard gradually became dark wizards. Now they have completely severed ties with the wizard civilization. Times change, and the world is unpredictable. The swordsman shifted nervously. Master, the soaking city lord has also entered the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm this time. The words sent a shock through Levi's heart. What? Where is he currently? I do not know the specifics. We have been sent in to scavenge resources here. The city lord said that from now on, the dragon ruins mysterious realm will cease to exist. I suspect he might want to release the dragon soul. Levi's expression tightened. Things were getting complicated. His situation was not as safe as he imagined. However, now that he was inside, he would have to wait until the mysterious realm closed to leave. He had performed divination before coming. Combining his danger perception, he confirmed there were no major threats. Of course, this could be because the soaking city lord's realm was too high, rendering divination ineffective. One cannot rely entirely on divination. Levi glanced at his captive. Let us carry on. I have the Death Ember Divine Palace, so survival should not be a problem. He decided not to kill the deep sea swordsman immediately. Killing him now would allow the soaking city lord to sense it through soul tokens, alerting the enemy. It was better to leave him be and deal with him in the Ancient Banyan Fairyland after the mysterious realm concluded. Alexandra and Elsie stood in the catacombs, watching Madame Triss. The lady was dressed elegantly, her smile exuding a mature charm, both captivating and mysterious. Alexandra spoke first. Madam, I did not expect you to come too. Triss offered a graceful smile. The Master Fire Dragon did not come, did he? The two women nodded in unison. Alexandra pointed toward the horizon. Who was that giant just now? While fleeing, she and Elsie had seen a giant on the horizon, an utterly shocking sight. Triss smoothed her dress. That is the corpse demon of the Dusk Palace Master. There is no need to panic. Only then did Elsie relax, her thoughts racing. That big guy gave me a terrifying aura of level 7 late stage, yet it is just the Dusk Palace Master's corpse demon. Could the true power of the Dusk Palace Master be nearing the 8th circle already? This is unbelievable. Although the Dusk Palace Master occasionally made earth-shattering moves, most of the time, he remained quite low-key, always shrouded in a layer of mystery. Sometimes, Elsie wondered if the Dusk Palace Master might be a duplication of a legendary wizard. A black light streaked through the air and landed in front of them. It was Levi. Behind him, the giant figure stood silent as a mountain. Alexandra and Elsie bowed. Greetings, Sir Levi. The deep-sea swordsman has been executed. Alexandra inclined her head. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. Levi waved his hand, his gaze distant. No need. You could have saved yourselves without my intervention. I have other matters, so let us part ways here. Triss smiled and waved a hand. Goodbye, ladies. The two women watched the backs of the black-armored swordsmen, and Triss as they left, feeling sentimental yet not knowing where to begin. After a thorough search in the catacombs, Levi discovered his most important find of this trip. A small black plant grew at the base of a tree, its leaves unfolding like dragon scales. Demon dragon grass. A plant of demon dragon grass, once ground into powder, could be refined into 3 portions of flame demon potion without issue. Of course, the prerequisite was a 100% success rate, with no failure. With Levi's current pharmacy skills, providing Ace and Gonduf with promotion potions was no problem. If luck held, it could even satisfy his second brother. Triss examined the plant. Demon dragon grass typically grows where ancient demon dragon remains have decayed. We can continue to look deeper. The further down, the greater the chance of finding demon dragon grass. We previously did not have 7-ring cultivation, and risked encountering powerful demon lords below. Now, with our strengths, this dragon ruin's mysterious realm poses little threat to us. Levi stepped over the roots. Madam, I just learned from the deep-sea swordsman that the soaking city lord is also in the mysterious realm. He might want to release the dragon soul sealed within. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.